problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with a who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust you. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune on flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe, and 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me, like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side? I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling.
Good morning, and good morning. Welcome here to the B stream, where you are joined by one of the first special times in the start of the mix match, all of the pick and mix of casters, and Heron, and me, Flute. Hello.
Hello.
How are you this morning?
Tired.
Oh, do you know what day it is?
Today.
Happy Valentine's Day.
Oh, it is.
It is Valentine's Day. They've brought us together. I think I'm just going to quickly commemorate how lonely and alone you are on this wonderful Valentine's Day. I've run out of film. We also have other games that will be on in front of us. The first of which today is the return to form of maybe G2, back off of a win yesterday on Stream A up against FearX. That'll be our lead-in. Obviously, there is a Stream A and a Stream B. We are on the Bravo, if you're somehow here by accident. Followed by DZNIP, Virtus Pro MAT, W7M, and Bleed.
Yeah. That's
all the teams that we have on this side. On the A stream, as you can see on the left-hand side of your graphic, if you go past that Blitz shield. Where's Blitz? I don't know. Enjoying Valentine's.
Did you see any Blitz in your matches yesterday?
Yes. I
did too.
I saw Joystick playing Blitz.
What?
No. Crazy.
Not
You've got, obviously, on the A stream currently, FaZe Clan versus Space Station Gaming with the romance partners of Ace and Dez. Taking you through that. Wolves and Bliss will be the introduction of our Aussie cousin.
They make their debut. They make their casting debut.
Cousin Xenox make their fucking debut. Can you do... That's South African. Can you do Australian?
No.
I can do an impression of you.
Can't do it. I hate everything. Wow, that's really good. I don't know how you piped my own voice into my ears, but that was excellent.
I have secret. I have secrets and ways. Have you just seen? You're like an owl that's like seen itself and gone.
Fearx's roster. Please.
Fearx's roster. Now, you might be thinking, what's the big deal with Fearx? Because let's be honest, they've had the roughest year possible. They've not been able to win a game at an international event this year. They've not been able to try and put anything on the boards. The change that might be the path of the course here is Rin coming back into a Korean roster after a stint with Varel in the Japan League, and they are going to try and break the deadlock. The deadlock being Fearx's inability to attack. They're slow, they don't quite have confidence, and the lead-in is, well, potentially Rin from their days at the top of DK.
Yeah, I mean, if you go back and watch how Rin played on DK, I don't necessarily know how this will translate to this Fearx roster on an international stage. I mean, Rin had some really incredible looks on that, Damwon Kia roster way back, but it's been a while since Rin has played at a top level, and there were issues with Rin's playstyle. Specifically, the amount of times on Damwon Kia that we would find Rin out of position or playing for themselves instead of actually playing with the rest of the team. And I think that was a major issue as to why Rin got moved off of that Damwon Kia roster. I'm very interested to see how this iteration of this team plays, because you go back, the lineage of this Fearx roster is that old like Mantis FPS, Element Mystic, Cloud9 roster, way back in the day, Sandbox most recently. And they've been at like every single live event, but they really haven't done anything.
No, and I think that's the big problem, is when we've had this new region system, we've had some amazing show-ups from sort of MENA teams, we've had some new like brand spanking performances from Japan teams we've never been able to see. You've got SEA having huge plays as well. Korea as a region has struggled. There's no two ways about it, and this is such a talented roster on paper. However, the comparisons of this Fearx to back when they used to be the sort of top dog of the region, when they were known as Sandbox Gaming, or even before that, the only remaining player is Good Boy, who was at the time the child prodigy, the one who played the major the day he turned 18, sort of set up. Now he's the captain, the IGL, and he's got a huge team up against him today.
And if Fearx wants to beat G2, he doesn't need to just be a good boy. He needs to be a great boy.
He needs to be the best boy.
Best boy humanly possible. Here's the standings from yesterday, obviously. Yep. Fearx, the one team that had yesterday off. Ninjas in Pajamas started off yesterday playing against G2. Dark Zero played against GK. And you can see the score lines on the screen. I mean, do I need to say them out loud? Fine, I guess I'll.
No, but what we can do is talk about G2. They opened yesterday. They are your reigning hammer wielders, the swingers, the champions, and the top dogs. And they kind of, I'm not going to say proved it, but had a good performance. It was against NIP. They were able to get themselves the 2-0. It was a bit back and forth, but the mental game, that is the sort of storyline that is being followed on this roster. They've said it themselves in the documentaries, we love to be the bad guys, and nobody is more villain than, surprisingly, Alamau, the IGL team captain, the once darling child waking up there of the region, went over to
Good morning,
EU.
Carl.
Good morning, Carl.
It's nice to see you, Carl. Good morning.
Yep. And, well, he is... It's not entirely sort of, obviously fair to say all the pressure's on him, but playing back in your home region as the IGL of a team that's the reigning champion, as the player where, to be honest, your home region kind of wants you to lose against the full Brazilian rosters, there's no one with more pressure on him here.
I mean, he already woke up and tweeted about Bitcoin this morning, so I mean, hey, if you want to dislike Carl, you don't like cryptocurrency, there's your reason. Right.
What was
it's,
the tweet?
It's relatively low-hanging fruit, so low that even Doki pick it off of a tree. We've got the map veto for you. You're wondering where we're going to play, and we're just going to display it right in front of your very eyes. Map number 1, we're going to go to Oregon, then Chalet. I don't necessarily know if we're going to need a third map between these two teams. With the way G2's been playing and the expectations of Fearx, probably is likely that we will forgo Skyscraper for the moment. The most played map yesterday was Clubhouse. It has been omitted. Chalet was played a ton yesterday,
Chalet,
too.
yeah. Well, this is the worry, because let's be honest, I'm going to sit you down. I'm going to put your honesty hat on.
Yeah.
No one expects a lot from Fearx here.
Spanish Inquisition?
They haven't been able to have any Inquisition. They haven't even had the inquiry of how do we win a single map at this point. G2 should roll through this in 2 maps. The only sort of possibility here is on Oregon, there is moments of Fear X. Wow, 7%.
7%.
There is moments of Fear X having a little bit of drive, having a little bit of sort of energy into a game. They've built on the back of Oregon. Shall I, even though it's their pick, I'm a little bit more worried for, and I'll have to sort of scroll back and double check, but I think that was a map where they got 07 at the most recent major.
Yeah, I mean, it's when you're G2 and you have the map pool that you have, I think it's a relatively safe bet that you're going to do well pretty much anywhere you go. And this is something that we talk about with all of these kind of legacy teams that make it to every single event, every single major, that play competitively towards the top of their regional leagues, is that, yeah, it might not be your map choice, but at the end of the day, you're still going to be a good team on it. I mean, take a look at, I love to reference this one, the Los DZ match all the way back in Atlanta. You know, DZ picked Skyscraper and they got smoked 7-0 on it. So just because it's your map doesn't necessarily mean you're going to win. Certainly doesn't mean you're going to even play well. Operator bans are locked in. Buck and Thatcher removed as the two attacking operators. I like the Buck ban. I mean, obviously, Buck brings a ton of utility to this map because of the fact that he will often use that secondary can opener, as it's referred to as, the secondary hard breach gadget. Not uncommon, especially if you're attacking down below, to see Buck bring that as a secondary and then be used on the hatches inside of meeting. If you're going to bring another hard breacher, you might bring somebody like a Thermite to try and pressure over towards blue if you want. You've also got Ace or Hibana that can work. Absolutely necessary. Ace tends to be the one hard breacher that we see a fair bit. Gesture towards the right side of the screen at the moment. G2 are actually lacking a dedicated hard breacher, but I have to imagine the Capitao will bring that secondary hard breach gadget at minimum.
Alamau maybe as well.
Alamau might be. I believe Lion has it, even though we don't see him run it usually. I think
6
it's the pocket
can openers.
I think it's the pocket EMP that gets brought. So there's flexibility there on G2's side of things.
5 seconds left.
They're bringing a hard breacher. There you go. Uno has swapped off to go with the Hibana, which is nice. Alamau is immediately starting on Blitz. And they're going to be immediately off to the races.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't an out there strategy. Get the Blitz in, get this broken down, open up the game and sort of say, hello, we're going to play this. The air jab just above the door, straight through on the Fenrir. They're getting the wall reinforced, and I mean, that's all that they can do. They've done it a little bit perfectly there. The rotation round onto Pit. Benja's able to get himself one here as they get rid of the Fenrir mine. They let the player stay on, but he has been removed at this point. The early body gone. Full control currently of lobby, but there is the rotation of the players back down. Rin, as I said, the new addition to the roster, the new pickup from an old steady hand, has been in that Korean team that got further than any other Korean team, any other APAC team had before them. Was 1 round away, was one versus one away from the eventual tournament champions in Yavle of getting there. The second run hits the wall. The second attempt is stopped by a smoke canister. They've used both the U1Ds so far. They've still got, you know, the sort of push of any of the other utility, but look at what they've got left. Not a huge amount. The blind of the flashes might work from the shield itself as a sort of lead-in, but instead Alamau's going to go for the plant onto default. Rin's going to see if they can try and pick themselves back. The smoke canister is pushed away, but the body can't quite match the UC utility that's otherwise being balanced, barricaded back against it. They're trying to just eke their way towards this default plant spot, but they're losing every single gunfight. And even though Fearex played a decent utility stop against the utility drive, they just could not win their ones.
Well, we talked about this in the preamble. The expectations for this match between us and between the community is that G2, the defending world champions, are going to have a pretty good game here. And what do? They go for a relatively conventional blue rush. Fearex reads into this immediately and collapses farther into the site, reinforces off elbow. But then they don't really do much beyond that because you're effectively at this point trapped. I didn't really see a lot of emphasis on that first floor roam. They certainly didn't hold the top floor either. And when G2 is in and is attempting to get the diffuser down in the first 50 seconds of the round, I don't really know if you even have time to make any changes. At that point, Fearex just need to take engagements and those gunfights head on. And I saw some bullets come out from Fearex. They tried to fight on Pillar. They tried to fight that hallway. They lost every single duel, and G2 gets the round flawlessly. That is a statement round to have. And honestly, if you're coming in here as FearX and you're hoping that new org, new tag, new roster, new team, that's not exactly how you want things to begin.
It fills me with a little bit of fear.
X. I knew that was coming.
It only really works. It would be great if Ollie was here. Not just because of that gag, but also because I hate you.
Of course.
We look towards the control, towards the top of power, and as I said, you know, the pressure of waking up as well on day 2 of a major. This is FearX's first game. G2, they had what was sort of described as a in-depth, argumentative engagement with NIP. It went the full distance pretty much as far as it go over 2 maps. And NIP had big fight back rounds. They were sort of brushed aside at points. They often statistically have their worst day on the opening day of a major here. Later on, they're playing against Dark Zero. So otherwise, as we go for this drive-through, we'll see if G2 can build on the back of what was technically for them, as it was for anyone the first day, the warm-up game, the warm-up day. Swing around here. They've still got the stretch, but look at that.
What? Do you remember what I was saying about Rin before we got into the matchup?
I do remember what you were saying.
Why did it take you so long to say?
Because I'm posing, I'm posing for photographs. Someone is taking photographs as us, and I have to pose for it as we get the pose inside the site. There's Benji getting a second for the round as they're just held off a little bit by Mephi.
They're on the board.
They're on the board. They got their first kill over the 2 rounds, and it's the stop onto Doki. They've removed the Grim Bees and the Bees of Grim. Now suddenly Mephi's been able to get himself a second. Swung on and held on. They went for another sort of quick break there. They got the opening kill on the player that went for the run out on the door. That's Rin. And then since then, they've tried to move the way back. They have attic control. They have some pressure on towards the trophy side. I'm not entirely sure. Yep, half of the wall itself has been kept open. So they have the swing onto Cupboard. But Mephi has the swing onto every single player in front of him. Doing all he can. Good boy at least stops. It entirely being the Mephi show, but now Uno in the 1 versus 3. The old experienced voice, the one who's been around the boards and was brought back into the G2 roster after their success at the previous SI to sort of help with the late round calls. Can't help against that. FearX lose the first 2 and then pull it back.
You know what I didn't really see G2 do much of there is drone, effectively. They had one player stacked up at Big Window. They had one player on that Games Repel. They had one player wanting to vault into the top of Armory. And honestly, I think the big linchpin of G2 strategy there was take control of Armory and then push through Trophy and continue towards the site. The moment that that casualty happened and the moment that that kill came out from Mephi, it completely pushed G2 back from being able to effectively split push. Now look, Benji gets that pick on the bottom of main stairs. He wants to assert dominance by continuing up in that direction. Can't get it done. He dies. You've now effectively turned the entire focus of FearX towards top white stairs, games window, big window. You've got Uno all by himself, playing inside of attic, but he has no intel. He's playing on Maverick. Like, you have no intel. You have no real utility. What are you going to do? G2 was heavily relying on essentially that pincer move, where from both directions, they cram FearX in the middle. I mean, G2's able to pull off a very linear take. They did it back in round number 1, but a linear take is much more challenging to do because the way that the site plays out on the top floor, you don't have the same level of soft and hard destruction you can do to open things up. So G2 ultimately stumble. Their guns fail them. They don't have any strategy beyond losing control of Armory. And now they're back at square one. They're going to attack basement again with a completely different style.
You're about to be able to make your rim point for the 3rd time as they're about to see if they can step into the open engagement. This time, maybe they won't get entirely caught out by the surprise of the player just holding off to the angle. They're droned out. They cannot quite find the slip away. And obviously, they are a very experienced player in the Korean scene. They've played against their opponents a lot. And, well, they haven't played with this roster a huge amount. I think the move was only sort of clarified about a month ago, if that. At this point, when you're sort of coming in as your lead into the SI tournament, well, actually, they're against an opponent that proves it can be done. Benja did the same sort of thing with even more fervor last year, became the star player of the previous SI, and that sort of back and forth is going to be a blow for blow. Look at this control. A different take here from G2. They've been able to just strong-arm their way through a full map clear within a minute and forcing all of those players back down towards the site from Shower from the back end. That is a lot of worry here in the motions of FearX, and it gives G2 so much time to work on the strategy. Alamau, after doing Freezer Stairs, has been able to just pick up and move towards Laundry.
I mean, you've got the Capitao at the bottom waiting for the call to be made so that Alamau can rush on in. It's Uno who actually holds the case. It's not the shield, so I have to imagine that instead of your very typical default of get in, go for that Ninja Turtle-esque plant where you go and you expose your back and then the shield's on it, and it makes it very challenging for you to get killed. You're just going to see Alamau block off Uno. Now, very similar to what we saw in the previous round. They're going to use split push here. I mean, Neffy has been fantastic so far. A 4th kill from this flex player on FearX. G2's finally on the board with Uno, who picks up 2. And there goes the plant, or kind of. That was very sloppy by G2.
I mean, yeah, they seem to just have these moments of a little bit of madness. I think they probably expected this to be this easiest game, and I'm not going to say that they didn't entirely prep for it. Obviously, everyone preps everything, but you've got a game against NIP, and then you've got a game against FearX. A lot of the attention is going to go towards the NIP showdown. Damn it.
No way.
They get dropped. They're going to get the plant and the smoke onto the backside. The Monty doesn't need to truly finish off the player. It's the 3 versus 1 now as Uno is able to absolutely scream through. The pistol getting 1 and Virtue with the last.
So I will say, FearX was spread out a little bit more on that defense, and I do appreciate that. FearX was anticipating a blue take, which didn't materialize. I don't know if they knew that the shield was coming earlier on in the round or not. It would be interesting to know when FearX clued into the fact that, oh, okay, there is another shield operator on the board. But when you're playing against G2, you got to be ready for the unexpected, whether it's a blitz rush through blue, which really isn't that unexpected on Oregon, or you just have to worry about a shield coming down main stairs, which is exactly what ended up happening. Alimau comes down with the addition of the Capitao. We've seen this LMG get brought out by the Capitao a couple times across the last 2 days. And I mean, it's a stylistic choice. LMG's got nerfed. They're not exactly as strong as they used to be. The recoil is bad, but if your sole function at that point is suppressing fire, and it's going to be a bullet hose, which is exactly what most of these LMGs function as now, and they're not as precise as they used to be, then you send out the fire arrows, you essentially use area denial to keep the defenders back, and then you can unload 100 bullets while somebody gets the job done. Now, the curious question about this was that you'd think that suppressing fire would be done to prevent somebody from pushing you while you have the diffuser. It was Uno on that Capitao who had the diffuser, and once he got into the site, there was a bit of a check.
Yes, you were saying?
I believe I said that.
Did you have a point about Rin? I wasn't listening.
I believe there was a point I made about Rin early on where I said that Rin does stuff like what just happened a lot on Damwon Kia, where they would go and try to break out a window or go for a jump out, and I don't really see it happening all that often. But I mean, G2 doesn't seem to drone out Arukaze and vaults through, and a relatively free kill. And now Uno's going to do the exact same thing. Arukaze isn't expecting it, but Uno still takes some severe damage in the meantime. And I think the idea behind not droning is that you want to vault in and catch them off guard. If you drone them out, you know that you're going to get pressure from the window. You're going to square up to it. If you don't get droned out, you know somebody's there. Hop in, catch them by surprise. Arukaze's a good player. He's going to punish you for that, and he punished at least one player from G2.
Good boy and Damek. Still on the board. They've been able to get 1 apiece across the 2 rounds, but I mean, look at them just being bullied at this point. It's sort of brutal, right? Because the game is, as you said, it's not entirely boiling down towards the strategy push. It's not entirely boiling down towards the sort of, they're going for this take, they're going for this plant. FearX don't have a response to it. It's G2 have decided they wish to take this room. FearX don't have a response to it. And you sort of go, how do you stop that? They're going to try and work it out with this team talk.
Well, right now, FearX is averaging just a little bit over 2 kills a round, which, I mean, the obvious caveat to that is that round number 1 was a flawless round in favor of G2. That's going to skew the stats quite a lot.
Yeah.
But if you're winning a round, that means that presumably you got 5 kills. Averaging 8 kills over 3 rounds where you won 1 round is quite poor.
The thing about that flawless round as well that sort of sets the tone and the story of this is G2 weren't even like able to get their execute off. Think about how it played out, and it was a utility game that I complimented of getting the smoke canisters in towards the door, stopping the plant onto default. But then FearX just kept on swinging. They kept on getting themselves back into the fight. They swung down onto sort of long corridor towards Shaiko, towards Pillar, and lost about 2 players that way. They just seem a bit unable to get themselves into positions where not only are they able to have a little bit more in the gunfight, sure, but also the confidence that they can sit there. They're a little bit edgy, a little bit angsty, a little bit unsure of what's going to come back towards them. And well, now 3-1. Hey, is that Tim I hear on the other stream?
I think so.
Ace of Pyrite you will occasionally hear across both streams. It's Valentine's Day, and he's all-encompassing. Full of love.
Live,
Love
laugh,
is in
love.
the air.
Live, laugh, love. Or I prefer the more motto is live, laugh, die.
On my rider, you're so edgy. On my rider, I have the request a live, laugh, love sign in Hap's dressing room. Every hotel room he goes
Hap has
to.
his own dressing room.
Hap has his own dressing room.
None of us have. We share a green room. Hap has his own.
Hap has his own dressing
Hap
room.
has his own dressing room.
The thing, and it's just an empty room with a live, laugh, love sign.
It's like a janitor's closet. It's a janitor's closet with a mop bucket and a live, laugh, love sign.
It's not even a big sign.
Big poster of like Max Verstappen next to it, and that's
Live, laugh, love. A hang in there like cat.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Hab's dressing room. It's actually, I lied about the rider thing. I just tell him this is his dressing room and it's a cupboard I found with a live, laugh.
We're switching up some of the duos during the group stages, which is obviously why people might be wondering why the hell are Emmy and Parker casting together when they don't usually cast together, and that's because during the group stages we think it's nice to be able to jostle partners. I'll actually be casting with Hap later, but I was gonna say I am not a color caster. You and I are both largely play-by-play casters.
What?
And I think it's probably beneficial, given what we've seen so far through these 4 rounds, that I am not a proper color caster, because we obviously have a group chat that we use for live events, and the other color casters in that group chat are losing their minds over what they're witnessing in this match. And I feel like they would be far more scathing in their critique of FearX. And if I may quote, I think it was Fresh. Fresh goes, FearX failed to win Oregon Basement with Azami, Tubero, Solus, and Fenrir all available. That is unheard of.
G2 let Fenrir through. They usually are pretty happy to get rid of Fenrir. They've played against him quite a lot. They played without him quite a lot. So I think it just shows the path of the course of the game here. It's a strange sort of selection. It's a strange energy, and it's, let's be honest, a mismatch. You have one of those teams that you expected, and what is the lowest rated team here at the event that hasn't been able to find any success internationally. Good boy. On the back of the timeout, does get the first and the second. There goes Uno. Getting the quick pick back up. They've lost some bolts in the E1Ds. He's doing his best to hold onto the laundry shield with Demic getting Doki. Rin gets Alamau, and oh my word. If Benja goes down, we have the reverse flawless. Get that man a medal for that timeout. Get Dark on the line, who actually we should probably talk about. Dark.
Mm-hmm.
He is
Coach?
the coach. The first time they've had a non-Korean sort of in the team, behind the scenes, was in the Brazilian region up until about, I think it was 2 months ago, he joined this team. They've had 6 weeks to try and change it. I think Derry Desert True Hope.
Is that oh, okay.
He's the short guy. There's a little bit Tom Cruise energy. Your face, you ran through like 7 things you wanted to say then. You were like, no.
I don't think there's a single thing I could say about that doesn't get in trouble on broadcast.
That's why.
Not necessarily about Derry, more so about Tom Cruise, but besides the point.
Well, he puts on this show. This is actually the set of the next Mission Impossible.
Me talking about that comparison between the two of them is just, it's an impossible mission.
This is an impossible mission.
Well, FearX just won a flawless round against you.
They're Tom Cruising, baby.
Oh, yeah.
They're Tom Cruising.
Which one of them is Oprah's couch?
Alamo. Because they're going to jump all over him.
We presently have a Blackbeard on the board.
We do.
This is a choice.
Whoa!
That is also a choice.
Whoa! Yeehaw!
The best part is you didn't even properly reload. There's only a single bullet in it. You're gonna give it away. I am. And there goes the shield. Ninja Master. Oh no, he still got the shield. There he goes. Now properly loaded as well. I gotta say, just from an outside perspective, the structure of these rounds for FearX leads me to believe that G2, if they played maybe a bit more efficiently, that things could go better. I don't know exactly why you think that the Blackbeard is a wise idea here, but look at the lineup for G2. Grim, Flores, Maverick, Lion, and a Blackbeard. Now, it is a top floor defense for FearX, so I can understand why on this particular site you might have a compulsion to bring a Blackbeard. You're going to hang off those windows, and I think it was Benjamaster who got the first pick on main stairs and then immediately went to the games window. That's the exact same position he's doing this time as well. Now, the focus for G2 is that once you take control of big window, you have to ensure there's no rotates going on from the players playing over towards attic, towards games, and most importantly, do not concede control of armory, how quickly they did. Dogi will run headfirst into the mute, playing inside a closet. And he'll manage to get away. Doki's a little bit too slow. You had both the Bs and the E1D to work on that. Mephi has been quite phenomenal. Rin dies first for FearX yet again, and that's the master bedroom side control for G2.
Ooh, Ben just suffering scrapes, and he's not entirely sure where from. It's the player just tucked into security. Good for getting Virtue. They're spraying back and forth, though, and suddenly the balance has gone into G2's favor, with Benja getting all the way inside and forced a little bit further out. Good Boy's trying to find a second of salvation in space, but it's Mephi on the back. Two players stacked up on the stair set, though. White stairs is only really the hold, and Good Boy's realized it, and who's really good in this situation? A man who can jump up and create rotations elsewhere, towards attic hatch, maybe all the way towards the stairs, as he's gone the long distance. Zuno goes to try and get the plant down. It is a 2 versus 2 here, and they want to make sure they're in a place to get the fight. There it is, the pick back up. If he's been a surprise here, he's somehow able to win it out! Drops against Doki, goes for the swing here. Azuno's left in the 1 versus 2. Not a huge amount of health. They have to time it well. There's the first. There's not the second! And they take a moment here. The triple kill for Mephi gets them their 3rd round. Parker, it's an even half!
Defenders disable the
Southern.
Defenders win.
It's an even half there.
It's an even half!
So, I don't want to say this to obviously put down Fearless Foxes, but this is less about Fearless Foxes winning the rounds and more about G2 not respecting this team.
100%.
Right? G2 are playing fast, they're playing fun, they're not exactly being as strategic as they could be, and I don't think they're respecting the gunplay of FearX. The one thing that this team has always had, whether it be Sandbox, whether it be C9, whether it be Ventus FPS, is the players on this team have always been able to shoot back. And there was one event a couple years ago that people might recall where I believe they were playing under Mantis FPS. It was right after I think they even dropped from C9, or maybe it was right before they got picked up by C9. I can't remember the exact history behind it, but that doesn't really matter. Is that this team, the core of this FearX team, was excellent at getting first blood. And they were drawing first blood in something like 70 to 80% of their rounds, but they were ultimately losing about 80% of the rounds that they got first blood in. And people were asking the question, well, why is that? And it's because they're great at aiming, and on attack, they can get in quickly and isolate you and take a gunfight. But strategically, this team has always kind of lagged behind international competition. And there isn't much through those 6 rounds that I really loved about FearX's defenses, frankly. And I mean, I don't obviously want to take Fresh's words and use them again, but when you've got literally an embarrassment of riches on defense, it's a Kaid and Wamai ban, for crying out loud. You've got all of the quote-unquote most annoying defender operators still available. The fact that you're losing rounds with those operators on the board is quite pitiful, frankly. But G2 are just not doing what they need to do. They're not droning as thoroughly. They're taking isolated gunfights themselves and not respecting the gunplay of FearX. And I mean, G2 do this against their opponents. They get cocky, they try to take gunfights, they try to win without actually doing any due diligence, and it bites them. And G2 starts to wake up. I guess obviously now the first half is done, so it's a moot point in that regard. But now that G2's on defense, you have to respect the abilities that these players have, because they will punish you if you try to take them one-on-one.
Virtue gets the first take there onto Rin, gets the second onto Good Boy. Mephi's able to get Doki, who's been shut out of a lot of rounds so far. They lose Good Boy, who's been a bit of a tour de force. Rin, unfortunately, forced the tour. No, that's not the opposite. That's not how words work. They haven't been able.
France.
Tour de France. In that bikes. They haven't been able to get any kills, apart from the single so far on the single half. This is where I wanted to see Rin perform. And let's be honest, this is where FearX struggle. Their attack. They will spend a long time setting up, and for a long time they didn't have somebody to take that initiative, to try and push the pressure. There was an interview that Des did, where he talked to the coach, talked to people behind the team, talked to Envy Taylor, and sort of found out why things were going wrong, what was the change. And the problem was FearX wanted everything to be perfect before they went for the execute. They have to get into that modern style of Siege where you see opportunities, you take them, baby.
Yeah. No, and I mean, Rin is obviously going to be the big focus for us because Rin was a flashy player on Damwon Kia. There was that period of time at SI 2 years ago where a lot of players had that Damwon Kia roster pegged as being a top 4 squad, and then, you know, what did I say? I talked on the broadcast once where I said I want Liquid in a Damwon Kia final because of, I think, their potential. But Rin is just not living up to the billing so far on defense, throwing lives away quite needlessly, relatively feckless on this one single round of entry. Now, the good news is there are contingency plans for FearX. Mephi is still on the board, despite the fact that this Fearless Foxes roster is trailing with 20 seconds left. I like the fact that they've still got their star player up. The question is that the site is going to get harder to attack. Does FearX have what it takes to overcome that?
I think it's also the swing that, you know, let's be honest here, Mephi heads out there. He is not always the star player. He's having to do a lot of the heavy lifting here in the 2 versus 1 now as they lose the body down onto Long. There was just a backline here. It's turning into this situation where, although G2 have been playing a little bit loose, a little bit wild, they are going to be helped by the fact that it's on defense now. They have the ability to sort of go, yeah, we've got a setup. We're running our setup. Okay, now we can move around. There's a lot less sort of pressure on time, on moving forward. And it's FearX's weaker half across the 2 at this point. They are as feckless as you are.
I think that's
Valentine's Day.
I think that's hurtful.
No facts.
I feel like we're playing a very dangerous game here. As you can probably tell, I'm quite hoarse. So I don't want to say a word that sounds like another word in case
I'm
my
forcing
voice...
you into it. I was
there's
yesterday.
When my voice starts to go like this, obviously it's... I don't know if you've been having this issue, but it feels like everybody's been sleeping with the air conditioning on and like everybody's losing their voice at the moment.
I did once, and now I'm like, I've just got to sweat it out, baby.
Last night we were talking after the show, and I feel
No,
like...
we weren't.
Not you and I.
Oh, okay.
We is also a collective.
That what you call the imaginary friends you have? If you ever go into Parker's room at an event, he's actually got 7 cutouts of different celebrities that he calls his entourage.
One of which is Tom Cruise, by the way.
Tom Cruise, Dennis.
I put him in Dez's shirts from the night before.
He steals Dez's
Dez changes in the green room, and I just take his shirt.
Take his shirt, runs
I need
away.
his musk. I need his musk for the cutout. It has to be genuine.
Danny DeVito, and you put Tim's clothes on Danny DeVito's cutout.
I think Danny DeVito is roughly the same height as Carter, actually.
Oh, well, maybe it's Carter you dress as Danny DeVito.
The point I was making is that yesterday it was like basically everybody was going around the table being like, yeah, my throat really hurts and feels super tight. And then I woke up this morning and it's like, so I don't, there's certain words that I don't want to say in case I have like a vocal hiccup and say something that could, you know, potentially get me shot into the sun.
Yeah.
So I'd like to not do that.
No, that's fair enough. There's blinds and flashes all across the site as Benja's able to get themselves in. I'm not entirely sure what's happened with Dem. He's entered another dimension. But the dimension has been one that he's been very quickly removed from. They lose the glass as well. The fact that there's just in his army Kiva barricade able to hold off on the opposite end. Matthew wasn't able to make the approach. Suddenly they've been able to get 2 kills off the back of it. Rin gets one up the top of White Stairs. They're also able to remove Virtue as well. So they've lost the mute, they've lost the smoke, they've lost the mute in the Valkyrie, even. There's still a couple of worrisome positions to play into, and you are looking at the fact that they went with, what's that, a lot of Candelas, a man with a blinding shield, some smokes. Oh, Benja, he's playing Warden. That's sort of that position where you have to have so much confidence you can outgun whoever's on that Warden. Not many people can outgun Benja.
No, and I mean, you've also just brought flat out the tools for it. Now, I have to imagine G2's focus will be trained on White Stairs. Uno is probably best positioned to deal with that, as Arukazi is down below and will now probably go to Big Window, would be my guess, but I'm not entirely certain. There we go, yeah. So Arukaze will come up to big window and will likely go for a Candela flash, then try to rush on in. He'll probably either push directly towards White Stairs if they fear Rin's advance, or Arukaze will hope that maybe if somebody's not watching White Stairs, vault in and just go for that Kids Dorms portion of the map. Question mark for me is Mephi right now on Repel, looking at the games, waiting to catch the rotate from G2, and Mephi's in a position where you don't actively need to be a part of this push. They don't have the diffuser on the side of Fear X, so this is just simply going to be a slugfest. And the blows will frankly come. Arukaze dies, Rin on top of White Stairs, outduels Uno, whose attention is elsewhere. Now Doki is creeping on up. Diffuser is in the site. It was dropped by the Blitz earlier on. And Doki will take out Rin with the impact and then get information on the vault in. Almost miss it. That could have been quite poor. But G2 looking quite cocksure, if I can say that, on defense.
I don't know. Were some close to words that you can't say because of your clicky voice? You're like a frog, an animated frog.
I don't think I have a froggy voice right now.
Give me a ribbit.
Can I say something?
I don't know.
May I say something for the people watching?
Yeah.
Here's what I'm just going to say. I'm just going to say it. Tom Sherlock. That's it. I'm going to move on. He's co-streaming. I just want to say his name. So
You just want to say his name?
Yeah, I've never said it on a broadcast.
You want to say his name?
I did.
I thought at first you were saying he should ribbit.
No, I just wanted to say his name. I know he's co-streaming. That's all.
Okay. What else do you want to do?
I saw when we did the
You want to
going
hold
live.
his hand? Stroke his head?
No, I don't want to do those things.
Happy Valentine's Day.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Happy Valentine's
Oh,
Day.
here's your Valentine's Day, Tom. You got a shout out.
Before insertion.
That's all.
Welcome to SI.
We couldn't afford to give him a shout out on the A stream, Tom. You have to get a shout out on the
Yeah,
B
yeah, yeah.
stream
Like,
with a fraction of the audience.
look, I'm really sorry, Tom. There's like a list of names that we can say on the A stream and the B stream.
Yeah,
You're a B
unfortunately,
stream boy.
When we're on A stream, it's like we can say Jinxie, we can say Macy J.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
We can't say Tom Sherlock. It has to be. That's a B stream.
B stream has to be Tom
B stream
Sherlock,
Tom.
King George.
Certainly not. Have you seen his viewership recently?
See, I
King George is a B stream boy now. Okay.
5-2. No, 5-3. 5-3 G2 versus Fear-X. I can count. I can read. They can play. Virtue is now playing the operator juggling, and they have some protection against blinds, but what they aren't going to suffer is actually that. They've got the Ram here for the take across the top. They're inside stage. They want to do some quick pace. We've seen this play many, many times. What it needs to be done with is noise. So there's the 1, there's the 2, there's the shebang, there's you. Rin. Gone again. They've been able to get a couple of kills since the previous time, and they are actually going for these quicker takes. I enjoy what I'm seeing from Fear-X. However, they are up against world champions. They're up against a team that is more than happy to. I mean, that was a well-placed, long-placed C4, and they just waited.
I mean, obviously, a lot of this criticism about this Fear-X team is going to be pointed very squarely at Rin, and honestly, for good reason. These are the exact same pitfalls that Rin seemed to find time and time again playing on Damwon Kia, and is now essentially being deployed the same way by Fear-X as Rin was back on the other Korean team that we tend to see. Oh no.
Oh no, oh no. Oh no.
Well, I mean, that's certainly a way to get in. I would be fuming mad if I was good boy there, because you go in classroom after Gone 6ing it, and Benja is literally a sneaky snick right under the window.
Yeah.
It's all dynamic. GT is about to move to match point. I mean, I wanted to give some praise to this Fear-X squad for how they entered back previous iterations, and certainly isn't coming to pass here. I mean, attacking on Oregon is not a very fun proposition, whether it's your map or not. The fact that G2 was able to take 3 of the 6 rounds statistically on Oregon is actually quite good. But G2 is just absolutely bulldozing through this Fear-X squad, and I mean, this is quick. We started 34 minutes ago, and we're already just about done with map number 1. Are you trying to think of something nice to say? I can't really tell with your facial
No,
expression
I'm
what's
stopping
going on.
myself saying something mean about you.
That's never stopped me before. Say it.
You used to.
What did you say? What did you say?
I said you're used to being fast, 6-3. G2 sit themselves on.
I'm worried about things to say on broadcast.
They are not stressed. They are having a very easy time with this. And that's the sort of worry here because, you know, you are in what is a tough game. You're at SI. Every game is going to be a tough game for pretty much anyone that's on the boards here. Regardless of whether you're up against G2, B7M, FaZe, the sort of top teams that you expect to make to the live stages, or you're up against, you know, VRX, you're up against SSG, you're up against Lost, these teams that have had good performances at points, but haven't quite had that consistency throughout the year. Everyone has the possibility because they've been able to get here, which comes off the back of the year. Here, though, VRX.
For people wondering, by the way, it says Fox in the top.
It's because he's working on the analyst.
No.
What?
First, it's on a desk right now. It's the analyst podiums. Pillars.
First, second, and third.
Oh.
Doki gets Rin. Rin gets removed.
I would love to see at the end of this match Rin's entry stats. And then also on defense, I'd like to know Rin's roaming stats because realistically,
I mean, it's an execution. They're just messing them up real bad. That's my
I gotta say, I mean, like I'm quite impressed with G2. They're still
it's
kind
terrifying.
of. I mean, they're still kind of playing like blockheads.
Silly.
Blockheads, but I mean, like they realize now they have the numbers advantage, and just like that, match is over.
I mean,
the map is over.
I think that's the thing is we can tell when G2 are sort of sat up in the chair, putting the big competition on. They're wearing their fancy fighting shoes. This isn't that. This is a baseline for them of, yeah, we'll play throughout this game. We know this map well enough to play a base game. This is fundamentals of a team, really. And these are scarily good fundamentals because you're having sort of untethered, sort of obstructed movement around a map itself. They are more than happy to destroy anything ahead of them, and VRX just couldn't get a foot in. Even the sort of opportunities that came on that second half attack is still something that is just out of their reach. And we will be throwing a quick break.
For Souls, man, as well. Like, I feel bad because he's played the Blackbeard this whole half, but he's clearly not winning his gunfights. And even when he has got the Blackbeard, he's getting a single kill, shooting someone as they're running in front of him and not actually firing back. Then he gets into a spot where he's got a clear line of sight to the diffuser and still can't find himself a kill. It's one of those maps I'm sure that he'll be very quick to forget as the longer this tournament wears on. But still potentially a very long series ahead of us. And you know, we could even turn around and see the unexpected, that SSG take this 2-0, and many were looking at this series and saying, you know what? You can see a FaZe 2-0 coming out of this.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's fair to say after SSG struggling to get past Wolves yesterday, you looked at it and thought, you know, FaZe are one of the favourite teams for the tournament. We have to say it. You know, that's the reality.
That team wasn't.
You know, that's the reality that they're up against. But SSG have come out with a fantastic opening performance on board here. They've really put FaZe to the sword. They've taken the opportunities when they've been there, and this could be a really solid 7-3 win. And you start looking at it and thinking, right, okay, game on.
I say it quite a lot as well, but coming into a game day, a team can be 50% better or 50% worse than what you're normally used to seeing for them. And I think in this game, you're seeing SSG, you know, playing considerably better than they did yesterday, and FaZe playing arguably considerably worse than we saw from them yesterday. You know, SG were remarks on it on the attacks. Nothing really went right for them or Wolves on the attacking halves of the match yesterday. But this, I think that first half has been such a turnaround for SSG that put them so far in the lead already. You know, 4-2 half was absolutely brilliant, that they just look extremely commanding. And again, a very different team to what we saw yesterday. The team play is on point.
Something that I will say, that I always do say, and I think is important at this stage of the tournament, whoever ultimately goes on to win SI24 will have a bad day. Guaranteed. What it's about, every team will. What it's about is placement of that bad day. You can't choose it, but you need it to come at the right time. Look at W7M in Atlanta. They lost one of the group stage games, and we were sat looking, going, are W7M going to go on and win this thing? You know, like they've lost the game, maybe they should have won. And so it's not always the end of the world. You know, to come into a game, don't get me wrong, you know, this wasn't a dead cert, and FaZe haven't lost anything yet, but coming in here, and, you know, not picking up the win on the second day. If that's going to be your bad day, it's not the end of the world. Cyber manages to get a second, taking down Ashen, but look at that double from hot and cold to bring us back to 3 versus 2. They do have a Monty to deal with, but consider it dealt with.
Vitter King, hello? What's going on? Still come down to a 2v1 for FaZe. A strange round. Like, the fact that Ash could even crouch walk out into the main hallway was a bit like, eh? Like, you guys surely know he's there, and there's 3 of you on this side of the map. You've got a Monty to stare him down. They turn for Ashen, and then suddenly Hot and Cold pops out and gets 2 for himself as well. Again, beautiful team play from SSG, off the back of each other, playing for those trades, and they make it a 1 for 2. Either way, it's boiled down to a 2v1 for FaZe, and they will get the closeout. And they keep themselves in the game at least a little bit longer. 6 and 4 now to SSG.
FaZe certainly doing a job on that one, but it was close run. SSG making a great attempt. So we're going to move into round 11, and I think in some ways I would have to say this scoreline is pretty kind to FaZe at the minute. I think SSG could probably have this wrapped up by now, to be honest. But they are sort of giving FaZe that opportunity to get back into it, and that's something that SSG need to be aware of. Get it done now. Don't let them get back to 6-5. Don't let them take you to overtime, because with the way that SSG have performed overall throughout Border, if this were to go to overtime, for example, I think that's going to take a bit of a mental blow to SSG, because they're going to come away knowing that it shouldn't have been that close.
How as we march. Again, Cafe awaits and really eager to see how that map is going to play out. Very fair to expect SSG to start on the defense there, facing the attacking side. Given how this map has gone, it's anyone's guess exactly how it's going to go, but it's going to be far more even than maybe we first assumed. No Castle coming in this time, but we are going to see the Capcan. I think Fresh has already got that on his bingo card.
Yes, there has already been a Capcan kill, Capcan trap kill, an EDD kill. Always a good position if you've not used those before. Give them a whirl. If you're on Border and you're playing Capcan, you can put traps on the archways that are in the 90 corridor. And because they are doorways, but they kind of don't feel like doorways. They just feel like they're part of a corridor. They can be barricaded and stuff. So
yeah, we've seen barricades constantly.
Yeah, this is it. So it's often the sort of forgotten doorways, really. So they're very often not cleared in terms of Capcan traps. So whack them on there, you'll get some success, I guarantee.
We spoke about Border yesterday being one of those more gunfight-heavy maps because you can essentially see from corner to corner, side to side, top to bottom of this map the whole way through, because there are so many soft walls and long angles like that hallway. East Airs, you can see all the way through to the west main doorway and window, not the one that goes in towards Armory Archives, obviously, but the one that pushes in towards security, the doorway and the window there. So the fact that this map is so open, having those small changes made did help improve it somewhat, but now you just see teams making sure they've got the capability to destroy any castles that get brought along. Rip! There we go.
There we go. Bitter King is going to be feeding information about Ashen, no doubt. I think that's why the Monte is positioned as such at the window. They're just waiting for that support to come in. They need to get Ashen pinched here, get him dealt with. They can't allow him to continue sitting in this position because he is at the minute holding up the entire top floor push. He's got FNATs in position to help him. They can't move in through break room door, but Ashen doesn't want to over-peak this. He's got the utility to help him stay in position. Handy will take down Forest. Fultz manages to take down Cyber with a Nitro, though, to level things up.
Waiting on. Oh, but he's been taken out first. Soul's awakened. I said he had a few rough rounds, but he must have heard because he's up to 5 kills now. The whole team starting to come online with KDS dragging them along by the scruffs of the necks. 2 left for SSG. Surely, team, after this round, there's a tap timeout coming in for them because they've still got it available and they want to get this done in regulation.
Yeah, absolutely that. It's really starting to look close now as FaZe managed to get themselves back. They're going all the way to 12 and it's not a good round for SSG there, really. FaZe able to just pick them apart. Ashen did prevent that push into CCTV very well, to be fair, but it just wasn't enough because the defense crumbled around him, really, and FaZe were able to find the kills elsewhere.
Sure enough, SSG tac timeout is in case you couldn't tell from the reams of strat books being rolled out and discussed between the team here as well. In case you are new to watching SI, we do have each team with the ability to have a tac timeout for 45 seconds, once per map each. We saw that get taken earlier on in the map by the other side from FaZe, and SSG here have taken theirs right at the crux of it, because if they lose this one, Tim, guess where we're going?
We all know it does.
You don't want to say the word until the moment's come. It's almost like a game now that you avoid saying it.
It just, I need it to, I don't want to overuse it. I need to keep it. I need it to keep its impact. It's interesting. We'll have to keep tracking it. Actually, this is the time to remember. Quite often, I think almost all events, for some reason, we end up as the pair with the
highest average round.
Yeah, with the highest average round count. And certainly yesterday, SSG and Wolves delivered that. We had an overtime there.
We had all 12 rounds. We had overtime. Then we had 7-2 to close in the third map. Yeah.
So we had an awful lot of that one, and this is just starting to shape up as one of those that feels like it could be, exactly the same, that we're going to see plenty of it. I said it at the beginning when it was 1-1. This is what we wanted from these two teams. I had a feeling that it was going to be a really tight, close game. So far, not only has it been a close game, it's been really entertaining. Both teams are really, having their moments, and we've seen some great play. So for me, keep on going. Let's see every round of this that we can.
I mean, if FaZe have turned it back on now and can drag this through to overtime, and God knows what happens when we get to those final 3 rounds, it could turn in to one hell of a series. The only thing I'm slightly nervous about is if FaZe do get back to the standard that we know FaZe are more than capable of playing at. Yeah, the last few rounds have been difficult for SSG to remain too competitive, and I just fear that at that point FaZe will just run away with the game, similar to the game against Wolves yesterday. And the main note that I took down from that series yesterday is that it feels like SSG are very... It's almost like they're lost at sea, and the currents around the tide is the other team. They don't really have too much control over a game, really. It's down to the other team. If the other team isn't playing super well, SSG capitalize on that. If the other team is playing well, SSG just can't quite meet that bar, which sounds really weird to say about a former quarterfinalist team, but as a reminder, they only just about squeaked into that spot from Swift and then got knocked out pretty quickly by FaZe. So I just want to see a bit more sharpness from SSG overall, and it's the first time I've really had any criticism to levy against them in this game, but I said the same yesterday, we need to see some sharp, pointy sticks coming out of this team, some hero players that can work a bit of magic when the chips are on the table.
That's a big snag there for the Bravo drone, managing to get that FNAT captured that is going to allow them into break. If Ashen isn't aware of that, it could be dangerous because he will think he's not likely to be pushed. I think he will now know, shoots out the FNAT, so knows that it might be time to consider dropping away.
And one thing to note, we spoke about this a bit on B-Stream yesterday, in case you are coming back to Siege after a while, Ash can now destroy mirror windows at range. Drilling gadgets, so Kali and Ash can shatter them at distance. So it tends to be now when you see a mirror on side, you might see a Twitch, you might see an Ash, you might even see both. Either way, can destroy it at range quite securely, as you saw just a second ago, onto that 90 mirror.
FaZe have done a really good job there of clearing out CCTV. It's allowing them also now to play on the sort of waiting room balcony. They're getting themselves established on that east side of the map, and they can start to push their way across. King's just looking in through the breach, feeding information, whilst SSG, they draw away. They've got a couple underneath, and they're trying to hold on at the minute. 1 minute 10, though, is going to be a long time.
I wouldn't say they're so much scared, but SSG's comp in this round is so defensive as well. I was going to speak about it around start, but forgot. Outside of Forest, everyone wants to be on or around site, and you can see it. We can see it on our top down at least. Outside of Forest, everyone is sat on site, very tightly grouped together, able to play for trades, and this is letting FaZe sort of manipulate the defense and get ready to execute where they want to hit. And here, that looks to be West Main with King. He's the one with Diffuser in back pocket, but his cover in Souls has gone. J9O has just deleted him with the Vector.
Really important kill from J9O there. Might just have won the map, to be honest. Manages to get a second onto the Monty as well, and the slippery slope gets even slippier as Handy now finds himself last alive. 1v4 takes a little bit of damage off J9O, but there is not likely to be a positive outcome for him here. 20 seconds, he's searching, he's seeking, he wants those kills, but he's unlikely to find them because SSG, they are not going to overcommit here. You can see them just sitting back. They know they've got all the crossfires that they need. They take the challenge. Handy finds Forest, but 7 seconds left and 3 kills needed. It's not going to happen. Hot and Cold is the one to step up and find his man. SSG close it out, maybe slightly closer than they would have liked, but 7-5, that's a win on border.
100% closer than they would have liked, I think, Tim. 7-5, given how that first half went, not forgetting it was a 4-2, and it really coming down to attack timeout just before that last round to say, right, boys, enough running around the map, we're going to hunker down. Only Forest offside because his gadgets have been dropped down the ADS, he can afford to get out. Everyone else was playing in twos on either side of that top floor, and I feel for FaZe, they didn't really have enough decisiveness about them. You know, Souls was kind of like, okay, he's on half wall, what's going on? And that left King entirely by himself. And Forest did get that little couple of kills coming up main stairs as well. overall, I think FaZe will be gutted because they did a really good job in that second half to almost pull it back.
Yeah,
but
they did.
Can't ignore the numbers. SSG at 1-0.
No, ultimately, I think, like I said, maybe a little bit closer than SSG might have liked, but I think mentally they take a good victory away from that Intermap 2. You know, I think a lot of people will have expected FaZe to come in here and maybe even roll over SSG a little bit,
Yep.
but SSG have stood tall, they've turned up, and it's been a great performance so far. I'm looking forward to more of this.
Well, let's go to a break. When we come back, the desk will break it down for you ahead of Cafe. See you in a few.
Welcome back to the series. Well, we're right in. I thought we were going back to camera.
No preamble, no camera,
No
just
preamble,
straight to the
no
action.
camera?
Look at. We're in it.
Do you know how long I was in hair and makeup today?
I don't care.
Do you know?
You know how long I wasn't?
Do you know how long I spent choosing an outfit to look cute for Valentine's Day?
Cast the next match.
Do you know how many people?
Casting with Nick next.
I'm casting with Penguin.
Poor boy. There's good boy
You're
and there's poor
casting
boy.
with Hat later.
Don't remind me.
He's in his live, laugh, love cupboard currently.
Looking at a picture of Max Verstappen.
Look at this match. And he just sits there and he just nods.
He's on games 3 and 4 today. What's the over-under on him actually being awake?
He's just, he nods and goes, Dutch people can be good.
Look at that.
Thanks for tapping.
Look at that result.
I think there should at some point be us on camera again.
Yeah, at the end of the match.
Yeah, in the middle.
You think they should just cut through the matchup and just come back to us?
I think we should float around the stream, you know, like on DVD menus.
We just ping pong. There's just like a cube of us.
Yeah.
Bouncing around the screen. Just bouncing around the screen.
Because then viewers are
The
home.
game ends when we hit the corner. That's over. Whoever's
how
in the
many
lead
people-
is the one who wins.
How many people love to watch that, right?
If you love to watch that, put a 1 in the chat, please.
If you love to watch the DVD logo.
And then if you
Bounce.
if you don't want to watch it, also put a 1 in chat. I'm just trying to see something.
I think the kids at home are calling for it, screaming. We should probably get them away from the computers.
10 seconds to go.
Virax, we're onto that map now. A quick jaunt into the cold winds of Chalet, and we play on the basement with G2 leading on defense.
Attackers are moving out
Defense.
to locate a
Can you
bomb and
defend the performance that we had from Virax's attack on the previous map? Not so well, really. They just struggled to get into the sort of game itself, and well, you're seeing a lot of ones in chat. And a lot of ones as well, so it's both sides of it.
You know what I think about my favorite part about this is just like right now I can only imagine the amount of G2 fans who are just so aggravated hearing this commentary. Not that I want to openly antagonize a fan base, but if there's any fan base I'm pissing off, G2 fans is probably the most important. Outside of DZ fans, I like pissing off. But that's just because then I have to hear about it from Troy.
Yeah, well, you know, he's Canadian. You guys have that,
Literally.
that like talk of brain conversation. Talk of brain conversation thing. I have apparently no brain talk of conversation thing, but what I can talk about is the Blitz.
So I want to say one thing about these operator bids. Obviously, we're 1 minute into the second map. G2 slaughtered Fearless Foxes in map number 1. This obviously is Fearless Fox's map. However, they banned the Fenrir, and Fenrir was the biggest thorn in the side I felt of G2 in the previous map. Fenrir was hugely important at obscuring various vision from G2 and then being able to punish them with that nearsightedness.
Oh. Oh no.
That was an odd fight
The
for
first
Fearless
was,
Foxes to take.
I mean, caught on the rotate over the sort of barricade of the stairs, going for the hop there, then getting the second as well, just by third peek onto the window was when he netted the third kill there. And it's just a sort of terrible situation. Almost another body confirmed on a window swinging, and it is.
You either playing, did you ever play old FPS games where you play Iron Man?
Yeah.
Where you just send one person out and see how many...
Oh no, it's a quad for Doki. Will it be an ace? He's going for the final player, and he's got the gun to do it. Alamau steals it from Doki. But the fact that, okay, let's have a look at that as an attack. The site was the basement itself. They were trying to find their way through onto it via the west main take. They had two players lose on one window, the main window just upstairs, main. And then they had the players jump in on the back window. The fourth player to get into an engagement, the fourth operator, was Blitz. When you're getting in and throwing yourself into that close sort of situation, the shield player is the one that sort of goes into this very, let's say, direct attempted take. They didn't have any control anywhere else. They hadn't dabbled anywhere else. So you do wonder why the Blitz was there in that position when they should have really been, if it is a direct charge, the tip of the spear.
Bomb located by attackers.
By the way, you asked me why I wanted to say his name, and I'm going to read. I just got a
10
notification
seconds
for this
remaining.
1 minute ago. Popped up on my screen.
Yeah.
I'm not
5 seconds
actively
to
checking Twitter in between matches, by the way, but I keep all my notes on an iPad, and I get notifications that pop up.
Uh-huh.
So
You get the bleeps and the
saw
bleeps.
this, yeah. I just opened it right now. This is from @Tom J Sherlock on Twitter, and I refuse to follow that because that's a stupid branding decision. Tom B. Sherlock is officially rebranding. It's still unreal hearing yourself being spoken about on an official broadcast. Ribbit. Pets permitted. Big love to both you and Captain. Both crushing it as always. 5 exclamation.
Aww.
Thanks, Tom.
Thanks, Tom. Love you, Tom.
One day you'll be on the A stream.
One day you will be on the A stream, Tom.
He's been on the A stream actually during Copenhagen a lot when he was in the crowd.
Yes, he's also played for the show match.
Did? Yep.
Did well, I think.
I didn't.
You were too busy feeding
You cast it. I fed.
boys bananas.
Yeah, I fed. We were eating bananas on the stairs. Me.
And then you fed a boy a banana.
No, that was Atlanta.
Ah.
It's different. I know that you might think that they're the same, but they were in fact not. However, let's take a look at what G2 is doing right now. They're defending upstairs, and Fearless Fox are in the building. Fearx are in the building and droning out that basement floor because Here's the big thing about G2. They've got a Vigil, an operator that has really not seen a lot of pick rate so far at this event. Obviously, we're only a day in. But if you're Doki, after that banger of a round where he got a 4K, waste as much time as humanly possible. And if there's not enough anti-flank brought by Fear X, you can then go up the stairs and punish them.
G2, they've been able to get the lead in, and you know, at this point, we've got all 5 players of Fear X still alive, which is maybe the longest we've had of that in this entire showdown and scenario so far. I spoke too soon. As C4 is able to remove Demic as they try and put pressure onto the windows now. Benja is more than happy to just drift around the side, but caught from underneath. Good boy. Gets the take, misses the camera, but player is more important in that engagement. Just under. A minute left at this point. They're still trying to get a hand onto the site itself, and you're looking at no sort of hard breach. It's a direct drive from what is otherwise in place. Good boy gets another. That fight continues underneath. The Buck is trying to force the players out of the sort of sitting corners that they're otherwise tucked in towards the bathroom. The blinds come across the board. 30 seconds. They're forced all the way back into piano with only Uno inside the site itself. They're just shepherding space. This is when you go, Fear X, what have you learned? Can you get the kit down? No. You only need enough to be able to cement yourself that plant. You don't need to try and get the complete clarity, which is otherwise struggled. But he's on the retake, drives his way through the bathroom, and he's looking for the next swing onto the hard walls. They know how deep he has gone. Good boy. He's right inside the core of the site, going with a skeleton key, but it's just a ring around the rosies. He's too far away! And the retake of G2 retakes what was the most promising attack from the whole game.
So I don't want to obviously just point my finger at one player in particular as to who cost that entire round, but I have no choice. Arukaze was playing Capitao on the bedroom big window. He had the line of sight in the bedroom, but also the rotate that was created in the office, and most importantly, the door and angle all the way into piano. Now, he was switching out his Capitao fire arrows. So he dives down from the window at the same time that both Virtue and Alimao push up to that bathroom door, cycle through. They can look at bedroom, they can look at closet, they can look at solarium, and by the time Arukaze is able to get back up to that big window, it's too late. Alimao's been able to get away, and Alimao got 3 kills. 3 kills because he was not cut off from Arukaze. Capitao had held that position and got the cross and kills out now. That round almost certainly goes in favor of none other than Fear X. But all it takes is you rappelling down for a nanosecond to either reload or do something and take your eyes off of the line where your opponents can cross over, and all hope is lost. And that's effectively what happened. Arukaze took his eye off the ball. He played safe. He played smart, all things considered. But if you'd held that position, knowing that your teammates were going to be coming from that Solarium side, and you could have possibly killed Alimao, put more pressure on Uno, who's effectively trapped in office at that point. Uno would have had to fight his way out of it. He didn't really have much going for him. He was a mirror sitting on a mirror window, but other than that, it's just the Vector that you're going to be engaging long range with the Vector. You're going to run bullets really fast. At that point, Arukaze could potentially repel in, and all it leaves is Virtue playing inside a bathroom. That was all it came down to. Allowing Alimao to play in that position at the very end there was huge. I will, though, give credit to Fear X for the fact that they were able to get a lot of anti-flank down. They isolated Doki early on. They eliminated the threat that the Vigil posed, which is huge. Because on a map like Chalet, it is so common to stick somebody either upstairs if you're defending the first floor or downstairs, or in the basement if you're defending the first floor or the top floor. Somebody like Doki, who is just excellent on those lurk rolls, excellent in most of the way that you're deploying him for G2. If he can play on Vigil and force a team who showed on Oregon that they have some struggles coordinating with their drones, to waste all that time droning out a Vigil and isolating you, it's going to strengthen the excellent players that are on site. G2 doesn't really have any weaknesses on this roster. So if you can isolate Doki early on, get a pick or two, take an operator like Buck, who can then get those kills and immediately pivot to soft destruction, which is what Good Boy did. You're going to set your team up, the rest of your team, for success. It's unfortunate that a single player ultimately cost them that round by not covering what ended up being the single most important angle in the way that XP played out. We have a rehost, by the way, because there was a drone bug, so if you're wondering what the tech pause is for, G2 is just now loading back into the lobby.
Do you like the tunes we're having here out in Brazil? Can you roll your R's?
Brazil.
Brazil. I don't know how many casters can. I know some of them can't. And I think we should find that out sooner rather than later. But I'm loving these rhythms. I'm loving these rumba rhymes. You're a musician. You're a musical man.
I am sometimes.
You come from far away.
Okay.
What do you play?
I play guitar.
Guitar. Doo-doo-doo.
Of course, which there's absolutely zero guitar present in the song that we're listening to. This is entirely composed electronically.
This could be like a...
I don't even think a real instrument was used here. This sounds like it was all done digitally, so... I do love that tone, though. Womp, 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 womp.
Maybe that's a guitar. And that's why you love it so much.
Certainly not.
Do you love your guitar? Do you kiss your guitar?
I have never kissed my guitar.
Happy Valentine's Day. Duo! But that, for my money, was FearX's best attack round so far, and the closest they have come to success. This is their map. So you want to see a little bit more. You expect to see a little bit more, but also, this is a tough game. You're against the reigning champions. You are the underdogs. They will be the underdogs in every game that they've played. Let's be honest. With the rankings of the teams that have come into this, of how they've performed internationally and domestically against their sort of co-compatriots from their countries and continents that are here at the same tournament, FearX are that sort of low number with a very recent roster change and a very recent coach change that is the biggest. And I'm not just saying that as a sort of idea of who's come in or what's changed, but when you get a coach that is from an entirely different region into a team that has never had any staff or any players or anything from a different region, it's huge. It can be great, it can be terrible, it can be tricky, and it probably usually is, especially with a communication barricade, because everyone starts having to work in their second language. And, you know, developing that over a time is tough. Developing that over a short time of 6 weeks. I'm not going to say it's impossible, but you'll hopefully just get a couple of tastes of new things. Look at this. Every single G2 player seems curious about what might approach from the windows. And Doki is the one that suffers. Caught out the grenade. We got a grenade kill! Woo! Mephi kills Doki with a grenade. Doki, how does it feel being probably the only person who will die to a grenade at this major?
It was something that got brought up yesterday was, are we going to see a grenade kill or not? And, I mean, obviously the answer is now yes, but at the time I would have said probably not, no.
Well, there it is. It is Doki.
I...
Put it on the bingo, fresh! Oh, I'm fresh from Hull.
Wow. So, this round is G2 largely standing still because they didn't know that FearX was going to sprint in with a minute to go. And honestly, kudos to FearX for making these changes. They've assessed the fact that G2 had too many chess pieces off-site and just go for it. I mean, when you're defending bar games on that main floor, it's very common to put somebody in basement underneath to rotate up through blue, and that's exactly what happened. They knew that Benja was going to be there, and when you have a numbers advantage, you can keep on it. But if you're going to vault through Mudroom and just take an engagement after doing minimal droning and win 1 or 2 gunfights, it sounds very simplistic, but it really just boils down to, okay, we got 2 opening picks. What do we do now? Okay, drone quickly and just move, because there's a very high likelihood that how quickly all those kills came in succession, G2 has not been able to communicate with each other where exactly these players are coming from yet. You just simply can't communicate it that fast. So you can run them over, and that's exactly what FearX did. And honestly, that was one of the best FearX rounds that we've seen so far through this matchup.
Things you love to see. Things you love to see. 2-1. FearX, they've got themselves their 4th round of this showdown so far, but when you're looking at Chalet as a map, yeah, it's FearX's choice. G2 opted to start on their defense. They're happy to go to their attack second. It works well for attackers. It's not entirely split towards one side or the other, as a lot of other maps seem to be, although the tournament in general, I believe, has had a defensive-leaning sort of ratio. The sort of statistic makes sense. We have a very powerful set of defenders at the minute, to the point where everyone's sort of saying, oh, what do you get rid of? There's 5 or 6 need to bans. You don't have the same translation onto attack. You've got the pressure of time. You're looking at a decent selection of guns that have been added towards the defenders as well. Even Kubra's got a DMR, which is always terrifying. But we haven't seen too much of the Iceman.
Is that what we're calling him?
The Iceman. Yeah, we're going to call him that. You know what? You know how they say what's in the canister?
Yeah.
I want to know what's in the Zoto canister because it's colder than, like, thermite. And thermite is used to, like, weld, like...
We exist in a universe where operators pull
ice cubes.
Giant metal rods out of their behinds to then reinforce walls. So, I mean, we
Bomb
don't...
located by attackers.
Also, EMPs of any size smaller than, like, a bomb are just not possible. And Thatcher has, like, little...
EMP?
Basically, like, the size of a pool ball.
What's that,
like
Ocean's 11?
I don't know. I watched that movie once.
Wow.
I mean, Nick and I actually kind of talked about this yesterday, as obviously...
Yeehaw?
You didn't need to do that. You could have just used your MP. I don't understand why.
He needed to do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's... Obviously, since we had the rehost, it's going to overlook the fact that Toki got a 4K in the very first round, which is quite impressive. But Nick and I talked about the application of Tubaro, or however I've heard people use different pronunciations.
Hap was calling him Tubby.
That's bad.
Yeah.
And Hap should feel bad.
Yeah.
He should go back to his live, laugh,
Laugh,
post.
laugh.
He should live, laugh, learn to pronounce. So, but an application on Shelly really doesn't make a lot of sense. I think he's a suboptimal pick when you've got Solus on the board, when you've got Fenrir on the board, when you've got Azami on the board. You usually pick those. Like I said back in round number 1, I really like this Fenrir ban from G2. When G2 was on attack, Fenrir was ultimately what was tripping them up a lot, and it allowed FearX to get a ton of kills on Oregon solely because of what Fenrir does as an operator. If G2 wants to go quick, Fenrir is going to slow you down quite a lot and really hurt you in gunfights, which is the area in which I think G2 excels at.
Does Rin know? Yes. Turns out, Rin able to get a second for the round, removes Virtue from the cross angle, but look at the timer on the left of your screen, friends. I'm joking. Top middle, it's where it's always been, and they're about to see if they can try and get to somewhere they haven't been, which is down inside the site itself, but the smokes will stop them. These are those issues that we talked about with this roster on attack, is they just struggle with their time management. At this point now, it's do or die. They have a 2-body advantage, but no time to make it work. The kick goes cold on the snowmobile stairs. Benja makes sure a second goes cold as well. Suddenly it's a 3 versus 3 with only 6 seconds on the board, and for all the pace and the work, they've got to try and scramble, get this down. It'll just take Alamau on a rotate. If he goes unchecked, it's Alamau, but he's locked out. Just covered Uno, fighting tooth and nail to the 2 versus 1 here. Cannot get the spray on the stairs. Suddenly, they've pulled themselves all the way back round. He's going to try and bait the first fight. Gets the lockdown perfectly. That's that experience we talk about, the 1 versus 1. He knows he has to put the pressure onto Mephi. He knows right where he is, and he takes a lot of damage on the swinging round. Mephi gets FearX cemented, and they just made it happen.
I am a little confused as to why Benja took the engagement on that garage panel so quickly with only 5 seconds left. I wonder if it was a lack of time management for G2. Maybe Benja was just feeling really good about his shots, but you've got the case on the stairs. All you need to do is sit on it and deny it. At that point, it's a 3v3 with literally 5 seconds left. Your main priority at that point is stop them from getting the case. Now, Benja knows there's one playing on the panel on garage down below. Okay, perfect. Take that engagement. Lose it, ultimately. But more importantly, you know that the time it's going to take to get from the garage panel to the case to get back in and plant is longer than 5 seconds. You're more worried, or you should be more worried, about somebody pushing from main lobby. Benja changed his focus from what could have been more advantageous, just fight main lobby and deny the case from being even picked up, and win your team on time, from going for a challenge down below. Benja obviously got a 2K right before that. He's a much better player than I am. Obviously, Benja knows what he's doing. This might come as a shock to you. However, if Benja takes the engagement upstairs instead, which they must have heard because there were players moving through main lobby, they make footsteps, it's quite loud. Unless comms were a mess, if G2 had have instead focused on preventing somebody from getting the case on main stairs, which is exactly what ended up happening, G2 wins that round without the diffuser even going down. I have to kind of question why Benja chose that target of them all. And I think it might have made more sense to run up and waste time in the lobby than to waste time on the garage panel.
Rex with 2. If they get 3, I mean, to be honest, that's sort of what you'd call any team's good attack swing onto Chalet. As I said, it is more of an even half. It is something that can, for some teams, lean into an attack benefit. And I think G2, even with their sort of direct drives towards the site, will find ways to punish Rex on this itself. Because, well, there's even less structure that's kind of offered to you against those freewheeling gunners. Talking of freewheeling gunners, Benja. The opener here against Demic quite early. They almost get the second. The Nook nowhere near as sneaky as they believed they were. Doki, they're going to just keep pushing towards the fight for a bit before they sort of go, actually, they might come in onto Mudroom, they might come elsewhere. I'll still hold on to the bottom of the main stairs. Good boy. Has to opt for a different route through. But is being watched just as intently. They don't know about that, but I don't think he knows about Uno, who is just sort of saying, look, we know there's a player down there. We know they're a sliver of health. Doki, you've got one staircase. I've got the other. Either has to rotate all the way back round, or he'll suffer that.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it was just perfectly red, but there was no pressure on Uno to ensure any safety from Good Boy. Alamar gets Mephi. There's Doki getting Rin, and just a shutdown.
I mean, I have to give credit to Rin for how they're playing this particular round. Okay, Rin obviously on Oregon went. I didn't see the numbers that popped up on the screen. I don't know. I don't even think they did pop up on the screen, frankly, because we had that tech issue and just went straight into the game. But I think Rin's opening score was 0-6 or 0-7 or something like that on the previous map. It was not good. Playing safer is probably the biggest thing that Rin needs to focus on. It was something that Rin needed to focus on in Dalmonkia, and now obviously that extends to FearX and with the way that it's been played so far. Arukazi, I think, is just wasting time at this point and allowing his team to likely communicate. Because why bother burning a timeout when you have an opportunity to do that right now? There's 5 players of G2 still alive. The only one who's taken any damage is Benjamaster. It's really not an ideal situation for FearX.
He's just running back and forth on the window with the D.
I mean, Alamo's having fun.
Come on, Alamo. Get the dig. Arakaze gets 1. He's going to do the hop out on the window.
15 seconds to go.
And there it is. Yep, you got it. Excellently done.
No dig, though.
Carl!
Carl, where's the dig?
Well, he gets it done.
1 dig, Carl. I remember that episode of Jimmy Neutron.
The Carl is from that.
I know, Walking Dead. Carl.
No, it's from the llama skit on YouTube.
Carl.
Llama that,
oh,
eats people.
There's so many Carls.
You know, I hear there's millions of them.
I don't.
In the world.
I don't listen to you. I'm doing a whole physical bit. It would work. If we were on camera in the middle of the game, like I requested.
They're not going to cut to us when they got the players in the game again. Nobody cares about us. We're not the main characters of this match.
What?
Look, G2 needs to broadcast their match to their dozens and dozens of fans.
I'm doing this.
For those who can't see, she is swinging her leg.
It's very impressive. G2 Rainbow 6 on Twitter. They got a new Twitter opened up.
10 seconds left before
Did you say G2 got a new Twitter?
Yeah, have you seen they've now got a... There's the main G2 Twitter, but there's a G2 Rainbow 6 Twitter as well. They followed me. Did they not follow you? A little bit awkward.
I have no idea. I checked Twitter once a day and wasn't on that night.
Oh, okay.
Outside of maybe posting Instagram stories, I don't really use social media anymore. It's very nice.
Yeah, you live in a hut, I've heard.
I mean, prior to getting into esports, I barely used social media at all. I used Instagram maybe every couple of weeks. I didn't use Twitter. I don't find much value in social media. I use it for the job. That's about it.
You're a Bigfoot sighting.
Are you making a joke about my appearance or my? Okay, hold on a second.
Yeah, Benja
just jumped out of
main window.
And got a kill. Okay.
Top of my west main.
Yeah.
Hit that. I mean, this is a confidence of Benja that I'm really happy to see. I don't know. Well, I don't know. We might have been cast at the same time. The Benjamaster game yesterday was more of last SI Benjamaster. He was having a fantastic performance, which he wasn't able to do in Atlanta. Struggled.
Now, it's okay to be sitting outside a west main window, as Rin is currently doing when the bomb site is only a couple feet from that side of kitchen. But you can see from the immediate responses that FearX has that They are frightened by G2's unpredictability, and frankly, for good reason. Again, FearX have not been that proficient through both of these maps at drawing first blood, and that is a huge problem for them. So, if Rin is still in the same spot 30 seconds later, and again, it's okay, but where are your drones? You've got 6 drones available. Obviously, all of the clutch drones have been shot, so the Bravo for Good Boy is not going to be particularly important at this point, and now obviously is dead, and so is Rin. But all this FearX team seems to want to make West Main the major focus. Demic dies, now it's Arakazi again. It was a 1v5 last round, now it's a 1v4. This first half looks like it's going to go to G2 on a more favorable side, and G2 obviously picked the side because it's FearX's map. But G2 going up 4-2 is a worrying sign.
Yeah, I mean, I think we sort of always predicted that this was going to be a 2-map series, just because of the competition that they're up against. You're up against the reigning champions, and there's only so many times you sort of reiterate that. Arakaze is being hunted now. He's probably going to find a fight down the corridor. There it is. It's just being forced out of the map. Look at this. G2 is literally bullying the one remaining player with 30 seconds left in a 4 versus 1 out of the map. They're not even letting him try and attack them on the site. Alamau has typed.
I believe he is sleeping.
I believe he has fallen asleep. Well, he is dead, so.
He also was yawning. But the entirety of this matchup occurred in West Main.
It's the place to be.
The thing is that, and again, I don't want to speak down on FearX, and I apologize to people who think it comes across this way, but the rounds that G2 are losing, for the most part, are because G2 is losing them, not that FearX is necessarily winning them. Obviously, the difference to that was the rush that came out, I think it was in round number 3, if I remember correctly, when FearX had everybody in the building in the first 45 seconds. The round was effectively over within the first minute, but it goes all the way back to Orin. G2 are a team that they excel by doing things that are kind of, let's be frank, brain dead. G2 does some brain dead stuff, and you've got Doki and Alamau who can get away with it because they're immensely skilled. If you're playing against a team that is very unpredictable, which in a lot of ways I would argue FearX is, then it can come back to bite you pretty hard. And my issue with G2, and it's always been this issue that I've had with this iteration of the team, is that it seems like they can't right the ship after the round starts to go poorly.
Yeah.
It seems like when G2 loses, it just snowballs and they hit the GG go next and then, focus up for the next round.
5 seconds left.
It happened on Oregon. It's happened a couple rounds here, obviously, on Chalet, where they lose 1 or 2 picks and they don't really have, I think, the wherewithal to consolidate and use what they have left to try and keep this one close. And again, credit to FearX for punishing that. A bad team would not be able to punish it.
G2, they only need to be able to really take one site at this point on their attack to push this into the end zone, but you feel like they get a bit of a repetition as before they open. With their clean rounds at the start, or a timeout, to be fair, from Dark did bring FearX a little bit back into the previous map. Virtue sat with the bees ready, actually, to try and get the rotation on the barricades, just building the back end window. They have the mirror, they've got the castle and the protection of double as well. As just being removed at this point, because otherwise it cuts off the rotation. The bees will force some of the motion of the player. Alamau gets one, Arakaze gets revenge, and there's a double for Arakaze. Huge potential player as the keeper gets some rebuild and restructure. The tuck around the corner, Avenger still able to do some work, but it's worked right back against them. Suddenly it's just Mephi though. Uno's going to see if he can stick it. A fantastic execute comes through from G2. They had control over pretty much the whole round of the site. Blind into the close box. Perfectly played. Buys them a second to get into position. Uno pulls back. They have the crossfire. They're not entirely sure where the player is. Now they are, but they're on the wrong side of the mirror window, so they drop down. There's 30 seconds. They don't need to go into this engagement. They know exactly where Mephi is, and Mephi is trapped. Has to try and fight a way out. Hasn't seen the rotates to his left-hand side, but he's going around the back of the site once again, playing chase on a player who is just toying with the motion in the ocean at this, but the only thing that's being rocked, I think, is FearX's round. Not enough time to get to the diffuser and get it at this point. Gets at least a kill on the way out as the pistol sprayed through, but the 2 remaining players bought all the time in the world.
Yeah, no, and honestly, I love confidence that G2 brought to that round. They were very methodical about it. They got in quickly. They knew what they were doing. Yeah, they lost a couple gunfights, but ultimately the plan was get in, plant in bedroom, and get out as quickly as possible. and they had the good wherewithal to do it. You know, G2 really trusts each other. You can tell that G2 trusts each other when it comes down to the cut and thrust of a round. So they trust each other. They get in. Obviously, when a player like Mephi is still upright, who I think is the best player at the present moment on FearX, despite the fact that Arakazi is doing better in this particular matchup, I think Mephi is, to me, the scariest player on this team. G2 were able to play it perfect. You called it the flashbang and how successful it was. It was perfectly timed. It was perfectly placed. Kudos to G2. And if they can do another offensive round right now, attacking round like that, then this matchup is probably over. I just frankly don't know if FearX is able to come back from that.
Okay, well, they are one away from being on series point and being on the wrong end of a potentially quick showing on their first day here, but they won't go home after the end of the first day. It is the opening game. And it's not just a sort of statement of FearX, but anybody often struggles. Look at G2. When they came in onto the first major in Copenhagen, they got there into the playoff stage, the sort of middle area, and they weren't quite up to the same pace as the teams that had had those warm-up games. The teams that were technically lower seeded were able to hand G2 some games that, well, when it came to the opposite side of it, and G2 were the ones that fought through the early stages and days into playoffs, they were so warmed up, they were so ready to get in. The difference a day can make is always going to be a potential factor in how you can rise up. The hold here, we're not seeing the West main take that was otherwise attempted really consistently from FearX. Instead, this is something I would say is more traditional. Lock down the controls above, see if you can sort of cement some of that vertical control. They might try and go for the double down, get box wall open, then get the wall of dining and see if you can tuck just behind the bomb chassis itself and offer yourself just some protection, but that means forcing out the players that are otherwise just sat above that luxurious dining table. Mahogany wood.
What type of wood do you think?
I think it's mahogany wood.
It looks like mahogany.
I love mahogany.
It's my favorite type of wood. Do you think they rub mineral oil on it?
I
Because
think it's
raw?
slathered in mineral oil.
Oh my god.
And who knows, slathered in the blood of green.
Rin to die early is obviously not good. Down goes Good Boy. Look at this. Again, look at how quick G2 is. 90 seconds off, and they've already put so much pressure on. That was not smart. And
If Pengu was here, Alamau would get kicked off the team because he would go so mean on him.
I mean, that was a Kino play, exactly. Yeah.
3-2 with a minute. Benja and Virtue. I mean, they're two players.
But he gets the kill on the top in the second. Virtue's been able to pull it off, but Jimmy drops the flare.
Benjamaster's not even in the building, by the way.
He's outside.
He's not even in the building. He's almost got the pick here on Demic, and oh my. Yeah, I mean, 40 seconds left. G2 were so fast.
Oh no! Imagine if that was how it ended. I mean, it got Benja close. That isn't. I mean, with a lot of other guns, that would have been the end of Benja. It is.
So it's worth noting that Benja has a Rotero drone, too, in fact. That could kill Demic, or at least force him out of the spot. And yeah.
Oh, Demic!
Quite well played by Demic at the end, but honestly also sloppiness from Benja. After the fight occurred inside a trophy, Benja should have gotten in the building. Why did you stay outside? You know it's a 1v1. Why are you making it so that the only way for you to get in is to vault through a window? You had an opportunity after you fought on those stairs in trophy and Demic repositioned. You had a very brief window of opportunity to start pressuring him by vaulting in and basically getting rid of the best thing that Demic had going for him, which isn't Demic's own skill. It's the fact that the only way to do anything is to wait until you vault in, because the single most vulnerable time you are in Rainbow Six is when you're either prone or you're vaulting through a window or vaulting over something. The fact that Benja played that relatively incorrectly is not great. And I mean, obviously, this is the second time now that we've seen Benja make kind of a puzzling play in what seems like a relatively winnable situation and then pick the wrong way to do it. The first one obviously was the diffuser on stairs in main lobby, and the second one now was failing to take up map control and staying outside of the building with 35 seconds left. And more importantly, utility in pocket that could be used either for intel or to dislodge that last player.
were you in the good graces in the books being able to cast any of Drow yesterday, or was he banned?
No, we saw him actually quite a bit yesterday.
Nice.
Noodle played him a number of times in the very first matchup. And then I want to say he played him once or twice, or maybe it was a show. And then he was banned out in one of the matches of MAD versus W7M yesterday. But honestly, not a ton of tube play. Why are you asking?
Well, I was gonna see if you wanted to break down Zote canisters and talk about them, but they're easy,
Yeah, I mean, as
easy breezy freezy boys.
Those are just like the roly-poly-oly boys that sends you. So,
Exactly. Sorry, that's the British translation.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we'll talk about it as the application is there. We saw 2 rounds ago, I think it was, the cryo obviously freeze going on the wall of office. But at that point, G2 were able to just cut through Solarium. So ultimately, you stopped Alamau at the time from really being able to do much on the piano wall, obviously, and then the walls in office. But G2 split their forces up. I am interested to see how it's applied this time by Arukazi. Because as you can tell from the right side of your screen, there's no hard breach other than the 2 pocket hard breaches that Uno has. So G2 is just going to go for gunfights. And I mean, hey, it wins. Benjamin Master walks in, gets first pick.
Yeah, Rin's able to get the end of that, and there's Rin with another. They're just holding on to the top of the sort of green stairs, and the greenery shrub is being chased. There's 2 players running from Benja, who's just hopping over the wall itself, and both of them were like, no, I don't want any of that smoke, Chief. I'm gone. Doki. At the top of Snowmobile stairs is these boogie drones boogie their way across the boards and smash all of this verticality. It makes it very awkward to hold this site. You can absolutely destroy anything that is the semblance of a solid hold towards that back end. That wall is, see, Doki just play against it as well. There's more of Virtue's boogie drones. Look how horrifying that is. Imagine how that looks when you're down there. Well, probably actually a little bit more illuminated by these angles that are being entirely just decimated across the whole.
Yeah, I mean, it's also the sound, too. It's not even so much the destruction. It's that it's a very loud noise above you, and if there's a push that's coming alongside it, very similar to how in the early days of using Gridlock, you throw out those track stingers, and because they make such a high amount of noise, you can use that almost like for concealing your position. Ram's gadget works exactly the same way.
Smoke grenade goes around the corner, 20 seconds. The 4 versus 3. They still have some of this working into their favor here, but you've got to try and use the C4 swing on. The pressure's there. They lose the vertical player. Good Boy gets the kill. Great catch onto 1. There's 1 and 2. Smashed on the pick back round. Cannot hold on, though. Good Boy and Arakaze get the lockdown. And suddenly, Fear X, they get themselves a 4th round. They get 2 on the bounce. They keep themselves away from map and series points.
So here's something funny to note about that was G2 did the exact same plant that Fear X did against them, and it was Benja in the exact same spot, but just on the opposite side of the equation, where when it was Benja on defense trying to stop the attackers from getting the case on main stairs, he picked the wrong target, missed his shots, and died. Benja's the one that's supposed to be overseeing the plant. The plant goes down successfully. Benja was flawless. Shoots the C4, gets the 2 kills as they both emerge from blue, and it looks like G2 is in an excellent position to hang on, but then Benja turns, loses his gunfight on the same place that had happened just 5 or 6 rounds ago, and suddenly, now Fear X are back in the game. This is a far from certain matchup, because if you're Fear X, G2 picked the side they wanted first, which suggests that G2 will be less comfortable on attack. I mean, Fear X should be able to pick up a couple rounds here.
10 seconds remaining.
It's as close as it's going to get so far, and this is the closest we've seen this matchup today.
Want to watch me swing Snowmobile stairs? Want to watch me do it again? Benja's energy.
Defuse the bomb.
Energy.
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 Were you I don't even need to ask this actually, but Barbie or
By your gunner.
Barbie or Oppenheimer? Who are you more closely relate? Like, what is your soul set?
I mean, I didn't see Barbie.
Well,
I saw Oppenheimer, and I thought it was good.
I think you have good energy because
I have good energy. All you do is beach.
all you do is shout.
Not today, I'm
you
not.
could 100%.
Not today, I'm not.
You could have been one of the. If any of our co-casters were Ken's single purpose and no brain.
Relaxing.
Okay, yeah, but
Because he's gorgeous.
he is stunning. And keeps trying to get all of us to go to the gym, which I appreciate,
Give it a rest, man.
but it's not going to happen.
Give it a rest. I don't want to go to the gym, Gabe.
Relax. Baby. Not happy. Take Jesse. Imagine Jesse, but Jesse's hench. Imagine Jesse, but he's like Hulk Hogan, wider than he is tall. Imagine Jesse bench pressing fresh. Imagine Jesse punching through a wall and saying, "I've got stats for you, friends." Doki punches through Rin. The only stat he's got is another entry statistic going away from him. There's the second, cooked up in the kitchen, and the third! Virtue! Swinging around like it's nobody's business with the power of a saloon door kicked open, says yeehaw, and heads off down the prairie. Arakaze, all that's left, he's trying to cool down one side, but when G2's this hot, it's going to take more than just a peppering of a little bit of chill. Locked out by Doki on the back end. G2 get themselves up to map and series point. And we have a timeout.
Not a surprise to see the timeout get called here. And I mean, obviously, both teams get to speak during the timeout. So G2 will nonetheless go in and be able to talk too. Here's the thing that I said about G2 is that they like to play kind of sloppy. They like to play kind of fun and loose and all that. And it's a hallmark of their play style. You know, like those ego challenges that we see the individual hero plays from G2s define them for a large part of the last year, if not even longer than that, frankly. You know, they're not as cohesive as, say, like a W7M is as a team, but the play style is really up to what you think works best. When you have the players on G2, I don't fault them for making that decision. But they haven't been paying a lot of respect to FearX. And again, FearX are one of the top 20 teams in the world. That's why they're here at the 6 Invitational. If you're not giving them the respect that they deserve, they're going to punish you for it. And that's what we're seeing. FearX is punishing G2. When G2 makes mistakes, FearX is there to capitalize. Now, that's not to say FearX isn't making their own mistakes. They've made far more mistakes than G2 has, and G2's punished them quite a lot. But 2 rounds ago, G2 made some interesting decisions. The round before that, another interesting decision. That was when Benja didn't get inside of the building. You're making these mistakes, which are relatively poor mistakes for a team of G2's caliber to be making, and then G2 turns around and absolutely crushes you the next round, which is a nice, solid reminder that G2 are capable of doing this pretty much every round if they want to.
Yeah.
But they're not. And go back to Oregon in a number of those rounds, it just seems like G2 wasn't really playing up to their full potential. Because I have to imagine there's been a conversation that G2 has had amongst themselves where, why are we sweating so hard? Why are we exposing strats on a team that we can not necessarily try as hard against and still ultimately prevail? And I mean, the saving strats conversation has happened a lot. G2 was actually the epicenter of it way back in the day. They started it. But it's true. G2 can just play kind of a ranked play style, play default strats, and not show anything in depth, and not give anything away for their opponents. Even if it costs you 4 rounds in this map, who cares? You're still going to win. And I think that's the way G2's approaching it.
2 opportunities to lock this out on map 2. And that was generic prediction, was to see it get to this point. I think on this, the second map, FearX, they've definitely been able to improve as to their Oregon. We have seen them get a little bit more heated, a little bit more confrontational. The game that's ahead of them, and a little bit more cohesive with each other as well. A couple of these moments of going, okay, this is how I can do this. This is how I can play this game. Unfortunately, Good Boy might not be playing the rest of this round. If he does get Alamau, though, Good Boy's down just below the site. Doki's trying to go for the hunt, but he doesn't want to get caught out. But that's how they got Alamau on the split. He's just sat on the far side, and there you go. Moves 1. There goes Maffy. Uno's able to put the pressure towards the site itself. Benja's just holding on. Further rotation. It's a 4 versus 3. Well, make that a 4 versus 2, 3 versus 2. It's juggled still back and forth. That spraying and getting some motion in Arakaze and Demic, but he's not on a huge amount of health here against what is still a team laden with a little bit of utility and a lot of bit of health. The Bees go over the top just to get some clarity onto this mirror window, which is currently unoccupied. Uno's going to open up box on the back end just to give themselves that default plant towards it. Demic does find Virtue, though, and suddenly they've freed up all of the backside towards the site. They have somewhere they can sort of rest and keep themselves protected from the approach. Doki could rotate. He's going to see if he can try and instead get a little bit of split, a little bit of width towards the angle. Uno's holding onto one and wants to get the cover onto the plant itself as the smokes are coming through. There is a C4 in pocket from Arakaze. He might go for the catch here. The pings are coming towards it. He goes for the rotate. He's making the motions. He gets the spray on the player, gets the drop. Doki now inside Piano. He's looking for the first fight. It is being held. Demic holds off Fearless Fox's demise for one more round, but one more still separates them from overtime.
It looked like Doki thought that the plant was going to go down and was already pivoting towards a post plant, which this is a lesson for basically everybody who plays this game. The plant isn't down until the plant is down. It doesn't matter if there's 1 nanosecond left. There have been countless times that when we've been watching pro play, somebody's on the diffuser, either disabling it or planting it, and you can't even really see the bar anymore. But it doesn't matter because the job's not done. And when you go to plant that diffuser, you cannot start to move into a post plant until the timer runs out. Great job by FearX to read into that. Great job by Arakaze to push up and stop the plant from going down amidst the smoke. Because, frankly, I don't think FearX should have gotten away with that. But a little bit of negligence by G2 and a great read by FearX is all that matters at the tail end of this round. And honestly, it started out so strongly for G2. They've been doing what they've been doing all this second half. Aggressive, get opening picks, take map control. But
10 seconds left
when
before
FearX, again, has good gunners and can fire back and immediately respond to that aggression, you're going to be in trouble. Doki falling off of that coverage at the final second, literal final second. Going into a post plant, you've now cost yourself the plant, and there is no post plant. You die in the 1v2. It's a new day, final round of regulation, but if I'm G2, I'm not particularly happy with some of these rounds. Going back to what we said, obviously, doesn't matter if you win at the end of the day, but frustration will start to set in on G2 here if they can't close it out.
There's something exciting is happening in Tim's life. I never know. I haven't actually checked if the streams can hear each other. They definitely have been able to approve
They can hear each other.
All right. 6-5. FearX. One more round here. See if you can try and push yourself into OT. You're still having these moments, and I do like that they were able to fight back. After losing that entry statistic, they then lent in, got the kill onto Alamau. Of course, the player that went down even further. Mephi takes a bit of a blow. Doki's inside the site. He's holding on, and well, suddenly the alarm bells will be absolutely screaming. I've just been dropped inside the site. Doki's going for the plant as well, and you're thinking you need to sort of react to this. You know at this point they're in there. Where's the motion? It's 45 seconds. Good boy does find Alamau, but with control against them, Rin is just shooting down towards where the player was. Uno's able to get one more across the sort of bow of the second story. Good boy needs to do a vertical retake before he can even go for the site retake itself. They're putting some pressure down onto the back end. Looking towards the trophy side as well, which Virtue's got locked down. Benjamaster gets Mephi, hops in for the swing. Benjamaster gets one more, and that is all she wrote. G2! They're able to find themselves sung round and sitting pretty. 4-4. Maps played, maps won.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit scary there, especially towards the end. And just to sum up that round in particular, it looked like G2 didn't want to necessarily hit the site that quickly, but they discovered that it was open and free for the taking, so why not? You have the site at your control. Take it. The problem is you have to make a determination at some point. Is the site open because of negligence of the other team, or is the site open because they want us to take it and fight us in the post plant? And the way that G2 responded after that diffuser went down leads me to believe that they were not expecting to be able to get a plant off that early, and FearX looked like they were anticipating an early plant, especially by how Good Boy was hovering inside a lobby, perfectly placed to catch anybody who was rotating upstairs towards lobby, or anybody who was going to push from over towards library side or play long range through dining. Again, FearX had a good idea with that one, but just because you know what you're going to do doesn't mean you can pull it off. And I mean, that was kind of the story for FearX. It seemed like a lot of rounds knew what they wanted to do, but they just couldn't do it.
I think the split as well at this point, I'll need to double check. It might be dependent on the result we get later on in the day, but they might have secured themselves escape. It wasn't really in there. I thought that G2 was good. My notes don't say that.
Apparently the noise gate wasn't picking us up.
Oh, really?
That's really unfortunate.
Well, there was a whole bit we did. Throw the bit away.
Garbage. Get rid of it. Get rid of it.
It's been got rid of.
Get rid of
So,
it.
that series for Fearless Foxes, we can still talk about some positives. They warmed up in the second map. There's definitely more of a ceiling, definitely more of places to go. Oregon itself was a little bit too far away from the approach. It was too far away from, I suppose, the idea of, you know, how can we bite back against the champions? They were struggling. They were a little bit incoherent on Oregon, especially on their attacks as well. Here, we saw these moments where things had gone against them and the round wasn't over. They had the ability to try and find a little bit more, which is, let's be honest, something they haven't really had recently.
No, and honestly, I know that we talk about map pools and needing strong map pools for best of 3s and then eventually a best of 5 should you make it to the grand finals. But the way that FearX played Chalet, yeah, you might not beat G2 on this map playing that way, but you're probably going to beat other teams at this event on Chalet. So if I'm FearX, yeah, I'm obviously not happy with the result. Nobody's going to be happy with losing 0-2. No team on the planet will be. But if I'm FearX, I'm happy with a lot of the ways that you played Chalet. Retakes, being able to answer aggression with aggression, being able to exploit opportunities as they present themselves. But there were that particular moment right there with Virtue. There were so many times that, again, like individual hero plays by some of the best players that play this game. G2 is 5 of the best players in the world on their squad right now. No team is going to be able to match that every single day. So the fact that FearX was able to take these many rounds off of G2 on Chalet suggests to me that this is a winnable map for FearX against other opponents. Obviously, the big issue is Oregon. Oregon didn't look very good. You got to figure that out. You got to decide what other maps are good. And if Oregon is really that dreadfully bad for you, what are you banning? You know, go back to the map bans. If Oregon is that bad for you, you got a bad map pool, and you got to work on that. I don't know if you're going to be able to get it done at SI, obviously, but it would be a worrying sign for me for FearX. So some positives, some negatives. You reset, ready yourself for the next match.
Benchmaster, he had a great series yesterday. I talked about the importance of what he could sort of bring to this roster. He was the star rookie of the last SI. He was an SI winning star rookie.
Yep.
And then he got a little bit quiet. He wasn't quite able to have the same impact. It's not that the honeymoon period passed, but whether it was the construction that they had before, here, today, and yesterday, he has been back to a bit of a form, back to a bit of a blowout performance, and in how hotly contested modern Siege style is in terms of having a superstar pop off, it's a weird sort of return to this, okay, we need a talisman. We need this tip of the spear. Even on a roster of 5 superstar players, 5 of the best gunners around, having the one that can just decimate everybody, this is the result.
Yeah, I mean, and you gotta, the question I gotta ask is, why was Rin brought onto this team? What was the purpose of bringing Rin on? Because if you look at these 2 maps that just got played, Rin's just not getting the job done in any role, even as a support player, which Rin obviously is not. Those are bad numbers, you know, 2 or 3 kills on Oregon, 4 kills here on Chalet, and you're playing those hard minutes. Rin is roaming on defense, on attack. Rin is usually one of the first 2 people in the building. If you are consistently getting out-dueled time and time again, and on defense, if you are making these really aggressive plays, swinging the doors as we saw on Oregon, swinging windows as we saw on Chalet, and losing consistently, is somebody on FearX going to be able to rein Rin in? Because if you're not, nobody is able to, and Rin's going to keep playing this style. Rin is going to continue to be a proverbial boat anchor, as we saw in the last 2 matches.
You know what they're missing?
That'd be Taylor.
A Eureka moment. I don't mean a Eureka moment. Hey, here's the standings. Here's the standings. G2, as I said, they might have secured themselves. It might depend on the NIP Dark 0 game, that it's to be played as game 3 of today, I believe. Oh no, game 2. It's up next. There's a schedule somewhere. You guys can all find it on the Google. GK obviously can still sort of fight for a place, and it is the first game. There it is. Thank you, perfect. It is the next game on this stream. Dark 0 versus NIP. That might, depending on that result goes, if NIP lose, I think suddenly we have a little bit more of a split, and NIP are in a dangerous position. If yeah, And there's numbers to be run, my friend.
I mean, we're glossing over the fact that FearX actually did better today against G2 than NiP did yesterday, which I think would surprise an awful lot of people.
Yeah.
But just because you got 2 more rounds, I didn't get to watch all of the NiP game yesterday because I was prepping for my cast. But from what I did see, NiP did look downright bad, and we need to call that out as we see it. But again, I don't think necessarily that NiP G2 game was G2 making these mistakes. I think NiP had some better looks than FearX. And of course, the big thing that's covering it over is the fact that Chalet was quite a good map for FearX in comparison to that Oregon. So, I mean, again, yeah, obviously I think NiP right now is kind of that wild card because they're in dead last in the group. If they lose to Dark Zero, they're in a real troubling spot.
What we do have is our intel highlight as well before we go to a quick intel highlight.
What are you doing?
I don't know.
With what?
I have loads of energy.
I know you do. You always do.
They might have had one of the toughest starts of any team.
Yep.
Going up against Wolves and FaZe in your first 2 games.
Top 2 teams in their group outside of themselves.
It's not an easy start to come into, and you know, you've got to think about the mental element coming in. If you take a couple of losses there in those first 2 games, you've got a 3rd and 4th game that you probably should win, but it's then not a given because you've struggled in your first 2, but they've been against such good opposition. But SSG, I think, have come out, you know, especially today, and they've really shown, you know, some great siege. They've shown us the best of themselves. And I think getting 1 win out of the 2 against Wolves and FaZe is not a bad start to this tournament at all.
No, absolutely not. And you can see perfectly a world where it becomes that triangle of all the teams have beaten each other.
Yeah, just kind of.
And then it starts coming down to things like round difference against the other 2 teams in their group, which are Team Bliss and D+.
Yeah. Definitely would say so. And right, here we go. We've got potentially the final round as it will go. Hot and cold, just getting up onto the outside, likely to go East Repel, maybe up to the roof. We'll see where he's going to work from. I know getting that Ram gadget going, the boogie drone goes in, and we'll start taking those verticals. Again, we saw this last time when SSG attacked onto Kitchen. They were so quick in round 9. They got that verticality, they got that control, and ultimately were able to go in and get the round.
Been a few times that SSG have sort of sold a kipper to the team, really, as well, dropping out a couple of Candelas, dropping a call in from the Decisive, and then no one actually moves because they expect it's going to trigger someone like Souls, which it did previously, to jump out of a window or try and get aggressive. This time around, they try and make a play into White, and Cyber was just ready. Hot and cold, taken out for free.
Is going to take a little bit of chip damage there. He's going to take an awful lot more as King finds him with the shotgun. 4 versus 3 though, as Ashen manages to find one. 3 versus 3. That could be a big double from Ashen. They are looking at getting themselves over the line here, and those are the sorts of moments that they're going to need.
Massively, and if this is the time when Ashen starts to shine in the very closing round of the map and the series, you're not going to complain about how the rest of it has gone for him. J9 working his way in, 14-7 on this map. He was massive on border, as mentioned. Absolute hero series coming out of him. I mentioned they were lacking this player yesterday. Today, they have found it in him.
J9 then going to be working down the brown stairs, just trying to get that presence converted now from mid-floor to bottom floor. They need to think about exactly how they're going to get onto site. FaZe, they look like they are now just locked into position, and that's exactly where they're going to be playing for the rest of the round. They're just sort of inviting SSG to push, saying, come on, you've got to make the move. You're the attackers. You've got 30 seconds left.
Which really isn't a lot of time, but again, FaZe quite isolated here in terms of their players. It's been the real stinger for them throughout the whole series. They've just been collapsed on with no one really able to play trades, and Candela's coming on through. One inside VIP. The question is, do they know? A C4 over the top. That's a pretty critical kill. Onto, again, the man who's been fragging out this whole series. Unless they get rid of the VIP player, though, Forest is under threat, and they've found him. FaZe have done enough here. Tim, say the line.
We're going to overtime, Des.
Thank you very much. Indeed, we are 3 more rounds to settle Cafe. this could be one of those series that we were on about that turns into an absolute barn burn.
Honestly, I love it. I'm so excited by this. I wanted to see more of these two teams on Cafe. It's been, you know, it hasn't been perfect siege. There's been bits of mistakes on both sides, but they've both come out and won rounds as well, and it's just been so entertaining. It's just that high-octane siege where you know there's going to be gunfights, you know there's going to be hero players, you know there's going to be big moments. Looking at things, 3-3 in each half, so you would argue there is no advantage to being on defense or attack. Historically, I would say that Cafe generally leans to the defenders. Certainly what we saw yesterday, it did, as is all of Siege at the minute, leaning towards the defenders. FaZe will start on the defense.
Oh boy, oh boy. We were saying at the turn of the half, it's so difficult to call which way the game goes, given we've seen two very different stories. That kind of 5 individuals versus the team on the other side. And now at this point, it just feels like everyone's just thrown everything into a bowl and just mixed it up, and you're not quite sure what's going to come out the other end. Find out though. Starting up on this top floor, Tim. That's a right nice risky pick on Bar Cocktail for your first defensive round.
It is when they've lost it twice already.
Well, they clearly believe they've got the answer, Tim. That's all I'll say.
I'm not too sure myself. We will see how it goes. We are yet to see this site won personally, don't I? And it certainly hasn't been today. Attempted twice.
I just know how smug you're going to be if they lose this.
I'm not really smug. I just stop going to top floor. Please. Especially as the first choice. I'm not saying it's a site that should be avoided at all costs, but we're just seeing a better defensive success. In mining, in reading, in kitchen, we're just seeing more success in those areas.
Yeah, very fair, very fair. Mirror for FaZe coming out. We spoke about this a lot. Since whenever available, they will make use of it, at least on sites where it makes sense. But one of the teams that's more of a mirror enjoyer maybe than many others in the competition. Of course, on some maps, you'll see it brought out by the majority of teams. Some of them just don't really at all. FaZe are one of those that enjoy it. Paired up, of course, along with the Solus, as we've seen previously, it does mean you have that C4 and Solus combo that's very good for the denial. They did mess it up last time round, the 2 versus 2 on this site. Didn't quite manage to catch the player that was planting outside of reading and felt a little bit too at risk to go chasing after it particularly quickly. Had to play in the post plant instead in much more conventional form.
I feel like this is such an important round for FaZe. They've taken a site they haven't won yet. If SSG come in here with an attacking win, you just feel like they might lock it down 8-6 on the defense. And, there's a minute 30 left for them to get it done. They haven't got themselves inside of Piano. There's actually a lot more pressure out towards the east side. They are established in Cigar as well. So SSG certainly trying to sort of squeeze FaZe from everywhere at the minute.
Ashen once again playing out on East. They're terrified of jump outs, run outs, everything, given we've already seen that happen a fair whack throughout this series. In come the Candelas, Forest straight into a full white flash. Brilliant. But still manages to march his way forward and find the kill on KDS. Instant trade coming in from Cocktail. Souls sat inside of Cocktail, watching behind the mirror window as the plank goes down. Nothing to stop this one. It is done, and FaZe have now got to get a retake on Tim.
I love that from SSG, just dumping the Candela into Cocktail. There they go, they finish it off. They dump that Candela into Cocktail to blind the mirror player, and then Forest pushed in at the perfect time. Yes, he ended up full white flashed himself, but it didn't matter. It was about getting in there quickly on the back of it whilst that player on the mirror window was out of action. They got the kill, they got the space. Hot and Cold puts the diffuser down. Great attack from SSG.
And Tim, what side did they lose?
It was the top floor, Des. I don't know if I've mentioned this, but we haven't seen a successful defense up there yet in 5 attempts.
It just goes from bad to worse, doesn't it? The thing is, looking at it from like yesterday, reading, dining and service, kitchen, 100% win rate on the defensive side. Yet teams do keep on trying to make that top floor. Technical issue in his pants, I guess.
We are on a tech pause. Ashen is quite excited about the last round being won, I think.
Think of it more than just
he just wants to keep going. He knows they've got the momentum at the minute.
Obviously, off camera, we've probably had the admin step in, just tapping him to say.
Stop that! Hey, stop that!
Probably had the admin step in and say, calm it a little bit, because he was getting super excited. He was like, okay, yeah, calm down, calm down, calm down. And now it's gone into a tech pause. He's like, I can say what I want. Probably knowing that some of the players also would have their headsets off, as Cyber does here as well. They'll hear every single word coming out of his mouth.
Dear, oh dear.
So I imagine with the noise-cancelling headphones on, like if they've got white noise, for example, you got your in-ears in as well. You know someone's shouting at you, but don't strictly know the words they're shouting unless the mics pick it up. Ashton has probably got, it's like you, he's got a big enough mouth that it will get picked up through other mics in the room.
Is it SI if that doesn't happen?
Just funny. Just funny. Get back underway though. Game is resuming. Ashen has committed his mental warfare to the other side. And like he says, I think FaZe had to clean something up. Here we go for round 14 then. Still potentially 2 more to play out here. It's SSG on the defense. And Tim, you'll be delighted to know they are not defending bar and cocktail.
They're not. They're going to mining instead. Let's have a look at how SSG did on mining on their defense. They won it in round 2. They won it in round 5. They've picked a site that they had 100% success on.
Weird that.
I don't want to labour over it. It's not even about it being the top floor. I'm just a little bit surprised by the site choice for FaZe of that top floor. You know, it's your overtime first defense, and you're picking a site that you haven't yet won on defense. You've tried it twice, you've lost it twice. If we look at FaZe's defenses overall, they won on mining, they won on reading, they won on kitchen. You know, surely you pick one of those that you've had some success on rather than the one that you haven't. But that is exactly what SSG have done. 2 attempts at mining, 2 wins so far. If they can make it 3 for 3, they take down FaZe inside 2 maps, and they get themselves a win here at SI24.
The stats don't lie, Tim. The stats don't lie. Forest being a bit cheeky on Snowdoor here, hoping to maybe not only slow the side of FaZe down, because although they'll surely get control of this east side of the map, it will require a bit of drone work. It will require being wary of the potential run out coming in from Snow, and that's why there's a nomad on site, just in case any of that chaos does begin. That's an interesting one. Just in case someone tries to run out behind them, they get blasted out.
Yeah, we saw the attempt last time. You either go out a black door or a bottom garage. You just kind of get out and see if you can see up to anybody who's on a high rappel. If they're down on the ground, you can't see them. But yeah, it's a smart one, because it's always frustrating when teams try things like that and then don't deal with it themselves. Yeah. You know, if SSG come out and are successful after FaZe have tried it, you've got to ask questions at that point. But
it denies both ways to kind of jump out onto east and then run back down to the garage, or the garage
it's
run
just
out
a bit
with
of
the
everything. That's it. So we're going to have the Twitch drone in. Does not take out the bulletproof cam that it was looking for. That could be a big one.
Yes. Previously that to get right up close and personal with it and destroy it after clearing through the top floor, so the whole time it was feeding information against them. Probably going to have to find themselves doing exactly the same here. Cyber sat inside of Cigars being so wary, doesn't want to give himself away entirely to that camera, sees it now, blessing a play in the Ash, can destroy it at range. Although I imagine it got eaten up either by an ADS or either one my, if not.
I did hear an explosion.
I did hear it, but it was a bit delayed though.
Yeah, we'll see as we go on whether that is still in position or not. But for the time being, FaZe are trying to continue on that top floor clearance. The fact that KDS is wandering through Lumber into Piano would suggest that they've got everybody moved on, which they have. J-Nano and Forest have dropped down underneath now, so Cocktail is in the possession of FaZe. They get things kicked off with a kill against Forest. Cyber using those verticals.
This would be just be a classic if in overtime in the first 2 rounds the attackers win both of the first 2 rounds.
100%, yeah.
And you just have no idea what to expect going into 15. You can see it coming as well.
Oh, absolutely. It's on the cards. 5 versus 4 then, as the pressure continues to mount for SSG here. Fultz is kind of out on red stairs at the minute. He knows that there's somebody above him. I think he's just trying to have any impact that he can, but it's going to be difficult because it's Souls on 13 and 8 who's coming down the stairs looking for him, and it's not going to be an easy challenge.
This is not. It's got the right sort of idea. There is a player off to the left, but Souls just not quite got the angle that he needs. Fultz gets one back and it Souls down. I said, you got to kill God if you want to win these rounds, Tim, and they've done it.
Time is becoming such a factor here. 9 seconds left to go for SSG to hold on. 3 versus 3, 2 versus 2, 2 versus 1. Could SSG do this inside 2 maps? They've won it, Des! They've beaten FaZe on Cafe, and they take the win!
Unbelievable! Coming into today, everyone had FaZe down on those prediction cards. The teams take it. Maybe a 2-1 split, maybe you lose a map. But no, SSG taking both. Retain that decisive play that we saw yesterday as a team. And I said it in the game, Tim, for me, it did come down to that. It was 5 individuals versus a very well-drilled team. And maybe today we've seen J9 perform at the level we expect when you need a star player on your team. We didn't see that yesterday, but that has blown this group wide open. It is not going to be the clear run through that everyone thought it would be for FaZe.
No, absolutely not. And you've hit the nail on the head there, Des. SSG look like a great team today, working with each other, covering each other, trades, just, you know, the combination of the utility sending in a Candela, Forest pushing in at the right time, the comms are obviously there, you can see it in the play. When comms are really good, you can see it. It's not about hearing it, and that is exactly what we've had from SSG. I've been impressed by them, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of them as the group stages go on.
The thing is, like you said, they've had their 2 big games now, and it's not to assume that these 2 teams will be free wins for them. They've got D+ and they've got Bliss as the next 2 games.
They should be beating them, is the reality.
The very exciting one, in my opinion, will actually be now we see FaZe play up against Wolves. That'll be not so much the decider of the group, but if FaZe go and beat Wolves now, there's been that triangle of teams beating each other. It probably will come down to round if in terms of who sits where in seeding. Of course, only 1 team goes home in this group, but that seeding can mean a lot.
I love the chaos. I just get so excited.
So much more to come. What a group it's turning out to be. Let's go over to the desk where I'm sure they've got plenty to say about that matchup.
That we do, because this one was, I think, a bit of a barn burner. I don't know whether I expected it. I did say I'd go hopping. Maybe I might do that off camera. I don't think anyone wants to see that on camera. And what a performance from SSG.
Yeah, it was really entertaining seats to watch, in my opinion, as well. The way they were so structured on their attacks. I mean, we keep on talking about the attacks, but they're so important, especially considering both these teams' initial halves were 3-3s, right? So in overtime, that's when it's really going to start to matter when you're running your attacks or not. But it was really nice to see what kind of ideas and strategies that SSG are bringing out today.
Absolutely. I mean, we got to give credit to FaZe. They definitely played well.
Yep.
I just think SSG played so much better in the way that they matured from last event to this event. It's a different type of SSG that we've seen, and I'm very impressed to see how they've come full circle. They're able to be fast, able to be slow. They clearly had a game plan coming into this game.
Well, you said you're looking forward to, seeing and figuring out how far they've come. We actually get to hear how far they've come from probably the loudest person I have ever heard in a room in a venue. That was ridiculous. What does it mean to beat FaZe?
Well, we lost to him in Atlanta. We've always, ever since then, we've had a bone to pick, especially me with Vida King. Just a little rivalry. So, it's a great feeling, especially coming off the loss yesterday where we felt that game was in our control for, I'd say, 75% of the game. But, it just feels great right now. First dub, it was a 2-0, pretty good fashion. We're back on Cafe, so.
Absolutely. I mean, before we get into the dramatics, the game plan that I was talking about, it looked like you guys were very composed. I know in Atlanta, when things went awry, you guys kind of turned to your gun skill to bring you through that game back against FaZe. But this time around, it looked like you guys really stuck to the game plan, especially on defense, of really forcing FaZe to go for these executes. Can you walk me through what the plan was a little bit without giving too much away?
They're a slow team, so we know, I'm a solo guy, you can watch any VOD and see me just like solo roam, so just kind of playing consolidating and not really giving them those picks. We learned a lot from Atlanta with, their speed and how slow they are, so I think we had a great game plan to just, bring the util and just bleed them out, so.
Absolutely. I mean, it showed, and there was a lot of trash talk before the game.
Yep.
You guys are really good at mental warfare. Do you think it came into an effect? Because you said you were going for Vida King, and in that last match, I mean...
He was quiet. I don't know. He wasn't shooting. I'm not going to say it. Never mind. Yeah.
Okay. Keep him more composed.
Yeah,
I mean,
more composed.
on a bigger scale, right? You're in Brazil.
Yeah.
So all things going well, you make it to main stage. How do you think the crowd being against you this time is going to affect you and your team going forward?
I love it, honestly. I'm the villain. I scream at all the Brazilian teams, all the people we play against. So it's just, if anything, it's them who have the weak mentals that it affects them more than me. So the crowd will affect me less than I will affect them more. So it's all ghost pressure, we call it. Get in the mind, just something to think about. Just typing in chat, we're just screaming, Vid King came up to me earlier and said, "You don't shoot today." He wasn't shooting both maps, so.
Well, look, to be honest, mate, that's a very solid performance for day 2, especially after, yesterday. I think there were a lot of questions that people had. I think you've answered a lot of the questions for the fans at home and also for us here on the desk. It's really important to see that. As we usually do, I'd like to give you the final word. Anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
Yeah. shout out to Space Station getting us that boot camp right before the event. Also, shout out to my parents. I'm still 18 in high school. They let me fly out, miss a month of school. So appreciate all the support back home, and let's keep cranking through groups.
Ashton, thank you very much, and congratulations on what is a massive victory.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, that now sets the tone, right? That sets the pace for SSG. They now have to match that as they go through SI. This is the benchmark that we've seen from them, whether it's the trash talk, whether it's the in-game performance. You can wipe that all aside, Anne, because collectively, as a team, they looked like a unit.
Definitely did.
Absolutely. I think we know SSG as being a good team. We know FaZe as being a very consistent team. Usually everybody on the side of FaZe is usually firing on all cylinders. I hate to put it all on one guy because it's not, but the biggest outlier was Vita King. Especially in Atlanta, he was the one getting inside SSG's head. He was the one firing up the crowd, and he was actually winning a lot of the rounds on that supportive role. But today, I think SSG definitely had a good answer for him. They definitely forced him to go for those plants and be able to put his gun down, put the case down, and that's where the C4s were able to respond on SSG's side and get them those rounds on defense.
I really liked SSG's takes on this map, though, specifically their attacks coming out here. We saw that FaZe spend out Grim, and basically it felt to me like SSG was picking everything else of that utility they could bring in that game. We saw lots of Gridlock, we saw Ying lots of times, we saw a few Dokubis as well here and there, just to make sure they can use that utility to take one part of the map. We saw it so many times with the cocktail take, where they take that initial part, and even if that doesn't fully 100% succeed, they will still rotate around to the other side of the map and still pull off a successful take.
Absolutely. I love the amount of misdirection that they had too. Some rounds they were bringing Ram and Buck to be able to cause a lot of noise, a lot of problems, and then the Ying as well, taking, like you said, distraction away. And then most of the times it really led into or fed into one guy upside down on a rappel. We saw a lot of the bait pushing FaZe into these open, exposed positions where they have to respond to the diffuser.
Hello, everybody.
Hi!
Is this thing on? Hello, check.
Hello, can you hear us? We're coming in from a new place. Do you know what this new place is?
What? Where?
Me casting with you! It's Fluke and Pengu!
First time?
I don't look like...
Yeah, it's first time.
I've just run... Yeah, we have never cast together before.
Yet.
I was in a very sticky situation beforehand.
What? Why? What happened?
No reason.
No reason. Something mysterious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
anyway, I wasn't running back, so I haven't done the back-to-back games. This is the only time that this has happened throughout the whole tournament, apart from later on today with Hap. I was on the back-to-back situation, and here I am now. I didn't have to run back from eating food, and we find ourselves going Dark Zero versus NIP. I promise I will cool down and calm down in just a second. Cafe, Club, Consulate is the map band that we're going for.
Interesting. So it's actually going to be a new starting map for both teams here. Neither NIP or Dark Zero played Cafe yesterday. It was Club for both teams, and then of course Skyscraper for NIP, whereas Dark Zero played Consulate and Nighthaven Lab. So new territory. There has been a lot of talk about NIP's map pool not being all that significant, all that big throughout this, the last couple of years. So the further into the tournament NIP will go, the more they will be affected by their small map pool. Whereas Dark Zero, with 2 new players, they're coming in thinking, okay, no one knows exactly what to expect from DC with Nathan Bolo, but they had a pretty good first start to things yesterday.
I think that's the sort of split here as well. Obviously, with G2 being able to get the result and the response earlier on in the day, they found themselves sitting kind of pretty now. 2 wins for the team, for the roster. There is a lot of pressure here, because if DZ get themselves a little bit further along on the board, get themselves towards the top end of it, then you've suddenly got this difference. You've got this chasm in the middle of the group. Not only does it make it harder to claw your way out of that bottom spot, but also makes it harder to claw your way into the top 2, into the positions where you get yourself into the upper bracket, because it's not just about not going home, it's also about the seeding, the extra life to play through the whole thing. And Canadians causing problems.
Oh man, Troy just had to say something there. Oh, you got the wrong sides. Well, quick rehost, we're back. Of course, starting sides are very important. One team will pick the map, the other team will pick the starting side. You want to start where you choose, right? That's logic.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the sort of... This is the most serious competition. This is the top echelon. You know it better than probably many people.
No, Fabian knows better, right? He's got 3 hammers.
Well, Fabian isn't technically working yet, so...
Oh, but he is here.
He is
and
here.
I hate the fact that he's just next to us all day.
He had
Terrible.
a fight with Fresh in the dressing room yesterday.
A tickle war.
Physical altercation
Yep.
took place between the two players, and we have investigation underway.
An internal investigation. Yeah, let's just say that one of those two people were on the floor, and the other one was on top of the guy on the floor. It was funny.
It's romantic. Fox tweeted a photo of it, I think.
It might have been, yeah.
There has been a retweet of it. We are just having a rehost to get the sides together. So I cast NIP yesterday.
Okay.
I cast them and they lost towards G2. Technically, they got less rounds against G2 than FearX did today.
They did, yeah.
But I think it was a different G2 that they went up against. I think G2 were very driven yesterday. They were playing some of their A strats. Not that they weren't playing well today, but it was a lot more rest back. It was, we don't need to entirely sweat ourselves out. SI is a very, very long tournament.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with you. Like, you cannot throw everything at your opponent every single game. You gotta kind of reserve your energy. If you have a quote-unquote easier matchup on your way, you spend like 80% of your maximum energy capacity. And then against the harder fights, you put in more, of course. Most teams, and not all teams, will do that because, as you said, very long tournament with a lot of games to play.
Now, with the sort of map setup that we have, with the fact that we're coming into Cafe as our first pick, we haven't quite had that as common as a lot of other maps, I think, so far. I don't entirely have the numbers in front of me.
No.
Because again, I ran from eating. A minute and a half ago, I was enjoying a delicious lemon meringue, and then I saw the message. I'm here.
Panic coming. I'm being told it's going to take a little bit longer to get the server rehosted, so we're going to go for a quick break. We'll be back shortly when the game is ready.
Hello, hello, hello. We find ourselves back here after the rehost in Cafe. We are on Dostoevsky. We have Dark Zero and Nipievsky on the same. I've been learning languages.
That's very fancy.
On the right side, as supposed to be. The rehost is done. I've been able to sit down a little. Nice.
A little breather.
Have a little breather.
Nice.
I am wearing like thigh-high boots. They are impossible to run in.
Yeah, you did it.
Yeah, I did it twice. Look at these boots.
They are really thigh-high boots, yeah.
And I was wearing these earlier. Parker just had his dogs out.
Not surprised.
This is like a spoiler behind-the-scenes look at the glamorous world of Parker's out there with his dogs out. Grim gone. Dog could be gone as well. You're looking at sort of a good range of control on the side of Cafe. I mean, it's an enjoyable map for me, but I think that came from the LATAM revolution of how to attack it. About a year and a half, 2 years ago, I think it was. The sort of quick takes around the top floor, and then since then, top floor has massively fallen out of favor as a side.
Yeah, and I mean, people watching might be wondering, like, why would any team ever ban Grim? And if you go back like 8 months in the past, you'd be like, yeah, that's kind of odd, but Grim receives some buffs, you get like a wider range in the beach, you get more of them, except they go out faster, they last for longer. And Grim is a very crucial operator to be used specifically for that top floor take. We can just shoot in the beast from cocktail window rappel, get the intel, then rappel on in, and take control of the bomb site itself. So seeing Grim being banned here for Cafe does make a ton of sense. Same with the Valkyrie, same with the Sami, same with Dokkaebi. These are just stable operators that teams like to get rid of. And Dark Zero in particular, in yesterday's game, they banned Dokkaebi in all 3 of the maps they played against GK. They just say, we do not care about this operator, we don't want to rely on ourselves, more importantly, we don't want our enemy to be able to play it.
Okay, into the start of a showdown that, I'm going to be entirely honest with you, my friend, I hope is a little bit more intense than the one that I had just before the stream. No, well, towards the teams, obviously, but this is two that, for all those excuses we gave of, well, it's their first game of the tournament, they're warming up into it against a team that's had that benefit. Okay, well, it's top seed sort of hammer holders versus bottom seed in the tournament. This, for me, is a brawl. This is two teams that are in good form on their day. They're in great form when they find a bit of momentum behind them. And, well, they have playstyles that have got them into that sort of third favorite of the region, second favorite in some people's books. It's really a potential of a proving match here between the pair of them as to who can sort of make the distance. Canadian, he's going to be messing around on the top floor with the Solus, who I feel like we'll get a fair run of whilst they're on the board on Cafe.
Yeah, if there's one thing about Troy that we always know and love is that Paul, Solus, Valkyrie, vertical C4s, he loves those intel operators, and you might be thinking, but isn't Canadian like an IGL support kind of guy? Yes, but no. He wants to get active on the map and make active decisions for his team. Whereas NIP's approach right now, it pretty much counters that. It's 5 people on the breaker side of the map with the Monty, for example. So you open up the main breach, you got Capsule Fire, Capsule Smoke, the Monty Shield. This is a very structured part of NIP where they want a very simple objective. That is the bomb site and just the bomb site.
I mean, as I sort of said before, the top floor of the bar hold has fallen out of favor. The Monty is going to be the right drive through. They wanted to see if they can try and tuck the plant either behind the bomb chassis itself, which is the route they are going through onto the corner of prep. They're looking towards just the left of that A. There's a nice little pocket of space that protects them. The smoke canister will cover this. Vertical that Bolo was watching. He is the man that is going to cause the problems for this attempt. They've gone deeper. Psycho, he's popped the short wall. He's planting in an off-piece position. They've only finally got the read on it, and Psycho's going to have to go for the re-attempt on the plant. The impacts have the impact they need. The kit is cold with Nafe getting the final end of the last breath of the smoke. Cons, he's watching from the deep range, just sat as his teammate is eliminated. But when you lose a Monty, you probably know this more than others, that is plan A right out the window.
Yeah, not often just plan A, but the entire game plan in itself, because there isn't enough backup plan here for NIP. The Capsule has used all the fire, all the smoke, same with Nomad on the air jabs and the flashbangs. It's just 4 guns walking around the building right now with a minute to go, and you're still against one Toxic Babe, Yoka Jones, etc. So a great bait there from DC, allowing Psycho in, then shutting it down.
All the smoke canisters in the pockets of that crossbow gone, all the flashes as well from the pockets of Wizard gone. They just have to try and brute force this, and they don't really have the option of going up for the vertical because there's only 50 seconds. They cannot full send it one way to have to pull back. So what do you try and do in this situation? I'll die, apparently. Pamper and Canadian had to watch over. At this point in the round, I'm not going to say it's an entire wash. They're charging through the Fenrir. They have to be pushed back out. With 30 seconds left, their A route is entirely an obstruction. There is no clean way, no clean path. Fino goes for the hop and is able to get the kit. See if he can just get a sneaky stick on. You assume the Solus will have a read sooner rather than later. Doesn't even need to. Naif, pick up that has really stepped into the surprising role of top KD on the team after the series yesterday. Gets his second first round. Cons has as many hit points as he does seconds left. And, well, it doesn't last much longer. A flawless opening.
I mean, that's good. And right now, like, today's style of Siege, a lot of people go, oh, it's the TDM meta, people go for kills, etc. But that was an outright beautiful round of simple mechanics like utility and intel. And just one thing NIP that didn't really check that box for was the Echo. Didn't play the IQ, probably didn't spot the Echo in the drone phase either. So they thought, you know what, the only thing that can stop us is the Toxic Babes from Nave on Smoke. If we go fast enough, the bump will go down, maybe Monty will die, but we have a very strong post from essentially outside the building. But guess what? There was an Echo to shut down the plant. That bought enough time for DC and for Nave to get the utility down, the impact grenades from above from Canadian, and the Toxic Babes from Nave himself. And the second that Monty dies, realistically, that round is over. Of course, you can clutch, you can get some great shots, etc. Maybe Darkseer make a huge mistake somewhere, but realistically, it is technically over in that scenario. That's 1-0 now for Darkseer. He'll just go through the motion here. They can play all 4 bomb sites. Bakery, mining reading, library reading, and of course the top 4. The only question is, which one will it go to, in what order rather? Also, what operators will they bring? The mirror is open. The pulse, as I mentioned earlier, loved by Canadian. But Bolo actually hitting onto Doc here in the second round, like a good old rank player that he is.
Bolo, I want to see, obviously, more from. I think you always do. He could go 10-0, and you're like, I want to see more from Bolo. Because it's just exciting to watch. It's a name that's synonymous with the game. It's a name where a lot of people got into our esports side because of Bolo, because of his sort of legacy as the content creator, his legacy with making things entertaining to watch, and spinning his mouse, and being fed bananas by Parker. All of these things, you would say, are parts of the legacy.
Crucial, yeah.
Crucial to the story. Here he is on the top floor, and Cafe as a map as well. You've sort of got that vertical structure. It was something NIP thought a bit before. They try and rotate around here, but it seems they want to go for a little bit of a bottom up. The rappel onto the windows there, onto dining. They've got the player on the back end of the Christmas door here, wanting to put some pressure onto Canadian, but without the control of above. You can't quite get that entrance. So Psycho, as I said, bottom to top. He's about to meet a friend.
Oh,
and he had no idea.
That is not a good start. I mean, you walk up a staircase, no drone, no intel, just assuming that things are clear when they're not. That's not what you want to see. And speaking of Bolo, TSM, back when he was in the roster before they kind of disappeared from the NAL, they were a phenomenal Cafe team. So getting someone like Bolo onto DC who could implement the TSM-style strats maybe to DC to help them even further, it's only an upgrade, and things get worse for NIP as Canadian finds cons as well.
I mean, again, 2 great lockouts here. You have to look at the setup that NIP is going for. They're trying to find these plays in these popular positions, but so far, this is generally turning into the Dark Zero system. They've been able to sort of just hold. There's no one forcing DZ players out of the places they're playing. Naif, he's still tucked. He gets a second! No! Come on! That really shouldn't be happening. There was just no sort of read on it, no call. You're wondering where this intel's going. You've obviously got the E1Ds, but you've also got pockets of drones at the start of a round. Wizard is able to do some damage and get himself closer towards the site itself. But, 3 versus 1 with a C4, a couple of impacts, and obviously a Solus gadget where they could just go to the vertical at this point and keep some control over this. Naif's going to rotate his way underneath. They're repositioning. There's 40 seconds here for Wizard to try and make some magic.
Yeah, and he's going to need a lot of that magic. He's 1 HP against basically 3 members of DC with full health bars. And Nave is 5-0. He's looking at 6 kill. They are holding each other just a pixel off here.
He knew, but at least he knew this time. Nave got 2 kills on another stair set from them just not knowing. And then was able to put it together.
It's all stair kills.
All stair kills. He's a stairs player. That is a long boy. What is that that NJR has?
I'm not entirely sure.
It's some sort of... Can we go to a wide camera?
What is that a monkey thing?
I think so.
With a very long neck.
I mean, I don't know. There's a couple of knitted toys as well. They're emotional. They're sentimental.
Yeah, they must be.
This is just sentimental playing monkey.
Yeah, there's the comfy monkey that he has near him.
Comfy monkey.
I like that. Man, I'm a bit worried for NIP here. Like, rigid attacks, and I think a big critique that analysts they will talk about right now is how you have like the new style of Siege, the quote-unquote split theory, and the old style, which is just called old style for some reason. And usually when you look at like, the top teams of the current trends is that the good teams can swap interchangeably in a round between the old and new style of Siege, playing split, out across the map and playing close together. NIP in the first 2 rounds here at least seem like they will choose one of those 2 styles, fully commit to it until they lose. Like they don't seem to be like, okay, this is not working, we gotta swap it up. They do that after a round, not during a round, so they're fully committed to this one style attack, and so far it has not worked out whatsoever. 2 rounds in a row now, they go for a very limited, simplistic, very old school style attack with 4 or 5 members on a very small area of the map, and then they walk up a staircase, and somehow, despite being so close together, they don't drone themselves in. They don't drone each other in. They don't have intel to act upon. So DC almost being gifted these first 2 rounds, in part because they're in good positions, punishing NIP, but NIP not really paying their respect or their due diligence as to what they should be doing against a formidable foe like Dark Zero.
We're in a little bit of a tech pause, as you can tell from the graphic, unless you're on a really tiny screen watching on your phone. Maybe you might not be able to work it out, but players will be back in soon enough. That in this situation, players cannot violence. What do you do in this situation? Whoa! Now you can see it on the tiny screen.
It's getting bigger!
Whoa!
Wow! It's taking over.
Can you read that, people at home?
Tech pause.
It's in caps, so you gotta... I'm not gonna shout. I'm not gonna scream just yet.
Yeah, what do you do? I mean, there's I think no matter what, you gotta keep the mental up, right? If you sit here and you're NIP, you lost 2 rounds, you can really get negative with yourself in your own mind and like let those voices do the talking. You got, oh man, we suck, this is terrible, yada yada. The second the tech pause is over and you're allowed to talk again, the first thing you might say out of your mouth might be a negative critique towards your teammates or being like, guys, what are we doing? So staying in high spirits, and I will say DC yesterday, they were taken to the 3rd map against GK. Not necessarily the cleanest game from them, but they looked very happy throughout. And right now, DC, Troy specifically, looking very mighty happy there with the cough in his head.
I mean, let's be honest, he is the king of vibes.
He is a vibe.
He really is the positive. If G2 players are intent on like spoiling the vibes of the opponents, Canadian is intent on raising the vibes of his team, and he puts the sort of cloth on his head and laughs to himself. And you're not communicating. They're not allowed to communicate. But you see that and you're like, all right, we're in good spirit.
Yeah.
We're having a good time here.
Yeah. I mean,
and then it carries through.
I mean, no one wants to sit there, and whether you're winning or losing, you don't want... Oh, no. Okay, there are some complications here as into the order of what players should be joining. So it's being worked out right now from the teams. We're almost there.
You guys can't see the chat on the lobby. Let's just say there's a little bit of fun banter.
Yeah.
As there always is. It's always like, it's like the biggest in-joke is the lobby chat on this screen. That some of it you can beat.
Yeah.
It's not horrible.
No, I don't want you, it's not horrible.
But you don't want because it's joking about things like, lol, this is easy, GG's, like usual gamer jokes. But it's all in good faith because everyone's friends and it's
usually, yeah.
You don't want someone to be like, how dare they the people who get irritated when people like teabag and stuff like that. When it's like what's a teabag between friends?
Yeah. What is a teabag between friends? This is just a big joke.
Big joke? It's just a fun joke. There's the second on the stat. And again, it's just these, I'm not going to say they're off place positions because there's only really, there's 2.5 staircases on this map. Yeah, there's half a staircase.
I see what you mean.
Round staircase doesn't quite get you all the way up, and those 2 huge ones either side give you the rotate, and you expect there to be pressure on them. You can see they were angling it, expecting pressure, but it was sort of a fool me once, shame on you. It was just tucked in the corner. Immediately again. Anyway, we're not going up towards bar. As I said, it has massively fallen out of favor. It's just become too predictable.
Yeah, I mean, you called it so in the beginning, and I think it speaks to, especially most teams, they want to get active and be able to move around. Top 4 doesn't really give you that luxury with the window repel cut off, the skylight cut off, of course. And reading bomb site is almost like a better version of top 4 bomb site because you'll play it in very similar fashion. You will hold the majority of the top 4 to defend the site below it, essentially. It's why we see 3-4 members from Dark Zero playing inside a piano right now because they know that the attackers care about that part of the map, so therefore the defenders will care about it too to stop them from getting there too easily or too quickly.
BZ, great start. A bit of momentum has been broken up here, and whether that plays in IP's favor or not, they definitely needed to have a little bit more cohesion. They struggled with some of their approaches yesterday. We cited it as the statistic that they are a bit slow to warm up. They are a bit slow to get into the momentum of the game here. And is that sort of perfect opportunity to prove them and all of that statistical stuff wrong? They've suffered these first 2 rounds with plan A going entirely wrong. And it's not even by a surprise factor. If you are going for that Monty Bush onto the site, you expect vertical hold. If you are sort of pushing up the staircases towards the site, which is reading, you expect the player on those staircases. They're not just going to leave white empty.
Oh.
Little mistakes.
No, it certainly is little mistakes. And I think this operator lineup with like Bog, Ash, etc., Lion, you can get more stuff done with it essentially. So I do think that this, from an operator perspective at least, is already a better situation. I'm quite happy to see the NIP happy to change this on the 3rd round.
We start to see now Nath under a little bit of pressure, but I mean, he's under the skylight. There's not really a more pressured environment position to be in. He's actually just dropped. I think he sort of went, I'm not going to risk my life here. There's no point. The site isn't around this spot. They're holding onto the windows. He's hoping he can get a swing in or a cheap take. Hans gets Bolo. That's the first, and a good bit of control here on the 2nd story. They've cleared those players off. There is still a rotate onto white, being a little bit watched here by Pamba, who wants to try and risk and double dip, but you assume that they will peek over the wall itself rather than just throw themselves out. Oh, he almost got an engagement white window, but Wizard is going to blind him. He knows they have his number. He's got to pull back.
It's a good look from IP here. They're quick, they're surprising Darkseer, catching them off guard, getting opening kills, and now they're actually slowing down a little bit, securing that white staircase flank, making sure Pemsu doesn't punish them back, and they got that 5 versus 4. You can hear Bog Skeleton Key tearing up that floor across, like above the bomb site essentially. So in IP, in about 20 seconds from now, they could very happily, very comfortably get to that bomb site and start planting that diffuser. In DC, they don't have any true answer to this once they get in there.
Moving utilities, getting it done. I mean, that 15 seconds is terrifying in a final minute. So might NGRB. Muzi gets 1 onto Pamba before gets responded. There's a man who loves to use a heartbeat scanner, trying to find all the Valentine's romance he can on the floor above him, with Nath still around pillars. Holding onto the long watch, hoping he can just get a strike on the back, because when there is 20 seconds left, if Wizard just hops this and gets caught out, suddenly this whole side might fall apart on this engagement. They're concerned about it. Cons does get caught. NGR and Nath find 1 apiece, and there's that strike I talked about, because now there's 10 seconds left. All the advantage they had, all this play and positioning, he's just jiggle peeking a pillar and wins it out. And I mean, Nath has been given an opportunity here that not a lot of players get, to play in a different region for a major team, the biggest tournament no less.
Yep.
He is making full use of this opportunity.
That he is. He's had a phenomenal day 1, and so far a phenomenal start to day 2. And I mean, he's going to hate the fact that we had a rehost. He was like 6-0 before that. He's 7-0 now, I believe. So he's doing great for himself. Or 8-0 now, I should say. And NIP, when they're up against G2 yesterday, they often found themselves like a man advantage, early kill. You're thinking, okay, they should win this round. And what we just witnessed is the exact same scenario. They get opening kill, they get very control. It looked like they could just plant, and all of a sudden they lose. They lose 1 member to a gun kill, 1 member to C4. They don't fully clear pillar, they don't drone out Nath in that corner, for example. And just like that, it falls apart. So whenever NIP they do well in a round, they get clutched against, or they just don't hold a tight enough grip on their opponent, and things they just slip away straight out of their hands.
It's the old style of Siege, baby. It's coming back to haunt a lot of teams, and this is one of the things and a flag that got sort of waved by, and I regret to give him credit to this, Fabian, in our, in our ride over towards the hotel, was about how they struggle with new style of Siege. From what is a region that has been very, very good, if not the best at mastering both disciplines, of the old style, the structure, the setup, the take, towards the new style of prod and split theory, and see where you can find this opportunity to strike. They cannot quite get the momentum going. When something gets pulled away from them, the rest of the round falls. Whether it happens at 1.5 minutes left or 30 seconds left, well, that's the sort of problem here. Canadian, out and about, old man and his 4 friends having a good time in Siege.
Yep, I mean, that's important. Having a good time is very important, right? You gotta have fun.
He's the dad that drives the minivan for the team to, like, get to the...
Go to Disneyland or something like that,
yeah,
you know? Let's go, kids!
He's taking the kids to Disneyland. Canadian, he's gone for the hop out. He's gone for the chase.
And they let him... Okay,
okay. There is Wizard. Had the angle on the swing. I mean, it was Psycho just didn't want to sit around and have the old man brawl.
I respect that effort, you know? Canadian getting very active. Oh, the Pambasu not again. Okay, he's gonna be fine. Unlike Canadian, it will be a 5v4. No more members from DC will fall on the roam.
For now, we'll see how it starts to boil down. They obviously lost players that were jumping out. And I guess it's the perfect highlight of the old style of Siege, if you're paying enough attention, is set up for that. You can catch these players. These surprise strikes aren't so surprising if it's well rehearsed, if it's played before. There's not really a huge amount of jumps and run-outs you can do. There is the one we saw Canadian do. There's almost half of the one that we saw Pamba do, where you don't always get somebody throwing themselves out of the pillar window, but if it happens, and you have the double door already open to get yourself back in. Yep. That's about it outside of the sort of whiskey window way. Here, though, there's enough time to get the vertical control. They've removed one player, but it's always worth remembering they've still got to do the structural work on a site where they could not get the kit anywhere comfortable.
Yeah, and I mean, again, we gotta look at the key operators here. Osa from Collins with the diffuser in hand as well is going to be a clear indicator that Collins will drop down the hatch most likely to the backside and try and get into a plant position with the Talon shield protecting his body. So another question is, what do they need? Well, they gotta clear out Bolo and NGR essentially near the side here. At the very least, NGR, because he's playing right below the hatch. C4 in hand pops it, does a bit of damage, but does not confirm the kill onto Psycho or anybody else.
Doing his best to dip, dive, and duck, but as the bullets start to ricochet across the side of the arms, it's only so tight you can keep your elbows in here. Pino has the range, but Cons has the close firefight, and Yossa has that set. They're just going for a little bit more safety. They maybe go a little bit too wide. They're trying to bait the utility and go for the plant on the back end. Bit of cover and a bit of a fight back is locked down. Pamba and Nafe find one apiece in the trade, but a post-plant situation isn't found! There's suddenly 10 seconds! It's a 2 versus 2 and they're scrambling, but they're just being knocked aside. A huge retake that emphasizes that awareness we've talked about. DZ are able to find a round out of absolutely nothing, and NIP will be kicking themselves over that.
Happened again. It looked like they shoulda, coulda, woulda won the round, but they didn't. And this is a new Dark Zero kind of era, if you will, for them. They have had a very rigid, very similar style team for a long time. And that is not a criticism because it did work. They won a major, they made it to other majors, and domestically always made top 4. But with Nave and with Bolo, they are more fluid, you should say. They take more risks. And one thing they've been really excellent at so far, this Invitationals, is retaking. When they don't have any other options, they don't brute force through the side fighting vertical angles. They will run up a staircase, retake the floor above, and it works so often for them. I feel kind of bad for NIP. They got Nomad, you know, Moose is playing that operator. They have flank drones, and they had 5 members alive. That shouldn't be a gap where Dark Zero found one. So this does come from NIP making some mistakes.
4 in a row here for DZ and NIP. Obviously, it's a game that's par for the course. They haven't taken their tech timeout. It might be because the game has been so broken up by tech timeouts that they're feeling, well, we haven't even gotten to our rhythm yet, so let's not break it up. Let's not stop ourselves from finding some momentum. Getting 2 on the attack on Cafe, the end of the world. It's their map as well, so you're sort of thinking, okay, well, maybe there's just, they love attack. They hate defense on this map, but they are flawlessing their attack. You never really know the team's decision here. Maybe they just think that they've got Dark Zero's sort of number on stopping their attacks here. It's a whole can of worms to open, and the first is wiggling their way up towards the top floor. They're going to see if they can try and get a more classical take rather than push up from the ground floor this time. Go to the top, remove the bodies up here, and then crack their way down.
Yeah, it is the good old standard style here. The top-down clears, and the thing is, with the Sami being banned off, it's hard to defend the piano portion of the map itself, so this will give NIP a slight advantage for clearing up the top 4, and it's why they're making such quick progress right now. But as I say that, Jason, he's there. Bolo shuts down Psycho immediately on the entry.
Bolo inspired by Nath, I'm assuming, top fragger. Prodigy bring their way in. There is someone behind you, man. Turn around. Please turn around. Didn't turn around. Muzi able to get the head of Pambazoo, Canadian. They are going to get one more for the road. He's really leading his sons around. I still love that image.
Come on, Nave. Come on,
Nave. Come on, help. The C4 doesn't quite pop it, as the player has otherwise moved their way away. You're looking at what has been taken out in the approach here of the attackers. There's no Iana, there's no Finka, which is in this lineup probably your front 2 prongs. But you do still have Muzi. He got one for this. He is a player that can somehow, regardless of what role he's on, find a couple of bodies in a thread. Hop around the rotation. They have some vertical control, but we've seen a retake happen before. It's something that Dark Zero have in their pockets as Nath drifts lower and lower. He might be about to find a fight with the Lion. How much awareness do they have? Not enough, but the blind. Perfectly placed. He's going in with the French revolver to finish him, and he dropped. Ooh la la.
Ooh la la, indeed. Nath on the white staircase cannot be removed from that position ever by an IP. And DC, they're comfortable. They're all sitting in corners. They got their cozy comfy spots. They know they got this locked down.
Dropping their way down towards the reading door. 45 seconds. They still have time. 4 versus 2 is tough. It's not unwinnable. It never really is in this game. We've seen clutches before. There was almost the trade onto the second there, but Muzi is down, leaving just Cons. He can try and get the pick back up. How confident is he that he's safe to do it? Either way, it's wasting a little bit more time. Just a sliver of damage, Nath. Pulls his way back round. The blind and the pressure. They've got to try and close down one of these fights. They have to see if they can push this to an even advantage, because one of them's about to be face down. In fact, both are. Nathan Canadian find the cement on the last 2 bodies. 5 rounds in a row.
Oh, man. You know, I did this fantasy league with Jesse and some other people.
Yeah.
And I wanted Nath really badly. And right before it was my turn, someone took him. And I regret that so... I mean, he's playing out of his mind right now in the first 2 days. It's unreal.
It is unreal. Do you know what else is unreal?
What?
Jesse didn't invite me to play this fantasy league.
Oh.
I didn't hold against anyone apart from Jesse, J-Chick. I hate you, Jesse. I don't really. But, because did you ever play in Project Prisma? The old one.
I don't believe so, no.
Done by Candor,
no.
who does the great community cards.
I saw the cards.
I was, in my day, a Project Prisma champion, which was like the first fantasy league. I had Thinking Nail on the points, was raking him in on that flank, which I knew what I was doing. And Jesse was just scared. Let's be honest, Jesse. All your fantasy nerd stuff. Whoever wins your season, I'm coming for you next season.
Oh, okay.
Next season. Fantasy
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Different like fantasy champions in different leagues get
I think they
put
go
together.
against each other.
Yeah.
They need to go against each other. What do MIP need to go against? Well, not being flawless at this point. There has been at least one, I think, a 7-0 was against Falcons.
Yep.
Yesterday, obviously, they were playing with a lot of swapping players, which are then swapping again.
Again, back to their core,
today.
yeah.
But we have had a flawless, and then I do not want to be the bad end, because as I said about this group before, these are 2 teams that are, honestly, fighting for that second, third split. If there is the chance of them being lower bracket or upper bracket, it's probably going to be then in those positions filled out. This is going to be, I think, a very important game when it comes to the seeding of who's at the top and who's at the bottom of that mid-pack.
No, certainly, but also like speaking to like confidence and the mental side of things. Even if an MP would make it like through the group, so to speak, you're not gonna have the most confidence in yourself if you go like struggling here, getting flawless, etc. Unless they really start showing up in the coming days. Whereas Dark Zero with 2 new players, you know, you can have high expectations, low expectations. It doesn't really matter. The reality is DC, they look good and they look better than previously. So for them, they have this new system. It's clearly working. They'll be very happy with that. And spoke to Canadian and Bowl, and they said they've been scrimming a ton. And like, what team hasn't, right? It's Invitational, the biggest thing of the year, but they care, they know this matters, and they really believe in these 2 new players and the new system, and it's paying off so far.
I mean, the new system is paying dividends. It was a quite sort of thrown around where on their old system it'll win you maps, not win you tournaments. Them changing towards this, them finding a drive, it's exciting to watch. It's exciting to see old teams and old players find new tricks, because there's always the possibility of getting a little bit. There's that great documentary that was done over the course of Atlanta, the quote of Canadian at the start of it when he's pumping iron in the gym, which I'm wondering whose idea that was, probably his. It'd be like, I will only do this if we do it when I'm like lifting weights, was that he is the best IGL and the most rewarded IGL of any in the game.
That's true.
And being able to still be this deep into it and change things up proves a point that Wizard does find Nath. The Englishman is out of this NA versus Brazil showdown, and the rest of the Americans carry the flag for him. Ooh, that would have been a C4.5.
Almost 2 team kills there as well, but yeah, it's a rare sight to see Nath going down, especially relatively early in the round, but NIP, they've been here before where things look really great for them, and then things still fall apart. So now they gotta show us they can do it. They do have what it takes in these final 30 seconds.
That's entirely it. There's 30 seconds left of the round. All they've been able to get is a little bit of a drop here onto Laundry. They're trying to turn it into a clean run towards the site itself. They've got the run, but they don't have the rotation of 2 versus 5. 20 seconds. That's the Warrior. 1 versus 4. There's the round, though. NIP stave off at least the death blow for now. They're able to get 1 lifeline for the second half of this map, but we really got to see why they wanted to come here now.
Yeah, and that's important to that you mentioned it, the 1 lifeline. If you go 6-0, it's like, okay, GG, go next. You know, you make 1 mistake, it's over. Now they can do a little bit of fun stuff. If they want, they can risk 1 round. They still got 1 in the pocket, etc. But it is looking dire for them. They gotta show us a flawless, a perfect defensive side here, meaning that DC, they can't clutch. And if you look at yesterday's game, Dark Zero, they had multiple moments against GK where they did indeed clutch up. Bolo had a 4K into a 3K, 2 rounds back to back. And while they did lose the map where he clutched on of Consulate, it was one of those moments where 1 player overtook the entire round, kind of like Nave has in the first round and the third round of this matchup as well. So NIP, they gotta play a tight ship here and really play this like perfectly.
What will DZ bring as well? Because as you said, if you have the 1 lifeline, you can do fun things. If you have 4, well, you can do a lot of fun things here. And this is a really good map. This is, again, something I cited before. It's an enjoyable map. I still always think it's one with a lot left to learn and play. It's always described as being a very intricate attacking map. It's one where if you're with the ranky stack, you got to make sure everyone's playing a game. You can't just clubhouse your way through it.
No sleepers.
No sleepers. You got to have a full-fledged stack. And it's the same because it keeps that development going in terms of the attack. Here, you look at this lineup on the left, the Ying, the Blitz in the bucket of Canadian, which, all right, cool.
Yeah.
I want to see this.
Yeah, there's fun stuff and there's trolling. And Canadian Blitz is like low-key a troll situation, but I'm happy to see him succeed here.
I mean, give me a Canadian Blitz play. Give me a scream up the stairs as an entry roll through. What's really going to happen, I think, is the hop through on the window, the turtle shell on the back, and the attempt on the plant just on the inside. They have the Fenrir, which means that the crossover is going to be a little bit awkward from Wizard, but that won't stop you planting.
This could work. Wizard's like entirely alone in the first 4, basically. If Blitz sends it, if Project goes for it, this could actually work.
There it is. There's the play. Oh, no! Pamper goes down as well. Wizard does get blinded. They're just trying to get the finish onto the end of him. I mean,
that's my bad.
If they'd have waited a split second later, they might have had a better chance. But at the same time, the problem was, as Wizard finally getting the rest of the kill, he already had the angle lined up. He was watching for the window. NJR does find Musi and does at least get a body out of it. But we talked about it in the very first round of this map. When you lose the shield, you lose plan A. Same thing here, even if it was a silly plan.
Yeah, and Ying falls as the second member as well. And I gotta say, the downside of playing Lion or Ying is that when you use that Lion scan or the Candela goes out, it gives your enemy like a slight forewarning that something's about to go down. You don't know what it is, but you're gonna be on your toes. Wizard started pre-fire in that window because of the Candela and the Lion scan. And unfortunately for DC, Canadian got hit by the very first bullet straight in the dome.
Bolo, let's see what you can do as you will almost get into the fight. Just on the swing on the door. Pulls back into reading, is going to sit and wait. They have the support structure of 2 other players that might not know that they're entirely on drone, but when you have a man disadvantage, well, you've got to leave that to the dead and see if you can try and make more exchanges. Talking of, Psycho's gone for a deep exchange all the way underneath, the rotation happening on Brown just to his right-hand side, which he might not know about Nafe's new position, but Nafe has no idea about Psycho too. So suddenly, there's this big threat that can come up from behind. Nafe, though, it's gone by surprise, gets an engagement out of him. Fonz is able to win it. Drop on the top. There is now the 1 versus 4, and JR has at least the first engagement. The second is a bit of a shake. He's not entirely sure where he's being shot from because it's multiple places. And there's that deep rotate from Psycho coming out.
But that was exactly one of those rounds where you try something that might not work because you can afford to lose the round if it doesn't. So if there ever was a time to do it, that would be the round. And also, let's say it had worked, you're catching NIP off guard tremendously, and they're going to have to be worried about a potential rush in the future as well. So now DC, knowing Troy at least, they will not go for that kind of play probably ever again in this particular matchup because they've done it. It didn't work. They are ready for it. They expect it, etc. You see it right here. kind of scammed there, I gotta say, for Troy. You know, you think the shield would cover the head, but not always. That's the Blitz life.
It's Blitz life, baby.
Yeah,
And
it's a tough one.
I mean, there is nothing that is more sticky at times than the interaction between jumping over things in this game, and shields especially, of just what is protected and just what isn't. It was the right crosshair placement from Wizard. As he said, he was the only one on the site itself, but he had practiced exactly the one window where if they get this, it's done. Or other doors, if they put the pressure onto fireplace side, you'll have a little bit more rotate from the other swing. You'll have the dining window, will give you a little bit more support from, you know, reading or white stairs, depending on the hold. There is the danger. Here, again, you get in the top heavy holds. We go over towards the other mid-floor site. Not quite going with the top of the bottom as of yet. Psycho. Getting these deep angles that you can sort of play and rotate around on. The castles, you know, it's a curious sort of setup here because they've gone heavy in the core of what is just the vertical control.
Yeah, and a bit surprising they opt for this like castle or Rooney kind of very rotative system. You'd think that with mirror open, you just like slap a mirror window on a wall, etc. You hold the deep lines of sight, but there has been a change, in case you guys weren't aware, to Ash's breaching charges and Kali's lances, where they will now shatter the windows of the mirror, and perhaps that change has been enough for some teams to stop bringing the mirror any longer because it's so quote-unquote easy to counterplay. I mean, because otherwise, I don't see why you wouldn't play it.
Yeah, it's such a nerf as well. It's obviously something that once upon a time it could happen accidentally, and everyone was like, whoa, 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 whoa.
Yeah, what's going on here?
This is horrible, broken. And now Ubisoft saw that and went, actually, we found a way to... This is the sort of pinnacle. If you've not been watching Siege for the whole sort of run of it, when Mirror was introduced, it changed the game.
Absolutely.
And yeah, operators get introduced, they can change what you can do. There's some very strong defenders at this point, but nobody has really had the same effect as a site architect like her, because it went from we can see things in front of us to we can see things across the whole floor now with a setup. We can open these walls and extend. Cons extends through NJR, removes the air jab off the board first. Oh, a quick pick back up by Pamba to make sure they have some hold down. But with the Lion as well, it's a big appreciation for the fear of the roam.
Yeah, I mean, the one good thing here is that that's the only C4 on the board for the defense. So now, vertically speaking, you don't have to worry about so many things, but the bomb side is downstairs. How crucial would that C4 be? It's hard to tell. NFT playing... okay, that's unfortunate. It's hard to hit drones,
It's hard to hit drones.
Much harder than players.
The boogie drones of Bolo are opening up the castles on the second story above, and now he's just holding on to the long range. What they're trying to do here is clear a pocket of space. The kit has made its way through the train room towards just the tuck onto dining, but if they have that verticality, well, they'll just kill you. So what do? You can either try and take it entirely, kill everyone that's up there, or just get yourself a little window of space. Get yourself a corner that you can tuck for and make things uncomfortable for them. Draw the attention elsewhere. With Pamba holding tucked onto the slightly open pillar's wall, if he swings this and gets an engagement, there might be a call they're going for a fight here. He's able to get that. The E1D comes out. Bolo up on the back stairs. He's gone for a heavy rotate. Do they know? They don't know. There goes Psycho as Bolo gets it, but there's 15 seconds. We've seen an IP losing these positions before Canadian goes deep. All the way around, but with the rotate on the back from Muzi, does he know just how close the fight is? The first is with Bolo, and he's able to win it out, but in a post-spawn situation, 3 versus 2. Now, they have to see if they can try and go for the retake. They drop down. Going for the direct line towards the corridor, get the control of 90. There goes both of them, though. DZ, with a very solid structure on that approach, get themselves to map point.
It's a great adaptation, right? You see Pambasui get the kill on towards the library plane. You think, okay, they're going to go through the breach plant library, but no, that's purely a distraction. So Pamba goes to that kill. Meanwhile, 2 members inside a train with diffuser, they will distract the person on the white staircase, the Aruni rather, while Bolo flanks off from the basement. That was like a 4-step plan that DC had full control over, and I want to believe when you have someone like Nave and Canadian together who can both call excellently, that's when you can build up so many different pieces at the same time.
Oh, I love it. I love seeing this from DZ. As I said, there is a lot about this game that you enjoy, but the reason this game is different from every other game is its ability to play like chess. Its ability to have tactics change from a team, from a whole meta, as the development of new operators, as the development of new gadgets, or just changes to existing gadgets, but also people having good ideas. Because it's all soft at the end of the day. It's all adaptable and changeable, and it's all opportunities. You have one fight on this map against an another team, it can be an entirely different game. And
5
to see
seconds left
teams
before insertion.
still this late on in their run, still be, what, however many SIs and tournaments
Yeah.
Troy has played at, bringing new levels to his own game. I mean, this is the man that never stops wanting to improve.
No, that it really is that rather. And the reason why he claims that he is, or says that he is the best IPL ever is because he literally is. He's played for 3 different, like, core org / rosters, winning with all those different people, and now in DC alone, gone through so many iterations of different players, making things work, qualifying for majors, etc. And this man is, you know, he's no longer 18, right? He's up there. He's played for a very long time.
He's no longer 28. He's no longer 38.
No, he's, whoop, right? But it's like, how do you have the motivation? That's just, you want to improve. You want to learn. You are hungry for self-improvement. That's gotta be the angle here for Troy.
NIP now still have everything ahead of them. Obviously, also still attack timeout. As far as I'm aware, I'm trying to remember back, but I have everything marked as tech. So unless it sort of happened alongside the same side, they're going to see if they can just try and play this one out and get to the end of it. Wizard want to creep on past the white window and the corridor, but nobody is really putting the pressure on it as of yet. Instead, it's the focus on what needs to be done first. The spinning blue light in Canadians' eyes. That just comes with age.
I like that.
As they're going to just get the quick pop onto the wall, which gives them the rotate. A pretty standard approach here. The mute jammer is there. More to delay than destroy. Psycho, however, is destroyed. NJR gets the Solus, and, well, when a Solus has gone from underneath the air jab, it was just a fight down from the bottom of Garage.
He ran out, it seems like. A bit risky, but here we go. Pamba's a party time, baby. He's inside the bomb side.
Yeah, the execute's coming right through. Pamba screams all the way across. Moosey's holding on to 90, and they're able to hold on quite well there. Pamba keeps rocking and rolling, gets the first fight onto Lumber, sees the second suddenly, and luckily he's got an LMG. As long as that player was alive, he was giving calls. They're swinging either side, though. He's stuck in the middle of 3 players. The swing comes round, and an execution happens either side. NIP, great response built on the back of those first 2 bodies. However, as you said, DZ, they have rounds to play with. They went for a quick strike. Twice of the 3 hasn't worked either time. The structure might be returning.
I was going to say that's the exact same kind of take as the very first round, where it wasn't necessarily a strategically sound plan. It's very high risk, high kind of reward. And if it works, it works, right?
It works, it works.
And if it doesn't, then you got rounds to play with. So it's not the end of the world in that scenario, but yeah, you're keeping NIP on their toes, essentially.
Well, the trades have to stop here. NIP have to do what they haven't been able to do this whole map, which is win 2 rounds in a row. Now, obviously, yesterday, came off the back of the last 2 maps dropped against G2. Here, I mean, they're still probably confident they'll get out of groups, but it's way beyond that. Because you know that, worst case scenario, for Team B2, you might have to beat them again. Yeah. It's a long road to the top. It's a long road that G2 walked last time because, well, most of it was a lower bracket run.
Yeah, pretty much all of it, yeah.
It's not over till it's over. But you want to try and get yourself in the sort of mix. You want to make statements in your game of being like, all right, you got us this time. We're going to get revenge.
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, NIP, they cannot, you can always, pull the Gigabrain G2 strat. We're saving strats, right?
Saving strats.
We're saving strats. And then it's like, yeah. But then, like, at some point, like, late in the tournament, you just, like, flip a switch and you are crazy. Most teams are not going to do that, right? It's not realistic. And half the time G2 pretends that they're saving strats, they aren't either. I can speak from experience. We didn't always save strats. But people believe it.
Yeah. It was just a word.
Like, sometimes we did.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah. I'm sorry, guys. We weren't that good. Sometimes we did, in fact, just suck. It happens. Everybody has bad days.
I like that as the dynasty. Sometimes we suck. It's like the slogan underneath it.
Yeah.
Shields are about to knock into each other. We've got Canadian bringing the Monty this time round. The second time we've had a Monty go and attack Kitchen. This time from the opposite end, though it might have just been to give Paula this angle. However, with the clash on the board, not the most frequently played operator, it sort of limits obviously the amount of guns you can be swinging at the right time. But on a site like this, where it's very short as a distance between outside to inside the building, something to buffer is great. A mobile buffer that can really give you that intel without the danger of instantly being destroyed is huge. Canadian, he goes all the way up towards the warden. He's going to get blinded, but it doesn't really matter. They're hoping that somebody else can come behind them, just calling the position. Drops the shield, baits the fight, trying to hope that the angle can come through. There's the attempt on the knife. they're just spraying through the soft suffering, but the clash is keeping the player at bay. Nobody can come in to support them, just holding them in the corner. Canadian's got the kit. If he goes down, and this kid is just sat there, well, he's blind, and Pamba finally finds moves. He swings around, the C4 comes out, Wizard somehow pulls the rabbit out of the hat and then drops 2 people in the same breath. That really should have been the kill there onto the Warden. The hesitation on the pop of the C4 baited the player in towards the moment, and NJR just sat watching and waiting from the range here. How long can Wizard survive? Because already it's probably about a minute longer than it should have been.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, where's the backup here? Where's the help for Troy Canadian? He's sitting there or standing where they're looking at his opponent saying, guys, kill this player. Like, he's just standing there. And NJR is still holding that same angle. Nave rotating over. Bolo died behind Troy just previously. This entire round got won just by 1 player, and that was Wizard.
The smoke goes on the clash. NJR finally gets Wizard, but I mean, he has played a blinder here whilst not being blind with the glasses. They still have a clash to get through. Even though they've got to get the kit down, they have one of the most troublesome operators ahead of them and not really the utility to get rid of it. So at this point, it's just going to have to be a bait on the swing, a double push, or just see if you can strong-arm yourself towards the opposite end. And that's what they've gone for. NJR hops in towards the bakery. Nave tries to go into the larger bakery via prep, but when the first fight is his to take, the second is suddenly there as well. No! Can't quite get it! He's out of time! But oh my word, that was close!
Imagine he hits that, right? What a phenomenal ending that would have been for him and Dark Zero. And NIP, you know, you're sitting there, guys, we got this. 2 seconds to just stay alive. Bang, bang. Oh, please do not die, please. And Clash had the gun out as well. Could have had the shield, but no.
I mean, it was...
It's chaos.
Millimeters. Millimeters was the difference there on Nave pulling off what would have been one of the plays of the tournament on day 2.
Yeah, certainly would have been up there. And now things get a little bit dire for Dark Zero. They call it a tactical timeout. They get some time to talk to their team, as will NIP. And when I said earlier that Troy on Blitz is like a bit of a troll pick, Troy is not necessarily a shield player. And it might sound odd to say, but it requires a certain mindset or play style or way to perform to play a Monty or Blitz with high success. It's why very few players tend to play those operators in professional play. And the Blitz didn't work out. Not Troy's fault in that scenario in the first attacking round. But now at the Monty, he just kind of stands there, right? He could go for the melee, try and go more for the closer hip fire, etc. But he doesn't necessarily understand the exact min-maxing of the Monty versus Warden due to sheer lack of experience because he doesn't find himself a Monty all that often.
I mean, still, just that sort of tragedy that happened there here. How close? How close?
It's close. Oh. He's like right in the chest area, I think, shoulder area.
If he'd have like held the trigger on the pre-fire there,
that might have been it.
Kill. And, you know, it's so simple for us to always say this, but that is how close the distance was. If there was if the other sort of remaining player, whoever it was at that point, I think it was NJR maybe, was with him as well, that could have been the round, that could have been the hold-up. But when you have to sort of go, we ball, they balled, and they almost came out with it. The timeout has been called. NIP, they've been able to pull it back from a 6-2 to a 6-4, but there's still only 1 round separating it from 1 map away from them. It does make us a little bit more interested in how the second and potentially third map will go if NIP really does start to get into their sort of game.
Yeah, because we always say that NIP, they're a slow team. They need to get into the tournament, into the server, into the matchup, etc. They've now had their time, and the one player that's kind of we haven't spoken much of, besides the beginning, was Bolo. He's had a very quiet game, 2-7. To be fair on attack, playing that flex kind of similar support role, the Thatcher, the Ace, etc. Usually dying, trying to help somebody else, or dying to enable his team elsewhere on map. So that is just those like non-sexy roles, if you will.
Yeah.
And you might think, Bolo, Sophia, Ashmin, Entry, bang, bang, pew, pew. Not necessarily in Dark Zero, not on Cafe, not right now. He's playing those other roles that his team needs him to play.
I think that's the thing about this team as well. When you've got people like Pamba, when you've got people like NJR as well, who can have these tournament-defining games. You think about the major that they won in Charlotte before, they were terrifying to up against in Entry. A different matter when you've got LMGs swinging every single corner, but still, Bolo is a heavily capable fragger. We know this. but so are other players. So you sort of look at other options. You look at ways to manipulate the space. Talking of, the space is being blinded and pushed. The Fenrir does stop an immediate swing behind, but you can't see anything. Both teams are stuck a bit blinded here, and they can't make a motion beyond just getting the drop onto the hatch itself. It gives them a route and a vision down towards the site, but with all the noise that was made, you assume a player or a presence could be there. So NIP isn't just going to ignore that top red now.
I think it's a bit awkward for Darks here because Pamba's in the building but stuck in that red staircase. Troy joins him, drops as well, but they're not making a whole lot of progress here given the fact that there's only a minute and 15 seconds left on the clock. They need to, figure out what do they want. Okay, next step, maybe the hack. Figure out top floor, maybe not. But either way, they need to find a pathway right now because it looks like they're kind of stuck inside of just library, cigar, and red staircase.
The Boogie drones getting the big deep look across towards the top of the B site itself. They're making things awkward in the position that was played and won by Wizard before. They've otherwise fully sort of stacked and sent it towards the back end of the dining room, which, it's not entirely hands off the site, but look at the clarity that they've got. Whiskey's been opened so they can force that player away from the top of the mining room. They're forcing the player away from the side of Piano as well, so they can get inside train and get the lockdown. The only places that NIP can really watch from this point are down towards the back of Reading, down towards the corridor. Pamba gets a knife and gets the swing right round as Canadian drops onto the side itself. Has the kid. Going to see if he can try and make it stick with Pamba, getting all the coverage that they can get inside the corridor itself. Swings for the final player, sees the lineup of 2 and is a little bit stuck for choice, but finds 4 for the round. Dark Zero find this first map. It's theirs to take home, and they might set themselves up here for the 2-0 of their decisions.
While there were some rounds that were a bit messy for DC, they were also taking those risks, willingly saying we can afford to lose those rounds. But when they had to play a solid round of Siege, they did that. All 5 members working together once again when explosive bombs that execute, with Troy with Diffuser being the initial entry on towards the side.
It's so great to see again to have a roster of this sort of history, of this sort of echelon, keep themselves going and keep themselves changing things up. And questions were, how is Nate going to change things? Quite evident how well he's performed. And I guess we'll see how he gets to it on the next. But obviously, with Dark Zero in this position, there's so much pressure on NIP now.
Yeah, there is. And I mean, NIP right now, you might not know them as like the biggest team in the world, but go back to like 2019 to like 2021, they were everywhere. They were at SI Grand Finals, they won an SI the following year, and then yeah, they've kind of fallen off the radar a little bit, but overall, they're trying to make a return back to that quote-unquote top dog spot.
And where we are, a quick break, but we're back with the series.
They've got the lead. 2 rounds. If they can extend it to 3 match points, they're going to be in such a strong position.
What are your thoughts on this jump out? I mean, typically, again, as I said, you go for that kind of jump out, you're never really, at least statistically, making it back in.
I don't think it matters. I think dislodging that rappel is really important because, obviously, like I mentioned, right, if you're on the defense, if you're Wolves, you can't contest that rappel. There's no way of you getting into lobby with the 4 other attackers there. So the jump out there to dislodge it, not too bad. It's the other defenders, especially the 2 that got locked at front desk, for me, that made or ultimately broke the round there for Wolves.
Yeah, 1 goes outside rappel, 2 locked out front desk, then you lose the battle top square. Suddenly, you've just lost a lot of map control, if you will. Bliss doing a really good job so far, 5-3, but don't count out the Wolves. Their map pit on the defense, a side that they've been very strong at so far, but one thing we didn't quite touch on is, you go back to the SSG game yesterday, Wolves actually banned out Bank, and then they go and pick it against Team Bliss. And I was actually speaking to Fresh over in the green room before this game and trying to figure out, well, where is Bank really in their map pool? And it's around like that kind of 3rd to 5th kind of preference map. And clearly right now, I think kind of highlighting it's not really perfected for them. Still time, though, to figure things out, especially on the defense and a team like Team Bliss that don't quite have that SI experience to be able to maybe close this one out cleanly. There will be mistakes from them. It's up to the Wolves to capitalize when they do come through.
And Bliss, again, showing that they have different abilities to try and unlock rounds here on the attack. Instead of going super fast pace this time, instead slow things down in the face of the castle, they're going to try and contest that. They have the utility as well to deal with it. Sage with the Capitao bolts as well, so I'm intrigued to see where those have been utilized. Maybe trying to flush out a position like Janitor, for instance. I'm not too sure. Fisho on the Grim as well, which has seen a decent amount of play thus far at SI24. Again, good at dislodging positions, but Bliss need to be ready and active to unlock those positions by getting other players in a place where they can find kills, and at the moment that hasn't really been the case. Brendo has been able to just lurk in towards top square, but there hasn't been a stack of pressure on this defense. Wolves doing a good job.
3 nitrocells available for the Wolves. They haven't lost anyone yet. I think mirror window is going to be a big factor as well, and obviously trying to keep this kind of top floor control. But at some point, probably going to look to give this up. And in fact, they have. Originally, Generator was being played, and then they make the rotate back downstairs. Minute and a half. They felt as if enough time had already been wasted. Obviously, don't get any kills for it. And a rather extensive setup, obviously, from the Wolves in terms of what they've committed utility-wise. That's a nice nitrocell throw from Mowgli. He gets his 12th kill of the game. And finally, for the Wolves, getting these early contact fights to go their way. Something we haven't seen a whole lot of on Bank. They get up a 2-player advantage with 60 seconds left in the round. And honestly, for Bliss, they haven't even looked close to getting any kind of semblance of site control. Weatables like clear out archives, but they haven't really got any kind of bot square control, not looking to open up main wall. 50 seconds left. It's probably like a drop territory. Oda, though, is able to find one onto Mowgli. Bit of beepers control. One in elevator. Can't win that battle. Nicely done from P4. For the SMG-11, Sage to drop, but he gets shot out immediately. Can't stand up and win that battle. Weatables can't get the trade. Bibu and Shinka to finish off, and the Wolves get a 4th and much-needed round.
Great work there from the defense. There haven't been a lot of rounds from either side defensively where they've gone for an extension up above the objective and they've then made it out scot-free, whilst also wasting a lot of time. So that was good work from them defensively. And I think highlighting that sometimes Bliss can have issues where time becomes a factor, and if they don't find any picks on the roam, that can come back to bite them in the late round. So Wolves fighting hard, looking to push this game to its limits. First pick there with the Nitro was clean, and from there able to just steam.
Yeah, loved the setup as well. You know, the kind of pressure window, mirror inside Janitor looking in towards CEO Executive, and then the drop back down in towards Staff and open area, just wasting time. It was like 90 seconds left in the round before Bliss were able to really even turn their attention over towards site itself and Staff and open area. By that point, Wolves already well set up, able to contest a lot of those key positions. Obviously, a bit of frustration there for Fisher Guy being shown. 5-4 lead, though, still for Bliss. And while they've been good, it's all about getting the job done. We've had enough of APAC being close, but not close enough. Need to try and get a lot of these APAC teams this tournament to get over the line, get some actual proper results. No more of this honorable loss nonsense. Time to get some wins. And while Bliss have obviously been able to do that against the Wolves back in Atlanta, if they can start with a win here and a best of 3 at SI, boy, the confidence boost that could be for them. Wolves, I mean, they've already won a game. They've already won a series. 2-1 over SSG yesterday. So probably not as dependent on this. But this group could be thrown into disarray already. If Bliss find a way, they're hypothetical very early on here. SSG will have already won. They beat FaZe. Wolves have already won. Then Bliss would have already won. Suddenly FaZe would be like 4th in the group.
And we were sort of pitching FaZe.
Never mind, they beat D+, yeah. Not looking good for D+.
No. Good for Bliss, though, if they win this series.
Long way to go, though. Into the 10th round, Wolves, I think, are going to be proving to be quite difficult to dislodge on the defense.
I think, again, it's going to come down to late round basement here, and we've seen both from Wolves and Bliss some real struggles in being able to find win conditions and actually exploit correct positions, even with a man advantage. So we'll see how they go this time. Some util on the roam here in terms of reinforcements from the defense, but the Wolves not playing it directly at the moment, I don't believe. All 5 players in basement. P4 close by on the stairs, so he can look to chip away at drone economy. But outside of that, Bliss will have about a minute and a half to just confirm where these defenders are. And look to formulate an attack.
P4 gets drone down over towards bot main. 90 seconds left in the round. 5-man stack down below now for the Wolves. This is proving to be a little difficult for Team Bliss. Able to deal with at least one of those Vulcan canisters in terms of time delay. Very important. Obviously, the smoke is up as well from Shinka. You've got the Yokai, so again, that stall out will be prevalent and will be something that Bliss have to be mindful of. That time is not going to be on their side here and need to get moving and shaking sooner rather than later. And it's looking like an elevator bot main stairs focus. Maybe also lobby hatch as well. I don't think they're going to opt to maybe go for a full server side stack. Oda trying to just see if he can find an angle here to get an opening pick. Under 60 seconds. Guys, time is dwindling.
Shinka still with 3 smoke canisters, so a default plant here through server is going to be very challenging as the first of those are dispersed.
It's no time here.
It's going to come to a hatch drop for Bliss, perhaps
a back push through gold as well at the same time. We'll see if they're able to pull this off with 30 seconds now on the clock.
Flash out, no, sorry, smoke out from stage. Fisher got to go once in again. I think he might have gone a bit deeper here, or otherwise that smoke missed. Never mind, in the end, Shinka does die. Fisher gets off the plant. 20-second trades out, 3 versus 4 in favor of the Wolves, though. Oda, bot main, you need to push. 15 seconds left. You're going to be the one now to make a bit of contact here. Try and find the next kill or 2. Otherwise, the rest are going to go down. Dead, yeah, Fisher's gone. That's your planter. Down on the floor. Brendo in a 1 versus 4. Wolves are going to make this 5-5. A very, very strict defense on basement. They look strong. And they're making that comeback here look very possible. They didn't go down too significantly, but now 5-5, starting to really take the ascendancy here on Bank.
Goyo, Smoke, Echo going for a default plant. Bliss, I think, were a little bit optimistic in that round. Wolves made very few mistakes. Mowgli as well. Big 2K in that chaos. You flip that, maybe Bliss can then overload the objective and make things a little bit more challenging, but not meant to be, and basement continues to be a defensive haven.
Yeah, that was big there from Mowgli. Massive moment again. He's been the MVP so far in this match.
10 seconds left.
If you said what you said in terms of that flip, Mowgli doesn't get that double kill. Maybe you get hatch control for Bliss. They can overload side a little bit easier. Doesn't happen. Mowgli stands his ground. And Wolves make it 5-5. A very tense affair for a team matchup that has a lot of history when it comes to Bliss versus Wolves at these international tournaments. It feels like it always goes the distance between these two teams. Chalet to come after this, a map that Bliss have beaten the Wolves on previously.
5 seconds to insert.
Bank was the unknown. Clubhouse, a map where maybe I think Bliss won't be feeling too confident.
Is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Big round here. Who can get map point to begin?
Is this going to be an early jump out from Bivu? That would be insane.
And the Sen's being brought here from Sage on.
Yeah. Tell you what, we might well end up seeing every operator played at this event. We're probably actually getting quite close to that at the moment. I'm not too sure.
Attackers have located a bomb.
This could be very intriguing. I think the big storyline, though, is we are not going to see basement again here for Wolves in regulation. That's the big storyline. So they're going to have to step up on these tertiary sites, which have proved to be difficult. Mowgli roaming around on the Vigil. 15 and 8 for him. Again, another standout performance after a good first day here at SI. A little bit more quiet, though, from Deadshot. You think back to yesterday, he was absolutely farming. Only 2 kills here in 11 rounds, or 10.5 rounds.
Well, historically, this is where APAC crumbles. They always get a sniff. They always feel like they're in with a chance. It gives the fans hope, and then that hope gets crushed time and time again.
Hello, 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 and welcome back here towards... Whoa, these are highlights. This happened just before, and it was a cafe. There's probably something NIP... Well, at the beginning, don't want to remember any of it. Clean swing in here from DZ. On NIP's map pick, they're able to just hold pockets, completely tear them apart on the defense. NIP's attacks could not find a foot in.
No, they couldn't. Meanwhile, DC, they start off very, very strong, having so many almost flawless rounds where NIP, they looked like, yeah, they might have a solution for this. And no, Dark Zero, they had the answer time and time again. Only one player didn't really show up right now for DC. That was Bolo, but he did that supportive work regardless. So even the player that didn't find the scoreboard still had impact in the game for DC.
They did, on the second half, NIP start to find a little bit more rhythm in the motions, a couple of big clutches, a couple of big rounds, but the difference that had been put together by DZ in the first half was just a little bit too much to surmount. We found it as the sort of end of it, a 7-4, but it could have gone a little bit closer. Dark Zero had to take their time out, had to sort of go, okay, we're letting this get away from us. Won the round after the timeout. You do wonder just how far things could have gone if they decided to try and keep pushing against the grain.
Yeah, I mean, if you know Dark Zero's story the last couple of years, they love to go into overtime, and the longer they can go without it, I think the better it's gonna go for them, especially because long tournament, preserve your energy, and also maybe avoid some heart attacks for your long-term fans, because if you've been a Dark Zero fan since the beginning, it's been a wild ride.
Yeah, I mean, it's ups, it's downs, and here they are, still finding a little bit more rhythm to it. Nath, again, what a performance.
That's
he's been able
incredible.
to do. I guess that's the thing, is you didn't notice it towards the end because he was, what, 5-0, 6-0 after the first rehost that we lost out on towards the end of it. As a player who is a support player, being able to put these numbers up so consistently, I mean, you're looking at Pamba, NGR, and Bolo, who are probably looking at each other like, we need to do.
Yeah, we gotta step up here.
We gotta step up here. We're being shown up. Canadian looks miserable in that photo.
He looks like he went 6-6. You know, he's like,
he looks
man.
like, man, he's gone 6-6, and is trying to be like, all right, you know, let's just keep going. And where we're going next is Clubhouse.
Yeah, another kind of like strat-oriented map. So if you do well on Cafe, I feel like you would do well on Clubhouse as well. And, you know, for NIP, they played it in the first game against G2. 2-7 loss, not the greatest situation. And Dark Zero can watch that VOD and say, this was a weakness, we're going to abuse that as well. Or say, okay, we can now expect something from NIP, whereas they have no video evidence recently of DC on this map.
Yeah, it's that sort of tricky situation where, hey, who was the other team that NIP went into on Clubhouse and they didn't have any recent VOD? Oh, it was G2. Exactly the same thing, exactly the same map. G2 hadn't played it at either of the majors this year. They'd sort of kept it in the back pocket, and they pull out a 7-2 win. You know, there's a risk sometimes of double dipping a map, even if you're good at it.
Certainly.
If it's the same situation and the same setup, you sort of wonder, like, oh no, is it happening again?
Yeah, if you lose this back-to-back, I think for NIP, I think Club is out of the equation now for at least a few days. It's like, no, we tried this twice, we're not going back a third time.
Everybody does have a club. I think that's sort of well known. 18%.
It's getting worse. It was 71 last match. 82 now.
It's the NA fans waking up.
It might be that.
They've had their coffee. They're happy to get in. What do you think about the DC jerseys?
I'm okay with them. I don't love
That's
them.
like the most neutral.
No, it was like honestly,
right
the first thought that comes to mind is like I didn't really notice that they're different, but thinking about it, I did. You know, I saw the boys this morning, but no, I'm like indifferent.
Cool. I like
they're
the
okay.
shoulder pads. Very glam.
You know what they're missing? They're missing like a star for like winning a side. You know, that's what they're missing, and that's what they're working towards, right?
I think, yeah. I mean, if you've got the stars on the jerseys, you can point to them. Canadian he should have one.
Yeah, because G2 they have 2 stars now on the jersey, I think, for the org.
Yeah,
and
W7M has stars on the jersey. I can't remember if there was a picture that was on the Flickr.
Or
that was posted of
both. Because the thing that happened yesterday between M8 and W7M, there's like a little fun conflict.
Heard about
he
it.
goes, you see these 2 stars? And he points towards them. I was like, yeah, okay, double major. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but hey, those aren't SI stars. You haven't got no hammers on that jersey. Jersey, to be honest. All right, pretty similar bands to what we had just before, but to be honest, those 2 defender bands, I mean, defenders, they're pretty hot right now. There are about 5 or 6 super powerful defenders where you're sort of just in a very sticky situation of what do we get rid of. Fenrir, I would say, was a little bit problematic for DZ's approaches in the previous half, but they're still thinking, nah, there are worse ways to have them have control of this map. Let's get rid of it.
Yeah, where on the side of NIP, they're respecting the Ying play from Pambus in that previous map of Cafe because they've banned Ying this time. And Ying on Clubhouse, I wouldn't say the most played operator, just for the base and bomb site perhaps, but for the other 3 bomb sites, not the highest pick rate necessarily. So a lot of respect you're being paid from NIP towards that particular operator. Whereas DC, they do this thing where they have the system, they don't want to face Asami, they don't want to face Dokubi as often as they can avoid them, they'll just keep banning those out. And if their opponent bans it for them, they get a free ban of their choosing.
10 seconds
so,
to insertion.
your works don't change it.
Alright, to top we go. Dark Zero, they're going to start themselves on an attack here to see if they can try and get the drive through against NIP. Obviously, they opted for this Dark Zero's map pick. They're going to see if they can try and put some damage in. To be fair, and this is a fun little tieback, is a Nath-led team back in the days of M&M used to want to drive the attacks because they were one of the few teams that could attack Clubhouse. They felt confident doing it, and when you are in that position, that was a different meta back then, was it makes people terrified of what can otherwise be done because they're like, oh, this is their weaker half. Oh no, we're losing more rounds than we should. It's such a confidence thing that they're bringing in. The breach on the opposite end, if you're unfamiliar with how a hold like this is broken apart, although the bomb site is all the way at the bottom, the reinforcements done on the top floor means they got to spend time clearing it, and that starts with just breaching onto the cards and getting the rotation down towards the top CC.
I'll also say that looking at like how to attack pretty much every map in Siege, I think Clubhouse is the most like 1-2-3 ABC style where if you have a quote-unquote perfect attack every single round, you are expected to win more attacking rounds than not, even if it is a quote-unquote defender-sided map, because you have solutions for every single problem on Clubhouse. At least more often than not, you do have those solutions. So if you have good IGLs, vocal players, good problem-solving skills, you will always find a gap or a weakness, or at the very least a way in on every single attack and round. DC with this current system with 2 IGLs of Nathan and Canadian, this could be a favorable spot for them, which is why it's their map. I could see it.
Steadily, they've been able to get some control over the whole of the map at this point. They're feeling confident enough to start rolling the drones down, and there's a lot of play space to get control here down on the ground floor of where the sites are. You've got the stretches down towards dirt and oil up to each other. There are these intel pockets. If you are unaware, that man with the bubble now gets the third one. Maestro is able to have a little bit more coverage and control. The gun is pretty good in the right hands as well. It's not at its best, but at its best, it was literally a surgical tool.
One could argue a little bit too strong for my liking, at least. I have my SMG-11 with 17 bullets. It's got 81. I'm like, it's not fair, man. Give me something more.
The break on the hatch, you just sort of saw the trick there. If there's a Kaid Claw, it will get exploded by any explosives that are close enough on the soft. They're able to quickly remove it. This, however, is possible to get unless you have this Maverick. Burning his way across, NJR just gets that popped open. The thing is, 10 players, 30 seconds. This is about to turn into a massive brawl here, and there's got to be a lot of confidence in the calls of Dark Zero. You talked about it before, how these end-of-round moments matter. Well, this is the biggest moment of it matter. 25 seconds. As they start to push their way up with the diffuser towards dirt, towards this first engagement. They're just taking it as slow as possible because Muzi is the one under pressure inside blue. Cons gets Canadian. They get the kill and the kit cold inside the dirt tunnel at this point, and you're looking at a very long walk to even get that picked back up. Another body falls, and at this point, a little bit too late for any of the NA lot to get, and a reverse, a flawless suffered by Dark Zero this time at the opening of the map.
As far as problem solving goes, it can't get much worse because DC, they saw a lot of problems everywhere across the bomb site and didn't solve a single one of those. Didn't get dirt control, didn't get blue control. They got the kitchen edge opened up but didn't do anything with it afterwards. So it looked like they were simply just stalled out for time. And historically, Dark Zero, they are a team who always has to run very, very short in those late rounds on attack where they will only have, oh snap, 10, 20, 30 seconds left. Let's just kind of rush these last few steps, but that's where you stop making mistakes and things do not go your way. And in similar fashion to historic Dark Zero, that's what happened in the first round here in Clubhouse as well.
Okay, the first is your lead in NIP. This is the first time I think they've led a series across the 2 days and the 2 games. I think G2 were able to get themselves a step ahead both times yesterday. They obviously won both maps. Here, they have an advantage. They have that first strike. Oh no, they got the lead on one of the maps yesterday.
Okay.
But I'm pretty sure they did. I think they did.
I don't have the exact score, but it was 2-7-4-7 losses. They might have.
I think on the 4-7 they got the first and then decided to go away. But either way, what can they do with it? Can they try and thread a couple of rounds together here? Because the more that they can do, the confidence they can build against a team like Dark Zero, who, let's be honest, when you have a major change, not just from the structure, but from the whole ethos of the team, there's going to be holes, there's going to be problems, and if they're not allowed to get the sort of ball rolling on a map like Clubhouse, it might fall into old habits, it might fall into, well, something that's easily exploited. The hold at this point is at the top alongside the players, so they're not going to be leaving it as quickly as they did before. Easy start to get the hatches, some of the push probably towards, yeah, there it is, CC, the Maverick and the burn.
Yeah, there's an extension here from NIP, the Holden Cash server, a little bit of 3 players, Psycho, Pino, and Musi playing top red and server Cash itself, and easy again, because they're playing Maverick, they will have to go a little bit slower. It's easier to work with because it counters the Kaid, Mute, Bandit, whatever that might be in your way, but it just takes a little bit more time to get up or open any of those walls. So it's worth it in long run, but it's going to make it seem like they're at a very slow pace. They're going to be okay.
The worry is here, time. If it goes away from them, well, problems might pop up. Mainly Wizard, who is very deep, going on the sort of keep roam over towards the back end of Loose, and if he can get maybe behind Garage, behind a single player, if he gets a take, it could change things off, and Bolo is going to try and watch for it too. Well, they know. They had the drone with the watch. They can see the player hasn't slipped one way. Bolo's watching one side. Pamba's putting pressure on the other, but it's all time that's being wasted. They've got to go for the fight, and they lose the first. Pamba took the drop, the blind out over the top, the motion against it. There's the trade at least. But still, that's about 30 seconds of attention that had to be paid towards the physical opposite end of the map.
Yeah, and also, I feel like they could have thrown out that flashbang when Pamba would drop the hatch as well to kind of like blind Wizard, but instead they just go for the dry drop, 50-50 gunfight, doesn't work out, so they pick up the pieces, but at a cost now. NIP heavily favored here. in equal numbers, 4v4, 3v3, etc., defenders will more often not be favored on the bomb side than that of the attackers. They have less things to worry about, less angles to worry about, and of course, they have the site, they have the tools, the attackers have to problem solve it, and with less manpower, with less utility, that becomes more difficult.
45 seconds, and it's ticking very quickly here. You're looking at around the same time on their previous execute. We all saw how that went. So, the difference is the bounce on the Bs towards the back of Jim. Cons is forced out towards the corridor, trying to find just a single aspect, a single place that they can get themselves locked in on. Putting pressure either side of the window. They have some of the control here. Canadian on the opposite end is trying to just get this diffuser in. The hop comes through. Cons goes for the swing out. They're baiting the approach. They're behind the hard gym equipment. As Canadian's going to get this stuck down with barely any time left. Where are you, NIP, to try and stop this? The swing is too late. A post-plant situation out of something that they really shouldn't have been offered. They do lose Bolo, but 37 seconds. That pressure of time works into their favor. Nafe with the lockdown. They got to go for the hop out onto the windows because it's a lot easier to watch here for Dark Zero. Cons, he's thinking about the idea of it. He's going wider and wider, but the further he goes away from it, the further he goes away from the fight on the site itself with Psycho and Muzi trying to get some of the control. Dark Zero's underneath. Dark Zero's on top. Ooh. Dark Zero is all over this round right now. Clubhouse, they're able to find one with the trade, but DZ do it with not much time left.
Not much time, but solid all around the edges here. They're holding it vertically, like I said, outside the window, from afar, up close, etc. They're in NIP's face, and time was slipping by. When you got the Grim open that was spent on Cafe, you have a new set of tool to work with, and DC just showed us why Grim is currently a meta operator.
You have to love the story of Grim.
Yes.
I remember when Grim first came into the game, like, we went through a period of a little bit of worry with operators.
Yeah.
You would see new ops come in, you would see this sort of performance and be like, uh-oh, this is going to be broken. This is going to be powerful. Grim went, oh, okay. Hey, Grim.
Yeah.
I think it was W7M were the first team that ran Grim that I cast. They didn't even... They didn't even use the bees. They just sort of fired them and then ran a different direction. And it was funny, because you would say, the bees were part of the play.
Yeah, wow.
I saw Grim legitimately banned yesterday as a good move. And you're like, damn, this was not the case like 12 months ago, 8 months ago. I mean, gotta love it. Gotta love some Grim leader.
Yeah, and I mean, this has happened a couple of times now. Same thing with Lesion. Very high presence right now in professional play and rank play, and you go back only 6 to 12 months and go, Lesion was played occasionally when you had space for him in the lineup, but you wouldn't make space to fit him in there for the majority of rounds. So small changes, yet impactful changes, will change the pick rate and win rate of operators quite drastically.
It's really funny when sometimes it'll be unexpected ones as well, because on paper you would look at that Grim change and be like, oh yeah, there could be more use of it.
Yeah.
And then you use it and you're like, oh.
Damn.
Oh, this is broken. Occasionally there's big ones. Grenade change. Huge.
Yep.
But to be honest, it sort of had to be, because an operator having grenades or not was the deciding factor on whether they would be brought at all, unrelated to anything other than their ability or their gadget. It was, they have grenades? Yeah, all right, cool. We need one. Now, it's fun to sort of see lineups where there are no grenades. The pick rate of that utility as a preference versus every other in the mud.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could say there's more creative flexibility now, and that's more reminiscent of like 2018, 2019 personal seats, where you might need like 2 or 3 operators as your core, but the rest can be spread pretty thin depending on like what you want, what you prefer. That's why we see now like Monty Bravo all of a sudden, right? Why? Well, it's a bar defense. There's it failed. So close.
Far away. Oh, Wizard
Wait,
shot it anyway.
He thought he hacked it still.
Thought he hacked it.
He
shot
heard the drone.
Then,
oh boy.
I mean, to be fair, you think it's gone through. That was as gone through as it was. Still, it happens. They get rid of the Echo drone. Now they can see if they can try and get their way into the site. So on this is the plant and the play. Canadian's going to roll on through. Cons does get one. We've seen this shield suffer before, but this time they have the cover. But Cons is able to get one on the back of it. The Echo doing everything they can, but they don't want to sit without anywhere else for them to go. So now stuck. Canadian's gone deeper than you otherwise usually would for the plant. They're concerned about the push and the pressure round on the back end of it. They could just try and reverse shield, get their head down and get this tucked on the corner, but they think they can get one more kill before they go for it. They're worried that someone might rotate onto the second story. So NJR has done just that. and then gone down one more level thinking, well, nobody's there. There is at least a single player. If they take the drop on this hatch, if they play this last bit of verticality, Psycho is the sort of difference maker in this situation.
Interesting. Now they go for the plant. Vertical can't see them. No Yokai drones. This might go down.
Nave gets Muzi, gets the cover, gets the post plant, and there it was. As I said, all that pressure on stopping that plant was from that verticality. There wasn't an attempt to rotate around the back, and I'm not going to entirely point the finger at a single NIP player, but that's not supposed to happen. We've seen players tuck this and steal it before. He's going for the whole swing. Somebody stop him! Somebody stop him! No! They cannot! No! What an absolute snafu! Muzi cool as you like, as he watches the team just pull that back. As I said, it's not the first time we've had a player steal that defuse. We've had it happen immediately after the plant before in the same smoke. But DZ will be beating themselves up about that round.
They will, because when you think about it, they have so many different easy solutions. If NGR on the Thermite, who is covering Troy outside the double door, goes to the pool table double window, he can jump in with a direct line of sight towards that diffuser from a different angle. You'd see it right here. If Troy with the Monty stayed inside the room to apply pressure and visual confirmation, he too could get something done. So there are so many solutions here for DC, which they should know, but no one really thought about it. Oh, it's fine, bomb went down, right? We win now. Easy peasy. But no, if you plant in a poor position where there is a blind spot, things like that will happen. When Peter said, you know what, I don't think they got this covered, let's just stick to diffuse.
I mean, it's such a gamble as well, but at the same time, that position, there is so much pressure on just sort of keeping an eye on it. That's what you sort of talk about when I was talking about the vertical, is that's the only eye you can cleanly keep on it at this moment in time. It's covered by smoke, sure, but you can still sort of spray towards it. They lost it. It's just as important to post plant, because you've tucked it onto a corner. It's not that that position is the easiest for you to watch in a post plant in terms of being directly onto it. What it's good at is watching the rotate. You can sort of catch the hatch, catch anyone that walks across kitchen from far away, unless you miss the first bit of rotation. Then suddenly they're in a position where they are safe, unless you have to send it all the way in. But, well, will one round be the difference maker? If it is, that'll definitely be one.
That'll be the one.
Bit of pace. Pamba catch the bottom of the blue player here and hope that they would force him to a rotated Canadian. The Ossa shield. Now, they're going to make sure that they don't die here. There's a grenade that forces the motion. They don't go all the way, but Canadian does use it to get in and somehow gets the fight there against Wizard. Pamba's able to find Psycho, who wanted to maybe offer some support on the rotation. Dark Zero gets two players. There's one in Garage, which they might not know about, whether they take the oil rotate or they sort of go up and cause problems later. That is down to the drones to work out.
There are not many scenarios now where grenades are high value, but the way that Troy utilized them in that specific instance was really good. Forcing movement from Wizard to jump in the window and take the fight, kind of with Pambasu on the hatch, was phenomenal. Yeah, it's a 50-50 gunfight in the end of things, but it allows the entry. The Arc Zero can progress throughout the map, and they're actually really quick in the pacing of this round now because they got half the round to play with, they've got 2 opening kills, and it's Solis and Kaid, so active gadgetry on both of those operators. Whatever, they lose Nave. The primary hard breacher that could speed things up has now been slain. Getting this kitchen edge opened up might be difficult, so now it's problem-solving time for DC in this final minute.
Final minute is a worrying word, especially on this site, but at least they've been able to take 2 bodies before they go for the push. As you said before, problem-solving was that sort of final line that they wanted to get over that last bit of a hurdle. Here they've got a little bit of problem-solving. Pamba might be able to find one more fight. They have the pings on how close the player is. Muzi, a very dangerous rotate, but he has to be back in the site, and he's able to at least make it happen. He will be much more shaky in whatever engagement comes forward, but Canadian, yes, the Talon shield can sort of force a bit of motion. However, it's a long deploy. The impact goes out. Troy has to pull his way back in. Canadian's going to pull that out of his pocket. Now has to go for a second strike. 15 seconds wasted. Time is getting further and further away from them. It's turned from what was a very quick approach towards the kill on blue to now a last second push onto blue. The single player in dirt once again on the far side of the push. They've got to try and win out. They do not. Bolo goes down inside dirt, which means Cons can rotate his way back up towards blue. 10 seconds. They're just trying to force it onto Moto at the same second. The fight goes out the tray, but it's the man with the kit that's gone cold. They don't have the time to try and hold it down, and Muzi with a triple gets NIP for the second time. Just a lockdown on the last 15 yards of the approach here of Dark Zero.
Yeah, and it's again where it's like, I feel like Dark Zero, they have better things to be doing in these rounds. When you got man advantage, yeah, okay, you lose Hibana, but you have more manpower. So forcing Blue with one person third, you're always creating your own weakness here. By having one sole player on one side of the map, Bolo on side of third tunnel, if he loses his individual gunfight to Cons, who's on a heater right now, by the way, 9 kills, you lose all your pressure from that side of the map. That leaves just 3 people inside of Blue, maybe a guy moto door, but it's very weak areas to into the building from. So I don't like this approach from Dark Zero. They're calling a timeout, which I think is a rather good time for it. You got 2 more rounds in the first half, you can tie things up 3-3, and Mint, the coach, can talk to his players, be like, guys, relax, chill, this is not what we practiced, because if that is what they have been practicing, they wouldn't pick up, because this is not a good look right now.
No. Yeah, it's definitely bringing a couple of questions onto the sort of drive of things, but they opted to start on their attack. They opted to try and make things happen, and they've now taken time out on attack as well. So you don't know if the conversation is more towards the clarity of comms, we're getting into our own heads again, or if it's more of a general, we need to win more of these attacks. Whatever the balance is, it's something that they need to retcon, emotional or statistical, in the game. Here, I mean, this was obviously where they're able to pull off the only round win they've got so far. It was a plant. They should arguably have 2.
Yeah.
Before we even get into the semantics of how they could have changed things for the last. Here, they might be able to still get themselves the start of a drive towards an even half. They're well aware of that. And that could be that sort of flag that they're waving, saying, if we don't get this, we're going to be battling on the decider.
I will say I love when teams play like Clash and Monty, but I hate when it's a top flagger who does it. Like Con's 9-2. Why on earth is he playing flagger, right? And it's probably a matter of like none of the other NIP players are happy or comfortable to play that particular operator. Yeah. But still, like, if Psycho is 0-2, Cons is 9-2, you would think Psycho playing Clash would be the better statistic.
Yeah, no. I think that's always the sort of driving force of it. The joke was obviously the classic of you've been promoted to Jaeger, you've been promoted to Doc. Here, you have to do a responsibility. It's not a matter of just putting yourself in position. You develop holds. Cons is on the Clash on this hold, whether they're 9-2 or 0-2. But as you said, there needs to be, if someone's on their day, the current meta, the current game is one where all 10 players should be able to shoot. There's no hard supports in this game anymore. You've got to be able to bring the game, and I guess that movability, that change, is that criticism of NIP. They haven't quite been able to get that the same way that, say, for example, the 7M, FaZe, or Liquid, or G2 can juggle operators and responsibilities depending on how they're doing throughout the game itself. 1 minute gone. Fight that might happen down here. Psycho only really has one route out of this room. How aware of it Pamba is, they're about to find out, because Psycho is looking for it. Sees a drone. Is that a bait on the drone?
There's no way.
Oh, please be a bait.
Wait, Impact, that's genius, actually.
Didn't want to give the game away.
It's like there's something wrong in this scenario. Yeah, something's fishy. That's actually massive. Like, when we talk about like the skills of players, there are so much that you can't like always like talk about or see there, but Psycho's game sense to read that this might be a bait, this might be a risky situation. I will spend an Impact instead of just walking into that room. Massive in that round, because now it's a 5v5. They keep the member alive, and Panda has wasted so much of his own time waiting for nothing to happen.
Bolo does find one, and the Buck can start getting some work done here, but as he said, a lot of times pass to help on this push. There's another single player inside the side, and they're backed up by Clash Cons, driving their way forward, but it's a very awkward approach here because of that breach on the left-hand side. They cannot go any further than that. They've got at least a bit of a blind from Wizards Pocket Fenrir to stop Pamba getting a scream up red, but they're about to find the Clash at the bottom of it. The Clash onto the back end, they'll just sort of stop it. Again, 10 more seconds wasted. Half, if not the whole drive of the team is over on this side. They're just torn apart by Pino. Gets 2 on the approach. Bolo blinded by Fenrir. It's Nafe who steps in on the back of the bees. The Solace, who was once almost caught, now has some support on the left. Pino with his third for the round as Bolo goes down. They at least got rid of the Clash, but they haven't been able to find anything close. I don't know if they know about the Solace, but they're going to find out very soon if they step through this door. NJR is looking for a route, and they just hit a brick wall on this approach here.
And they did. They got shut down in so many different ways, vertically, with drone denied. They have 1 drone to their name. They have no intel right now for DC. And that's the big pain right now. They don't know where these players are staying at.
Psycho is able to get NJR on the swing. Nafe is inside the site, but with 5 seconds and alone, he at least wins out 1 engagement. But they know they just got to play time, and that's NIP. getting out of there. The cleanest round win I think they've had so far, because let's be honest, when there's a minute left, they still have all of that in place and the clash. What do you do at that point? Because brute forcing your way through leads to what it led to.
I mean, there's always the fetus position, right?
Yep.
You lay down, you curl up, you cry, you give up, essentially. And I'm not saying DC, they did that, but it might have been even easier for them if they just, like, surrendered that round. I mean, the biggest issue there is they have Emisu and Buck below, breaking the floor apart towards where the roamers are inside of CC Cash, but they didn't buck any players, didn't get any of those kills because they only had one drone left to their name, likely a flank drone. So you're bucking blindly thinking, okay, I don't see anybody, I guess it's clear. What do you know? There's like 3 or 4 defenders there fighting back, just walking into your face and catching you by surprise. Pino on the kite getting 2 kills, immediately stopped Dark Zero. Now they're down 1-4. That's right after taking their tactical timeout. They have no breaks left. They can only go forward here. Only NIP can call, a timeout now. So easy, they gotta figure it out. Aim for a 2-4 half, then go on to defense.
5 seconds left before
Half to the back of the timeout as well. As we sort of said it before on the previous map, the timeout led to that success that led them through here. And things are going to get a little bit stressy when it doesn't quite go into their favor. As the 4-2 half, they might find themselves suffering the same distance and difference that NIP had to rebuild from on the previous map. A pure trade of who's able to take as much blood from the other on their map pick and their map selection. The mirror extension here, a heftier sort of stretch towards gym. You will see that more of an exploration towards the bedroom, towards logistics, towards the opposite side of the second story to maybe bait them into clearing it, force a construction take. You assume CC will get popped open.
Yeah.
You assume there'll be some pressure around garage. But here, that much dedication with the mirror windows as well, they're really sort of saying, look, come and find us.
Yeah, and also NIP being flexible now. They're playing mirror, they're playing the clash again. They're kind of showing us a bit more of their playbook, if you will. Maybe realizing after Cafe, they need to show more in general to find some success here. If you play a very linear style of Siege, you become predictable. You see the lineup, you see the bombs, so you go, guys, we're going to have like one guy playing this corner, one guy in that corner, let's kill them, right? Now you see this go, I'm not sure what they're going to do now because it's the first time, at least for this series.
The weight of the table as well, the importance of how things come together. If NIP find themselves suffering not only 2 losses, but on the back of just 4 maps, round difference for that is really horrible. And round difference can be the decider of who stays and who goes home, because NIP's loss to G2 yesterday was more dire than the loss for PRX suffered. Psycho does get Bolo here. Gets that opener. Another time that's a statistic going into the favor here of NIP, and they've been able to make it work when they don't get that. So, better step through. Canadian wants to go for the drop and drive here onto Logi Hatch, but he needs Pamba and Nath to offer some support. And there's Pamba getting that first. There's the drop, the return onto Canadian. Caught out by Cons. The mirror window player is still in position, sprays through, and that Fenrir has entirely been destroying them. I said it, that it was causing them problems on their approach at the previous map. The Skeleton Key opening the heart of the player. There is one still in the back of Jim. It's Pino. But no, he's been able to drift his way back even whilst blinded. The 3 NIP players back towards the site, but 45 seconds, a 3 versus 3.
I mean, Pino navigated the entire room of gym, master bedroom, and construction, fully blinded, by the way. That's incredible. I was like, yeah, he's in gym, right? No, he's way off the other side of the map now. That's phenomenal stuff. And now in a P, they're playing it smart. They're playing far back on side. The Feetsies, though. The Feetsies. They're exposed.
Oh, no. The Feetsies. They're able to put them in a bit of a dire situation. But 2 players in 20 seconds. They can still try and make a bit of magic happen. There's the start of it. Muzi, a huge clutch player, gets one. Gons goes deeper and deeper, but cannot quite get the connection. The rotate onto the window as the hop through the 1 versus 1 with 10 seconds left. NJR with the kit. And a hell of a fragmite gun behind him. Throws the drone over to one side just to get a read on the south, but he gets the kill! NJR dips against Muzi and gets them their 2nd round.
There he is. We talk about this man so often. He's on support. He plays Thermite. He doesn't necessarily always get to entry. But when he has to step up, when he has to go for those kills, he usually finds them. This is a player who is playing a role where he might actually be better at something else. But it works for Dark Zero and it works for NGR. DC, they get the 2-4 half.
They desperately needed it. Let's be honest. If this had gone away from them, things would have been problematic. And the point I started to make there was if we get to a 3rd map, please ban Fenrir. It's causing them so many problems. It caused them problems on Cafe, and I said it at the time where, They NIP banned off Ying as a sort of sign of this is what we're struggling against here.
Yeah.
Dark Zero, yeah, you're not going against his army. NIP are playing this Fenrir so well. It stopped them on that approach. It kind of really messed them up on the previous approach as well, because as soon as they swung the open sort of wall towards the top of red, oh, there's a Fenrir, they had to leave. They had to go back in. There wasn't another option for it. Or, if you're not going to ban it, then you have to pay it a little bit more respect. Go towards something that can get rid of it. Maybe a Flores if you've got to get it. You have the back of the drone. Maybe something that can steal it, as you've done a little bit before as well. There has to be, for my money, just a little bit more respect paid towards how NIP is utilizing this gadget.
No, I fully agree with you, and frankly, while the Fenrir's a problem, I do think that Dark Zero did a good job at problem solving that round. You know, they walk in, one person flashing the mirror window, one person punching it, etc. So they're progressing, but you're right, like things are way more difficult than they should be, essentially, because those Fenrir mines are always in their way. But Clubhouse also, it's a map rather where you want a lot of different operators, right? You want a lot of heart reaching, or maybe the Munty, the IQ, whatever. It's hard to fit a Brava or a Twitch in your lineup, so this is also NIP being smart. You're utilizing an operator that is hard to deal with. Those are the operators that you want in your lineup that can't deal with Fenrir, essentially. So it's smart stuff from NIP. Now they get to attack. They now have to problem solve those exact same problems on the flip side.
NIP on this approach where things didn't quite work for them on the start of it was losing a Monty round 1 of the first map. Here, Cons again. Off the roll where they get a gun, and on the roll where the tactics is Cons is our shield player, Cons will play the shield. Will it work? They got away with it before because of the work that was done structurally to stop them, but it's much harder to be in that position where you're on the push. We've seen the struggles of it before. They can't get through the electrification on that. As of this moment, they don't have the Maverick to play the trick here, so instead they can only really go for the hatches that can be opened outside of the floors until they start doing some juggling work to pursue onto the back end or playing against obviously those pocket EMPs that are both otherwise used by Psycho.
And it's smart because normally the pocket EMPs, they will not find the Kite Claw, but they've paired the IQ with them as well on Moosey, so they can get the scanner out, yellow ping exactly like Claw is, then EMP with accuracy and guarantee the hatches to be opened up. So you might be thinking, why play IQ? There's no Valkyrie right now. Well, that's one of the reasons. It also counters Kaid, and it speeds things up for NP, it gives them more access points, and they guarantee the openings of the hard hatches, which you need on Club Plus.
Yeah, Pocket EMP is a very cool gadget that was introduced. Very, very tiny EMP radius to keep it balanced. As I said, point perfect is necessary. What also might be necessary is putting your eyes towards the site itself. We criticize DZ for not really giving themselves a lot of time to problem solve on the site itself. We're getting the first routes down into Oil Pit and into the ground floor in the basement itself here, as Moose is just going to scream his way up. The pings are coming from the back of the bees. He's gone all the way into Lou. The pressure onto Moto, but he's caught out in the trade. It's a 4 versus 3. The Psycho double dips around the corner, and they are absolutely executing Dark Zero. They had such a good read on where all of the players had got themselves tucked into, and they tucked them right in a bed.
And this is the thing, like when you have Grim for that execute, you get those red pings. 2 or 3 players from DC's defense were completely marked throughout that execute, but also Latam, Brazil as a region, they are so excellent at those exact kind of takes. You go in, you play off one another, and NIP back in their prime like 2019, 2020, etc. That's the exact performance and playstyle they excelled at as well. They were so good at just getting in there, taking gunfights, trading positively, and just taking full control. They lost 1 member in that round. They killed all 5 of the DC's defensive players.
I mean, as I said, you know, when you leave yourself not a lot of options, you got to problem solve, and you sort of pointed out there, the play on the Bs giving them the read, the play on the positions, they knew it in advance. They knew where they wanted to put the pressure onto, whether it's, you know, the sort of research on how that take goes or the hold that was put ahead of them. Either way, flawlessly put together. The 5-2 at this point. DZ, they're traveling in a dangerous position here because they know at some point they'll probably have to end up going back to that site, whatever happens again. So, can they try and make success on their second and maybe their third choice here? Because you've got to make rotations when you're this far behind.
Typically when you defend on Clubhouse, you have kind of 2 primary ways to play. One is an extension like we saw on IP. You defend Gym, you play in CCTV Cache, like DC are kind of doing here as well. The other is you play around Wall Deny. Tuberu, you know, Bandit, Hide, Mute, etc. And you make things just difficult for the attackers to get in the building anywhere. DC right now are a bit of a hybrid. They got the Bandit, sure enough, but it's not the main focus. They're still playing proactively. They got the Mira, the Fenrir, they got the Solace. So clearly, GoldenEye is a semi-priority, slow things down for NIP, but they also recognize they need good guns. They need gadgets to help stop their opponents because when it comes to a 1v1 brawl, NIP, they have sharp shooters, and Khan's off the Monty now, so the main gunner is now also back in action.
You want to sort of see it, I guess, if you're an NIP fan. It's sort of like, Khans, please.
Start shooting more.
Khans,
get off the Monty. Get off the Clash.
Khans, go kill. Bolo is going to step into the shoes of the Fenrir. You know, if there was a reason to say, well, even against all the hardships, we're not going to ban it, now's the time. Going for the break here onto the mirror window. This is what you talked about with those Ash charges. Mirror has become much trickier to get use of, and it's now smashed up the angles towards the opposite ends. They've still got some safety on it, but otherwise just being sprayed through. The catch on the disc, the position cannot be played as extensively. Sinead goes for the rotate. SCB's over the top. That reveals his rotated position. So instead, he's going to tuck his way back in. But they're in. They're swinging, and Naif is somehow able to get the security onto one. There's two! Naif whips out the secondary and pops the player. They went for a quick pace breach, but it's left Muzi a little bit isolated on the main brick stairs. There's pings on the rotate. There's the rotate that's coming around behind him as well. They're still trying to utilize this utility, maybe buy themselves a second, because look at a Solace Canadian that's on the other side of the map going, I need to get myself a little bit closer here. If he retakes the control underneath, it doesn't matter how much damage they do inside. They've still got, obviously, a 4 versus 3. He can mess around anywhere on this map.
He's still alone. He slowed things down. Bought time for his team, but Navy's still in that heroic position with 1 HP left now. 3 mirrors staring him down from outside the building. Will he drop or will he stick around?
He's just got himself into a very dangerous place here. That gym equipment is the only solid thing really across these two sides. He cannot quite get the connection that he wants, but he buys a bit of danger in time. They're tucked. Psycho going to see if he can get the reinforced wall as that little bit of protection, but they don't think they're safe enough to go for the plant and the play. So instead, they're going to keep pushing, see if they can get the fight on the opposite end of this mirror window. Swings against it. Canadian needs to step in and does. Gets the kill onto Muzi. Came and offered some support round on the back, and there's a bit of crossfire. Oh no, Psycho does get the kill onto Canadian. For some reason, goes and doubles down to cement the one more, but I guess when you're in the 2 versus 1 anyway, you want to make sure that they don't have the read. That's why they got the execute, but it doesn't really matter as Bolo pops the corner and pops the player for the 5-3.
Chaos, absolute chaos throughout that entire round. Nave gets a double kill and buys a full minute of silence in the server, but after that, it becomes a straight up brawl shortly after. And it's Dark Zero with the cover, the trades, the back and forth that ultimately wins it out. But if that's the rounds that DC are going to be winning, they gotta fight so hard every single time. And they need 2 more rounds just to tie things up.
He had 1 bullet left.
Oh, is it the last bullet?
1 bullet left in the secondary on this. It doesn't have many to start with.
Oh.
But if one other player had come at him, it would have been a much earlier death as well. Obviously, that is panic. If 2 players end up swinging the same angle at the same height, that is, we need to try to cement a kill. We know that there might be some danger here because we've suffered to it. We need to try and get revenge and get that trade. But it leads to workplace accidents.
Workplace accidents, yeah. I mean, that's what it does. And it's a fine line between being too close together, risking a team kill, or being too far apart and giving your opponent freedom to get too isolated 1v1. So I don't blame them for doing that. It happens sometimes, of course, but it was not ideal. And it was one of the reasons why they might have lost that round. They didn't have enough manpower due to that team kill. In NIP, they were hovering a bit of different operators there. I saw a Blitz, I saw a Monty, but Khans himself also, I think, realizes that while the shield gets us forward, he does want to partake in these rounds more proactively with a weapon.
I mean, it's the strange sort of argument that we like to make here, because I think he's 100% on the win rate for when he plays a shield currently.
Yeah.
But we're not in their comms. We cannot truly understand what they think is going wrong. It's been a great build back up from NIP's game, from where things have gone wrong for them pretty quickly on the first map to how they fought back into it here, to where they've got the lead and they've made sure they sort of stayed that step ahead with a solid run in the middle of the previous half. At this point, it's down to seeing if they can try and just find weaknesses and exploit them, because they're doing that pretty well against these DC defenses so far.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought they were gonna rush the bomb set there. They had a drone pretty sneakily inside of blue, like, okay, there's 1 person winning side, 4 roamers, we could just rush it, but they said, no, let's not do that. It's 5-3, like, this is a pretty important round for both teams. Either you're going, you know, map point for NIP, or DC, they're closing in quicker.
Well, Psycho does get Bolo, and Psycho gets 1 more sprayed through on the soft, just on the rotate.
That's gross.
Removes the player, and now it's just MJR and Pambasu, but Pamba, realizing that he needs to do some damage, gets the second story opening. Not sure if that was just a Hail Mary in case someone else was watching, or he wants that angle open to cause some problems later, but time will tell. There's a minute 20, and the fight is about to come around on the stair set. They can hear each other. Pamba suffers elsewhere, though, as Wizard stacks up to try and sort of say, look, you're not going to get away with another push, and he doesn't want to risk it. Getting them from a, 5 versus 3 into a 4 versus 3 is huge. Then letting that fall to a 4 versus 2, you're just back in maybe even a worse spot than you were before.
Yeah, the thing about this base and bomb site is that there are so many pathways for attackers, blue stairs, main stairs, third, hedge drops, etc. You want at least 3 or 4 guns, ideally, to cover most of those areas. So the less defenders available, the worse it really gets. In IP, they got the advantage, they got 45 seconds, but more importantly, 4 drones left available. Once they locate some of their whereabouts, oh god, what? I think he climbed the ladder in garage. He must have.
Yeah, he's come up oil pit. He's got the stab, and oh, terrible news. And this is where NIP sometimes struggle. You saw Cons go, do I go down red? Do I push it? No, Pino's got the fight. No, Pino doesn't have the fight. Nave, he's suddenly been able to swing this balance back. The silent killer from the UK gets the clear across it. Cons drops in towards Moto, is trying to find the swing. He's got a goo mine in his foot, so he's got to take that out before he plants anyway. And when you're planting in a 2 versus 1, what else can you do? Throws the gadget, buys themselves a second of time, pops back up and goes for the rotate on the fight, but there it is! NJR takes care of Cons.
Beautiful stuff from Nave. I don't know how this man is doing it so consistently, always finding gaps, openings, and just appearing out of thin air, essentially, like a magician. He climbed the ladder, walked up, and a knife to the back of the head, opened things up for DC.
It's just...
Come on.
It's terrible. It's terrifying. It's traumatic a little bit. You're looking at what is a sort of blow, but it's a morale blow. It's this one where you're going, okay, we've got this, we've got the lockdown, we're cool, and oh, I've been knifed.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, what?
And that is true. Like, being killed on a sneak on a roam is horrible.
Yeah.
Getting them close enough to knife, and then they pick up the player that came for the trade as well. That is full wheels off a tilter.
I also want to just praise the observing there, because it was like perfect cut, right? It's like, oh yeah, this is bad for DC, etc. Slap, boom, knife. Okay, we saw all of it. And there was like conclusion to what happened, but also the mystery. How did Nave get there, right? Because I didn't see that.
No.
So it was wonderful. Just want to praise observing here. That's amazing.
Is it easy?
I don't know.
If it's easy, spin.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Medic, spin. If it's red light, spin.
Attacker's objective is to locate
If it's
a bomb.
Nova, spin.
It's Nova.
It's Nova!
Oh!
All right, Nova. First SI they have observed. Hell of a job.
He makes a memory in my book. That's for sure for that one.
I hope they were excited about being like, my name's going up 4th. I mean, it wasn't going to be 4th. I just sort of, he's smiling.
Oh,
Good. I'm glad.
boy.
It's absolutely smashing it. The observing on this series. But Dark Zero to NIP. And now, what do you do when the gap gets to this point?
I mean, this is where we gotta talk about the mental war, like not the mental warfare, but the mental, I guess, checkpoint here for teams, because we know Troy can tell his teammates, guys, it's fine. You know, Troy's been in a lot of...
Australians are casting Australia on A3.
They're popping off right
now. They're popping
off. I was gonna say, Troy's been in a lot of finals, and he's won, but he's also suffered the most amount of grand finals losses. How does he get away with that?
With a Thatcher on the board.
Yeah.
With a Thatcher on the board, Nath has just bandit tricked the Selma. They didn't even double either side. And a Maverick? No NIP! No NIP! That's bad! Muzi gets Canadian underneath, and they're just going to have to try and strong-arm the player against the bandit. They might just try and get a bit of damage done up and sort of say, look, you can't sit here. Okay, there we go. At least that's some revenge, but still. Shouldn't have got a trick off.
Oh boy. I mean, when you got all the tools, but you can't get it done, you start questioning like what's going on. But they figured it out in the end. They get 2 kills, 1 in the breach, 1 in the roam. A third follows down to Pambasu as well. And DC, they're just falling apart right now. Ninja with a great jump out. It's still a 2v4. What?
Ooh, the C4 went fishing. A 2 versus 3. A 2 versus 2. Bolo. He's ready to get himself a bit cooked into this series. We sort of said he's been a bit understated, but when you step back in to any team in any tournament. It doesn't matter because, you know, he's had the experience of holding the highest throne. He's had the experience of being the EVP or one of them of that tournament.
Yeah.
You come into this roster, you come back into it. The last time he played, it was against Dark Zero, and it wasn't very good. But that was a step in last second. Since then, try and warm up to it. 40 seconds left. Psycho and Cons, they're going to try and rebuild once again. If we suddenly find ourselves in a 5-5, well, then I think we're going to get an NIP timeout.
I could see that happening for sure. And again, this NIP, they're the worst teams. They're 4v2 and things fall apart. They isolate themselves. Utility here might do the work. It's Injir and Bolo up against Psycho and Cons.
Oh no, caught out, forced into the position. Great play on the utility. Bolo, he's in the 1 versus 2, but there's only 10 seconds. If he can try and isolate this into 2 fights, the Maestro bubbles are giving him the read. There's one and he's down. He's looking for the second. He finds it, Bolo! He's back low, baby!
A handshake from Mint saying, thank you very much, good sir. I love that you're here with us. Beautiful stuff, really. And it speaks to the strength of Dark Zero, but also the weaknesses of NIP. And you are correct, Emmy. They will call their tactical timeout because things are falling apart. And that's my point earlier. When you have Troy on your team, who's been in so many finals and won them, but been in even more finals and lost them, if anyone can keep your players and himself in check mentally, it's gotta be Troy. Whereas for NIP, we know they're an emotional team, so to speak. When things don't go well, they get frustrated. They're passionate about the game, right? Of course they are. But right now, it is slipping away. And I fear a little bit for them and their mental state.
Well, the timeout, the conversation. I was told actually why the Australians were going insane.
Okay.
Enlighten me. Apparently, Mowgli pulled off the sickest ace our producer has ever seen.
That's pretty high praise.
So I'm excited to get
replay
eyes
of
on that at the end. We'll get a replay. I'm sure it'll be on the socials soon enough as well. But to be fair, Bolo coming in with that quad kill is just as much.
I was gonna say.
On our stream, what a moment for him to pop off. And as he said, 2 rounds in a row, 2 tilters. When you are up with a 2-person man advantage and it goes away from you twice in a row, horrible. Do you know when else that happened?
What?
The first 2 of the first 3 rounds NIP played yesterday against G2. One of them was Benjamaster tearing them apart with a 4K, and one of them was Alamau and Uno pulling it back as well. On club, I think it was.
Oh no!
And it's sort of this moment of like, I said this might happen again. It's happening again.
Oh boy, NIP, you got work to do here. Yeah, keep saying it. It's a long tournament. Things can still be fixed, but you want to start off as hot as humanly possible. Dark Zero, they have been close to overtime in a couple of their maps so far, but they usually have escaped it and won or lost in regulation. If they win next coming rounds, they will once again avoid that OT. But right now, they're on the right path. They've won the last 3 rounds in a row. 2 of them, as you said, being clutches. And now it's tied up. NIP had the timeout. They talk things through. Let's see if they can change this ship around.
Yeah, it's to break momentum as much as it is to have this conversation, but it's a conversation that Dark Zero can have as well. Because, yeah, they shouldn't have won those 2 rounds. They did. They take that energy. They take that momentum. They put it into the conversation of, look, we are doing this against the foot. We can drive this home. This can be our carry-on. And other emotional words you know. They're going to be throwing through the mics into each other's headset. Nafe, when he played this power position before and was able to pop a couple of bodies, is on a slightly different operator, not giving them the sort of chance on the mirror break, the chance on the pressure here. Instead, it seems like a different take. Anyway, the wall gets opened, as it often does with Jacuzzi. But look at this, the change of focus, where they struggled with the positions of the Dark Zero players last time around construction, around CC. This time, they're cutting it in half, paying a lot of attention towards that side of the map.
I like this. I call this like phantom pressure, where you open jacuzzi breach, construction breach, and windows and doors. If you're Dark Zero now, especially out the Valkyrie, you don't know exactly where this push will be coming from. You gotta feel out the map right now and figure out, okay, what might be the pathway right now for the opponent. And again, another wall gets opened up, but no one's here. Instantly, Wizard drops down below. So Dark Zero, if they move a little bit too much, might be caught off guard. And that's someone like Canadian who does move around a lot. He tends to die early in those moments.
Pamba's holding on with the pre-held C4 ready on the lineup, hoping he can get a bit of audio of anyone that might go for the breach here in the approach onto the CC balcony. It's Cons with the kit and the thermite as well, but said with all that's already open, it's not as big of a loss. The C4 comes out, the swing doesn't quite net the rewards. Cons, he's able to step in as the fight goes into Bolo's favor, still on the tear from the previous round and still with some structures to support him. Wizard suffers next on the swing. They're watching that window on construction, so anyone that tries to escape, this is going to get dropped, but I mean, we're in the sub-minute time. They have to try and get rid of Bolo. The pressure's on him. The first flash doesn't net it. The blind, the second either. They're dabbling with it. That one will, but he swings into it and finds the kill before he gets taken out. Finally, Psycho screams up red stairs, but there's half a minute left at this point. They've only just been able to get control of the back end of it. They've still got the site itself to apply pressure. Canadian tucks behind the desk. Overlord's office is waiting to take them by a bit of surprise. They've hopped out onto the windows, the Bees to buy them a little bit of space in a 3 versus 3. 20 seconds. Wizard finally makes the last steps through. The plant is going just on the other side of the bed. They're going to go for the cover and support. There's Wizard getting Canadian. There's the attack on the zip. They get one. Watch the second drop down with the Maestro bubble. A 2 versus 2. Nate has one impact in pocket. Wizard has one route to run, and he's just going to try and get himself tucked further and further away. They're going to hold on. They think that they're not going to watch it. We've seen a thievery of a plant like this before. Oh. We see it once more! Twice in the game!
Both teams had a ninja defuse, and NGR hopped on that evil eye. The Maestro came quite late in the round, but he saw that crucial intel. He saw Hibana drop down the hatch and leave the area so they can deduce. There's one, deduct rather. There's one person in construction, one person dropped downstairs. You can retake and go and just cover the diffuser. It's free. NIP, when things are really dire, when they're really stressed and pressured, they make these micro mistakes with massive outcome on the round, like not having a strong post plan, just like we saw from Dark Zero. And Bolo early on, he knows he might have died, but he got 2 kills and he stalled so much time. Job well done.
I mean, truly doing some huge work over the past couple of rounds. As I said, it's a player who we know the capabilities of, not just from how they've played with previous rosters, but how they've played in this tournament.
Yeah.
He is an SI veteran with more sort of accolades than even other people who have lifted the hammer because he got the double down with statistical performance too. There is no one else that you sort of go, oh, who can we get to bring into this role? Oh, well, we have, you know, a champion who was one of the best players in that tournament. Oh, yeah, get him on the line. And to get him to start to get comfortable, to get used to the new sort of meta, is great play there. Again, it's this push here from NIP. They did great to adapt to what went wrong last time.
Yeah.
However, when the round is going great and they're able to get into this position, that sort of late half game, the post plant going wrong, is it 3 times now we've seen that advantage just filter away because of a pluckiness that DZ has. It's got to be so sort of demoralizing.
Absolutely. I mean, it has to be. And to make things worse now, DC, they're a match point, series point for that matter, and it's a very stable, very cookie-cutter kind of lineup for them on the basement, right? They got the Warden's kind of smokes, they got the Mirrors to make things difficult, and got smoke from Pampambasu to shine a plant. NIP, they have one trick up their sleeve. They've not shown it yet. Glass, Psycho. Back when Glass first got the buff to see through smokes, Psycho was one of the first players that people genuinely feared on this operator because he was so phenomenal at playing the DMR and just beaming people down. NIP can get to the side, all 5 players alive. They have one set of smokes on Glass himself. They could enable the full potential of him to carry this round if they can get through in time. Half-round is almost burnt now. They've just entered the building, gotten to open up those hatches, go through those motions, but they lose Moosey early to Nave. That's not what they want to happen.
Nave just causing problems.
Every single round it feels like.
I know, and there again, Nave gets the kill on Moosey on the sort of Adamariel blue stairs twice. This time a very different story, but when you are this close to the end, this close to losing your second series, this close to losing your 4th map, and seeing that distance grow ever wider between you and the top of the board and the top of the group, you know how hard the fight is going to be in your following 2 play days in the following 2 games. A minute left. Reaching in front of the hatches. The Buck is going to try and just force a pocket of space and get some clarity on towards this plant. They've got themselves stacked up, DZ. They're watching it from A-Case. They have a Warden, as you said, but that might come here together on the cover of any of those smokes if they try and drop them into the plant and just try and find a little pocket because, well, the downside of those gadgets is you got to sit and wait for it to activate. If you know they're going to fall through a small hatch, you know where to aim.
Yeah. That's the thing, without the Grim Beast, you have less intel to work with. There's still 4 drones now for NIP, but you're playing a man down. NGR playing that AK's position. Crucial position to play in, of course. Gotta see where NIP will strike and when they will go.
They go for the drop. They go for the hold. You can hear a Thorn Gadget does most of the cons, but the C4 gets the end of it. 5-3, 5-2, and another C4, and another NJR! Psycho cannot find anything! We start the series of flawless, and apparently we end the same way.
Oh boy, DC, they were heating up. They had a couple of moments on Clubhouse where I thought, this is not the same team we saw earlier today on Cafe, but they figured things out about the halfway point in this match, and all of a sudden in IP, it looked like they did yesterday against G2. They do not have Clubhouse figured out for themselves.
It had to be a bit of fight of Dark Zero. Canadian in his old age is probably getting a bit older with how many series this team plays that ends up in OT or close as possible to it. But for all the scraps and scrapes that get them in this position, they find themselves still getting that victory. Will it be a new meta that gets them victory of the tournament? It's a long test, but at least it's still getting them these win on maps. And IP, unfortunately, got a fight today, but still not enough.
They got a long way to go, and just a fun fact, DC played 5 maps now, 0 overtimes, both losses and wins. They've been clean regular. It's a different team, I'm telling you.
What?
Unheard of for years.
Easy fans. Can you believe this, Easy fans?
They are so relieved at home, you know, that, oh my god, they're winning or losing regulation. This is amazing stuff happening right now.
I mean, it's that sort of two sides of a story here. As I said at the start of the series, these are two rosters that could both do a decent run at this tournament. Whether they'll lift the hammer, probably not the favorites, but not an impossibility. However, this is how the story goes. There's two sides to the coin. It has to be the other one for the opponents. And here in IP, that's 2 days in a row that unfortunately for them, they've just not been able to get anything out of all the hard work.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess to talk about, like, there's 5 teams in this group, and you just gotta be not the last, you know? If you can be bottom 4, climb to the 5th, yeah, you're going home. So while things are looking dire for them, they do have a lot of space to work.
It was a lot of these little moments as well. You sort of, I said it on the one round when Dark Zero lost it in the first half of, if this is decided by one round of not covering that post plant, they will hate themselves.
Yeah.
And then it's the other side of it where NIV suffer a stolen and injured defuse. And it's just, that's how close it is. That's how close the wire is. If they had watched that, they might have got to OT. You might have been able to get to map 3, but you otherwise would have been able to do some of the deficit. It was as close as it could be, but still, as I said, although there are expectations for them to perform well against, say, FearX, who are, let's be honest, they're probably the riskiest one with the most to prove at this tournament, especially after they lost today. But also, they put in the start of a good performance. We saw some spark there, and you never really know how the game is going to go until it's today.
No, you don't. I mean, yeah, a lot of rounds were close, but DC did win 5 out of 6 rounds, and there was 5 rounds in a row on that late half. So, yeah, I mean, when that happens, you feel the momentum as the opposing team of NIP just slipping away. You're like, what do we do against this, right? Okay, we have a good round, Bolo clutches, right? Okay, good round, NGR makes a hero play. What are we supposed to do about this, right? It's difficult to deal with emotionally as a team. And we see there, he drops the hatch. Small things easy to figure out, but they have massive consequences for an IP.
It's the beauty of the calls as well. You sort of said it at the time when you have sort of Nafe and you have Canadian working together on those calls, magic happens. I mean, together they have 200 EPS. So that I mean, you combine Nafe and Canadian, you've got what 16 to you got almost a 1 point KD.
Yeah.
They balance each other out. It's yin and yang.
Yeah, they do. Yes, that's literally it. And Nafe also took like 27 kills over 2 maps, so they 15 and 13 kills, so to speak. So he had a phenomenal performance.
He's a silent killer.
Yeah.
And you love to see it as someone who's watched the player come up through the UK scene, as someone who's watched the player play with a lot of rosters, and you know when you watch him play, he is one of the best support players in the world. He's a huge brain. Here we sort of get this stretch of it. Nafe that over the 2 map, massive performance. I mean, you just wouldn't have expected looking at this roster and going, Nafe's going to be leading the KD.
No, I really wouldn't think so. But at the same time, we got to talk about NIP, right? Because they have players just not really showing up. I mean, Pino, Musi had...
Is Musi 1st of April?
November 18th. Oh, 1st of April, yeah. He's got dates on there.
Musi's stats...
are they so bad that they're not even on the board?
Put that into your forms fresh.
Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, when your injuries from NIP, they don't show up, when people aren't getting their kills and getting things done, then you know they're in for a bad time. Because when support players are playing the best, or flex players are playing the best, you gotta figure out what the problems are. And it can be 2 things. Either the supportive team are not helping the injuries, or the injuries simply aren't hitting their shots.
Yeah, and obviously, I think that's the sort of statement as well. You'll see the entry statistic from Nave. There we go.
There they are.
There we go. The entry statistic is something where obviously Con's 5-0 over the series.
Yeah.
But the comparison against Naif, who's playing that backline role, he's a support player, hitting 5-1, and as you said, it's the perfect argument of, is the jobs being done, or is this filling in the gaps? For Naif, I think it's opportunity. He's seeing these moments that he can take advantage of, and he's having a blast with it. Again, the sort of split of plants, it wasn't a huge objective-driven game by these two teams. They can be very objective-driven. I mean, I think it's, as I said, there's a lot of food for thought here for both the teams, but in very different positive and negative ways.
Absolutely. I mean, I just know from personal experience, if I have a Warden player on my team going like -4 in injuries and like -7 on like the stat line, I'm like, you're off Warden duty. Like, give me that role now, right? Like, you're off that, buddy. That was sadly Moosey in this game.
Yeah, I think, again, when you see the capabilities of these teams throughout the year as well, you see what gets them to this position. You know, as I said, that they haven't been entirely quiet. They've had good moments, they've had games, they've had games. Neither of them have been able to really light the balls on fire, but they're looking like they're willing to scrap and fight for every single map, every single round, which is something that you cannot get rid of. And here is that horrifying divide I talked about.
Oh,
before.
yeah.
So G2 and Dark Zero are now so many points clear of both Ninjas in Pajamas, who have lost 2 games, and Fearex and GK who have lost a game each. And this is that moment where you go, okay, NIP still have to play Fearex and GK.
Yeah.
Can definitely get out of that position, but you're chasing 2 teams that even if they win both of those, they might still clear you just on round.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you're not making like top 2 for NIP anymore.
Exactly.
But you just gotta clear that 5th spot. And I mean, when fans they look at this group, they go, Fearex is probably gonna go home first. That's like the logical argument I think most people would make.
They're the lowest rated seed of anyone in the tournament.
Yeah.
Statistically, you have that understanding of.
So, and then right now, I mean, they're clear of it, but that's because in NIP, they've really had a tough couple of games. Fearex themselves have not proven that they deserve to be top 4, but neither has NIP yet.
Yeah, and this is the sort of spread now for NIP. They will be desperately watching Fearex, they'll definitely watching GK and going, look, we just need to beat one of them to survive, but we got to still beat them by a decent distance because their gameplay needs to improve. If they want to survive much longer than just the lower bracket, they're probably going to wind up in.
Oh, absolutely. So,
it is
what it is.
What it is.
That's what they say.
It's been a pleasure casting with you.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's been nice to work with a European who knows how to speak English. I mean, you'll have a joy of that later, actually. I'm just setting you up to meet one.
Man.
He'll understand. But it's been a pleasure here on the B stream. The next will be Hap taking over my seat, and then Parker and Tengu will be rotating. I think we might have an Intel moment. I'm assuming that'll get popped up in a moment.
Show the replay.
Give us the replay. Oh, it was Nate.
Oh, of course.
Even with not being able to get it. We get it in slow-mo. So he gets the 2. Look at that.
Bang.
Bang. No idea. Bang.
Smoke.
No idea.
Oh, I like to think
we don't. Yeah.
We don't know what happened after
We don't know what
that.
happened.
Nope.
It could have been.
He might have won it.
A defining moment. Anyway, that's all for us. It's been a pleasure. We will see you back on the stream in about 20 minutes.
Cheerios.
They have now got themselves to overtime after a bit of a shaky first half. Only got the 2 attacking rounds. Ends up being a defender-sided Chalet. I mean, come on. At this point, SI is just all about defense. I've given up. I've tried. I've been on the copium. But 15 and 7 from Brendo. He's been a clear standout. 11 as well from Wedderpools. Clearly 2 big clutch moments as well. When you kind of think about, he's got 11 kills. But 6 of those have come in 2 moments where those kind of triple kill moments, as we just saw in that last round. Of course, maybe up to 18. No one else on his team has got double-digit kills for Wolves. Concerning, a little bit. Because honestly, against the better teams, 1 player popping off is not going to be good enough.
Couldn't tell you how this one's going to play out. Very, very intrigued. I mean,
I've seen this story before, and it ends in heartbreak because, as I said at the end of Bang, I am sick and tired of reading the same script when it comes to APAC. Close, but not close enough every single time.
Well, you're
sick of it.
You say that, but last time they played on this map, Atlanta, 8-6 Bliss. They were actually perfect in overtime. So, deja vu, perhaps?
Potentially. Certainly one that would be needed. For Wolves, though, Certainly no causes, I think, in terms of alarm. The only thing being, they actually now play as double attack here in this OT, and attacking has not been strong for either side. But it does mean they kind of get a free punch here. Can they steal an opening round and then go into the defense after this? Otherwise, if Bliss win this opening defensive round, they get 2 opportunities to close this one out. Massive round coming up as we begin overtime in the second map of this series here. In this Group B matchup.
It's been a good game so far, though, and I think a lot of takeaways for both rosters and probably for the 3 other teams in the group that are watching this intently as well. With information, they've been abusing drone holes quite a bit throughout this match to gather information without the defense being alerted.
Mowgli, it has to be the one we keep our eyes on, whether you want to or not. He's the one that's making things happen. Gets a little bit of tag on the Wedables. Brendo lost his life elsewhere to Bibu. Just the 3rd kill for him. Double-digit deaths. Mowgli with a bit of control towards that sort of trophy position now. P4 as well in terms of what they've got on the map 2 minutes in. I like what I see here for Wolves. I think Bliss are a little bit scared with how much map control they've given up down below in terms of that vert below sight. They won't like the situation they're in, especially losing Brendo, who's been so strong in this match. The position they find themselves in is a difficult one. And Wedables is low. Wolves have got themselves an advantage here in overtime.
If Wolves look to flash out Solar here, again, it's up to Sage to step up and really protect Wedables. Down below, though, vert pressure can flush out this position. It does, and that should be the trigger for the Solar push from Wolves.
Got red pinged out. Drone Sage can't make the play happen. The upside down repel, he gets flushed out too. Mowgli, of course, who else at this point? Oda and Fisher guy. The 2 versus 5, but we haven't really seen these kind of clutches. And again, there's 20 now for Mowgli. And make that almost 21, but shut down by Oda. Now to 1 versus 4. He's full white, he's dead. And that's again a couple of match points now for Wolves. Couldn't close it out in regulation, but a strong start to begin in OT on the attack as well. Made light work of that defense from Team Bliss. And Wolves now onto the defense and in the driver's seat to close out Chalet.
Yeah, perfect start, free hit. Free control down below. The vert pressure was immense. A lot of perceived pressure as well horizontally for Bliss. And that meant that they weren't really too sure as to where to position themselves. And immediately, once we saw Wedables cleared from vert down below by the Buck, as I suggested, it was going to be the trigger for that Solar push. Sage then on the Warden had to play perfectly. And unfortunately, that was not meant to be.
Biggest pressure cooker moment now for Team Bliss, because they have struggled on the attack, albeit similar to Wolves. I think we're pretty fair in that assessment. But as Fox said back on the analyst desk, they've looked scared when it comes to attack, and there's nothing more scary when you're down overtime match point and you need to attack now. You got to make things happen. You got to push in. You got to be aggressive. You got to find these early contacts, and you want to seek them out, find them, get position along the map. Bar games as well, strong from Wolves earlier on. Liked what I saw from them. Good piano control, good office control. They couldn't really clear out. I believe it was dead shot towards Chimney. Kept it pretty conventional. They bring the deployable shield again through him on the Warden. This is going to be a very difficult round for Bliss. The onus here is on them to crack open this defense of Wolves.
So it's double globals here from Bliss. We're going to see both the Line and the Dakabi in play, the Dockerby in play.
The Dakabi?
I don't know why I said that.
Activating drone.
That was quite strange. But the other thing as well, especially on this particular setup, was we saw
shield up with this time.
Struggle to deal with utility. They went for the 8 nade lineup. This time, though, they're bringing the Flores instead. I love this. Already far more effective compared to what we saw last time.
Didn't get the barrier, but did get that global shield, and that was a big factor last time out, as you said. Yeah, struggled to get rid of it. How many nades did they bring? 8. This time they bring 6. A couple of flashes as well, probably to help out a little bit more on the entry. Keep a barrier out again for Mowgli. Big pressure, though, in terms of defense from Wolves to keep control of libraries. The Logic Bomb does ring out. One more available for Wedables. 2 minutes still. A lot of time. Don't have to rush this. Certainly go for a bit more of a map-wide control. EE1D plus Logic Bomb. A lot of utility being expended here. Wedables towards Solar now. Can push across. They've got the time to do so. And I like this because they're clearly struggling to really get inside a library. They're not getting these picks. Mowgli got tagged up. Live drone as well for wet in towards Piano. No one inside the office now. A little bit better here from Bliss. They've got a bit of that map control. but you still got to hit your shots. And that's something they've struggled with here attacking into Wolves.
It's this position right here that will make or break the round. If Mowgli can lock down the staircase without utility, despite utility, Bliss will struggle.
Impact unsuccessful. Position known, of course, the top library. Flashes to go out. He is full white. Deadshot watching. Warden in play. Very strong and very strong as well under pressure. Wertable's lost his life. Good trade in towards library though from the sledge of Brendo, but it's the trades that favor Wolves. Right now up 4 versus 3. Fisher guy lost his life. That's Diffuser at big window, and Shinka still in a very critical position towards Barstock. And a 2 versus 4 now for Bliss. Basically, one last roll of the dice here to try and salvage this one. Wolves are in the driver's seat, pole position. However you want to say it, they've got this one locked up. It would have to be a massive clutch from Oda and or Brendo to try and extend this game. Otherwise, Wolves are going to look to take this. Big kill from Brendo. Needing more, though, with only 40 seconds remaining. Again, Diffuser at that half-wall default position. Nade out from Brendo. Is it good? Not too sure. Don't get a lot from it.
Loading back.
It's going to be tough here for Bliss as Wolves consolidate their positions. Diffuser not even in the hands of the attack. 20 seconds on the clock for Bliss.
Don't have Diffuser. 20 seconds. Got to make the push. Got to make the move. Got to be brave in this moment and try and clear out these key positions. Again, aim is not your friend. Oda, sorry, mate, but you're going to have to push through. And as soon as he does, he's spotted by Mowgli, the man with 21, the man who closes it out. With 40 kills between 2 maps against Team Bliss, Mowgli's your MVP. And Wolves make it 2 wins in a row to begin 6 Invitational 24.
When the pressure got too much, Bliss unable to rise to the occasion. Mowgli absolutely stoked with that performance. Why wouldn't you be? He's almost speechless, and you can't blame him. Had that have gone to the 3rd map, I tell you what, that record would have been under threat.
Under threat would have been smashed. He had 40 and who? He had 18 and 9 on Bank, 22 and 9 on Chalet. Mowgli was the superstar that just went sicko mode, and Bliss could deal with him. Obviously, people will give their plaudits. It will be another honorable loss for those from APAC. But again, as the script usually goes, close, but not close enough when it comes to this region. Yeah, signs are there. Improving signs. Well, we all know it. We've been talking about it throughout the last couple of majors. Now coming into SI, there are teams from APAC that are improving, that are starting to get results, but the improving alone, it's not getting you the wins.
Yeah, tough game. But you know who I'd love to hear?
Who's
it's
that?
Rob, back on the desk. See you guys.
Wow, impeccable from you, Michael. I don't think I've ever seen a throw that good. Actually, I have just seen a throw that good. Mowgli, my God, what on earth have we just witnessed? That is probably one of the more sickening performances across a 2-map series I've ever seen.
Yeah, I'm gonna once reiterate it, but I find it funny how he raised it as a potential concern going into this matchup for Wolves, and like he's the only player stepping up, but he did, and in such a way that it was really able to carry the game in momentum towards his team, and that ace as well. I'm sure we'll talk about it later and have a replay of it, because that was, you could just clip that and put it straight into a frag montage. It was absolutely.
Oh yeah, there's definitely a frag montage coming out of Mowgli.
No, that was so funny. We're talking about it, saying like, oh, we need other people from Wolves to step up, and you know the team definitely stepped up. It's a team effort, but dropping over 20 kills is insane from anybody. But not to just hurt on Bliss, I feel like they showed a lot of talent and a lot of potential, and I feel like they deserve the credit. And I think they're going to have a lot of good games, I guess, going into the rest of their group games.
Well, that's just it. They're like, it kind of sets them up in a way, right? You've just come up against Wolves who you've already versed. You already know. We spoke about this before, right? There's an element of kind of knowing your opponent, not knowing what to expect. But at the end of the day, that's kind of what, for Bliss, that's probably the start they needed, was a little bit of a wake-up call as well.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's their first game, right? Because they haven't played yesterday, so this is their first time on this international stage of it being in SI. And luckily, you can learn from this, you can adapt from that, because that's what they said they need. They need that international experience of being able to adapt to whatever the international opponent's throwing at you in the server.
Well, we've got Mowgli with us. What a performance that was. What happened?
I don't know. I just play my game as usual, and maybe I can't tell you. I was just pushing. Headshot. They see me, headshot. They don't see me, headshot. Only headshot. And I guess I'm lucky, I don't know.
Absolutely crazy. That play with the pistol on top of Blue Stairs, we were like in the green room absolutely screaming.
In my head, I was dead. I don't know how I'm alive.
John Wick?
I need help. And I don't know.
So what does this now mean for you? Because, you know, you've got the rest of Group 1
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, not Group 1. My apologies.
C or B, I don't know.
B?
B?
B.
B.
Yeah. We'll just agree.
Yeah.
What does it look like for the rest of this phase?
I think we will be more comfortable now because Bliss was potentially a big opponent because of Atlanta. They almost sent us home last major, so it was a really important game. And now it will be a Dam 1 and FaZe, so we will be really confident, I guess.
Yeah, that's something I wanted to ask because you of course played Bliss during Atlanta. Does that change the perspective going into this game, having already played against them?
Yeah, we changed our play style against them. Like in Atlanta, we were really slow in attack, and they were just destroying down, fall back, and we're just losing time. So we said we just go side every time. We push, we follow the rounds, and that's it. It worked.
How did you find playing against them? Obviously, this is their first game, and they've got a lot of games ahead of them. How did they compete?
I think they will be really strong against every team. They can be in the top 3, obviously.
Yeah, wonderful. Yeah. Mowgli, we always love to do this. Would you like to say anything to the audience at home?
Which is the camera? This one? Thank you very much, Wolves, for your support every time on Twitter, Instagram. Thank you very much, and that's it.
Yeah, keep it short and sweet, Mowgli. That performance was unbelievable, mate. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
No worries. That's very well deserved. I mean, we cannot, there's no doubt, there's no questioning. That is one of the more insane performances we've seen. I think you could hear Xenox screaming over that ace from like 4 floors away. That was absolutely ridiculous. But, you know, it kind of contextualizes. It was 22 kills in the end. It was 22 kills.
That's crazy.
And it was 19 on the first map, Fox.
Light work. I mean, we're saying it like it's anything crazy. I mean, Mowgli's been doing that throughout his career. He's been doing that right now in the tournament. I mean, from yesterday to today, he doesn't really seem to be slowing down. It's usually always a question of the other team, and obviously his team came around him today, and I think they matched up very well against Bliss and the adaptations that they pulled out.
Sorry, 41 kills across the series. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't like doing mats under pressure either, but yeah, it definitely is. I was kind of get 3 times in my head, like, is it that? Yeah, indeed 41. But I mean, of course, his team around him stepped up as well, and we talk about the opening part of the round on their own defensive half of Wolves. It was P4. I think he got the opening kill 4 times. He went 4-1 in total on the entries, and 2 of those are with the C4 as well. So those teammates around him really stepping up as well. But in the interview with Mowgli as well, what I really liked is that he does show that respect. Yes, they do nip list if you look at the score line of this matchup, but they showed that respect. Like, hey, they're a very good opponent. They can definitely be top 3. We had to change our play style coming into this as well because, you know, we played them before.
I love how you brought up the C4, especially from P4, because I felt like the big difference from map 1 to map 2 is they really wanted Bliss to take, again, those open areas that they were stalling on bank. But when it came to Chalet, they were prepared for it. And also when it got into the last 20, 30 seconds, they were also adding the addition of a flank every single time. Every single defense, they had somebody flanking above, going for the back hit, and it was working flawlessly on their defenses.
It really caught Bliss out way too many times, unfortunately. And, you know, I'm looking back through my notes and just looking at how many 2v2 rounds, you know, went the way of Wolves. There's so many different scenarios, both on, even on bank but specifically on Chalet, where this really could have been going to map 3, but unfortunately it doesn't. What does this now mean for both of these teams? I mean, if Bliss had won this series, let's just throw out a hypothetical, or it would have been a really crazy group, because I think only D+ would be the team, sorry, D+ would be the only team without a win, but now Wolves are kind of sitting there quite happily.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the top of the group. I mean, I'd be happy with that too. And of course, for Bliss, you know, they've lost, but their round differential at this moment is better than D+. So that puts them on that fourth spot. They still have an opportunity, of course. They have to play all these other teams still. Don't have any more off days. That might be something like, hey, okay, we played our first day, we took that loss. There will be less time in between these games to make sure we fully adapt to what's coming up next for us.
Absolutely. If you're Wolves, you're sitting comfortably, but I really like how the points are shaping up. There's no real outlier, I guess, besides Wolves, but there's still a lot of games, and especially since Bliss against Wolves was such a close game, anybody in this group can definitely take a win off of each other. If you're Bliss, I think you have to be happy. I mean, realistically, the last time there was a Australian team that actually made it to a playoff was Fnatic. So it's been like 3 years since an OCE team has even made playoffs. Not just Phase 3 main stage, Phase 2. They haven't made it to Phase 2. So to just get there, I'd be happy if I was.
Why'd you have to do that to me?
I'm sorry, I had to bring it up.
Do that to me.
The thing is, though, we might have to wait a very long time until we find out whether they make it to playoffs
true,
again,
yeah.
because their match against D+ is on the very last day of group.
Oh my
So considering that they're
God.
both at 0 points still, it might mean that this group will go all the way to the final match, because their final match of Group B as well. The very final match of this group to see which of these two teams.
Oh, that's heartbreaking for me.
Yeah.
That is so heartbreaking. But something that's absolutely nowhere near heartbreaking. We've talked about it multiple times. Since I'll play the game, and I don't need to say what it is. You're gonna witness greatness. That's what you're gonna witness. The ace from Mowgli. It was 3 kills rapidly in the mid portion of the round on a bit of a bliss kind of, I guess you can almost call it a rush in the middle of the round, and then backs it up with a 2-piece in a 1 versus 2. I mean, like.
Yeah, I look at that and I go, disgusting. That's just.
I hear you.
Yeah, disgusting.
I hear you. I mean, I think the way that he was using the Azami, especially in the library box, is to close off those angles to secure his 1v1s. And obviously, every single fight that he was taking was a 1v1 because of the close off. And then when he was put in that 2v1, again, Bliss wasn't really tightening up, but he was doing such an amazing job at isolating those ones, and he just hits the head.
Sometimes it's as simple as that.
Yeah.
Look, you can crunch the game down as much as you want. Sometimes you just need to click heads. But it is time for us to go to a break. Thank you very much for joining me, Anne and Fox. You'll be sticking around soon. And so will you. You won't want to go anywhere, because we'll be back after this with the halftime show.
O Abreu também, que é meu analista, e o Felipe Pox, que é o IGL do time. A gente costuma cuidar dessa parte tática aí do time. Dentro do time também a gente tem um suporte que é o Neide, e pra mim é um dos melhores atualmente no cenário. Tanto em skill individual, quanto em ser um cara que ajuda no clima do time e tudo mais. Pô, o Casey, que ano passado foi o melhor jogador de R6 do Brasil. Uma skill bruta absurda. Pra mim, o melhor jogador do mundo há tempos. E o 9-2, cara, que é tipo a peça que tem que ter em qualquer time, que é o cara brincalhão, o cara que deixa o time num clima suave.
Bota o cabelo, sua criança!
5 seconds to go.
E pra mim também o melhor Sup 2 que tem no mundo atualmente. Ele faz a função dele ali como ninguém faz no mundo. Rapaziada, a gente já ganhou 2 Major, acabamos de ganhar um aqui em Atlanta. Mas a gente quer a marreta, a gente vai em busca dela, porque não tá bom, a gente quer mais. A gente é um time que trabalha muito e eu acho que isso é posto em prática nos campeonatos e tem dado resultado. E, bom, é isso. Isso é a W7M.
Meu nome é Jaime Pereira Ramos Jr., mais conhecido como Cyber dentro do jogo Rainbow Six. Jogo pela FaZe Clan.
What is the idea for FaZe to try and mix things up? Oh, what a shot there from Cyber!
Major Suécia, eu quebrei o recorde, né, de kills que teve em campeonato de Major. No próximo campeonato que a gente jogou, que foi o Major Berlim, eu quebrei novamente meu recorde, mas não fui campeão. Meu estilo de jogo é muito agressivo, então eu sou um jogador que pensa em muitas possibilidades ao momento. Tem o Vita King, né, que é o nosso IGL. Ele é um jogador que direciona a gente onde ele precisa.
Forrest, you cannot fumble this now! Vita King! He's stolen the round away! He's stolen NA's hopes and dreams!
Essa parte, assim, ele faz muito bem, então acho que ele meio que nasceu para essa parte de fazer essa parte de IGL, assim. Tem o Souls, né, que tá há muito tempo comigo, é um jogador que é muito calmo. Ele consegue pensar muito sobre o jogo também, ele consegue trazer muitos rounds importantes pra gente, que a gente tá perdendo. Ele é um jogador muito habilidoso nessa parte. O KDS é uma pessoa que fica parado, não faz muita coisa assim fora do comum.
KDS is looking for him, and the opening kill is for FaZe.
Acho que essa parte sim é uma parte mais forte dele, assim, de ser um jogador também que pensa bastante dentro do jogo e sabe a hora de executar alguma coisa. O Range é um jogador que é muito bom também, ele tem uma parte de skill muito boa também, acho que todo jogador do nosso time são muito bom em questão de skill.
Handy from above is able to deny, and that means there is no chance Pava can clutch this.
Ele consegue fazer bastante round que a gente está perdendo ali de uma forma drástica. Acho que o Invitational, todos os jogadores querem ganhar, né? Acho que cada um quer se provar ali dentro do campeonato. E eu acho que todos os jogadores pensam assim que é o maior campeonato assim para si, né? Que é o troféu mais antigo que tem no jogo, então acho que é o que todo mundo quer ganhar. Esse é o time, entendendo ou não, que eu tenho que é mais unido dentro de jogo e fora. É um time muito agressivo quando precisa. Sabe que o nosso estilo de jogo é totalmente diferente do que eles jogam contra. Então acho que a galera assim tem um pouco de medo de jogar contra a gente nessa parte.
I'm Citizen, I play for Sonics, and I'm a flex. Past years the team looks good, but like it could be way better. Obviously last invite wasn't too good for us, but got top 4 of the majors, so hopefully like if we can find our way of playing and play together and play right, we should go far in this tournament. Well, we're in Group D, so we've got like 3 APAC teams, and then playing Los would be good because they got top 4 of the last major, but also I'd like to play like W7 and G2 because I feel like it'll be a fun game to play. Yeah, so we play Scars, so I think to expect is just a crazy match because they're crazy people, so you just got to expect the unexpected and come prepared for it. Scars, we beat you before, we're ready again, we're ready for your craziness, so watch out, we've got Ambi now. He's a bit stupid, a bit more stupid than Gunnar, but he's also smart with the plays that he does. Be prepared, you're not ready for him.
スカーズ所属のワッショイです。役割はセカンドエントリーをやってます。インビテーショナルに初めて出た気持ちは正直結構緊張していて、あと日本チーム APAC は結構弱いって言われてて、地域も他に NA とかいて、グループにいる NA のソニックスっていうチームが初戦なので、そこが一番強いと思ってるので、そこに勝てるようにとりあえず初戦は頑張りたいと思っていて、相手は油断してるんじゃないかなって思うんですけど、やっぱそういう油断とかをついて最初の1マップを取って勢いつけたいっていうのもあるんですけど、やっぱり結構接戦になるんじゃないかなって思ってて、ソニックスを SSG のようにボコボコにしたいと思います。
저는 D+ 기아에서 플레이하고 있는 야스라고 하고 플렉스로를 맡고 있습니다. 한 해의 큰 대회인 브라질 쌍
Welcome back to the second half of our stream. I am Intero, and I am with my arch nemesis, Hap, who I hope that I would never have to share a desk with, but
We're fellow chieftains.
we are, that is true. That is very true. It's nice to see all of you. We have actually quite an exciting matchup on paper in M80 versus Virtus Pro. And as the players assemble in the lobby, we can go through what we've looked at in matches so far today. I started the day casting with your usual duo, Emmy, and we got to watch G2 absolutely slobberknock Fear X. And then if you tuned into the Dark Zero versus Nip game, well, Nip is in serious trouble, Hap.
They definitely are. If you looked at like the standings, they're currently at the bottom of the leaderboard, and it's like, you know, considering they were once hammer lifters for the majority of it, definitely not something that a lot of the viewers at home would expect.
Now, people much smarter than me will dive into why Ninjas in Pajamas are in the trouble that they are in. M80 versus Virtus Pro is up next. Then you saw that bleep match. We'll be rounding out the day. I'm very excited to see them in action. They don't have Joel, though. I saw them at lunch just like an hour ago, and they didn't have the fish with them.
They have brought it. They have packed them, but
They just didn't bring it to lunch.
I believe he has been kidnapped. I did see something on socials. It was, I think it was even the opposing team stating, like, or one of the group teams saying, like, we have Joel. So, might have to pay the ransom.
That's terrible. I feel like a fish out of water without Joel. I'm sure you do as well. I'm sure they do.
Everybody does.
Too. But,
That's right.
yeah. We have team rosters for you, so we'll cut through it right now. M80 is not the same team that qualified. Kino was on the squad. They have loaned out Yaga off of OXG temporarily. And well, if yesterday's matchup is any indication, his impact is definitely being felt, but I don't know if that alone is enough to turn the tide. They did go up against the defending major champions, and one could argue the best team here in W7M. They ultimately lost 2-0.
I mean, it wasn't like a blowout, though. It was like 6-8, 7-8, so there's definitely some good back and forth between those two teams, but you need to see that a little bit more from M80. Of course, they do very well domestically, they do very well in NA. You kind of want to, bring that across here at SI, at the biggest of stages that we have each year.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough for one of these NA teams to come in here not at their full potential, but I mean, Sonics also made that change. DZ also made that change. The only NA roster that came in with their full 5 is SSG. When you look at this squad, Virtus Pro, they have been so consistent. Pasha, Dan, Shepard, always, and Joystick. These players have been competing together for years in various forms. Obviously, there was that period of time where they were competing under Team Empire, and then they ultimately had an issue with the org. Basically, the entire team got dropped. It was a crime. Now they are back. But unfortunately, it doesn't seem like they've ever been able to get back to that level under VP.
I mean, it's always been a bit troublesome because they needed to try and find themselves a way back in Europe under the same team, but it took them a while and a couple of transfer seasons before they could finally get themselves all back together. And then they added Pasha to him, who has been an absolute, star addition to the lineup.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, it's Dan and Joystick who are seemingly falling below the expectations we have of them, which is so odd because, as has been said by the great Panari, Joystick is a Russian cyborg created by, Soviet Union to come and play esports and dominate Rainbow Six. The maps are in front of you. We're going to Border, Bank, and Skyscraper. Is there anything that jumps out? If not, what do you have to say about these 3 maps?
I'm first of all going to start with Border. I mean, VP had never played it this year up until yesterday. Lost a 7-2. It's going to be back again, so that might be a bit of a problematic start. However, the next one, Bank, they actually do enjoy 8-1 this year in terms of victory, so we could be seeing a third map here, unless Virtus Pro managed to surprise in that very first one.
I mean, we have seen a number of 2-0s today. In fact, I can't recall all the matches on the other stream because obviously we've been focusing on this stream, but it's been pretty much all 2-0s down the board, and it was this stream yesterday that was almost all 2-0s as well. We're just a 2-0 stream, I guess. We're on the B stream. We're relegated here. I have to cast with Hap, but the good news is I only have to cast 2 maps with Hap, apparently. That's, I guess, the saving grace.
Maybe. It could be 3. Who knows? They might be trying to punish.
I'm not somebody who believes in a higher power beat.
I don't know.
But should one exist, I hope she is merciful. And merciful on me having to sit next to you. I'm just kidding. These are
having to cast.
These are jokes. No, it was
This is some brutal predictions, by the way.
That's
18% for Virtus Pro. That is not looking good for them. I mean, it might just be because of Border and what happened yesterday. They change over the map.
Yeah, that's very poor. For those of you that don't know, Hap and I are actually terrific friends, and we have been friends for a very long period of time. When I lived in Poland, Hap and I actually used to squad up and play ranked quite a lot. So
yeah, a long time ago already.
It was a long time ago, yeah. I used to refer to him as Dutchman. So for those of you that think that I'm being mean-spirited or in any way, shape, or form truthful, I am not. It's all jokes. I always don't get this when people are like, oh, didn't you actually not like Hap? And it's like, if I didn't like somebody, why would I be casting with them, number one? And number
would
two,
be sharing an RTS account together.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Exactly. And 2, why would I be saying that to your face? It's like, if I don't like somebody, I'm not talking to them.
Doing broadcast.
More about them. Exactly. Operator bans are rolling in now, and we have a Ying and an Osa ban. Ying bans are quite common. During stage 2 of last year, and as well during the Atlanta Major, she was one of the most banned operators, period. Not just the most banned attacker. Osa, of course, is a bit different because this is a map where Osa tends to be quite strong. So, doesn't matter what the bomb site is, Osa has a lot of influence. Another operator that is seen as one of those nuisance operators is Fenrir. He's removed. I gotta say, I like both of these bans by M80.
Yeah, it definitely takes out a lot of the sting that you can really put onto a map like Border. Of course, also, I mean, especially if you look back in EU, Wild, for example, they use it in basically all of their rounds to go for a quick plant and make sure that round was over in 30 seconds. So, we're not going to be seeing those kind of shenanigans out here. Hopefully. Never know. Border, after all. It's a very thin map.
M80 was running this exact same background yesterday, and I'm actually quite curious as to what the reason was for it. I guess it's kind of like their team colors, but I don't know if
Defenders, protect your
there's
bombs
more
from
of
being
a
defused by attackers.
strategic decision or not.
I mean, we used to, back in Neighborhood North, have the cat ratio. The more cats you ran, the better the teams are performing. It's the sandbox there back.
Well, I actually casted with Emmy what was Sandbox,
Yeah, what was Sandbox?
and is now Fear X.
Were
as
they
have-
using the cat backgrounds?
They were. Well, 3 of them were, I want to say, but...
That's the issue. They use 5.
Well, I mean, they lost, so obviously that was clearly the answer. Operator repick is in full swing, so we'll talk about that when it's locked in, but if you look on the right side of your screen, Virtus.pro has everything already locked in from the moment that they came onto defense. Oryx is an operator that has been a staple of Virtus.pro through many different seasons and many iterations of this operator, even when Oryx wasn't really that commonly used. And then we started to see him quite a bit. Why? For one simple reason. He hit the 1.5 on the T5, which 1.5 scope on that T5 with virtually zero recoil meant that it could fry everybody. But with a map like Border, there are lots of hatches you can jump up, and you can very quickly get through the map, similar to Coastline. It does not surprise me that they would run an Oryx, especially with how they like to play as aggro as they do. Usually it's Dan, though, that plays the Oryx. At least it was years ago.
Yeah, but I think that Dan, the Warden, also always have been a pretty powerful operator, with the smokes and the flashes to come out. But with the nerf of the grenades, that's actually been a very big buff towards the Warden, because as some teams call it now, we're in a flashbang meta. You look on your left-hand side, 4 sets of flashbangs. The Warden's going to be able to just basically neglect that to some extent. So yeah, that's a good thing to keep in mind as well. But a minute has passed, and we do see M80 currently trying to take control of that bottom floor. So verticality at some point will be coming into play. See Gomez preparing to fire up some skeleton key shots up the hatch, because they know players are around CCTV, and you want to isolate those players first.
First engagement is going to come by Spoid, who managed to evade that proximity alarm on East Stairs. Always could get the message to swing on out, but Dan has it covered on his own. Goes for a second onto Diaz Lucas, but just can't get it done. And there's another proximity alarm there. Yellow ping for Gomez will give away the position of Always, who's now under fire before Gomez peels off of that. Iconic dies to joystick. And a logic bomb will ring out. Yaga does not have any more, so for these 3 remaining players of M80 to find these 4 remaining players of VP, they're going to have to do it with either drones or just by face checking.
Not the start they were hoping for, but still salvageable. It's still doable, but of course with that diffuser being dropped as well, I believe it was outside of the window, still not really having any control of the site whatsoever, or after all, just being on the horizontal level itself. There's a lot of work to be done, so they need to be making some moves out here. They need to start getting up towards that second floor if they want to have an opportunity, as Yoga takes a lot of damage rappelling up onto the balcony, just simply finished off by Pasha after.
Yeah, I mean, you don't really have a lot of utility here. You still got the skeleton key, you've got the air jabs, but neither of them are going to be particularly effective when you don't have a hard breach to cut through anything. Losing Iconic early on was, in many ways, the death knell of M80's round. And now it's really just up to Diaz Lucas wasting time as he's watched by Cam and several players. Always gets in on the fun, and almost every single player on VP on the board in terms of violence. An excellent start in that round as M80 looked, I don't want to say lost, but certainly didn't enter with the level of confidence that we've seen from them before.
No, for sure, and I think that came down to the fact that they wanted to take control of CC, but they did that by mainly playing it down from below, trying to, get those pings out with those drones and see if they can get a floor bang in with that buck opening up and holding those rotations, but it kind of went south from there, and they weren't able to get that pressure really down there, and if you invest so much in getting CC and you get nothing in return, there's no way that you're going to be able to continue that towards the side.
So, a different lineup being brought somewhat by Virtus.pro. Again, we'll wait and see if M80 decides to swap things up. So far, they haven't changed any of their initial operators, but for VP, a Valkyrie pick is usually always a good choice. She remains unbanned. This is something that a number of casting pairs have talked about. I talked about it with Nick. I talked about it a bit earlier with Emmy as well. I'm not sure if you and Emmy have spoken about it, but there are about 5 defensive operators that should be banned every single time, but you can only ban 2 of them.
Yes.
Exactly. So in this case, Fenrir, great choice. Azami, excellent choice. That means that you're going to have Lamaya, You need him, you're going to have Kaid up. It means you're going to have a Valkyrie up. It means that Solus is going to be up. And you're just going to have to deal with those nuisance operators. And that's something that M80 might struggle with. Though M80 obviously got rid of the Fenrir because they didn't want to deal with that, and I think that's a good decision. Especially in relatively close quarters when you can put those dread mines all over the map and then take relatively close engagements, as VP does tend to like to do.
It's not just that, it's also like as soon as you open yourself up to one angle, it's not just one angle, it's 3 different angles you can be swung from, and not being able to see anything with those AFNATs doesn't really help, so it's definitely a solid banter come through. Well read though by M80 is that the Valkyrie was brought out, so potentially saw that on a drone or realized, oh, we're playing ventilation right now, that's usually where the Valkyrie will come out, let's bring that IQ. So Gomez just needs to stay alive long enough to actually, ping out those black eyes, just to make sure they're not going to be a big of a nuisance.
I think you might swap the operator around, but Joystick is still going to be in the same part of the map. He was playing over in security with Oryx, now he's going to do the same thing with Valkyrie. First bit of contact in the previous round was over on top, east stairs, always turns. He's got sights on multiple players. He takes a very bad gunfight. Will leave a trail of those goo mines behind him. Still here as he hears the telltale signs. The player not too far removed. He has Lucas will go on in, and it's a similar position to where Dan had engaged from before. He's on the Oryx, so I feel somewhat vindicated here, but without that 1.5, what can he really do? 2 kills in a row from M80, and they're looking for more now as the EE1D goes out. Brought Dokkaebi both rounds, but now they're adding the Lion just to try and determine the location of these players on M80.
Still not full control though, and Joystick goes for a crucial rotate out of CCTV at that point because he was being collapsed upon by Iconic and by Yoga as well. So as he falls back, there's still the opportunity for them to actually take that fight towards the site itself. As long as Joystick does stay up, the verticality is there as Diaz takes an impact to the face. Will get down as a result as Pasha swaps over towards the pistol. Shepard help! Someone just walks in, Joystick shuts him down, and suddenly VP turn back that round into their own favor again.
And the only person who really been damaged up to that point was Pasha, but Gomez is in, lines him up. Joystick says that's enough. 2 kills for him. Leaving Yaga, the newest member of this team, on loan to do the rest of the work. And he finds Joystick. It'll be a duo between him and Shepard, but it's a soulless. Yaga's above the bomb site, and lucky for him, he has access to the diffuser. Now we'll put those X-Kairos to good use. This is well played by Yaga. He's got time at his disposal. It's all up to Shepard at this point to either directly engage or peel off. Now, with Shepard having that shotgun, I suspect he's going to want a direct engagement relatively soon. But if Yaga doesn't get a kill right about now, it's over. Shepard, playing by server, pulls out the sidearm, and it's 2-0 for VP.
It feels like they might have wanted to put Shepard up on the top floor, of course, but you can just start firing down with that shotgun when you're using the Solace gadget to find out where the diffuser was going down, but didn't really have the opportunity to rotate back up anymore after the initial fights took down. Again, M80, they opened up strong, were able to basically take control of most of the top floor, just not of Armory, and that's kind of where everything fell apart as they tried to push themselves through. Lack of droning, really, the bug. Iconic should have been aware of the fact that there is a player close to the wall.
Yeah, I was trying to see in both those rounds how much time M80 was spending on drones, and the answer is they really weren't spending too much time. If you're starved for information, you got to change things up, And one of the operators I was actually just going to mention is being hovered right now by Gomez, which is Flores. Flores is an excellent operator on most of the sites on this map. Good for entry, good for ending up getting you holes in the floor. For example, in that previous bomb site, you want to open up the floor, you want to put pressure on the defenders down below. Flores is excellent at doing that. Oh, Shepard. Expect better than that.
I think this is a shame with the shotgun. It should be easier to find those drones, but if you miss the first shot, then there's an opportunity it gets away.
Yeah, you're kind of hosed.
Yeah.
But no, I like the Flores pick. Obviously, it doesn't stick. Gomez goes on to IQ, and I think the reason for that is that Valkyrie on the board, you've always got to be wary of that. Also, you can play that cat and mouse game with a Solus or a Pulse. Vigil as well.
Yeah, for sure. And, I mean, this map, as you just mentioned, Valkyrie, there's so many places to hide those cameras in. You don't really want to be caught off because we always speak about how deadly it is for teams to leave up the default cams. Now, basically, those Valkyrie cams can be placed wherever, so that information can be even more deadly than those defaults. Either way, It is going to be, I think, a fight of the top 4 first, as it usually is for the bathroom. You just need to take control of Office, so you have that verticality to go your way. That hatch that's placed in Office gives you so much freedom, so much access to the entire side. And if you do not have that, that means the defenders have it. And that means that your plant is not going to go through.
Yaga's the one holding the diffuser yet again. Playing hard breach on border. Spoit yet to find a kill in this matchup as he's positioned in a very familiar spot over the last 2 rounds, atop at East.
And as Spoit using the other logic bomb, you really would expect there to be a bit of a push to come down on the back of it. E1D pops as well. You hear some of the concussions to go through. Surely something comes in, but always finds Spoit instead. Iconic is trying to chase, but he gets shut down through the actual armory wall. And again, it's just a complete shutdown on M80 side when they try and make a push happen.
And they're all just dying. They're all falling by the wayside here to VP. Yet another attempt from M80. Tackle security as Yaga throws in a drone. Could have hopped through the window, thinks otherwise. Both of those logic bombs used by Spoit so early on, Hap, and they really didn't do much. Yes, they gave M80 a good idea of where those defenders were playing, but by the time that M80 could capitalize off of it, it was too late. And the crossfires that VP continue to set up are mighty good. Now, VP are a single kill away from starting off M80's map 3-0. I suspect this is the point where M80 calls a timeout, because if they don't, what are you going to do? What is the point at which you want to talk to your team?
And there has been a timeout that has been called, but it's... I'm just trying to think of it here, right? You're M80.
I'm so right. Hold on. I was high-fiving myself.
But you're M80. You see that the way that VP played yesterday on border, they lost 7-2. You must be feeling pretty confident going into this map, and then you're just getting yourselves handed over towards VP. They're just completely destroying you so far. There's absolutely nothing going their way.
Yeah, and just simply looking at and obviously this is looking into it quite deep, but looking at the body language of M80 yesterday versus today. Yesterday, they were relatively good spirits. They were laughing. Iconic in particular seemed to be having a great time, even though they were going against W7M. I don't know if maybe there's, a thought process where M80 is like, we're probably not going to beat the defending major champions. That's fine. But VP should be relatively easy. The fact that you've got all these long faces and you've just let momentum completely slip by, it's built up so strong. And VP, as a team, usually has that history of being very tough to crack. But over the last year, we have started to see that machine break, right? VP's mental resilience, as we used to call it, all the way back to the Mexico Major, all the way back to SI in 2020 for crying out loud, 2019 crying out loud. This was a team that you just could not get under the skin of. Not the case. Virtus Pro are not on the level that they used to be. Mentally, they boom. If you allow them to start on your map up 3-0 and gain not just momentum in game, but also mental momentum, you're going to be in really rough shape. And I don't know what exactly Bodega can talk about with this team to get them back on track, but you use the tools like Lion and Dokkaebi to try and gain map control. It doesn't work at all.
Yeah.
You're not establishing a proper entry against the crossfires that have been created. And frankly, it kind of looks like what we know from VP so much is that they do the same thing almost every time. That setup that they have, essentially in archives, or in office rather, it's right here. They've been running basically the same thing every time, and they have not been able to deal with Dan. I don't get it. The position inside of security. They've been doing it pretty much every round, whether it's always or joystick. They can't deal with it.
And that's that worrying thing as well. Like, you've seen him play yesterday. You've seen him completely fall apart against the Liquid. And you would expect that you're able to bank up the same mistakes that they made. But VP really showing up completely different here. But same goes for M80. Those first 3 rounds, maybe the first one, they managed to at least, get something down the line, even though they didn't have any control onto the actual map that they needed. But they were able to get their spikes in. But after, the grenade killed now. Dan just lives. The grenade bounced in from up above. The second one coming through. Now that's the grenade down to come through. And it gets finished off right afterward. But it's an opening. That's something they can work with. They haven't had that one so far.
I don't know if you watched the G2 game, but Doki got killed by a grenade.
But he was down
But he was down. This case was the opposite. Both grenades downed Dan, but he was secured at the hands of a gun. Explosives used by M80 will be answered back by Virtus Pro as a Nitro Cell gets Yaga. And down goes the Dokkaebi. That operator's been passed around through this roster. Also means that the diffuser has been dropped.
Shepard taking about 95 damage as well from a grenade. Just flies over. I'm not quite sure why so much damage is being taken by those grenades, especially Shepard, who had the opportunity to just move away. It's not like we can, kick the grenades anymore. However, sneak up from the stairs comes in. Gomez finds one before he gets shut down, so we stay in that 3v3. But Shepard being low on HP is going to be a crucial factor.
Spoit finally gets on the board and reads into exactly where Pasha was. Shepard still on 1 HP, and Joystick with him is all that she wrote for Virtus Pro. This is the best look that M80 has had so far in this matchup. And it comes at just about the right time. You burn your time out. If you lose this round, you lose the first half, because the best you can muster after that is 2 rounds. And then effectively, the cycle that Virtus Pro is running has been quite effective. E1D is used, and that's just a lost fight for Joystick, who swings his head around, shaking it, not particularly happy with that. Leaves it all up to Shepard.
If Shepard gets hit by the flashbang itself, he would be dying here, so he should not be winning this. He's fully white, and Spoit indeed is going to be shutting it off. M80 will find himself with a round on the board on Armory, and with that, basically disturb the rotation that Virtus Pro wanted to go for. So, the question then is, Ventilation or Armory? Where are they going next?
I mean, you could also run it back to Armory. You could run it back upstairs if you really, really wanted to, right? And I don't think that's a terrible idea. Ventilation is what they have marked right now, but it wouldn't have surprised me if they'd gone back to Armory, as you said. Which one do you choose between the two? You're surely not going to go to Customs at all, because that's just not the bomb site that people play. It shows up so infrequently. And Bathroom is still locked after it was won successfully 2 rounds prior. So instead of going upstairs to Armory, they will gamble on that bottom floor / first floor bomb site events, which came down to a 1v1. It was quite close. You remember it was Yaga versus Shepard fighting in the final moments, and Shepard ultimately prevailed on the Solus. Look at the lineup trotted out by Virtus Pro, and it's basically identical to that second defense.
Now, when Virtus Pro played against Liquid yesterday on the first map, they were able to win those first 3 rounds and be absolutely dominating over Liquid. Liquid didn't actually call the timeout at that moment, but they did manage to turn it around, and it became a 3-3, and eventually all that Virtus Pro could do was win an extra round, a single extra round after those first 3. So I'm hoping to see that we have that resilience from Virtus Pro now. Yes, M80 basically just took them apart on the Armory. Now let's show that that doesn't really influence you too much, and you have the opportunity to just pick yourselves back up and get yourself to the 4th round, win the half, and make sure that you get revenge for what happened on Border yesterday.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
The question for me, and one thing that I've not really had a lot of confidence in M80 to do, is how do you hunt down the Solus who's not playing attached to the overall defense? Because Shepard got to live to the very final moments previously on this bomb site. Are you going to allow him to do that? I mean, it is a bit challenging to take out a Solus when the operator knows where your drones are coming from, and unless you can use other gadgetry, or just straight out luck by finding them in an unconventional spot and taking engagement, you're going to be hard-pressed to eliminate them. As the first tussle with Spoit now, he's still outside of the building. Severely hurt, but uses an Adrenal Surge right away to try and top himself back up.
I get the Adrenal Surge. Why the E1D? No one's there to follow up on it. Spoit is falling off from the actual engagement. Everybody else is not in a position to actually make anything happen. And they use that piece of utility. Always now crossing, and is going to be taken down from Spoit in the window. So again, an opening kill here for M80s. He's just holding off on the angle. But now they need to basically strong-arm this into top floor control. It's something they struggled with in that previous round. They were up here. It took them too much time, too much effort, and eventually they ran out of time to go for the 1v1 properly.
A tough loss to have your Legion be off the board, especially when those goos might not have been fully thrown out. There's still plenty of time for him to generate more and more, and you can hear the goos getting hit. Change to Legion that happened. Sorry?
They're going to try plant. E1D comes up. They're right up to the doors right here. Diaz as well. All he has to do is dig into the corner and try and get that plan down, but I believe they might be aware of it. Now, this worked every single time against Virtus Pro last time around. This time they seem to be ready at least somewhat, but the EMPs are going to be stopping Shepard from using his gadget, so he cannot really see if that plant is going down.
It was brilliantly done, but I mean, you've still got the spam pings from inside of the site. You haven't dealt with the Valkyrie camera, and now M80 is scrambling as to where this information is coming from. VP deliberately playing upstairs, gifting the interior of the site to M80, and it was but a great fate. Because of that, M80's push has now been completely derailed. They have to take engagements in unfavorable positions. Gomez dies to Joystick, and despite losing the first player, it's all VP the rest of the way. Joystick with the final 2 kills. A 4th round for VP, and a rare smile on the face of Shepard.
Now, I was actually going to be looping into this. Liquid managed to plant 3 times like this yesterday. They just took horizontal, took themselves into the corner, they plant, and VP didn't know what was happening every single time. But this time they were ready for it. They were having these verticals ready, but it was for those EMPs that they couldn't really get onto the solid scanner to see where the plant was going down. That's when the other pressure came in from the rest of the teammates that really stopped it in the end. So VP managed to adapt to their mistakes yesterday. It's good to see, like, you know, less than 24 hours have passed, and they've already managed to find out what they did wrong and how to improve on it. And that's kind of like the flexibility we want to see from these teams as well, right? At like the 6 Invitational. They need to have that capability and adaptability to show themselves to their best levels here. Now, as we will be moving towards the final round of this first half, back towards the bathroom. It was a pretty convincing win for Virtus.pro back in round 3. Let's see if M80 has learned from their mistakes, and if they are going to be able to turn the tide, get themselves up to the second round. Because even though SI has been quite defense-sided so far, you would expect on a map like Border that you can at least pick up 3 rounds on the attack. Kind of expected to. If failed to do so, then VP might have a really good shot here on this first map, which is M80's map pick.
I would be very confident right now if I was Virtus.pro. Yes, if you look at the stats over the last day and a half of games, we are looking at an extremely defender-sided meta at the moment. The win rate overall was almost 70% at the start of the day for defenders, like 67%. Unfortunately, not the number that we know we all wanted it to be, just a couple off of that. But at the end of the day, I mean, if you're looking at a 70% win rate for the defense, Virtus.pro is about there, and that's exactly what you want. You guaranteed 4 rounds based on those numbers, or rather, you want to be guaranteed those 4 rounds. Now, these East stairs have been such a problem for M80 at Quagmire, where they continue to get bogged down. Spoit will again take damage from that part of the map, have to immediately burn an Adrenal Surge, and E1D has also been used by Diaz Lucas as M80 gets ever closer to confronting that bathroom bomb site.
They want to find Joystick. There has been drones on him the entire time. They're trying to get the ping out on him and trying to get the confirm, because that opens up a huge portion of the map. They just seem to struggle. Grenades now being used, but there's verticality down below as always opens up onto Iconic. Is not going to be in favor of M80 out here. You instantly see a bit of a shuffle from Virtus.pro, letting themselves up more heavily into the office, of course, directly being right above. A Spoit is looking to go for a swing, but he doesn't know there's a second VP player ready to go for a swing as soon as he does, as Gomez gets taken down as he steps into the prox alarm, and that means M80 now in real trouble.
Yeah, you don't want to lose those 2 players so early on, especially Iconic, who is capable of taking over these games. You want Iconic and Spoit to be near the top. Simplistic as that might be, that really does end up winning M80 rounds. Nice shot from Pasha, but Yaga's there to slaughter him. It's the exact same gun going back and forth. Always pops up. That's just up to Yaga. As always, I think there's a bit of sloppiness from him, but hey, there's still 3 more players to go. Yaga's capable of hacking the cams that aid the defenders at the moment, but no Valkyrie on the field, so not as much value as in previous rounds.
Yeah, no bulletproof either, so, you know, you're really just getting the default cams, which at this point they've already should have shut down. As Shepard finds him, it is going to be the lock-off. Virtus.pro, very dominating half, 1-5. How are you coming back from that M80? Because they don't have a timeout anymore.
They don't, no. They burned their timeout at the tail end of the 3rd round. It immediately paid off, though. They got the next round, but that's all that they've had. Outside of that, and outside of the 2nd round, VP has been winning by at least 2 players in all of these rounds. So it's not been particularly close. VP are winning with a cushion most of these rounds. Now, conventional wisdom suggests M80 is now going to the favored side. They should do better immediately just based on how this map works. But you can't afford to give up 2 rounds of the 6. And if we say that the standard is 4-2, and we assume that usually one side wins 2 rounds, even when they're weakest, that means that M80 have quite the challenge ahead of them. They have to match what VP just did to them. Now, These games are long, and the sides can make teams look completely different. But this is going to be a major uphill climb for the North American team.
And of course, right, like, the battle is even at that point. They have 6 rounds ahead of them. They need to even the score. However, they've just played 6 rounds, and they've got the worst end of it. So that psychological game is what they need to be strong at now. They cannot just like lose hope, lose momentum, lose motivation for the opportunity to try and fight back, because as soon as that happens, you've lost the game. So Virtus.pro, they need to try and bank on the back of the momentum that they've been able to build. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see like 1 or 2 crazy plays coming in from VP where they're really quick on the trigger just to try and hammer in towards M80 and just show them like we are ready to go at any given time.
Different lineup right now that we see from this M80 squad. Amira is present, Hassel is present, a Bandit is present. Obviously, there'll be stylistic differences between these regions. It happens all the time. I mean, you see APAC running shotgun on Hibana, which is often odd. They used to run the LMG and shotgun on Finka as well before the LMG became far more common. Now you see the spear run on her regularly, and that's exactly the weapon that was being used by Spoit when he was on Finka as well. I like the lineup, though, from M80 quite a lot. It's going to give them a ton of information while also impeding Virtus.pro's entry. VP are relying exclusively on the Hibana in the hands of Shepard. And if you can't get those bandit wires off of the wall, you're going to have a hard time being able to pierce this armory bomb site.
I like the use of the Grim Bees there. Of course, we have in Office, you know, the triple wall, which you can use to step over towards the staircase and try and go for a bit of a challenge onto, you know, the east stairs. But with those bees there, you get a live ping if someone tries to do so. So Yoga is going to be really disincentivized to try and take a fight onto Pasha. So we'll be holding off for now, but if the new bees come in, he's just going to have to step off again.
Yaga's just at this point just playing to survive. As Dan is so close to him. Bandit is on the other side of the wall. The silhouettes, for those of you that don't really know how Armory is set up, suggests that Iconic might have been exposed. He's not. Pasha's getting ever closer, and it's 3 players from M80 all shoulder to shoulder now at top of East. Only 1 minute left. Spoit, the first one to take damage, has been a common occurrence, but he does play those more dangerous minutes. It's not really a huge surprise. Gumai being triggered as Pasha soldiers on. And this is where the rubber will hit the road. Nice kill from Pasha on the Iconic.
Get used to the bees coming through. They have a lot of information to come in, but Pasha with that Gumai needs to actually go for a bit of a push. Good flashbang to come in. Gives Pasha the opportunity to walk in. Gets the kill whilst he's fully blinded. Gomez will find a trade to some extent though. Yoga will finish that off with the impact, but another flashbang to come in is going to be blinding Gomez just before he gets that kill. That should be a confirm for Shepard, because if he doesn't, he died for nothing. And he will find it 2-on-2, counting down 10 seconds though. So they need to get towards the side, and that just opened up. It's only up to Diaz now. 7 seconds. Can he get them? He will find the very first. The second about to come around the corner. Shepard will find him. And Virtus.pro find themselves on map point already.
That could have gone so bad so many different ways. First, the flash from Pasha to collapse on Spoit, push him, then immediately get taken down. Yaga gets the trade with the impact nade thrown out. Excellently done. Then you see the sidearm unsheathed by Shepard as he goes up towards security to deal with Gomez. And look at this.
The feet.
He is a single bullet away from whiffing and allowing Gomez to pop up and kill you. I gotta say, a valiant effort by Diaz Lucas, but Pasha's face says it all.
And Pasha, again, we mentioned it before, he is such a star addition to the lineup. He's been so helpful in so many different situations for Virtus.pro, where you can just single-handedly carry some of these rounds across the finish line, and this is one of those exceptions. And of course, you know, it is a team effort and everybody was involved with the flashbangs and the pushing, etc. But Pasha is the man that just walks in at the very final second, having to make the move, not knowing exactly where that player is, and being able to just flick his fingers and get that kill. So with that, map points, not just 1 but 5 opportunities for Virtus.pro to lock off this first map against M80. And if this is a 7-1 blowout,
what does that mean for Bank?
Try and recollect yourself and go to Bank, which is a very good Virtus.pro map.
Yeah, these are obviously worrying signs for M80. Who would have thought that M80 would muster up more of an effort and fight against W7M than against a lowly VP, right? I mean, it's just... We're, major champions, not world champions yet, but major champions in W7M, nah, they're nothing. We got VP. Well, evidently not. You're about to get blown out on your own map. Now, this goes back to what we said in the previous round, is that you expect a 4-2 half on both sides from teams. First Pro's already halfway there, and they played a single round on attack. So all VP needs is one more round over the next 5. Now, great teams at these events can absolutely win 5 rounds in a row. But there's very little that I've seen from M80 that leads me to think that they're going to be able to pull it off. They've just forfeited the very first pick of the round, so things seemingly just confirming what I said. Iconic dies to Pasha's entry, and VP are now up at a 5v4 with 2 minutes to go.
So much info coming out from these drones, and you can only wait and start counting down before Virtus.pro is going to try and make use of the information. Now, there is going to be some reinforcements which make it more difficult for Joystick. He goes off at the exact wrong moment because someone just passed by his line of sight. But these are starting to come out again. It's going to be live information of the player inside a fountain. There you go, it doesn't pop off. Now it does. So now they're going to know where he is. And Gomez just being double-fleshed. There's no way he's going to survive this.
Well, he's hoping for the cross that's being held right now.
Both being pinged.
But I don't know if Spoit's going to be able to do it. Flashbang primed and ready for Pasha to jump on in. There it goes. Bees as well. He knows there's one in there.
Oh!
Well tossed by Gomez, and it's completely blown this up. Spoit to the rescue as the flashbang ends. He gets taken down. So does Dan. It's all on the shoulders of Always. That looked so good for VP. They just weren't expecting the Nitro cell. And now M80 have the best chance that they've had in a long time of getting onto the scoreboard.
That really was a 3-2-1 execute coming down from VP. The flashbangs were well coordinated, and they were supposed to be able to pick up those kills, but the Nitro Cell saving the day for M80 there, living them and buying them another round into this matchup where they have the opportunity to try and turn the tide, because still, VP are dominating. They are the leading step in this dance between them. They need to start taking over. But those flashbangs...
Yeah.
And it's been said before, we're in the flashbang meta now instead of the grenades, and this is what you see here. Just flow the whole site with flashbangs. No one can see anything, and then the attackers move in and go for the cleanup.
No,
like the gadget was intended to do.
We talk about watching like best siege that we can possibly imagine.
Yeah.
Like, perfect siege. The theory behind what VP had was excellent, but what M80 had cooked up was even better. And it's one of those things where it's very easy for us to dwell on the bad of a match. But in this particular instance, the good of the match absolutely needs to be highlighted, and that wasn't just good, it was great. So, M80 live to fight another day here on Border. They'll bring out a Frost and a Doc. As you noticed, Spoit has been a bullet magnet so far today, taking tons of chip damage on attack. He had the Finka to get himself back to full HP. On defense, they really only have the Doc and the Thunderbird. We're not seeing a lot of Thunderbird, so Doc is the play. With the Bailiff, you got a good gun, you got barbed wire.
Yeah. I mean, the thing with Doc is, right, you have 3 stims that heal you all the way up to full HP instantly. Whereas the Thunderbird, you have those stations you need to place. Don't heal you instantly to full HP. It's just a portion of your HP that goes in. And the idea is, should you really get down to about 1 HP more than 3 times in a round? If that's the case, then something is wrong. Because that's when Thunderbird starts taking over. If you need to have more than 3 times the amount of heals to come through, as of course those Kona stations heal yourself all the way throughout the entire round. A minute has passed. Virtus.pro setting themselves up, of course. Top floor control important again. We're a bathroom, so the office needs to be taken. Yoga is going to be the sole protector of the office right now, and drones are starting to roll in, are starting to give away some information, and as the calls come in from the logic bomb as well, and the E1D pops, surely there's going to be some response to come in.
These stairs again being a huge focus, but VP has discovered that it is not as sexy a place as it was before. Now it's always to move up. Oh my.
Here's the phone call.
It does. Here's multiple phone calls, and herein lies the problem. Nice snap onto the head of Iconic. And more damage to be done to the Frost, but the re-engage from Gomez breaks in his favor despite walking away at 1 HP. All told, maybe not the start that they wanted, losing Iconic early, who has relatively been a non-factor so far in this match.
such an important operator as well, right? If the plant goes down, you still have Iconic able to play upstairs. That would be crucial in denying that plant from happening.
We've got a Doc on the board, so if he can reach Gomez, Gomez can get back to full HP quite easily. I just don't know if that's possible because they are playing quite... No.
Well, they would lose complete horizontal control if they do so. Joystick does get down in the meantime, though, so that gives an opportunity to start playing around with that man advantage, especially if you go for a confirm. But for now, it seems like there's no option for them to try and go and heal, unless they want to do it vertically, maybe. Start opening up a little bit into the ground and see if they can find an angle on Gomez that way. Exactly what they do. Oh, no, he just dropped instead.
Because now they can afford to give up vertical control. It's 40 seconds. You can get the Doc down, take a direct engagement. You've got 2 stims as well. So Spoit, surprise, surprise, lower on HP, but now completely dead, as Joystick has been brought back alive by Dan, fighting another day. Yaga teed up, ready for Joystick to walk through. There go the bees. He looks longingly towards east, and there's a hatch, and he drops. I don't know if that was deliberate or not. It's immediately to his death. Shepard has everything lined up. Gomez, long range, out-dueling Shepard, and that's the case down as well. VP will either need to go for kills here or retrieve it, but Diaz is in sight. Joystick with the diffuser at the halfway mark. You have to stop him, Dan. You don't pull it off. Joystick just waiting off for 1 second, pulls it off. Gomez needs to be the hero. He and Joystick, 1v1. Joystick prevails. That's it for this map. Gomez has an idea. He fires away, but it's the Cyborg to do it. And VP prevail on M80's map, 7-2.
Joystick was about 1 HP. You saw it earlier on. He was just behind like a wooden cabinet. All he needed to do is 2 pixels to the right, and it would have been the end. It would have been another round for M80, and they could have fought on. But Virtus Pro, a very solid first map victory on a map they lost 7-2 yesterday.
I mean, an unbelievable statement map from them. And they get to go to very familiar turf as Bank is up next. Will they take it 2-0? We'll find out in a couple minutes. We'll be right back.
Arguably a bit too much across the entirety of the map. So here, tighten things down a little bit as we go into what looks to be karaoke and ticketing.
Yeah, I think it's going to be the first time that we see it, and now that they've got that top floor win, it's pretty much a mirror image is likely what you're going to see. It depends what Sonics choose to do on the attack, whether they establish in Exhibition Office and move across, or whether they go direct to site via Geisha and top black stairs. We will see as the sort of first minute of the round progresses, but Lost looked much better in round 3. They were just much more settled. As I said, as soon as they got those couple of kills, they knew they could leave a couple sort of out near Drome, out near the other side of the map, and it just really stretches those remaining Sonics players thin because, you know, they've kind of got a choice then. They either play absolutely Route 1 into site, which was going to be difficult because the breach wasn't open, or they're going to have to clear them out because otherwise they get hit on the flank. So it sort of left them in a no-win situation. Lost will be defending, as was suggested, T and Karaoke. We'll see how much of a presence there is over the far side. I'm just looking through the list of the defenders. We've got no Solis. We haven't had any Solis play from Lost so far on this map. And again, you know, I'd be interested to see potentially. There is some work that can be done downstairs on Sky Square.
I wonder if it's the mirror effect, where you just assume you're never going to be playing it, therefore it's not in your wheelhouse for the map. And if you've already got pre-existing strats, ideas of how you want to play things, it's a little bit dangerous to dynamically change what a strat would be that you guys have arranged and agreed, okay, you're setting up that part, reinforcing there, putting this gadgetry there, we play this way in the round. It is quite dangerous to just flex an operator in and say, yeah, why not? They're strong and they're available, let's play them. That again is the mirror thing that I was speaking about earlier on.
Yeah, exactly that. We're going to see pressure coming towards Geisha by the looks of it from Sonics. They will have to deal with that far side of the map, realistically. They could find themselves in trouble if not. Cameraman is in Geisha, but could be supported by Dash, who is in and around Drum. I think the Drum wall through to Geisha is open, so Dash will be in position to be able to assist should he need to. So Sonics need to think about that and maybe just put a little bit of pressure on to clear him out. But this is where then Exhibition Office becomes a problem, because there are a number of Lost players over there as well to stop them pushing onto Dash. So this is a multi-layered defense from Lost. There's a number of problems that Sonics are going to have to solve before they can push towards site.
Always the way, it's a problem-solving mini-game. A bunch of puzzles really standing before you. Hurdles to the final objective. I hear most teams say it is basically a problem-solving haven for those that enjoy that kind of mental exercise, I guess you could call it. Maya holding off on towards Shrine side here, expecting someone to come bolting in through that north side window. The answer right now is very clearly no. The Sonics are very focused up on top black. They've got one playing on South Balk, and they've got one playing out on the karaoke windows. Maya a little bit redundant, at least for now, so they don't know that. But I imagine you're going to see Sonics all come crashing in here as they've all got these kind of 5-point assault points ready to go in.
Yeah, exactly that. They've sort of given up on drum, not looking over that way. Happy enough to leave roamers out in the cold if that is what is necessary. Citizen just paying attention to Shrine window to prevent any jump out. Gio looking to deliver that utility is going to do fantastically as Ambi manages to pick up the opener onto Dot. 4 versus 4 though, as Lobin manages to cut down Wrexham. Maya doubles down with one onto Ambi. 3 versus 3 as this one heads into the action proper now, as we've got Grixer inside a site. He's repelled into karaoke. Diffuser is in the hands of Gio at the moment and not really in a position to put it down just yet.
A kind of like brief pause after the action's already all kicked off, hasn't it? Everything's settled for a few seconds. The dust has come down and now everyone can see clearly. And with the time running down to the last 15, everything has to move perfectly. Look, C4 finds one as well. Lobin gets swung on by the next, but no one hitting their shots here. Gets swung on, one foul, but Grix is going to find nothing. Dash with the close. We're all square at 2 apiece, Tim.
I think that was the problem with not dealing with Geisha. They chose to just go completely from that other side, get themselves into karaoke and look for a plant. But if you've never dealt with Geisha and karaoke walls open, it's going to be very difficult because Lobin in that position at the end was able to really cut Sonics down when it came to it. So a little bit tough. Sometimes you've just got to clear out a little bit more of the map than you actually want to use. And Sonics, I think, just falling foul of that a little bit there.
Tactical. Still, a 2 apiece. I think you'd still be happy sat in this spot of Sonics.
I think so.
Mentioned it earlier on, but Meta is great. It's depending on right now. The bans certainly have helped as well, with Fenrir and with 2 Bravo being taken off the board, great, but it does open up things, as we said, like the Solis. The Mirror becomes very widely available. The Valkyrie's also a thing, can't be forgetting about that. Zami also as an option. Still plenty of things that defenders can employ that many would consider extremely strong right now. And interestingly, team coming into this round, guess what we are going to see? Going to see the Solis coming in for Lobin that was missing in that previous round. We've hazarded a guess as to why. Really coming down to what the team has sort of agreed as a strategy. It's hard to change that in the moment when you see a ban that would otherwise normally be taken away from you is suddenly available. But I imagine here playing on the downstairs, given you want to try and deny upstairs, this is where the Solis really can come into her own.
Well, I suggested that bedroom would be the difficult site for us to see potentially.
It's funny, I want to say Sonics or TSM, I forget, a long time ago. I don't know why my memory just remembers this one random thing. One of those 2 teams did play this site when they were playing Skyscraper previously, and I always think to myself, would a North American team go to that site rather than trying to play something else? And clearly the answer here is yes.
Yeah, it's a little bit rare that we see it, but we've had it on day 2, so we can get that one ticked off the list to see if we see every single site.
You should know about this though. This cameraman's done it before.
Yes, you're going to have the Thatcher dealing with the Thatcher this time rather than maybe the Zafir. But Gio just dropping away there. They're not going to lose the exothermic.
I don't know what Grixer was doing because Grixer pulled away. He had the gadget at the ready and then stepped away from the wall. So they've lost an exothermic and EMP for no real reason there.
Cameraman's going to take the challenge down onto Grixer instead. They'll allow him to get the wall, but really the damage is kind of done there because it's going to limit now their breaching capability. They've still got Ambi on the ace, so it's not the end of the world. There is certainly other options. However, Dots is going to take Ambi down, so I apologise for the caster curse on that one.
Where is Ambi just... I'd love to... Observe if we can. Can you show me where Ambi died? Was he outside the bedroom cubby window or something? I'm not quite sure. Because I'm curious as to whether or not he was trying to push in looking for a fight as a backstep there on the ace, or if he's just been completely swung on through the open wall. Yeah. Thank you very much, observers. Appreciate it.
You go maybe the long angle from inside of sight, potentially.
I really haven't actually addressed the observers at all with this competition so far. It's not like us.
It's not.
I actually don't know who's observing the game. I'll have to find out.
Got a lot of Valkyrie cams on the upstairs as well, just providing information for Dash. Couple of nitros in hand, him and cameraman. So again, something that Sonics need to be aware of. They don't want to be getting hit by nitros. They're already 1 man down at this point. Grixer taking a lot of damage as well. Gio just trying to clear upstairs. Is going to get caught out. No, it's Rexon actually who gets taken down by Lobin. Grixer is down along the way. So this is not looking pretty at the minute for Sonics. 2 versus 5. Gio trying to get something going. Just put that pressure on into Terrace. Does manage to find Lobin, takes a lot of damage along the way and just needs to be cautious over any potential Valkyrie cams that might be up there. There's still nitros available. There are still impact nades available as Dots manages to take that last sliver of health from Gio.
Well, Citizen's got it all to do against 4. Really throws you back to the old days when he was playing over in EU. Would often be the last player left in a 1v3 or a 1v4. Here, I guess it's more of a 2v4 since Grixer is back on his feet, but with 20 seconds to play with, Sonics have got a hell of a lot to do, and they're betting everything on this march in through house. They do find one, but gets closed out by Cameraman, who picks up the double. Loss in the lead.
Lots have really woken up over the last couple of rounds. The first 2 rounds particularly, Sonics were well on top of them and made life very difficult for them. Got themselves a couple on the board, but now lost 3 in a row, and it's starting to look a little bit troublesome for Sonics on the attack. Like I said, I think, you know, I'd expect the Sonics to come on to defense on Skyscraper and be reasonably confident that they can win those 2 top floor sites. So that's going to potentially buy them 4 rounds there if they can hold on to them too. So it's really not the end of the world if it's 4-2 at the half switch, but if they can maybe get this last attack, take it to 3-3, they give themselves a good opportunity to win it in regulation then.
Well, Cameraman's first shot in that 2K at the end as well. Just no chance you see that one coming. It was filthy. And I love how Ambi's kind of now seeing that reaction of just like, don't even know how I died there. Just swung me, didn't even know I was there. It was crazy. Yeah, it will happen. Players will swing sometimes. They will catch you completely off guard. Maybe a change of pace, though, coming into Sonics' last attack, with Geo currently hovering over that Monty. Something we've seen a few teams default to over the last couple of days when things feel a little bit out of control, like you're not quite getting the synergy the way that you used to have in. Sonics here just want to try and squeak this one over the line. 3 rounds on the attack of Skyscraper. They'll be ecstatic with that if they can get away with it. Though I'm sure back home somewhere, Super is sitting there thinking we easily could have had more.
I think at the minute, one of the big problems for Sonics is the entry. They're losing a lot of the entry fights. I've missed 1 round along the way. I don't know who got it in round 4, but otherwise, round 1, 2, 3, and 5 have all gone in favour of loss. Round 4 may well have done as well. But an absolute best case scenario for Sonics, they've got 1 out of 5 entries. And it's just putting them on that back foot every time. It's like I said, we saw that round where Lost then were able to just leave 2 roamers out on the tea and karaoke side, out on drum stairs, and just make life difficult because the Sonics know they have to deal with that. So I'd like to see them come in here, get that entry kill, give themselves the opportunity, give themselves the advantage, and see what they can build from there.
Well, to circle back to what we said at the start of the map, that was one of the defining factors of the games yesterday for both of these teams. Sonics, positive 7 on entry, Lost dead even despite going 2-0. So if nothing else, it shows that thing we were saying to watch out for has shown itself to be true. Lost are the ones walking away with that entry win, and that's a massive loss for Sonics.
Geo's just nearly given his life away there, just exposing himself to Geishador and taking an awful lot of damage, and they now know that they've got somebody inside of Geisha that they need to deal with. The question is, how long will it take them to do it? The answer, not very long at all. Citizen manages to take down Dash with a nice headshot, and that's really good for Sonics. That's the entry they were looking for. They keep the shield alive, although needs to be careful because that Nitro that's in the hands of Dots anywhere near the Monty will finish him off. Does get a little bit of health back from the boost from Finker. Ambi helping his buddy out there, but 5 versus 4 now. Sonics have got the foundation that they need to push forward. They can use the Monty to bully and to force Maya back.
To know that the monster's pushing him up here as well, knows the wind is big. I mean, realistically, when you've got 2 of them being opened up at the same time, you've got to back out there. You're getting pushed in, the pressure's building, it's time to get out of dodge, and that's exactly what Maya has done. But Ambi scored down to Cameraman, Lobin gets 1 back onto Citizen. But is it too little, too late here? Sonics are still bearing down on them with the numbers advantage and a Monty spearheading the charge.
Plenty of time as well, 52 seconds, diffuser in hand. They've kind of got everything they need. They're going to start pushing into VIP now.
Is he trapped?
Maya needs to be, I think he might have. That's actually pretty smart from Maya. It's not, he can't get back out.
Needs the help,
crouch in, but he can't get back out, and he needs some assistance here, otherwise they're going to lose the Monty. This could be a big problem. He's taking so much chip damage. There you go, that's the kill. And there was nothing that Sonics could do to keep the shield alive.
And very little they could do to get rid of the Cuba barrier easily as well. Brilliant play from Maya, very heads up, and Geo pushing a bit too far ahead and being punished for it as well. You could just see 2 or 3 members of Lost as well sprinting over to VIP to come and provide support, but Sonics couldn't easily break the Kiba barrier because as soon as they expose themselves to start hitting it, their legs are exposed, they die, and they...
Everybody, it's time for our second matchup. But first, before we get there, you might want to know what exactly happened in the previous game. And oh boy, it was not the result that I think either you or I expected.
No, I mean, watch Virtus Pro get demolished by Liquid last night. 7-2 when they lost. So that's what I thought M80 went for. It's like, okay, we feel confident, we've seen them play, we know we can take them. But on the other hand, Virtus Pro is like, yeah, we made some mistakes yesterday, fixed them, let's go there again, but then all in Russian, of course. I doubt they would be saying that.
I mean, they all speak English.
They do speak English, but why would they?
That's a good point. That's a good point. Just as a side note, back when we were more involved with 6-on-6, we tried to get Shepard on the podcast a number of times, and he and I would have fully fluent English conversations at live events, and then I'd be like, so you will come on 6-on-6, and he'd look at me, he'd be like, no English. And I'm like, you can't do this to me, man. Like, you can't just get on the show, you know? There are the numbers in front of your eyes, obviously. The big one that stands out to me is Iconic. On his roll, you are not supposed to be going 1-4. The two main entries for M80 just not getting the job done. 2-7 on entry between both Spoit and Iconic. You gotta have a better game on Bank. You have to, because if Iconic shows up the same way he just did on Border, on VP's map, you are in so much trouble. Diaz Lucas did have a good game, but he was pretty much the only person on the team that really showed up. Outside of that, M80 have so much room for improvement.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about Bank now, though, and I'm looking at the history that M80 played, and the last time they played it, that was the Atlanta Major. They played against Bleed, and they lost it 7-4, so it's like the most recent one is not too hot. Yeah. However, there's been much time for these teams to prepare themselves for the Sixth Invitation. For a couple of months, so we expect things to change. Whereas for Virtus Pro, if we look back at it, they really do like the map. They've played it 9 times over the year. They've won it 8 out of those times.
Yep. I am, and look at that. 67% now saying VP is going to win to 33% for
they all
M80.
flipped really quickly
here. Oh boy,
here.
Did they ever. We're going to get things underway with the map as good lucks and have funs come in chat. I love how they don't say good luck anymore. They just say have fun because they don't want you to have luck.
They want to win themselves.
Like, why the hell would I wish my opponent good luck? Exactly. I want you to have bad luck. I want you to have the worst luck humanly possible.
I'm waiting for the BLHF to come out next.
Bad luck, have
bad
fun.
luck, have fun. But have fun.
Bad luck, be miserable. There you go.
Not on Valentine's Day.
M80's first ban is going to be an operator that they used pretty much every single round on Border to middling success, I would say, and that's Dokkaebi. Ying, who was banned out last time, is banned out yet again. Defender operators that you can ban here run the gamut. Azami is a very popular ban, and there she goes. On top of that, you see operators like Fenrir get banned out. Is it?
Yeah, definitely.
And what if you're wrong?
Then I'm wrong. Oh, I'm wrong. Damn.
Tubarão. Not Tubby, by the way. And
Yeah.
he said that you called him Tubby yesterday.
I had no
It's
idea
not
that's
allowed.
apparently bad to say that.
Well, you call it like Tubby is fat.
Yeah, well,
Like if you ever
Emmy told me, but I didn't know
You
before.
poke somebody in the stomach and you're like, hey, what's up, Tubby?
I thought that was chubby.
Well, it can be both.
Yeah, but why? It's okay.
Why do we use different words for different things?
That was the same thing. We're same thing.
Tubby and chubby.
Yeah.
Different connotation.
Okay. I meant it in a nice way, and apparently it's not. So, and then after that, Fox started giving me, started hammering in on me because I said snowmobile.
How'd you say it?
I can't say it on stream.
Oh no! Write it for me. Hold on a second.
I don't understand why it would be bad.
I think it's because it sounds a lot like you're saying.
Yeah, okay. Well, I don't really see that if you really clear your pronunciation, how it could sound like that. But you know,
Well, I think it's one of those words where you got to be really careful about what you say and how you say it. You know, yeah, maybe delete that.
Yeah, I will.
Attackers are moving to
That's a good
the
decision. I don't
bomb.
want anybody leaking this. Virtus Pro's lineup is locked in, and they are bringing a lot of hard breach. 4 can openers. 2 in the hands of Joystick's Buck, 2 in the hands of Shepard's Grim. And then you've got Always on Ace as well, just for good measure. It's going to be a downstairs take. Not a surprise to see teams go downstairs first, but Bank is a very interesting map when it comes to site rotation. Because for as long as this map has been in comp play, the bottom floor bomb site has remained the most consistently played. But top floor bomb site and now open area have become very popular too. Top floor bomb sites actually fallen off a little bit for some teams, and Teller's Archives has started to become more popular. It's nice to see that flexibility here on this map. One thing that is constant, though, Hap, is that if you're defending downstairs, you're usually going to roam up top, and maybe are starting off with Spoit, basically being by himself at the moment, trapped in the elevator upstairs.
Yeah, usually we'd have 1 or 2 players down on the actual site, you know, protecting the utility you just placed down, like mirror windows and Goyo canisters, who sadly have already been taken down by the side of First Pro. Spoit, as he was in the elevator, was actually receiving some heat, and he was asking for someone to open up the hatch for him so he could drop later down in the actual round. Quite a while before someone was actually there, open it up with the bailiff so he can actually have an opportunity to drop back out now. Why? 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 You have a skeleton key. It's soft. Why use it?
To send a message.
It's probably because they know they have enough and don't need them elsewhere, but it's like, it's one shot.
I mean, you do basic math, right? On this bomb site, you really only need 3, 4 ways to open up those hatches and maybe open up one wall. You've got so much. If you're worried about spending all of your skeleton key, which, by the way, Joystick only has 2 shots
he has
left.
2
so
left
there
now.
You go.
Right, unless he doesn't empty them, I'm gonna give him. Gonna go in on him.
You gonna give him hell? I know you wanted to say a swear word there.
Yeah. I don't want to check that one. I don't want to check that one off yet on the.
Using ish. Yeah, instead of saying that, it's like he's gonna give him ish. Okay, and it works.
Get it into Focam.
45 seconds left. This round has flown by, Happers. And they're ever closer to starting what I refer to as the dance. You gotta bait out the smokes. You gotta bait out a potential yokai if it's on the board. You gotta bait out the maestro cams if they're on the board. You gotta bait out the Goyo canisters. You gotta bait out nitro cells. There's a lot that you need to do. Now it's always with Diffuser in hand taking more damage. He has to fall off. All the while, Spoit creeping up those stairs from the basement towards the main floor. Ready to flank. It's Pasha. 417 in hand to cut him down. Always is attempting it again. There goes the smoke canister. And this is bad. You're going to have basically a second to go. Yes.
So that's what they just did. They dropped it down. Now has a diffuser. He needs to dig in deep and start planting. The C4 comes out. He's actually just in time to start it. Gomez is down in the meantime as well. Joystick is there for the cover, but they are hopping over. The cover will come in the end, though. And that means 45 seconds down on the clock. Always. And Dan up alive as Dan
got away!
dies. He got away somehow. And now they have verticality as well. They're going to be picking up Iconic. Most likely will be picking up Gomez as well, just so they have the extra members to try and take this fight.
He's in the barbed wire, though. The moment that he pops up from the tunnel here, Always is going to give his position away. There's also somebody looking at him directly. Down goes Iconic. They know where Dan is. They can swing at the same time. Dan dies through the hatch. Always needs about 10 seconds. That's the window right now. They don't know where he is. Yaga goes on it. Falls right off. Good patience from Always.
Needs to go.
2 seconds.
It's
You gotta get on it. You gotta get on it.
Oh, he gets him!
And he's won the round! Unbelievable by Always, and the frustration on Diaz Lucas's face as he shakes his head. That is a heartbreaking end to the first round for M80. They played it about as well as you could have in that position.
They picked everybody up just to have the men count because they realized it is in a rough position to go for a defuse. We do need to take care of that person on the hatch. Now, they were a bit too aggressive. They managed to find them, but they had no clue where that final member was. Otherwise, they would have brought the fight to them whilst the defuse was going down. And at that point, Always just stands up and he's like, I have one goal, and that's to get that one bullet through the wall. Managed to find the head of the player that's defusing. Does so. Not enough time left. Perfectly clutched out by him. Although may it, with a little bit of luck there that he just found it on that final bullet before he went down.
Yeah. Well, I gotta say this, though. VP got bailed out really hard. They completely missed the toxic canister to start off with, which is why they had to do that juggle in the first place, which is what put them on the precipice. And it necessitated the remaining players of VP basically collapsing on the bomb site to smother M80. Because if you don't do that, M80 swings on Dan and kills him, preventing the plant entirely in the first place. This is a really early EE1D.
Might just be to make sure that there is no early swampings to come through. There might be something to see it in VODs where there is some early aggression. You just want to be ahead of that. Of course, you have 3. Not always do you need all of them to go through, so you managed to save your life on the back of one of those very early on. It would be considered worth it. And of course, back to that previous round, the Twitchstone took out so much utility earlier on, all those Goyo canisters, so they probably expected they could go for it! As that is Spoits taking down Joystick. That's the opener lost. They almost managed to take him down.
You saw how much the Buck was able to do in the previous round as well, just in terms of soft destruction. Now, obviously there is an abundance of soft destruction you can do on every single site on this map, but with the way that reinforcements work in this game, your soft destruction for Buck is largely going to come on the top floor, not the actual bomb site of open area. So now you've got, what are your contingencies? Well, you got 3 breaches from Always. You have Ash. You had Ash because Yaga literally killed him as I was talking about him. At least one of those Ash charges went off. So we know that there's been some soft destruction. And then, of course, you've doubled up on the hard destruction as well. Technically, it tripled up on it, but Joystick dies with the can openers in pocket. That's unideal. All the while, a tale as old as time in this matchup is Spoit taking damage.
Drones online.
There's no way to get him back up in terms of HP. Pasha saw Iconic is now on the hunt. Iconic already has 1 kill to the 3 that he had in the previous map. So that's a much better start.
He needs to as well as Gomez drops in, takes a little bit of damage. Pasha, not sure if he realized, but there was some shots coming in from the other side. That's a breach charge. Someone just rotated in front of that. If he would have blown that half a second earlier, Spoit would have been removed from the map with the amount of HP he had at that moment in time. It's a 3-5, 2 players somewhat damaged on the side of M80. The grenade bounces through. Whoa! Not quite the kill they were looking for as Iconic will find Pasha. And that is putting things really into good perspective for M80 here on their defensive round. The second one that they've played so far.
Virtus Pro picking this map means that M80 starts on their favorite side, its defense. It is imperative that M80 runs up the score here. M80 allows Virtus Pro to get a couple rounds to start off, then things will be very hard for them to recover when they go on to attack later on, even if Bank has been semi-friendly to attackers in previous metas.
Reloading.
Now, even though it's a 2v5, the only saving grace of VP is the HP of the M80 players still remaining. Gomez, below HP. Iconic, below HP. Spoit, less than 1/3 of his HP. Those are not positions you want to be in. Both Ace and both Always is Ace and Shepard's Hibana can take them down, but you're right. There's very little time. And at this point, Always has the diffuser. If he goes to Planet, there's going to be 4 players of M80 watching him, maybe 5. And there it is, a flawless round. So, there was a saving grace. But ultimately, doesn't always pan out.
They ran out of time to try to get control elsewhere. They were disrupted by M80, just with all the 1v1s coming in on opposite sides of the map. No one was there to really provide any kind of trade game on the side of Virtus Pro. And that round just really slipped away from it. It starts off with this one. They had a good idea. They had a good read. Weren't able to quite get the kill in. That's how it starts off. And then, you know, unable to really isolate any of the players on the M80 side. They just continue playing on. So, we do head to the top floor now, though. So CEO will be up next. Eventually, before more and more teams starting to edge away from this site as much as they can. But it still sees play every now and then.
Yeah, I was going to say it's been intriguing to watch the meta here develop. And I mean, Cafe strikes me as another map where there's been an ebb and flow as to where you want to go. At one point, teams were almost allergic to going up to Cocktail on the very top floor. And then, obviously, the site that tends to see the least amount of play over the last year or so, and obviously you'd have to look at the numbers of every region to back this up. But at least from all the matches that I remember, the big one is Train, obviously. You go to Reading, you go downstairs, you go up to Cocktail, and that's your resite rotation.
Yep.
There was a period of time where North American teams in particular, of which M80 is one of, do not like to go upstairs to the very top floor. And honestly, it's because you don't really have a buffer, right? On Cafe, you can just drop that skylight, you can drop the hatch, and boom, you're basically right in the bomb site. And while a lot of teams are going to approach it that way, you clear from the bottom up on Cafe. On Bank, on that top floor, teams can literally just rappel in the window, and if you're not watching, suddenly they've got control of a very crucial part of the bomb site. And if not the bomb site, they can get as close to it as possible. So, play down below. Operators like Valkyrie, Pulse, Solus obviously really enable that vertical play down underneath the bomb site. As you can see from the left-hand side, though, none of those operators are present. So you're going to lack information outside of the Evil Eyes. The Black Mirrors maybe can be considered information, but then also the Bulletproof Camera in the hands of Spoit that's been placed.
Now, this is why I think Janitor is probably one of the most important parts to stop the rappel in towards the actual site, because it is just directly opposing those windows, and you have the opportunity to really play into there, and that's where you often see the attacker put so much utility to towards that position to either neutralize its efficiency by using smoke so they cannot really see through, or by trying to take it in a horizontal manner by pushing yourself in from the top square and just trying to find yourself through. Now, Kento is going to be opened up. There's an Evil Eye right underneath it. That's going to be stopping any of those Excaros from blowing up. So Shepard's just wasted all of it. Okay, I was going to say, just manages to get a kill out of it, but it's Dan finding Spoy. But all the Xcaris are gone, Kanto will stay shut. And that's going to be creating a very good stronghold position inside the elevator.
Oh. These opening picks that we talked about before we got into this matchup are something that M80 desperately needs to fix. Iconic has already matched his kill total from the very first map through 2 rounds of action. So already a significantly better start as he's shaken off whatever bad juju might have been on him, and now he's aligned with the mission in front of him. But you also need Spoit to show up, too. Those are the 2 big prongs of M80. Adding Yaga back to this roster, at least on a loner basis, is to give them more depth, because we've had games where Diaz Lucas can take off, we've had games where Gomez can take off, but you got to have that depth. Yaga's been playing these more hard support roles so far. Oh my. Gomez sneaking up on the flank as we talk about his teammate, obviously taking that personally. Final 30 seconds, and Dan doesn't want to engage at all. They've got a line of sight on the side of Virtus Pro into the bomb site. But now it's Dan to take some damage. Is that Gomez re-aggressing? Iconic just sitting and waiting. He's got the open panel right in front of his eyes. He's not too far removed from the joystick. Nice shot through the wall of Shepard, but there's Gomez yet again. He's been a literal thorn in the side of this team. He takes down Dan, and there could be more to be found. Yaga dies to joystick. Shepard now dies. That's Diffuser down. Nobody from VP can collect it, and the round will go in favor of M80. 2 in a row for them on VP's map.
Good flank coming through to realize we need to get in there, and the best way to probably get into that side is through the top of square. Only a single window to hat that could be watching it, but that would mean there's no cover on the direct site itself where the plant is going down. So it's a tough call to make. And if there's no flank drone set up to call that out, like, hey, he is coming through, that's when you're going to be losing out those rounds. So M80 managed to salvage that one perfectly out there. Just delayed on that cover as well. So, M80 are taking that charge. Back towards the basement, though. Back towards CCTV. This one just barely went over the line for Virtus Pro. This shouldn't have. They took care of some early utility. The Goyo canisters were taken care of. The mirror windows were being opened up. It took until 30 seconds left into the round when the first kill happened, and that was a flank that was being initiated that got shut down by Virtus Pro. But then the smoke canister started to come through, and they couldn't really go, and too much damage was already taken by the actual breach, which meant that they needed to swap it, running deep. Took a lot more damage and time than they wanted to, so VP really need to be quicker on this attack if they want to repeat the exact same thing.
I mean, to argue against myself here. We see a Fenrir dude this by the way. To argue against myself here, you're playing defense in what looks like a defender-sided meta. Yep. You gotta win 4 rounds, even if it's not your map. M80 is half of the way there. Virtus Pro is also half of the way towards where they need to be. If I'm M80, obviously, I'm kicking myself after that first round. But what is most important to me is that M80 moved on from that round really quickly.
Oh, yeah. What you need to be able to show that resilience and just move on.
They didn't get bogged down. And I mean, there are times when, you know, older iterations of this team might have found that it was too hard to come back from that. And, you know, I gotta give credit where it's due.
Openings are starting to be made, but that's just to make the travel from top to down a bit quicker. As Joystick again opening up, trying to find some control off the open area, just to make sure that there's actually nobody staying there. But look at Iconic. He's going to be one of those crucial points that needs to be eliminated. He's playing on the blue stairs with a shotgun with those warding glasses. Flashbangs are not going to be doing too much. Grenades, well, they cannot be cooked anymore, so it's the opportunity to fall back. What you're going to be doing instead, you're looking at the utility they have. Well, maybe some Grim to be sent down, so you have hopping to come through, and also try and push in from the actual CCTV area at the same time. But that leaves you vulnerable to someone else. Esports gets the very opening pick onto Joystick.
Excellent first kill for M80, and again, this is their big win condition, as they need to be able to collapse on this. Dan, obscured vision from the Fenrir. Now it's Iconic shrugging off some damage, but he's collapsed upon as Dan has found his way in. It's a familiar spot for Virtus Pro as they now have control of server. Open up the panel and now blow open where the usual default spot is, and this is where that juggle again begins. 50 seconds left. I want to say that Virtus Pro is actually ahead of their previous time.
Yeah, they'll have about 15 seconds left at the end of that last smoke canister to try and get their plan down, so it shouldn't be too much, but they really do need to get a move on. They need to keep baiting at those smoke canisters, not really give them any second whatsoever. Spoid popping out some of the fire as well, just to make sure that the mechs are completely covered out. The bees will be coming in soon, however, as always, spots a gap. Actually, no. Last smoke canister pops right now, so that means 5 seconds left on the clock. When that last one fades, that they have to plant. And that means there needs to be covers. There's no time to pick up.
And you have to shoot the nitro cell. That is the key component right here. The moment that it starts to plant, you're going to see the nitro cell from Gomez. It works. You got to retrieve it and start the plant. Dan doesn't seem to have good wherewithal. Pasha with the kill, watching from above. They will swing onto Dan in just a second.
They don't know.
They don't know. Oh, poor coverage, and Bodega jumps for joy as it's 3 in a row from Emmy.
Cover lacking out there. They really needed to get someone else in that site there to really bring the fight towards them, to be that distraction. Because that could have been a Virtus Pro round otherwise. And now a timeout will be called. They're going to have some time to chat. Things are starting to get away from them here. It's a bit of the opposite of what we've seen in the previous map. And of course, whilst they haven't looked as powerless, it has still been a very dominating M80 defense so far that we've been seeing from them. So they just need to find that one little gap in the setup, that one little opportunity for them to go for a play which will work out for them to get themselves that second round on the attack, which we do see as the minimum of what is expected from them. 2 more opportunities to do that. That is what they should be talking about now. How to salvage this half.
I don't really see a lot of frustration from VP, though, too.
No.
So part of me assumes that they know that you got to keep it close. Overtime is probably where we will end up at the current pace that this is going, unless M80 turn on the Jets the moment that they swap sides. But, I mean, I think that's more of a big if than anything. Site rotation staying exactly the same. Lockers going in rounds 1 and 4. Open area was in round 2. Now in round 5 it goes again. Depending on whether there's a victory here or not, M80 will probably go up to CEO upstairs, but it's entirely possible they go to open area a second time, or maybe even throw a wrench in the plan and go down to tellers and archives. Fenrir was a big problem in previous rounds for Virtus Pro, and I like that it's going to be brought out yet again from M80.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it can be a really big problem in some of these closer parts of the map. If you think of open area itself, it might not really be that problematic there. If you start thinking about the entrances to open area, that is where it truly will be coming in huge. So you need to be using that in a bit of a crossfire kind of style. So as soon as they do walk in, that's when they find themselves under the influence of the FNAP. That's when they find themselves struggling to get a line of sight out. Like windows or windows also being set up just to give themselves the extra bit of advantage later on as soon as the site does get approached. It basically makes it impossible to go for a very quick kitchen plant, which we do sometimes see from other teams. Not really Virtus Pro style though.
Joystick on that familiar window repel. I think he was playing Zofia from this position before. There was a Zofia on that window. Obviously, it's a Capitao now being brought. Everybody from M80 seemingly hitting the deck and getting out of the top floor, now closer to the bomb site.
I mean, there's a lot that can be opened up from the top floor into open area, right? But the usual stronghold positions, they are not really prone towards that verticality. And of course, those became the strong points due to the fact that the other positions can be opened up from above. So that's why you do open it up above, so there is no other position being played, and you force them into just the 3 or 4 possibilities that are left on the site. Make the process of elimination a lot easier, as you do not need to check every single given angle on the map. Boy, he's looking for some toes, as Pasha will open up onto Iconic. He's looking through that drone hole. Pasha could be stepping forward, but actually walks off at the exact moment. Boy, will be opening up a rotation, but Pasha already way out of the way.
Iconic death is obviously not ideal. Spoid has an opportunity to equalize. Pasha has a sixth sense about his location. I don't know if Spoit's been droned out recently or not, as he just moves out of there a bit before hitting the deck himself. There's the opening created down below through that hatch. Gomez is dead as well. Virtus Pro striking twice early on. Early, of course, being relative. Oh my.
What I was waiting for always was prone on the ground waiting. He heard someone on the opposite side of things, and he was just waiting for the actual right moment to come through. Fire is going to be stopping Spoit from moving through, but yes, he will go for a peek anyway. He takes down one person, but takes a lot of damage by the incendiary ball in the process. Now, second one being shot towards Yoga. He's moved out of position. It's only up to Spoit now. He's offside. He needs to start coming back. He's just used the impacts he had, and now they know exactly where he's going to be coming from as the plan goes down.
There's nothing he can do from below, so it's just get up the stairs and try and take the engagement, and his return to the bomb site heralded by the sounds of the bullets going through the walls. He actually hit Pasha, it sounded like, but Pasha gets the last laugh. We'll wait. Yeah, it sounds like he did actually hit Pasha, just with one bullet, though. Pasha, reduced to 20 HP, gets the final kill. And we have one round to see. Does M80 walk away with a lead after the first half, or does VP tie it up? And I feel like the smartest man in the world, because I said they could throw a curveball, and hell yeah, there's the curveball, brother.
Go back to Tellers.
Tellers Archives. We have not seen it yet today.
No, we haven't.
So, it will make its appearance, which means that M80 has gone to all 4 bomb sites.
And this site is a bit of a unique one, because almost every single square meter of that site is openable from above. There's almost not a single safe position to be in. And that really forces those teams to usually play in open areas. So we see those extension holes. We see the long lines of sight to be set up where someone plays in from the main stairs, from like the basement side of thing, where stop a walk-in into the teller's office. And then you see them play a lot in the open area to stop the Archives plan to go through. So you're really playing anywhere but the actual site itself for most of the actual round. That just always gets opened up. Now that changes if you do manage to take care of both Dan and Joystick. That would leave it only up to about 3 soft breach charges on all ways to open that up. That would definitely make it a bit more problematic on the side of Virtus Pro. But they've already got their second round in, so they did what they needed to do. Now they're just trying to expand on it.
Absolutely. Talked about M80's drone work all the way back in the very first map, and well, I've been trying to keep an eye on how much Virtus Pro's been going on to drone, and they'll swap here or there. Right now, you've got Dan and Pasha leading the way, and first kill, by the way, goes to Spoit. So we'll finish this first half with Spoit and Iconic accumulating 8 kills, which is significantly better than what we saw from them through the entirety of Porter.
But you would need more, usually. Like, you'd be looking to get more out of those 2 players.
Oh, 100%. Especially when the rest of the team, well, I guess Gomez actually has more kills than Iconic. And on defense, Iconic hasn't necessarily been playing the roaming role every single time. He's going to be playing more of a sheltered role this time on that Mira. Spoit's still governing from above as Pasha on the ropes looking for him. Pasha and Spoit have been on a collision course through most of these rounds.
Pasha's debating to try and see if he can get some verticality out here. Of course, they are looking to clear out the top 4 first, so having that long angle coverage from a DMR, all you need is often just a shot or 2 to really put in that big damage. But it is Spoit you're playing up against. He is one of those wonder players, and he has that 1.5 on that UMP. Not the biggest rate of fire, but definitely has some accuracy as Pasha will find Spoit though. Clean headshot to go off. Dan spots a player on the top, off square. Does a lot of damage, but the opening he just made himself comes back to bite him as Iconic shuts him down as he tries to rotate off and create some verticality himself.
Certainly making their presence felt as they shoot through these walls, shoot through the barricades, etc. Diaz dies to Joystick. Pasha traded out by Iconic, who drops inside a main lobby. Joystick is actually in the site. He doesn't hold on to the diffuser. It's always who does. Oh, what a shot onto Iconic from Joystick.
It's still out there, but if the skeleton key just starts ripping up towards him, Gomez could just be down in just the first shot that comes through. So a lot is lying onto the hopes of Yoga here, on the shoulders of Yoga, because if he manages to catch 1 or 2 off guard, the Joystick that's going up, they're going to hunt for Gomez. They know he's up there, and that gives an opportunity for Yoga to actually loop around now and find always in the back. They would drop the diffuser, completely ruin this round.
Always has the diffuser and gets it down halfway.
15 seconds to go.
I don't know if they know this. Joystick hunting from above.
Attackers are
Always
activating
gets away
the
with
bomb
it. Knows where they're coming from. Manages to get away safely. And now it's a scramble in the post plant with Joystick still playing from above. Question is how close to the diffuser are you? You see it as a clear line of sight. Always has some words to say for Yaga. And now Gomez will follow up, but always is prepared and ready for it. And it's Joystick from above. Tie game. First half, 3-3. And now, presumably, Virtus Pro will go to their favorite side on their map.
Smart decision there, by the way. In the end, as soon as they get spotted after that diffuser to fall back towards blue, you're forcing yourself to be hunted down by those players because you have the opportunity to step out, look over the diffuser, and be an instant threat. But when you're at blue stairs and you're being hunted, you have the opportunity to descend those blue stairs and continue being a threat because they need to keep furthering their distance from the actual diffuser, which means more time is being wasted. So, well played, smartly played out there by Virtus Pro in the end. Now finding themselves on the fence, looking to up score over M80, finding themselves with 4 rounds in this half, as that would lock up the series for them, put them up in a 2-0 victory. And that would definitely something they'd be happy with after the disappointment of yesterday against Liquid. We'll be starting off in the basement. It is the CCTV and lockers area that we will be headed to.
10 seconds to insertion.
The hatches will be reinforced. Looking at the left-hand side of things, I mean, we have the Hibana, we have the Buck, we can be bringing out the cans. Thermite as well. And no cans to be brought on Gomez, but still plenty of opportunity to open up any of those hatches. With the drones being out there as well from the Twitch and from Spoit, bringing in the RC Reteros, a lot of the utility can be destroyed that way as well. They need to get their drones in first.
RC Retero?
It is the RC Retero. Official full gadget name.
I thought it was called the Retero drone.
No, it's RC Retero.
I don't.
Do you know what the sledgehammer is called? I do this with every telemember I cast with. None of them know. You should know.
Is it like a caber?
It's the caber, yeah. You're the first one to pass. Congratulations.
You know, I have more Scottish family than Canadian family.
Well, there you go.
I am pretty much entirely Scottish. Like, there is a little bit of like Irish and English in me, but it's like first like tiny percents, like 1 and 2%. And I'm like 98% Scottish. So, more family in Scotland, Canada.
Just gonna start speaking Scottish on the cast.
Absolutely not. That's Joker's job. That's enough Scotsmen for all of us. Echo drone being piloted as we now see a debut of a new operator here on this map. And we talked about the, I guess, kind of the rhythm of trying to get the diffuser planted on this bottom floor bomb site. You look at the lineup. You got the Goyo canisters to deal with. You got 3 toxic babes. You got Goyo. You got the yokai drones. No C4s though. So Virtus Pro are instead going to rely on getting early picks and then denying enough time to swing off of that. They're not going to rely on a C4, which is shot, not with any reliability, but is shot from time to time. Great read, though, from the Twitch of Iconic, and huge value getting those Goyo canisters with a single Twitch drone.
Yes, but that's expected to happen with those Twitch drones, right? I think these yokai drones are the actual bigger threat to come through. A minute left on the clock. Actually, if Flores deploys the RC Reteros, you see it on the little screen of the remote.
All right, you know what? I don't think you're wrong.
I'm just saying. It just shows up. That's why I so, like...
Would you like to see it, right? You're right,
I am
Pat.
very right.
You're very right.
Other Goyo pockets also being opened up. 40 seconds, and that means that soon they'll start to try and get themselves ready to go for the plant. However, no more extra thermics left. The wall closed is still shut, and that means they need to go for a bit of a deeper run. And the smoke that's coming out now definitely throwing a bit of a spanner in the works.
Iconic drops. It's a battle to the death between these two teams, with the VP ultimately coming out of that fray. 20 seconds remain as the Goyo canister will continue to linger. How many yokai drones are still remaining? It looked like there was 2. Are they both still up? That is the question. All Shepard needs to do is waste as much time as is humanly possible. They're breathing in toxic gas. This is terrible for M80. They soldier on, and I gotta say, it's admirable, but VP doesn't think so. They swat away the advance from M80 and take the lead, their first lead since round 1.
And that was a bit of a similar kind of way how the VP rounds went here, right? Like, they take out a lot of the utility early enough. They cannot get everything. The smoke canister just being so powerful here, stalling just enough time. But what I think actually happened with the exothermic is because you saw a little bit of blast marks out on that wall, so something did explode. I think maybe from the door it was an impact that was tossed all the way through, managed to get the exothermic, kept that wall shut, which means that they needed to dig in deep instantly. There was no tiptoeing into the site and trying to find yourself a way through that way. No, you really needed to commit if you wanted to get that site bomb down. With those smoke canisters, that deals a lot of damage. That just chips away so much. You cannot keep that up for forever. It's always fun to hear Tim on the opposite side. I don't know if he bleeds through to our stream right now, but
Stokes was bleeding through to our stream yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah. But I don't know if they can hear it or not. Definitely could yesterday. Obviously, you're here on the B stream. You know there's an A stream. We don't need to remind you as much as we do when we're on the A stream that there's a B stream. Look at the secondary lineup from M80 right now. 4 Claymores and 9 flashbangs. Can you say we were in the flashbang meta?
Yeah, flashbang meta. I mean, some of those will be used, of course, to waste. Wasting the concussion from the Zofia. One at least. I'm not sure if the second will go as well. A lot of information being split out. That's an F-map. What are you going to do with that? It's probably going to be one of those impacts that gets shot up to the roof. Oh, drone first.
The proximity alarm there as well.
Right next to it. It's a huge value, so just go for it, I would say. Not sure what else you want to use your impact for. I mean, maybe it's a barricade, but I think those AFNets are going to be a bigger trouble if that is your plan, and if you want to repel in to go for a plan.
So many rounds spent just outside attacking this part, this front part of the bomb site.
Oh, look at that.
That's very smart by Dan. And honestly, I can guarantee you there's so many people right now watching this going, why? The hell you can do that? Yep. If there's some slow projectile on a castle barricade and you rip it down, it destroys the projectiles and you get the castle barricade.
And that's the thing, if you rip down a castle barricade, you get to keep it, no matter how you do it. If it gets destroyed by anything else, that's when it's gone. So you usually see some juggling going on with it. New Jammer will stop the X-Scars from opening up Kanto, so the elevator will stay a little bit safer, as well as Pasha's position as Spoit takes down Dan. So the opening kill will definitely be there.
And Spoit has been really good at getting these first picks. Really, really good. And it's keeping M80 in most of these rounds. Now, the rest of the supporting cast has to be there. Yaga jumps in. He's immediately obscured. Spoit with a third kill. A second and a third for good measure. Pasha dies to Iconic, and just like that, M80 have equalized their first victory on attack, and it's a snap of the fingers, and the round is over.
Very dominating round coming in right there. They knew where these players were, and they just worked together as a team. You saw it, Pasha there in the end. He gets spotted in the hallway. Everybody starts shooting through that wall. Someone is guaranteed to hit him at that point, and they managed to shoot him down. So 4-4. It's definitely a closer game than what we've had on that first map, which went to Virtus Pro, even though they've lost it 7-2 yesterday against Liquid. It was the beauty of Six Invitational, of course, that these teams have such quick turnarounds on like poor performances all the way up to having blowouts themselves. And as we're headed towards the open area right now, is the question, when you look at the defensive setup, how they're going to be playing. And now we do see Maestro, so there's going to be 3 Evil Eyes. Those wants to have a little bit of an opportunity to deny. It isn't as effective, right? It's a very slow method of burning someone through death. It's like you put the blowtorch from Maverick on someone, but instead you're doing it via a device rather than yourself. So it is annoying to deal with, that's for sure. But it isn't like an instant stop of the defuse like an Echo drone would be.
Yeah.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Well, this is what I was wondering. What would the third site look like for Virtus Pro in its open area? I've been really enjoying this Maestro, and I gotta say, I think there's still plenty of opportunity for him to be a great operator in a lot of different lineups. The idea is that because it's so easy to counter those Evil Eyes now, that he just doesn't have as much value. You used to be able to, put those Evil Eye cams way away, and
you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, now you need to worry about it. So just somebody smashes it, and now you can't see out of it.
For example, but also Brava being around can get hacked. Suddenly, they will be able to use it against you. That can just ruin all your utility if it's placed in the wrong way. And that's where you keep some impacts. However, always also needs to use those to stop that wall from being opened up. So it's like you don't have enough impact utility to stop them from hacking it, but also stop that wall from being opened up.
I don't know if it was deliberately.
There we go.
I don't know if it was deliberately tossed by Gomez at the very bottom, but because of this, an impact to the top of the wall would very likely have not killed the Selma. So keep it in pocket, use it somewhere else. And that's exactly what Always is going to do. He used one of those impact grenades to kill both his own Evil Eye and the Brava drone in the process. Blood.
Yeah. Now they used to, or try to actually use the Evil Eye there to shoot out the new jammer that is on the quad wall there. But because they realized that was going on, shut it out, so didn't have to use a second impact for that. So still has that available to him in case the wall does get opened up, but then taken down first. It's again an opening kill towards M80. They've completely turned that around compared to last map.
Yeah, M80's been dominating these opening picks so far on this second map, and it honestly is a huge reason they are consistently in every single round. Props to them for finding openings and exploiting it. Really, the only bad player on Virtus Pro statistically is Shepard, and he is playing well below his own standards. Everybody else is doing decent enough, and you know, if Shepard can wake up, he can completely change the game around. He's a very formidable support player on both attack and defense. Huge value from that clutch drone of Spoit, who wakes up and shouts as to where to go next. It might be a very quick hot drop here from M80 with diffuser in hand. Down goes Iconic, so I spoke Shepard's name, and apparently I called that into existence. Nitro Cell from Pasha blows up Spoit, almost gets Yaga at the same time. Diaz Lucas will join him, while Gomez is over towards Printer. So it'll be a double drop. There's a shotgun waiting. Will Diaz die to Pasha? There he goes. Yaga dies. It's all up to Gomez, who's in Printer, bogged down and chewed through by the Alda of Always. And the lead goes back to VP, who now sit up 5-4.
Again, that's the issue with this site. There is not much you can open up vertically. Yes, of course, you can open up a big part of the open area. It's not stronghold positions where usually these players are located in. So what do you need usually is the extra opening towards the kitchen. So you have the way to just cut in horizontally whilst the drop goes through. That way you have an opportunity to at least go for a fight. But M80, they have called a timeout. They also realize that, you know, it is only 2 rounds for VP left before they lock off the entire series and go home with a 2-0 in the bag. They need to stop that. At least you want to be pushing this to a map 3. If you lose that at that point, it's still a point on the board that otherwise you wouldn't have. That could be the difference maker between, I'm just going to say it, maybe even going home at the end of the event. We don't know that yet. It is a very competitive group.
No, absolutely. I mean, obviously we're going to be talking about previous results, so apologies if this is a spoiler, but early on, NIP is in huge trouble. They're in Brazil, in their home country. They are previously an SI champion, and they are currently 0-2. There's a very real possibility that NIP could be the team that goes home in their group. And if M80 goes out 0-2 to W7M, 0-2 to Virtus Pro in their first 2 matches, they're going to be in huge trouble as well.
They'd be fighting for lower bracket at that point.
Yeah.
Like trying to stay in there. And it sounds rough, but it's only 4 matches. If you lose the first ones without getting any points, it doesn't leave much room to try and get them instead.
M80,
like the opponents get easier as well.
Yeah, I mean, M80 and NIP are both 2 teams that frankly, you look at the groups and you don't necessarily think they're going to go home. So, but you see surprises at every live event. As much griping as there might be between certain people in certain regions, most of these teams are close enough where a bad day can determine who moves on and who goes home.
That's what it comes down to, just a single day of not feeling it and not being able to connect the shots. I mean, yesterday with the Liquid match, Nask was uncharacteristically missing shots that seemed very easy for him to usually hit. And I mean, the rest of the team showed up and he still managed to win it, but just like one player feels off a little bit at that time, that could just be a deciding factor in whether or not you win a game or not. Earlier, Xcaris going through. Going to be making sure they have a bit of a wider angle over the open areas. Dan is looking to go quite aggressive. Now, M80 has been very successful on these opening picks in the last couple of rounds. Only 3 this game so far have gone through Virtus Pro. The rest all to M80. Now, I've always been able to convert them. I say that with it. But it is a huge help to have that first kill on the board.
They almost get Dan, who's still in a very precarious spot upstairs. He's got kill holes and a black mirror with the Mira, or rather, kill holes and the black mirror of Pasha, not too far away from him. Dan is retreating, I think maybe somewhat wisely. Pasha is there to greet anybody who jumps in through stock. And Iconic slaughters Dan. Iconic on 8 kills. Spoit on 8 kills. Almost identical score lines. Now it's Pasha to die. This is a yo-yo matchup at the moment. A seesaw match going back and forth as Gomez slaughters Pasha. And Virtus Pro is now down into a 3v5 with half of the round to go.
Yeah, and that's definitely not beneficial. Now, they've won these like consistently against Liquid yesterday, but it felt like Pasha really wanted to go for an instant refrag onto Dan, but with that really exposed themselves to all the other angles that Dan was fleeing from. Like, he was trying to leave for a reason, and you just stepped into it to try and re-peek and refrag. And that didn't really work out for you. Drop coming through into open area. Now, of course, you need to go down towards that basement, and of course, being 2 men up is going to be a huge help, because if this is a 5v5 with 30 seconds left, you're almost never going to win as the attack.
Oh, Spoit almost had a pick on a joystick. I don't know if he was aware of his position. Spoit may want to reaggress. He's trying to lure joystick out and then get a free pick.
As well, looking over the vault drop. Like they're going to go for a full wide execute. They have the manpower to do so, so they have the opportunity to try and take these 1v1s elsewhere. This joystick gets spotted down in the elevator hatch. That's now a question mark. Do we want to go there? Smoke canister to be used on the default plant spot. Iconic is trying to get that plant down. The smoke is not far enough, so that just means it seems like 45 seconds will be counting down in favor of M80.
Yeah, this is a free plant now, and they're able to get out of this position. Spoit is dead, but that's the only casualty so far. Joystick has one lined up onto the bucket. Gomez misses the opportunity. Now it's always to do the same thing, but with a shotgun in hand, as he's the last player remaining. M80 taste this, and they get it done. Tie game 5-5.
And it's weird because, like, we've seen this site before, and every single time when they try and force the plant, the utility comes out on top. But it was a completely different setup from VP this time. It was completely focused on roaming, and it just kept picked apart. And you see there, Dan tries to flee, Pasha tries to go for the refrag, but instead walks into the angles that Dan was fleeing from. And everybody's just trying to make a move at that point, and in the meantime, the plane just goes down, and no one was aware of it, because everybody was too worried about the hatch drops to come through from opposite sides of the map. Perfectly played by M80 there. The right calls to be handled as well. Now 5-5. Both rounds 2 away from picking this map up. But the difference is VP already have one on their belts. M80 still looking to get that 1 point on the board.
Oh, VP still haven't called their timeout as far as I'm aware.
They have.
They did?
Third round.
Oh, that's right. Yes. Yes. Apologies. I had accidentally written that down as M80.
No, that was the one that ran 9.
I would like to apologize.
That isn't as bad as Fresh earlier on when he said, like, he's in a frost mat, why is he not getting out? I'm like, there's no frost mat, he's just down.
Yeah.
He told me not to tell anybody, but I did anyway.
But now you've told everybody.
Told everybody.
Unbelievable. How do you think Jack's going to respond to that?
Probably not listening anyway.
They do have the sound on in the green room. So.
Oh, that's true, and I think the other game's over because I don't hear them
I haven't
anymore.
heard Tim or Des screaming in quite a while.
So
yeah.
I might have just given away a secret that he told me not to tell anybody.
You'd be getting a very angry message here, my friend.
That is what it is.
Yeah.
Keep on rolling.
I call this my favorite round. You know why? Do you know why? Round number 11 is my favorite.
Pressure on the opposing team that loses it. They suddenly
no.
have the entire match lose. Okay.
No, it's because whoever wins this round goes to match point, Hap.
Yeah, which was around the pressure.
Well, every round is pressure, Hap.
Yeah, but extra pressure.
If it was 6-4, there'd still be a lot of pressure, Hap.
Of course.
It's 5-5, Hap.
But if it's 6-4, is round 11 still your favorite round?
No. My favorite round is when it's 5-5.
Yeah.
And the one
Fair
that
enough.
follows it was my favorite. There's laser gates being shot through, and there will be a brief reprieve on both those windows. Enough time for drones to go in and as well. Explosives to take out the castle barricades, not too far removed. Opening picks for M80 have really helped them carry these rounds. Are they able to pull it off yet again? That is the question. Boy and Iconic have been involved in most of them. Gomez has gotten a couple as well. Dan is in tough position as he's on fire, managing to get out of the way, but the fire spreading. I don't think he was able to get free and clear enough. He should be easy to get retrieved. Now he's in proximity as there goes one of those stuns from Zofia, and now Joystick will get jammed back up relatively safely.
There's a lot of damage taken. He had to run through the fire. There was no other safe way. It's not the entry kill. They're still fighting for it, but as Diaz Luca is about to be entering the lobby, he's just on that lurking position, making sure that Spoit's running is secure, and while Joystick, he gets picked up early as well. Pasha takes loads of damage, so it feels like M80 really have everything to play for here.
M80 have completely woken up when compared to Border. It just took a little bit of time. Pasha's shoulder exposed. Dan dies as well, always. The only one to fire back, but M80 are just so good at the moment. They slaughter VP and move to map point.
VP again on that top floor. I mean, we've had it in round 8 as well. Just nowhere to be seen. M80, they just know where they are, and all they need is just that one first pick, and then it can just get themselves all the way through without too much trouble. And VP really struggling out there. Now, I believe they do have the opportunity to go back to any site they want right now. So either CC, or open area, or CEO. It is going to be the basement.
This has been quite an interesting, and I use that term specifically, quite an interesting bomb site. So,
you said it twice. Say it one more time because Sun shows up.
It's an interesting bomb site. Oh my God, he's here. Lockers was won by VP in the very first round. It was a round that honestly VP probably didn't deserve to win. That single round goes to M80 and this is over. This match should in theory be over at this point.
It could have been over indeed. Like if it wasn't that one shot, if the cover was just there in time, but because Always was just so patient and not standing up until the final second of the counter defuse, they started doubting, like, where is he going to be coming from? And that's when he opened up an opportunity for himself. But what I like more is that we see Virtus.pro play more into the anchor kind of style right now, if you look in their operator selection. Because when they went for the complete roam setup, got annihilated by M80. Now they're trying to play that stalling game again. You see the Kimoya coming out, you see the smokes coming out. The Cade will be very helpful as well with keeping some of these hatches shut. There's no... well, actually, 2 EMP impacts on the side of Gomez, which they can use to try and circumvent these claws, which you can juggle. So it's something they need to keep in mind as well.
And Connor's got a drone positioned, and the Jaeger of Joystick is not too far removed. He's making calls off of it. Is he going to be the one to capitalize, though? That is the question. He sees the gun barrel of the Jaeger, but now it's gone. Joystick, you don't know what's coming, Joystick.
Oh, the hatch dropped! Woo! I don't know if they just opened that up for him, if that was pre-opened up, but he escapes with his life there because that should have been the pick for M80 to open things up. So, Joystick staying alive there, crucial for Virtus.pro and their opportunity to make it towards an overtime situation. And again, plenty of utility left. Look at the left-hand side of things. The Twitch drone needs to do some good work right now in taking care of those Goyo canisters and the Electroclaw and other pieces of the utility to really make sure that the attack has a good opportunity to go for it. Of course, there is bees. As the first one misses, the second one will get the Electroclaw. Is there a second one in pocket from Shepard? In time?
No. Unless he's thrown it.
Okay, no, it's gone.
No,
so I was wondering if he threw that already, or if that was located elsewhere.
VP on their heels, but the one thing you have to give them credit for at the moment, they've not surrendered a pick early. Too many times they allowed M80 to walk in and pulverize them, but Joystick trades all but a sliver of HP for Spoit. Yaga now next to drop. Iconic dies to the fire, through the hatch. There goes Yaga. Diaz and Gomez, a flawless round at the moment, shaping up, unless Gomez can pick off a single player from VP. If not, it's overtime. One right below him. Joystick at a single point of HP. Why not? The fire will rage in front of Gomez, and now he's
stuck now.
trapped. There's no gas canisters left, though.
There's almost no time. There's also the diffusers. Oh, guys, but it's smoke.
I mean, at that point,
he just
they know you're in there. Where are you going to go?
But a quicker way out at that point.
You got 3 sets of eyes at minimum that'll be watching that. It's an incredibly comical death for the Capitao. Excellently done by VP, and boy, oh boy. Imagine if Border had been like this, what the outcome of this matchup could have been. M80 seemingly finding another gear, a higher gear, if you want to say that, but it might be too late.
They will be on defense, though. That is going to be helping them out, I think. We have seen that has worked out.
I mean, it
some
has
wonders.
In their defense, though, Hap.
I mean, it was a 3-3 split and
It's
a
a
3-3.
It's 3-3.
However, the first round of VP we're coming back to should have been an M80 round. It should have been a 4-2 split for M80 when they were on the defense.
True.
So that's kind of what I'm leaning into here. So if they can just make sure that the CCTV doesn't fall the same way it did before, M80 should be finding themselves in a pretty good position. Because if we're looking at the defenses of Virtus.pro, they won CCTV twice, one of them more convincing than the other, and then they really struggled on the other sides. CEO, that's a no-go for VP. They're not going back there in the remainder of this round. So that means open area is the only other option they would have to go for, you know. But it's going to be CCTV when VP play. It's almost guaranteed. We do have a tech pause, by the way, so some issues need to be resolved quickly before we're getting back into the remainder of this map, which could either be 2 or 3 rounds.
Guaranteed 2.
Guaranteed 2.
Could be a very thrilling conclusion here. VP could put M80 away 2-0, or M80 could push us to map number 3, Hap. Skyscraper.
Yeah, that is going to be Skyscraper. And that is going to be like a completely different kind of map again that we're going to be seeing. So it is interesting to see how wide this specific map pool has been. Now, it's going to be taking some time for us to get back into it.
I'm not really sure. All of VP have disconnected from the server at this moment, so we're just waiting.
Have to join back in the right order, as we're being guessed by the observer in the chat. I don't know if you saw it.
What did it say?
Can't repeat down, bro. Caster or something. Maybe if you ask kindly enough, they'll be willing to rewrite it for you. Look. Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah. But soon we'll be getting underway. And this match has been really back and forth. This map, at least, has been really back and forth. And if we're going back all the way to the very first, it was a 7-2 blowout from Virtus.pro on a map that they've lost 7-2 yesterday. And that really has put them in a good position to pick up the win here. But they're playing on the... And that is the main worry they'll probably be having right now. They'll be starting off on CCTV now. I think that it is the most defendable side, but it's also the side where everybody knows how to attack it, what to do. VP, however, have decided over the past couple of rounds to just go for a unilateral attack, and it's all going down onto the A-bomb side. It's all going down into the CCTV room. Whereas when M80 attacks, they're also putting down pressure into elevator, into the bank vault. So there is a bit more variety out there, which, you know, is something you have to worry about on your defense. Not something VP do. They have some on the main stairs and on the actual hatches around the side to try to get that plan down. So there's a lot less to focus on for the defenders.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
They did this before. And they got some pings early last time. It sounds like they only got one this time.
I mean, it might just be...
I want to ask them.
It might be for a quick recognition of how many people are upstairs and how many players are downstairs. Because if you see like 5 people moving in the basement, you know, okay, we don't have to worry about the roam that much. If you see like 4 people up above, you might be like, okay, let's rush this side instead, because, you know, they're obviously not there. Just some form of information gain, but also stopping any early run out or jump out to come really through. White playing on the main stairs. I should quickly check the skylight, hoping no one will be jumping through. Shepherd opening up a line of sight just to put up a bit of extra pressure. But some operator we haven't really seen yet is Gomez on the post. Now, he has the opportunity to just walk around in this basement floor and give accurate call-outs on where all these players off the side of Virtus.pro are going to be coming from. You see the dropback is already coming in from M80, so they're going to be bringing it down more, turtling it down. They don't really want to be playing the aggression game early on.
And the last round, with VP getting the very first kill, really set the tempo. And honestly, conversion rate of these first bloods has been excellent so far throughout this matchup. It's been M80 in the driver's seat on bank. Stark contrast to what we saw in map number 1 in Border, where it was Virtus.pro pretty much all the way down. But a lot of these roams that we see from Virtus.pro, where they're allowing somebody from M80 to come in and pick them off early, is because Virtus.pro's not playing well supported. even if M80 wins, there's obviously some warnings, or even if Virtus Pro wins, there's obviously some warning signs here from this team that M80 has exposed. It was exposed against Virtus Pro yesterday in the match as well.
Yeah.
Where basically, if you want to play as individuals, that's fine. But at the same time, to be the best, you have to beat the best. In order to do that, you got to play together. And it's something that VP's Lone Wolf style, today in particular, has not been working out so well for them. Always is getting the diffuser down, by the way.
Oh, they need to run for C4. EMPs as well. Gomez goes down almost. Plan does go through.
Everybody is still alive!
Everybody's alive! That's a miracle. That's a very quick plan to go through. Not expected by M80. And all they need to do now is hold off, whilst M80 needs to go for a top floor rotate. It's just all falling into the hands of Virtus Pro the way this goes. And this is the round they needed. And now they have the opportunity to lock it off in the very next as they close it with a flawless.
The balls on this team to do this. And it's all business. No elation, no smiles.
There was a pulse sparker. The pulse is looking. Yeah, they're at the plan spot. They're at the plan spot. It's like
hey guys.
Not to alert you, but the plan's probably going down at this point. And to be fair, there was EMPs going out at the same time as well. So they were obviously ready for any C4s to be tossed out. But that's an amazing play by Virtus Pro. And one that was absolutely necessary to turn the tide, considering they were in a slight disadvantage playing on the attack first. Now they're in CCTV themselves. Please tell me you're not going to be roaming the way you did before, because it just doesn't work out for you.
Be heartbreaking for M80 as yet again Virtus Pro take full advantage of that bottom floor bomb site. Back in round number 1, it was VP winning a round that they probably had no reason to win whatsoever happen. And then they pull off the heist of the century in a previous round, and now
attackers are moving out to locate a
round
bomb
number
and
14. How does it break? M80 on attack. A lot of Virtus Pro's defenses have been very slow, very contained, and again, unsupported. But downstairs bomb site in a lot of ways works for you.
It's like, let that blow up. That's fine. As long as you keep that Yoko drone, you're going to be good.
Wow.
Of course, there's 3 of them taken out. It's a lot of damage done, but again, that is something you do expect. You need to have those Goyo canisters taken out early on. And whether you do it now or you do it 1 minute left on the clock, it doesn't really matter. I mean, they were expected to go down. Those yokai staying up, those smokes staying up, that's the more important part. There is now going to be support for the player playing around CCTV as well. Shepard, it's a sneaky place to hide it. Up in the corner off the default plan spot. There is a Thatcher though. And I think that might be the big difference maker that they're looking to go for here. And that means that if they manage to start the baiting game with about 45 seconds left on the clock, that's when you have an opportunity to get that plan down, because they'll run out of smokes. They'll run out of the one impact they have. I don't think they'll use it for the plan denial, but you never know. And that's when the EMPs can stop those yokai drones from stopping the plans effectively.
And burning the drones just to make sure that they get through all of those laser gates, which can be reset. There's still plenty of time, 1:30 left, but it's incumbent upon VP to ensure that they're resetting them. Be careful of what's around you.
I have no clue where these yokai drones are located. They're taking out a lot of information. Look at that. One of them is even all the way into the square side of things. So they know there's one up there. They just need to get it in place in time so they can actually stop that plant. And you don't expect the drone to come from behind you when you start going for that plant. You expect it to be around here, not above you.
Yeah. Shepard can maneuver that down, especially if that hatch has been opened up, which it doesn't appear that it hasn't been. Oh, you got to be very careful. There you go. And he's got a good line of sight. Nobody's going to expect the blast to come from blue.
No, and do you want to go for that first? I mean, he has to now because the other one has been EMP'd. There he goes. He's calling it out. Smoke comes through. Doesn't want to give away the game yet. He needs to hide this for as long as he possibly can.
Exactly. You want to keep that yokai drone until you're at 3 seconds or so, and then use it when there's not enough time to get back. There's another toxic canister to go out with 25 seconds remaining. One more in pocket for Always, and now they have to barnstorm on in, but Gomez dies. Yaga has found a blind spot. Dan with a kill of his own. Pasha dies to Yaga from the back. Diaz Lucas planting again. Yokai will get into play. You have to time it correctly. He does just that. The Goyo and the Echo both together. Yaga dies. It's all up to Diaz Lucas, and it won't happen. VP get the job done in their second round of overtime. A 2-0 victory over M80.
You gotta appreciate it as well, but the Goyo falls back towards the vault and be like, okay, protect Mr. President. This Echo is the most important operator we have right now. He's the only one that can stop this plant safely from a distance. And they just play it together in the end. Well played by Virtus Pro. And now we look back at round 1. And that would have been the difference maker. That would have been a map 3 to be on the board. Also, if you just saw the scoreboard out there, 4 players from Virtus Pro on 11 kills. Just a single one on 4. 4 players on 11 kills.
Yeah, Shepard had a bad game, but the rest of the team showed up in spades, and it was close. And like I said, M80 obviously has some serious things to work on after W7M and VP. These are both 2 very good teams, but the bigger thing for me is VP obviously showed off that they can be punished. So you have opportunities to make VP look like they looked yesterday versus the way they looked today. Here are the highlights that we will dive into from today's matchup. What was the big thing that you noticed between these two teams? What was like the one selling point? If you were to tell somebody just tuning in, describe this matchup.
I think what we really saw, and it comes down to the way that they attacked, is VP was really focused on a single point of ingress. We want just this room and the room adjacent to it. We go for a plant, and then we're good. Whereas what we had with M80 is they were putting pressure up from all over the map and really making life difficult from Virtus Pro because they couldn't move without being shot. And that made it such a back and forth kind of game to come through, as a lot of the sides lean very well into the M80 playstyle, while some lean well into VP's. With that, VP in the end able to bring it across after a very dominant border and a way closer back. Now, again, close. If we look at that first round, it would have been an M80 map and we would have been around 3 now.
Overtime if that's the case.
No.
And that's the big thing about it, is that it came so close that a single round obviously can make a huge difference here, but VP obviously showing emotion when they win, but through much of that game hap, they really weren't showing much emotion at all. They were dialed in, they were locked in, and they wanted to win, and that's exactly what we come to expect from this team.
No, exactly. They need to be dialed in. They need to be focused. We called them the Russian machine many times before because they just do one thing really well, and they try and make sure that there is no way you can disturb that.
Yeah.
But with the addition of Pasha, a lot of emotion has been brought into the team. Like, he's so vocal, really bringing that energy into the rest of his players.
Absolutely. And you pointed it out, 4 players on VP had a very, very good matchup, but even more than that, on the side of M80, Iconic and Spoit really did show up. Now, they didn't take over the game by any stretch of the imagination, but they were pretty good. And because of that, Bank did well. We should have stats for you to take a look at exactly what happened in maybe just a moment. But either way, when you have consistency and that depth that all of these teams at the top have, if one player has a bad day, strategy be damned, that can make a break a couple rounds, right? So having everybody show up on VP, huge. Having Iconic and Spoit show up after disappearing on Border, also huge. And that's ultimately why Bank was so close. And like I said, imagine how close Border had been if we'd seen all the players on M80 show up the way they did on Bank.
And I'm really interested to see what exactly M80's thought process behind it was and what went wrong. Usually we speak to winners, of course not really the case now, but I really like to know what happened there.
Yeah, I mean, there will be interviews done, but at the end of the day, I actually want to hear from M80 more than I want to hear from Virtus Pro.
Yeah, that's what it just said. Why Border, right?
Yeah.
What went wrong there? Because the other one was a banger of a matchup. Border was very one-sided.
Yeah. There's how the first kills broke, by the way. Every single player on M80 getting a first kill, always in Shepard, were not involved in the ensuing fray. Positively, Shepard died, but other than that, always playing far more sheltered. And yeah, these are the overall stats, by the way, if you're wondering, between the two maps. You look at somebody like Diaz Lucas, who has the highest EPS on his team, and that's because ultimately, if you're not playing an aggressive role, which Diaz Lucas doesn't, look at it, usually he's playing those support roles, playing hard bridge,
Hebonic,
etc.
yeah.
Exactly. if you're able to make a huge impact by getting a couple kills there, your value on that team is going to skyrocket. Whereas somebody like Iconic, who's the lowest EPS on the team, is because you expect him to kill.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. And that's usually something that comes out, right? When like the support players and the anchors are the ones that are carrying the team to some extent, that's when something is going wrong, because you need those front lines to be putting in the numbers, so the people in the back, in the back line, in the anchor positions just have to clean up that point.
Yeah. Ultimately, a very exciting matchup between these two teams, and whether they both make it out of groups, whether there's obviously some issues that keep one of them from doing it, I gotta say, I'm excited to see more of them. Bleed, Team Liquid, W7M, Virtus Pro, M80, those are the 5 teams in this group, and VP right now sits on top. I am eager to see the results of these games, because boy, oh boy, this is a tight group. Other than that, we have the intel plays for you from that matchup. We'll be back with more Rainbow Six in just a bit.
Going up!
10 seconds left. 5 seconds left before insertion. Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it. Attackers have located a bomb. Razor wire deployed.
Outzoned by Loss.
Again, something that Loss have done quite well is work as a team in that way. You know, be able to get in there, get those trades, and make sure that at least deaths count for something. Maya is going to continue droning out Cocktail now. Then they've been able to grab one of the Maestro cams. That is a big one for the Brava drone. That was a bad jump, though. I don't think that's where they intended to end up. But look at this, going to be able to start hassling the defenders with their own cams. This is an absolute nightmare for them.
Horrific, isn't it?
Playing on the back of it as well, with Cameraman going in whilst the distraction is there. But no, they've moved Cameraman, and you're not going to get the kill. Grixagio and Rexton managed to get one apiece. 4 versus 1 for Sonics now.
Starting to do that recovery across the last round in this one here. Much better. Admittedly, a lot riding on Cameraman and the Amaru, but straight into the Fenrir. You can see the value in taking Citizen off those more aggressive operators and saying, actually, having some defense on site will probably be real great right now, especially when things like the Fenrir are open. He puts it to good use, and it gives him the kills they sorely need. Lobin no doubt going to see the clock run down here until Sonics do finally catch him out. But that'll mean 3-2 to Loss, and Sonics recovering this half.
Lobin just looking for those angles. He knows he needs kills. 1v4, very unlikely to happen. And Sonics are playing this really well. They've just got themselves solidified in their positions now. Nobody's going to overpeak this. They're not chasing the kill. They're just going to wait for Lobin to put himself in a bad position, I think. Then using those Maestro cams, using any utility that they can to give themselves an advantage. Gio takes a ton of damage there. Not enough to put him down as Lobin continues to try to push him. 15 seconds, and this is surely a matter of time here as to him being able to do anything.
tried his best, but Rexon gets the close out. And after a couple of rounds of nothing in all chat, well, now Sonic's starting to pipe back up once again. No doubt as well for those 2 rounds, building a little bit of confidence in the team. Really starting to take it back to Lost. If they get this to a 3-3 half, we say it often, but it would be a great recovery for Sonics after Lost really did start off at some pace. Those rounds were close, as we've remarked, and it feels like whatever happened during that timeout, the main thing for me being moving Citizen across to being on that Fenrir doesn't feel like a hugely significant change. Okay, one player's changed operator, so what? But rather than trying to look for those spawn peaks and burnouts and things like that, it is really helping when it comes round to site defense now.
Great shot from Rexon there into Cigar, and a second one. Rexon's really feeling himself on Cafe now, and this is becoming a bit of a threat for Los. Of course, Sonic's now fighting their way back into it after another one of those. We're going to have to start calling them magical tactical timeouts that have come in from Sonic every time they've used one. Last time on Skyscraper, I think it was 3 rounds on the bounce they got after the tactical timeout. This time they've got 2, could be more. You know, going fantastically well after that. If they can level things up at 3-3 before they go on to the attack, then, you know, Sonics have done a fantastic job.
I know at one point, I forget who was tracking the stat of how many rounds get won after. Maybe it was Fabuni at a previous event, I can't remember. But he was tracking how many rounds get won after the result of a tactical timeout coming in from a losing position. And it's always interesting to see, in terms of stats, how the impact that coaches then have as a result. I'd love to see it at some point again.
Absolutely. Round 6 then, final defensive round for Sonics. It's going to be Kitchen. Lobin goes rocketing in through the cocktail window, straight into the top floor clearance, and I love this confidence from Los. They want the top 2 floors. They want to work the verticals. They've got the Book, they've got the Flores, they've got a Gridlock, no doubt, with the shotgun in hand. They can absolutely shred that floor, and that is what they're going to be looking to do. Lobin, he's not content though. He wants to go further. He's going to push all the way down. Could challenge. I'm not sure if there's anybody located in VIP. There is, and it's that man Rexon. Could be a real thorn in the side here. Lobin, for the time being, just dips his way back to the mid floor and continues that clearance.
It's very defensive from Sonics, really from the word go. Every single player has been on, or at least in very close proximity to the site itself. As you can see, Rexon really the furthest removed, but we've seen that position played all the time. He's sat in there behind a shield. He's on the Ramai. He's aware of any threats coming from restaurant side as well. Again, that change that came in after the attack timeout was less about trying to engage Loss early and more saying, actually, we're quite confident we can win when it comes round to the execute itself. And as the last 2 rounds have shown, that is very correct.
Those are the angles now being opened up by Dash. He's going to move his way on into Fireplace and continue to do so. Gio's going to have to think about relocating, which he does, just moves a little bit further over there as the ceiling starts to disappear. And yeah, as expected, he goes even further as it continues to do so. Rexon's still in position. He's going to make things very difficult here. They're going to be looking for the freezer drop and the white stairs push by the looks of things. But if they don't clear VIP, we've seen how deadly that position can be for this kind of push. 1 minute left to go. They need to think about how they're going to do so. They've got Rotero drones left. That's about all. They've got 1 nade with Cameraman as well that could potentially clear this shield and allow them to push on to Rexon.
At the ready to force their way in, but Tim, it's all so much being invested just for one player. Can they actually get him out? Yet being pushed in from both sides at the same time. Almost gets rid of Dots. Cameraman steps in for 1. Maya the second. That's the 2-man lead that they sorely need to make this work out, but 30 seconds to go. They're still got to get through the rest. Ambi has found 1 and at least settled the pressure, at least for a moment, off of Sonics.
Yeah, with Rexon taking somebody else to step up, and Ambi does exactly that. Gio doing the job from inside of sight. 2 versus 2 now. Cameraman on red stairs, and Dots is inside Freezer. This is not great for Los. They are separated. There is no cover possible. Gio takes down Dots. That's Diffuser inside of sight. It's all up to Cameraman 1v2. Grixter is on the Echo as well. Let's not forget he uses his gun, not the drones though, to take down Cameraman. And that is 3-3 now on the scoreboard.
Oh, well, what a turnaround we've had. And now we get the side swap with Sonics going onto the attack and Loss on the defense. For me, that was just a real turnaround of the half. That, again, tact time, what we spoke about, completely transformed how it got played because they pulled everything back in towards sight, started playing far more objective focused. And as you can see, it worked absolute wonders for them. Even with Loss committing so many players in towards the VIP take and getting rid of 2, the 5v3 looked great. And then it still all fell apart from there because they didn't have enough time left because of how much time it was taking to work around the setup from Sonic. So really good stuff. Very exciting half. Once again, we've got a real battle of equals taking place here. Even if all chat in the server would have you convinced that it's not a battle of equals.
No, it's an absolute war at the minute. I love it. We've just got a brawl going on.
Like, look at him there. Look at Citizen here. Straight to typing. Lol. He's like, yes, quick cheer, and now straight back to taunting. That's what he does best.
We switch sides then. Lost will go onto the defense. They're going to go up to the top floor. They're going to go to Bar. We did miss the fact, actually, in round 5 that Bar was finally won on defense.
I feel
We've seen it 7 times. It's been won once. I think my point still stands. Lost are going to take us up to Bar and Cocktail. We'll see if we can get a second successful time for holding on to it here. But the Sonics have got some great momentum coming into their attacking half. They've won the last 3 rounds, and you can see they're starting to feel themselves. The confidence is up. They're in the old chat. They're giving it plenty. And that could be a warning sign for Lost.
Loeb is looking to get cheeky, really putting on his best Citizen cosplay here and looking to pick up a player or two early on. We saw Citizen with some mild success with it in the first few rounds, but as he mentioned, a little bit lighter on the site meant that when Lowe's came around to executing even being a man down or two, they could still pull things off the majority of the time, and that change to being more defensive is what was sorely needed. Maybe we'll see Lost make the same adaptation as the half goes on.
Going to be on the drones then. Sonics wanting to get themselves inside of the map, but cameraman saying, no, I don't think that's going to be the case. Managed to get an opening kill onto Rexon. Playing inside a reading, so that kill likely coming around. Citizen knows exactly where he is, though. Goes in, manages to get the shots from behind, levels things up. And again, great team play from Sonics there. Slightly delayed on the trade, but just making sure that they got the job done. 4 versus 4, and Sonics going well so far.
Amin get to work here as well on the book underneath. They've got this full second floor control. I'm always confused between ground floor, first floor, second floor. It's always different. With that control of the second floor, though, able to start moving players around that are sat above is the crucial thing here for Sonics. They've got a minute and a half to play with as well. That's plenty of time to just massage Lost into slightly more uncomfortable positions, have them playing off of soft ground, and there is a lot of it on that top floor. So a little bit unconventional compared to what we're used to seeing, which is normally a very heavy east side focus at the moment with some pressure coming in from Cigar. Almost kind of conceding those parts of the map for now so they can focus on the vertical play.
Yeah, you don't, like you say, you don't see it too often, but it is a way that I like of dealing with Cocktail particularly, which is exactly what Ambi's doing right now. Just blast open all of those spots that defenders would normally sit. They've used it. I like the way they've combined the Grim there, put the bees in so that the defenders can't necessarily move away from those spots, and then skeleton key them from underneath and see if you can get them caught out. Again, really nice team play, and what a kill from Ambi. Manages to start working his way up white stairs, finds Lobin, and Dash knows that his days could be numbered.
That's massive because it secures Cocktail for them to make a plant go down here, and Gio is almost in spot to plant, but Myers just found him. Citizen might be onto a second in the round, but yet again, Tim, we're down to a 2v2.
That's it. These teams, they're just battling back and forth, never able to get the advantage. Citizen knows that the flank was on, takes down Maya, 2 versus 1, and Dash, he finds himself in washroom, but Sonics, they're the ones looking to clean up, Des.
Citizen on for a 4K as well. Oh, he's going to be so insufferable in the chat. Just one of those where, as I mentioned earlier on, sure, Ambi might be quiet, but you still got Citizen, a demon in his own right, and he is doing work at the moment.
Yeah, Lost just looking a little bit quiet, a little bit subdued there. Not much going in the team comms, and you just feel like Sonics are really getting under their skin at the minute. And this could be dangerous for them. They need to start stepping up. They need to get that energy up a little bit. They can't be playing like they're beaten because Sonics are playing with confidence. And that was great from Citizen. I don't know where. I'm sure there was some information. Must have been picked up on a drone or something. But he just knew that that flank was coming and just sat waiting for it. And it was, you know, one of the easiest kills he's going to have today, and Sonic's really on it at the minute. 4 rounds in a row.
I think that was Ambi going, Lobin. I love how he's only really, this is his second game at a Tier 1 tournament, and already he's giving it large. He's getting himself baked in, locked in. I love it.
Here we go then, it's round 8. Sonics have got themselves the lead for the first time, it's worth mentioning. Lost got the first 3 rounds in a row. This is their map pick, and it looked like it might run away from the Sonics, but I mentioned mental resolve from the Sonics on Skyscraper. They showed us that they have got plenty of it, and they've shown it again here. 3-0 down. It hasn't impacted them. They've managed to fight their way back into it, and now the confidence is high, having taken 4 in a row. They will be be attacking again. This time it's going to be onto that mid floor, and they will see whether they can get that top floor control and start working down into mining and fireplace.
Absolutely. So start up, top down, as you mentioned, unless you're Sonics, in which case you invert it and you work bottom up. We'll find out as the round gets underway here. Looking towards the defensive setup, though, there is a lot of power operators in this lineup for Lost, right? The Azami, you got the Solis on side, you got the Fenrir on side, the Castle to help lock down some of those more awkward angles, but also the Yokais here on Maya for that information game. So, unsurprisingly, you are going to see the Azami positioned here inside of Piano. It's able to very dynamically create defenses, reduce the exposure to the windows. Sledge, for example, can't do much about getting rid of those, but things like the Hibana and the Ash most certainly can. So it's going to be a bit of a dance of death here for Dash.
Ambit is just opening up the top of Red Wall there to give access on into Piano. And the drones will continue raining on through.
I like how really from the moment go, Dash has taken quite a defensive position. He's playing in behind the sofa, so rather than playing in the middle of Piano, it's always been quite a reserved position, so when he does need to fall back, he's able to do so. He has done so through storage. He's blocked the hole up here, making use of the Kiva barrier as well. And a couple of kills being traded back and forth here. Usual early round skirmish between these two teams. And now, trying to work their way through some of these keepers, I imagine, as well as looking in towards things like the castle barricade. Still the one sat on Cigar Door, being blown out there by the ex-Kairos. Down to 60 seconds left, though, team. That's been a bit of a duel going in around Piano, but now it's been cleared out. They should be able to start moving forward. Rexon, though, still up on the hatch, finds Lobin.
He's going to get himself a good one there. 4 versus 3 for the Sonics as it continues rolling, all in their favour at the minute. The Yokai is just going around being used as that sort of intel utility. This isn't about plants, this is about finding what is coming from where, just trying to get any information that they can at the minute. Dot's just holding a long angle, sprays through the wall, not going to find his man though, as the pressure continues to mount with 30 seconds left.
And the Yokai quite crucially taken out there as well. Really could have been a disruptor. We always say that the, air quotes, power spike of the Echo grows as the round progresses because you have that ability to interrupt the plant, which really forces the attackers to panic. They've got to get rid of it. They've got to deal with any aggressors pushing in. There's still one available. It is tucked in behind the mining wheel here, so it still can play a little bit of disruptor, but now they've got to force their way forward. They've got rid of the second Yokai. This could be massive for them unless we can get a little bit of a backstep, but the window's being watched. Sonic make it 5 in a row. What a turnaround.
Absolutely fantastic stuff as they just will not be beaten. I think they're just winning rounds so they can get in the old chat. To be honest,
in all chat saying, "Lost, are you in the building?" It doesn't really feel like it at the minute. Sonics are having the run of things, just strolling over them. And quite understandably, after 5 rounds in a row being lost call in the tack timeout. And Norris got to share a few words of wisdom. We would shut up and listen, but I'm afraid we don't really understand Portuguese.
We'd love to hear him. We'd love to, but as you say, our translation is going to be minimal at best. I could maybe transfer. You know, I could hear if they'd said the word "thank you."
Yeah.
You know,
well, that's not really the kind of word you want to squash into 45 seconds.
Probably not.
Unless you're saying thank you for your efforts now. Let's sort
no
out
problem.
what's going wrong.
I could tell you if they said no problem.
Nada.
I don't think they're going to be saying no problem. I think they're going to be saying some problems, to be honest with you.
Many problems, to be fair, because again, 5 rounds on the bounce. That's not just by chance. The Sonics really are taking it to them at the moment. And Lost really need to course correct. Otherwise, this series runs away from them. Sonics already have that first map win. Not forgetting this is Lost's map pick. They should really be the ones coming out and commanding some kind of control, but simply haven't seen it since that 3rd round ended. And even then, they were close because it was 2 1v1s in round 2 and round 3. It could easily be 6 and 1 that we're looking at right now if you consider those rounds could have gone either way.
Honestly, I don't know that they've got a way back into this at the minute, Lost. They just seem completely beaten down at the minute, and it's no surprise. You know, the Sonics have just been absolutely wild. They've been rampant over the last couple of rounds, particularly. The thing is, I feel like the Sonics had the tactical timeout, and they won a couple of rounds, but they had to sort of fight for them. But then it's just got easier and easier and easier as these 5 rounds have gone on, and they're now just winning them like with
minimal effort.
With minimal effort, with you know, with ability to spare, and you just feel like it's really sort of becoming a snowball of a problem for Lost here.
defense meta. What's that? Sonics have asked across those last couple of rounds, even with 3 big power operators on side. Couldn't quite stop the onslaught of the North American side. Let's see how things go, though. They're starting things out on the southwest side of the building here, probably rappelling all the way up to the roof, I'd expect. No doubt to start a focus on this east side once again as Tim. We've gone back there again. We're up into bar
and cocktail. We've seen it 8 times. It's been won once. Certainly not a fantastic defender win rate for this site. And lost. I'm not putting, you know, all their eggs in this basket, but certainly a good portion of them, given that if Sonics win this attacking round, they are going to be on to series point and could be looking at a 2-0 win over Lost here. We've got cameraman all the way down in the bottom floor on the Solis. That's something that Sonics need to be aware of. I want to see them find him. I want to see them challenge him and get him dealt with. It is possible to ignore and leave him out on the cold, but he's stood on that double door at the minute, there and thereabouts, and you just feel like he's looking for that run out onto Ambi on this rappel rather than from the white door. You can do it from the bakery double door.
It's an interesting tweak of positions where they've now got 2 players at least playing around Piano. It's Lobin on the Mozzie as well as the Warden stacking up in there. And instead what they've done is put the Azami on the other side of the castle barricade inside of Cigar. So that now becomes a much more dynamic area to play in, but Ambi's got cameraman's number. That's Solus. Just not going to have the desired impact they were looking for. The NA team were ready.
That was exactly the awareness that I wanted from Sonics. Cameraman was poised, he was there, he was ready to go. It was going to happen. All they needed to do was spot him, and they would realise that. Dots, however, gets a little bit of an easy kill onto Ambi there, and then Lobin onto Geo, and you feel like Sonics have just lost their concentration a little bit here, especially when they lose another on the ring around the roses. Lobin picking up Trickster. He will not be stopped right now. They want this round. They need to stop the onslaught that has been coming from Sonic. Nitro goes out, unsuccessful, but still 4 versus 2.
Oh my God.
4 versus 1. It's all Lobin.
And Citizen's like, yeah, get me out, fam. Up on the roof he goes, wants no part of this. 3 kills in the round for Lobin. I love after that first kill that he got, really opened everything up, and I love the kind of awareness on his side that it opened him up to go and push quite aggressively in towards top red to secure the 2nd kill, and that then opened up a whole host of problems for Sonics. So really off the back of 1 player, that has done everything they need, and of course the counter is in there.
Unofficial timeout. We see 2 things happen at the end of rounds like this sometimes. Sometimes you'll see players sort of stand still, hands off keyboard, and like this, it's just an opportunity to have a discussion. They take in the fact that they've lost the round. They just, you know, it's that unofficial tactical timeout. Sometimes, if they were in a different position, Citizen is absolutely not doing this because he's up on the roof. Sometimes you will see that. Don't mistake it necessarily for an unofficial timeout, if you will. Don't necessarily mistake it for that. If there's a minute left on the clock and a player is just standing holding an angle, sometimes they know that the defenders love to get out there and try and find those kills, and sometimes you're just trying to bait that out and get a couple of kills, but in this occasion it was definitely Sonic's taking the opportunity.
I've seen a round of pro play lost through that kind of stuff, where someone's trying to get a bit cheeky and a bit aggressive. Maybe it's a 3v1 for the defense and they're trying to go after the
We have seen it once or twice where you get that situation, you've got 1 attacker versus say 3 defenders, and they start pushing.
Hello and welcome back to the B stream here as we are lining ourselves up for what is our final matchup. W7M taking on Bleed. And I've just heard some news about Bleed, but we won't go into that too much yet before it is visual, because it is, you know, they had Joel.
Yeah.
They've brought a friend, apparently.
Something new, yeah, for our eyes. You know, there are those and those kinds of teams. There are teams that are boring, there are teams like Bleed that just, they blow things wide open for fun. I love it.
I wish more teams were like that. Just having a bit of fun on the side, but most of them are so serious, just focused on winning, nothing else.
Speaking of Bleed, if things stay the same way that they've been so far, it's gonna be a quick day. 0-2s across the board for Stream B. No one's gone even into overtime, I don't think, really. So it's been pretty one. Actually, no, M80 VP had an overtime game, but the rest was pretty fast.
Yeah, it just came off the back of that. We also followed the schedule to 2-0 Bleed, but do we believe in that?
I gotta be honest, no. I think it will be 2-0, but not for Bleed. I'm so sorry, but like, W7M against a team like Bleed, there's just like, there's a mountain of difference of experience.
Yeah, 2 major championships.
Yeah, Yeah,
some,
like
some couple runner-up spots in SI last year.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, they're some of the best players in the world. You see them out here: Philip, Nate, Hertz, Casey, and JV92. I'm in a fantasy league with Jesse, and I picked JV as my first pick for my league, and I have not been disappointed so far. It's been great.
So you have two different modes of watching this game.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I have motives.
You are
okay?
hoping that JV is going to be acing every single round.
Yeah, planting, acing, doing all the things.
It's going to be a 40-0.
It'll make me happy, that's for sure.
60, 70 kills for him.
That's what Fantasy League does for you, though. You get more invested into these things.
No, that's for sure.
And then we got the good old Bleed, the boys. The highest sense in the game, I believe. Reaps, 96.
I don't know how he does it, because you're looking at his hand, and it just doesn't move.
Doesn't move.
You see the entire screen just go left, right, center, and just complete 180 flicks. And it's like, that is insane. Like, I wouldn't be able to play like that. And I used to have a high sensitivity. But there it is. There, you spot it?
You see it?
You see it?
The back.
No, I haven't seen Joel.
Joel is
Where's
missing.
that Joel on the desk? Might be Joel on the desk.
There's something laying there.
There's definitely something standing there. There's Joel.
There's Joel. He's sleeping.
He's sleeping today. I'm just
Yeah.
gonna say it's the mannequin in the corner. Just showing off the jersey.
That's pretty smart, actually. Like, you can show off your merchandise as an org by having a mannequin behind the players.
It doesn't show really good like this, right? Like, there's monitors in the way, and like, sure, when you get the close-up shots, you get a bit better of the jersey. But like this, you can just portray everything. Portray caps as well if you want, or beanies. So, honestly, Bleed is playing 4D chess at this moment.
And I mean, there was Amadi and Bleed did a collaboration merch, right? I believe, as well. So they got some
Yeah, I
stuff to
believe so, yeah.
showcase. Oh boy. I'm looking at this. Yeah, I'm seeing Clubhouse into Oregon into Border, and I feel worse for Bleed now than I did before, because these are maps where it is not going to be easy. Like, fighting 1-to-1 on Oregon Border, impossible against W7M, and strategically on Clubhouse, also impossible against W7M.
I'm just gonna say what I have for the last year. Clubhouse, W7M, played it 14 times. They won it 11 times.
Okay.
Bleed. That was it. There's just nothing there.
Okay, that's it.
Snap. I hope for Bleed. I hope for Bleed. Truly, I do. You might last, considering JV92, but it's going to be a very difficult matchup for them. But if we really want to check off the whole bingo card, a team from the previously known APAC region needs to upset one of those big teams. And is there really a bigger team right now than W7M?
It's a good point. This would be a huge story for them, of course. And it's not that I want to count them out like, oh, they're going to get slaughtered. Like, they have no chance. It's just that realistic expectations have to be set, and that is a W7M victory one way or another.
I think the predictions, once we get into them, will also be relaying that. But we also do have to say Bleed, of course, went into an amazing run in the previous major. That's where they brought famous Joel, and the entire crowd was bringing their brothers as well.
Yeah.
So my girlfriend is afraid of fish. She didn't really enjoy that major because there was constant shots of fish being showed up. But you know, it's something that she had to learn to live with.
Imagine being afraid of fish that are not even in water. Like, they can't even live up here, you know?
Some can actually. There is some fish that
you had to ruin it.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Damn. Okay. I mean, fish are complicated, I suppose, you know? But yeah, Joel was a good story. I love that.
It was a good story.
Yeah. And again, as I said, I wish more teams would kind of implement their own storylines, because, yeah, there's Siege and there's the players themselves, but what else can you bring to the table?
Yeah, that's it. We need to have a little bit of that personality outside of it, and that's definitely something that we have a lot of with Bleed.
83%?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I said, right? Like, it's going to be reflected by the eventual also come through from the viewers back at home.
Reap saying have fun, Asvi saying have fun. No response from W7M, because they're not here to have fun. Hoven said, good luck, we will need it.
What about you will need it, right? It's like, that's the way to get into their mindset.
You know, some people, they talk smack, and some people, they're just so kind that you don't want to hurt them, but I don't think the reigning back-to-back major champions give a damn about the opponent's feelings, because they want to lift the hammer, and this is just another stepping stone for them to overcome, to get one step closer towards that trophy itself. And while we're talking about that, operator bans they're going through, Grim having a significant ban rate today, not commonly banned on maps like Cafe, here on Clubhouse as well, sometimes on Oregon. Then it's going to be W7M banning out the Monty. and it's going to be them banning out the Tubaru. Now, if you watched W7 previously, they do tend to prefer to ban out the new operator off Tubaru because they want to play in the meta that they thrived the most in, which is before he came out. So it makes sense to keep things potato, don't change it up too much. We know that teams can often crutch Monty, and W7M, they don't need that kind of crutch, so why not remove it from play from their opponents?
It's especially on Clubhouse, right? You start thinking of the Garage and just how much the Monty can really do with neutralizing the entirety of mezzanines, and you're going to have to start to bring Legion and Frost and like other operators just to counter the one Monty. If you just ban it, you don't have to think about that at all, and you just have that freedom to truly play. Now, Bleed will be starting off onto the defense, and as we are headed into the basement first, we are seeing some of those powerful defenders to come through. We're seeing the Izami, one of the Architect operators, the Warden, which I think has received a unintended buff with the grenade nerf, because everybody's bringing flashbangs now. It's like the amount of people that we've seen full white, like today and yesterday, Warden just immune to that.
Yep. Well, there's a caveat, right? Only
there is a caveat,
if
yes.
you actually use the gadget, which we've also seen a
which
couple
is
of times.
difficult to press, the middle mouse button, you know?
Yeah, I think it was actually, I don't remember what play it was, but I saw yesterday that there was someone who got flags. I was like, you should use your gadget here, buddy. And it's like, he just did not do it. Now, we also seen people use EMPs to counter ward, no? Like when Nest played
Exactly.
yesterday.
Yeah, so that's kind of the thing. People are like, why don't you use your gadget? Well, there is such a thing as EMPs. I know we've gone a long while without Thatcher being in the actual rotation.
Yeah.
But, you know, he's still there, and especially for operators like Warden, great way to actually shut down the opportunity to use that gadget. First engagement starts. That is painful. Hers just finding Hoven, and that was definitely not the gunfight they were intended to take. It was definitely towards Reaps on the red stairs.
I mean, already there we see kind of the gap being shown. W7 they storm into the building in 10 seconds time. Already on main staircase is Hurt as well, who's a heart breacher, by the way. And yeah, you're gonna have Hoven swing for one player, but the second person's holding that doorway as well from the main door, so you're always fighting 2v1 against W7.
Hayes gets taken down though. Reaps will be defending the CCTV side. And of course, this is probably as far away as you can go from the actual side as you can inside a clubhouse. But you still will need to deal with him because he can come in the back as soon as you start to go for an execute. And then it's going to be trouble. So Reaps falling back into cash. They'll be waiting patiently. Drones just came out. They know he's going to be out here. Just need to try and find a way to isolate him. And that's it. Feeler Fox very quick on the trigger there.
Very quick. I mean, it looked like a pre-fire on my screen, that's for sure. And that's going to conclude the roam game. There are 3 defenders back downstairs on the bomb site itself. W7M, of course, is still got to double check everything, drone out the map, and then they got to start that second phase of this round. Open up the hatches, gain information on the bomb site itself, and then go for that third phase of the round, the execute. They can go for a church attack, a blue attack, a kitchen hatch drop. They really can go for any option. It comes down to what their RGLs, what their intel gathers, what they deem is going to be the easiest for them.
Of course, there's nothing that really denies any of the walls or hatches to be opened except for impact grenades. Actually, was a little bit too quick for me to complete my sentence there. He only has 1 left, and that means that the next set of Excaros is just going to be opening up that hatch unless someone else has any. No, there's just a C4 on Turk. Do you really want to use it for that? No, he's going aggressive, though, as he finds one inside a motorcycle, brings it back to a 3-3. The next person, JV92, is already lined up for the kills.
It's scrappy there. I think Nate was going to a drone or something. He couldn't even fight back or move from that position as Davies forced into this kind of corner position. The keeper barriers, said Architect Operator, very hard to deal with Nate's being nerfed and not that much soft breach available, was Casey died earlier on.
Great flick there from JV92. The flashbang comes in as he almost goes down with a shotgun, but still manages to live. Need to make a push now. Mentalist right behind the bar, going aggressive with that shotgun. Flashbang still in pocket though for the side of W7M, which they could use, but he misses both. Just shoots in the middle and gets down. Actually now going into blue, but gets shut down by Herds as well. A very clean round to some extent for W7M. No, they lost 2 members, almost 3, but it is the basement. It is a very tough side to attack.
No, that's true. This is kind of where defenders are supposed to win, if anything, and if attackers end up winning it instead, it's a massive victory for them. And the worst thing is, when you lose basement on your opening round, do you have the confidence to go back-to-back, maybe lose twice in a row, or do you instantly go to a secondary bomb site elsewhere? Because Clubhouse, it has 4 bomb sites, all 4 are very much playable, although Bar does take a little bit more preparation and planning, I would say, to bring it out. So we'll have to see if Fleet has that, up their sleeve. But they will change for now. To Jim, will go upstairs. very different kind of way that this plays out. You don't have to worry about the whole roam game and the criticality and problem solving as an attacker either. It's more like you have your master bedroom, you have your gym, and most teams will then extend to the right-hand side of your screen to CCTV cache, stay there for a little bit, like we saw the roam last round, and then that will usually define the round if you can clear out those players or if you get stuck in CCTV as an attacker.
Now, I will never really, you know, be in the real mindset anymore of do we rotate or not, because, you know, when I used to play competitive in Tier 3, by the way, I'm no big shot.
Not even Tier 2? Just Tier 3?
I tried Tier 2. I got shut down by G-Bots, who eventually made it to the Challenger League and Pro League afterwards. But at that point, Clubhouse hasn't been reworked yet. So,
okay.
You know, so there was only 2 valid sites at that point. It's a very long time ago. That was just CCTV in the basement that was still valid at that point. So, you know, that was definitely, you know, bringing it back towards the basement if you wanted to.
Jesus. I mean, I remember old Clubhouse was like, basement was good, and then everything else kind of sucked. You know, you didn't really want to go
CCTV was okay-ish, but you don't really want to go there either because there was only 1 valid side at that point. But opening kill will be for Bleed in this instance. Herds will go down. A pretty good impact last time around. Will be able to drop down through the hatch, which I'm still guessing to some extent as well. He's already putting up some pressure onto the CCTV side of things. Now, of course, you don't really need to take the full map here, but you do often want to take control of CCTV and cache, just so you have that extra bit of pressure to come through, so you can start pushing yourself into construction, into logistic from more than just the hatch drop, and then you can start flooding into the site.
That's exactly it. Now the question is, without a block downstairs, without an Ash, you know, soft breach, etc., how will W7 deal with these players inside a CCTV and cache room itself? Because besides fighting it 1-to-1, I mean, I guess they can hard breach the wall. But no, it's jammed. Yeah, exactly. So they can't even do that. So now they're kind of in a pink here. EMP goes out. They're going to get that next step, but it comes down to gunfights.
Didn't get either. It's further out in the corner, so I believe there's 2 placed, and the other one is currently blocking, as you see right there. So they need to remove it from that current position as the shotgun goes aggressive. We'll find 1, we'll find 2 somehow. He should have been shot down after the first one that missed. Keys now looking to go on a bit of a recovery mission out here together with Nate, but the Izami barriers are really blocking everything off. Every avenue they make is just being shut down right afterwards again.
I mean, this is tough. I mean, I feel like W7M, they're good at kind of changing how much they will commit to strategy versus gunfights based on the enemy that they're playing. Maybe a slight, you know, underestimation here of their opponent, because Bleed, they're holding very well onto this ground here inside of cache. Hovin's still alive. As I say that, he dies, of course, cast the curse and all that. But it's still a 2v4, 45 seconds left. Progressing this map right now against 2 different crossfires in office and master bedroom is not going to be easy whatsoever, no matter how good you are as a team.
And you also see some restructuring coming in from the side of Bleed. Some castle barricades were being ripped down from Jacuzzi towards Gym, also creating extra lines of sight so they could really play into, you know, these long angles as they went through. But with the defuse now being dropped inside of construction, well, Kays, he's going to have to go for an amazing kind of player as he finds 1, confirms that, but gets shut down right afterwards. So Bleed equalized the score.
And I gotta say, Bleed did a great job at playing together in pairs here. Mentalist and Reap swings together on the cache store, not, you know, giving anybody any single gunfights there to maybe make a clutch possible, because how most clutches appear is when the opponent makes a mistake, right? They get a little bit of room, they make a gap somewhere, and then the clutch player takes advantage. By swinging together like they do right here, they shut down Casey before he can even start making that miracle clutch a reality. So good stuff there, good discipline. That's the kind of stuff that I want to see from Bleed, and that's what they've shown us already in round number 2. With that round being won, however, instead of going to CCTV up bar, they will go back downstairs. Newfound confidence, right? They just had success. Relatively different lineup. The Kaid, of course, being brought out. The Goyo, the Solis. This could be a very, you know, early roam. You know, play for killing some drones, shut down some of those entries, fall back to side. You can stall out the Fenrir, get the Kumines, the Kite Claw, the Goyo Cannons, etc., and try and burn down the clock for W7M.
And it was an expensive way to get rid of a drone, using the impact to get it to the roof. And I mean, it is a very difficult drone to kill, I guess. You might have to go up to the mezzanines. But Turret also has a different job, which is to reinforce those garage walls. If he goes all the ways up, tries to hunt that drone, who will ring around the rosy with him, he cannot reinforce that wall. If he lets go of it, the drone is there in a pre-placed position, so he decided to go for the middle part of it, which does deny some information. And as we look at the current setup, I thought for a second they were only going to go for a single heartbeat, but again, they've brought the full 3 here, so really wanting to make sure that they can open up whatever they think is needing to be opened up.
The classic, right? You want to bring out your Harpies so you can deal with the hatches and walls, but because the kite available, you want the Thatcher, you want the Maverick. There are so many solutions here on Clubhouse, and if you're a flexible team, you can really just pick exactly what you want to have to deal with. And then of course you get Capital. Fire, the smoke, always great pieces of utility for roam clearing, for bomb site, etc. And WCM, they will challenge the roam first before doing anything else.
Trying to bait down Ashley to go for a bit of an aggressive swing. He's like, come chase my drone down. Now he's going all the way through. It's like you can maybe chase it that way. But he's just staying put. He's not going anywhere until he gets down in the gray. Philippux will find him, shuts him down as well, and brings the advantage towards W7M. You instantly see a bit of a response coming in from Bleed. They need to fall back. They can no longer hold on to that top floor, so instead they'll start to, well, bunker it down into the basement.
And you see here how phenomenal WCM they are at roam clearing. I mean, they had everything pinned down there. Asfi was stuck in the corner. If he moves, he dies. If he stays around, he dies. There is no way out for him besides hitting a ridiculous pre-fire shot without any actual intel. And that, you know, right there, that's going to strike fear into the other players. But Hoven has something to say about that. He actually stuck around somehow despite that. And what?
He gets a second
the flashbang gets a second kill as well. And he got some of the pellets on the bar hatch, denying that from being opened up. Hoven might just have saved the round for his team.
I think he might as well has. Flashbangs coming through. They know he's still going to be up there. There's no other way. He could have gone down towards the basement. It's going to be double swung, shut down from the back. But he's wasted a lot of time. He's taking out Philippux, he's taking down Herds, and that means extra third charges have to be used now to open up these hatches. And that means Kitchen will stay closed as well. There's no way JV92, with his right mind, is going onto that hatch to open it with C4 still in play. He's going to die if he does so. So he's going to have to use that elsewhere. Maybe if they want to go for like the triple wall opening, for example, that's when you can make a line of sight. Nothing more than that due to the opening that he's just seen on that drone.
That's true. They have very limited options here. They just got to go for it. Down blue stairs to go in case he might open things up here, but he has no support this time.
Smoke there just to block off the line of sight of one. FNAC coming through, but Nade in the meantime will find Turd. Opens up the opportunity to move through for JV92 as the plane goes down. Reeves is trying to go aggressive, but gets shut down in the meantime as well. Mentalist, the last man standing, he cannot fall because of that small bit still being there. It's W7M that will shut them down as a result of it. It was a great effort from the flank to come through, shutting down the Hibana pallets and two players while completely blinded. But W7M, two major champions under the belt for only this year. It's not like they've done so over like the last 8 years. It's only this year. So they do have that resilience to just bounce back on these kind of setbacks.
Well, they do, and the thing is, I kind of want to talk about Hoven because he made such a great play getting the 2K to 9, the Hibana pillars and the bar heads, etc. But there's always this fine line you have to play on, especially with decision making. And he chose to stick around near the bar pool table when he could have gone all the way to the strip club instead and forcing them to either chase him or have a guy hold him actively, making that a 2v2 on side, or no one is holding him and you could go for a flank again. He died, in my opinion, a little bit too early in that round. Could have stalled for more time. He got swung 1 versus 2. He wasn't realistically going to get out of that successfully. But again, he did put in so much work beforehand. Can you really blame him for making one wrong decision after making 3 correct ones?
No, for sure. And you know, if he would have gone to strip, he would have been fighting just a single angle, whereas he's had all 2 now. And then you might be able to get away with 1 kill before the second one trades you out. I mean, that's always the thing, right? Like, you don't want to go too far away because you still want to be able to rotate back in time if the site gets hit, because what you just did. But if you go too far away, then they might just be like, okay, we'll put up a flank drone and forget about him until he starts to move back. So it's a rough balance to strike, and especially when you're one of the lesser experienced players. That's just, you know, the thing of it. They aren't the most experienced team lead. They have a lot of experience, but they aren't one of those, you know, regular stays at the majors. Made it last time. They're here now at SI because of that. They're still growing in their potential.
Well, for sure. They're still learning, and one of the biggest takeaways for a team like Bleed or any team from a region or team specific that doesn't qualify all often is when you go to these international events, get as much experience in scrims as possible and hit some disgusting shots. Reeps once again opened things up for his team. Hertz gets shut down again on the entry, denied any space in the map. And again, when this tends to happen for W7M, that's when they struggle the most. It's when they lose members early on. But they can also get scrappy. They can pull this back together. But I will commend Bleed here. They are holding onto the map quite well, playing actively in bar, not giving up free space unless they need to.
Now the thing is, it's CCTV, so you do not need to have full control. You can basically get away with opening up the balcony walls and by taking Garage, that's all you really need. As long as you have someone down below to stop any C4 play from there, you could go for a plant. You could theoretically get away with it. So maybe leaning back into those basics now is what they're doing, is they have construction. You see some of the walls opening up. A lot of damage taken by Cage there. I believe there was an impact that got tossed up to the roof whilst he was standing up on the planks. A bit of unnecessary damage, but either way, I think that's what they were trying to go for.
We only have a single Selma charge now on the A, so they can get a way in, but it's not going to be ideal. That crouch hold or vault angle is not what you want to see, and Nade actually rotating away from construction and instead going for the main breach, I believe. A change up here from W7M as a trade comes through as well. Still favoring Bleed, but this is the last hard breach from the attack inside.
Yeah, I was going to say, they haven't opened up main wall yet, so you really would expect them to take that under control. As you do see that the garage is being retaken by Reeves. Still some utility there, keeper barriers and frost mats as well, so it's not going to be a very easy take for W7M if they want to take that. Actually, with someone challenging it, that being Reeves with the SMG hitting that nasty shot, but unaware of the fact that there was someone on the breach. It's going to be very painful for them. Filopox in the middle of the side as well. They could try and go for a plant, but first they need to find a player that's on the top of red.
These screw mines, they're hard to deal with. The thing is, they don't know exactly what's going on right now because Bleed, they're doing this weird rotation back to Garage.
One still waiting on the red stairs. There is going to be the Thunderbird station out there, but gets shut down. Nate, now the last man standing, there's 15 seconds. He has to try and go for the kills, but they're aware of that as he sees him fade away. There's no time for him to try and find his fight and go back for the diffuser. There's a shield there that he's hiding behind. He gets fully healed by the Kona stations, but that round is over. Well done by Bleed as they managed to, well, basically keep themselves into that trading game and make sure that W7M really wasn't able to get the advantage out there.
Oh my, I mean, I do want to say, like, if you are Bleed and you want to throw W7M for a spin, do something that they will not see all that often in practice or in professional games, and that is play the oddball. Like, they go for a very absurd rotation where they give up the bomb site entirely, go back into the garage with the flank watch, forcing W7M deep in towards the cache side of the bomb site, and then they collapse in both top red and garage flank at the same time. It's actually perfect. I don't know if it was completely intended to be played out that way, but what Bleed did was actually phenomenal in that round. And W7M, they couldn't figure it out. Despite the Kona station heal, despite the yellow pings coming out, they had the intel, but they couldn't really capitalize on it in that previous round.
I still think they could have gotten away with a plant if they just would have gone to the other side of the server stack and have the person wait in the cache door would have pushed to come in from the red stairs, because he would have to walk by the broken wall out there. And the player in the garage was just too far away to make anything really happen at that point, especially because you would be on the other side of the server rack. But that's the thing, we have the all-seeing eye.
Yeah.
We don't know what drones they still had up and with what information they were working with. For all they knew, they were already all the way up the mezzanines at that point.
Yeah. Of course, a good point. It's easier to say, ha, I could do better than these guys, right?
If I had overlays.
If you had 1x, basically, yeah. I know everything. I will make the right decision. Speaking of that, we know Impact Grenade about to be run out here from Turret. He hears the repel. That's what they tell outside. But look at that. They do know it as well. They're
the mag dump as well.
The mag dump. I mean, this is just beautiful. And now I am curious if they had a pre-placed drone somewhere that caught the rotation, or if that is just pure game sense or preparation study where they say, oh, they tend to run out of stripped ore with an Impact Grenade when we go for the repel, because they were so ready. It almost looked like they spawned there on purpose with the intent to get that specific kill to start the round off in an advantageous position.
I mean, that must have been like information they would have gotten from scrims or some way, right? Because they haven't played it in officials. As in the meantime, oh, that's too late.
Yeah.
Bender is going to be too late, has to rotate around, and that means the wall has been opened up. And Jacuzzi, and that is something that they didn't really have the last time around when they came for the bedroom approach, W7M. So I would say they're already one leg up compared to last time they attacked this.
Now the question is, how much ground do they want? Because you can get away with simple takes, office hatch, jacuzzi breach, construction breach. You don't need CCTV unless you care about it. And the fact that Ying is on the board now for Philly Parks kind of tells me that they can go for a more simplistic approach as long as those Candelas and smoke grenades are available, with Amara as well, of course. Yep. Before they go in and go all crazy, it will be an equalization in the 4v4.
I was going to say, like that Hurt is playing outside that staircase as the Candelas are starting to come through, and that means an execute is on the way. Reeves will go down. I mean, in the meantime, Herds is in as well with the Amarugara. Hook has the opportunity to play quite close, and they just start falling with every single angle, aware of the fact that Hoven was coming in from the flank, and only Asri left behind the weights now. He will find one, nothing more than that as Fielpuck shuts him down. So, beautiful ramp from W7M. It all started off with that perfect read on the run out, and after that, open the walls, get ourselves ready, 3, 2, 1, go! And they find themselves with a beautiful victory.
It's a round where they are in full control from the start to the very end, and often when we see the defending team pop a C4 from below, you're like, okay, he's gonna be in bar, we can count like 5 seconds or so, then he's gonna be on main stairs. But W7M, the second they heard the C4, there was no hesitation. They immediately turned around, expecting him to pop it late, being close to that staircase. So again, they just have either good intel or a really good read on the game in these moments, in these rounds. And they're 3-2 now, looking at that 4-2 half on this final round when they're on the attacking side.
And, you know, right now it looks like it's a close game, but you really, with the current meta that we're seeing inside of SI, it's been relatively defense-sided. You should be aiming for a 4-2 split. Now, Clubhouse has been pretty 50-50 over the last couple of years, especially with CCTV no longer really being a solid option to defend regularly.
Yeah.
It really only stays down towards the basement, which should be a guarantee win. And then the bedroom, which is like a 50-50 whether or not you should win it. And considering W7M was able to take down the Armory twice, and we're back in the Armory, it is not looking too good for them.
Well, I always love to say that if you are a good attacking team, you will find success on Clubhouse, because it's all about problem solving different scenarios, and there's always many different approaches to do that. Different operators, different takes from different locations, of course, and we've already seen these first 5 rounds, different ways to attack the same bomb site, as we've seen Gym being played twice and Basement being played twice. So it's no surprise to me that for the 3rd time here, they will again, W7M, change up their operators. Sophia now seeing play. Back on the buff vertical destruction, they want more of a maybe a default take, roam clear the map, break off from the floor inside of kitchen, then go to the side. And Bleed 2 are playing more laid back right now. They're not aggressive in your face on the staircases. They're not roaming inside a blue staircase early in the round. They've given more space now to the attacking team and say, we'll meet you on the side 5v5. We think we can take you there.
There's still 2 Electric Claws left in the pocket of Mentalist, and he's playing inside a dirt tunnel. I actually just rotated back out. I was going to say, he's playing inside a dirt tunnel right now, so I'm not really sure what he was trying to do and achieve right there, but it's obviously just to keep that kitchen hatch shut. I want to force him into a different kind of play, and Herd's just being patient there, waiting for Reeves to go for a second time around and shuts him down as he does. But with that Electric Claw being there, and basically being indestructible because there's no real way they can get it, I believe. Maybe with the impact from the Zofia concussion if they manage to bounce it off right.
Yeah.
But otherwise, there's no real way. I wouldn't be surprised if we're seeing another motorcycle take to come through.
They might have to.
Might just decide to not care about that side at all.
I mean, as you said, like, JV on Maverick does not want to get near that most likely because it's usually you'll die to C4.
I don't even know why he's playing Maverick. He's not done anything with the blowtorch yet.
It's more of like a in case we need it, right? It's like, hey, right now it's fine because Motorhead wasn't Kai trick, but
like if we lose Herds or Nade, then we still have the backup.
Yeah, and it's like until then, JD is just like a free gun. He can become an entry. He's got flashbangs. He's got a great weapon. He's more of like a loose element right now that's yet to be utilized. And yeah, they'll go for dirt. They're gonna go blue. It'll probably be a backside take in the scenario, but the diffusers are nade on the Moto hatch of all places. So I'm not sure what the real intent is here. Maybe a collapse from all sides with a primary goal of planting inside a church.
Maybe getting through right now, of course, can destroy that Evil Eye with the blowtorch if he wants to. Turd goes down by the side of K's as it is W7M trying to collapse. They find themselves in all over places on the side. Hoven is digging himself in deep right behind the bar, trying to make a last stand that will be making a lasting impression. Mentalist coming back outside off dirt is hoping to make it stick, but he's the last man standing. No longer standing, and it is W7M that closed the half with a 4-2, using the Kiba barriers that have been tossed up by the defense against them even as they try to retake. And that basically just shows you that as soon as Reeps fell inside of blue, there was no real protection anymore for that side of the map.
Oh, you're right. And I mean, from the beginning there, the trigger discipline, just holding angles, getting that early kill to like the absolutely pixel perfect collapse from blue, Moto door, and even Casey found himself basically next to dirt tunnel for a moment there as well. Full control for the attack inside of W7M, and that's going to conclude the half. Things will now change. Side swap has begun, and to no surprise, where Bleed started, well, so will W7M. Basement is just that good of a bomb site, and again, so many different ways to do it. We've not seen Bleed do this setup. They're playing Castle now of all operators. Castle Mute could be that good old SSG roam, as it once was called, where you'll get upstairs, you'll deny some drones, hold the map control, jam out those breaches, and slow down the attackers.
I really love the castle in the oil pit because it's such a ratty strat. You can just lay underneath it and shoot them down, and they cannot hit you because like you're underneath behind the staircase. So even if they go prone, they can't see you. Well, you can just see half their body from underneath that little gap. Of course, I don't think they will do that, but it is an opportunity that you create for yourselves. Herds looking to go for a spawn peek. Will he land? Yes, he does.
Pre-fires it.
I think he might have even saw like a little bit of the barrel started shooting at that moment in time, but that is painful. Losing your buck like that. I'm not sure if he had heart breach gadgets. I believe he did. So that really only brings it down towards Hoven and Nasty for the rest of it.
He did have it, yeah, that's true. So, yeah, you're right. Less heart breach utility. Ying now, I mean, the thing is, when you're playing the lineup that Bleed is currently playing, like Bok, Hibana, Ying, Habitat, and Dokkaebi, every single operator is such a high-value pick. If anyone dies, you're losing a significant portion of your strategy. Bok dies, okay, you lose a little bit of your heart breach, but you lose all your soft destruction. Yeah. Exactly. If Ying dies, that's your bomb site execute enabling operator. Same with Capitao. Dokkaebi's for the roam clear or for chaos during the execute. And Hibana is your only true heart breacher. So no matter what happens here, it's really bad if anybody dies, but someone's got to do the entry work. Oh, he gets locked down on the Kiba.
It's such good timing. He's just going to throw in a second one. He's like, I want to take this dirt tunnel, and suddenly the Kiba Bear pops up.
No drone though. He's dry checking all these corners. It's a risky business.
Hertz will find the very first though onto Hoven before the strike back comes in, but W7M still really leading the charge. Mentalist now having one of his Candelas caught off by a magnet, but there is going to be a Kiba barrier that will force him to go into a crouch or prone position if he wants to take this fight. There's 3 guns aimed at his position right now. There's even shots being sent through the soft out there. You're not really going to be able to do anything. You need to walk up and punch it out first or find the 3 kills. So Mentalist is just in a dead position right now. He needs to rotate around and try and help Turd. That's exactly what he's doing, but a lot of time has been wasted already.
Yeah, and even if you squat up here, you got what? Walk down bottom main, you got some smoke.
That's all I have.
Exactly, you got 2 smokes, 2 flashbangs. You don't have any other options here, but this is not going to be pretty.
Oh, the diffuser's down.
Oh yeah, that's in spawn, I guess.
Was it the buck?
Oh, down blue staircase.
Okay, down blue stairs. So it's not the buck that died there, but it is still a long way to go. So even a plant isn't really an option right now. They need to go for like kills at this point. Yep. Not going to recover it. That takes way too much time.
Not gonna get any kills either. They get slaughtered the moment they get down the main staircase. W7M, they are everywhere on the map, and they are not there single-handedly. They got crossfires, they got multiple bodies, and they are seeking out the attackers. They own the full map in that round.
For a second, I think we are headed towards CCTV, but we're having a timeout to be called out. It is going to be Bleed, having a little bit of a chat.
No, we haven't spoken about this actually, but since Bleed calls a timeout, who's behind them, right? It's Julio himself, the former member of W7M, who's now coaching Bleed for the 6 Invitationals. And that's one of the big things that they did. Coming to Invite, they've been working with Julio to prep for the event. I believe they bootcamped as well to get some experience before SI.
Like 2 weeks?
Yeah. So they've been really preparing for this event specifically. They go up against W7M this early on. That sucks. But every team that plays this W7M, no matter how good you are, it sucks because they are currently the best team in the world, basically. But the more rounds they can get, the more experience, the better.
Would you rather have this game out of the way so you can focus on the rest afterwards, which you might be able to pick up points for your actual placement?
I would rather play this like first game where nothing matters and then worry about the group stage and then making it through as top 4 than have this be the game that decides whether or not you're going home.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you're not winning.
Because then, like, we're up against the champions.
Yep.
And it decides if you go home or not. And that's just very heavyweight coming down on it.
Yeah, it's one of those, like, you want to have the decisive games that defines, like, qualification to be in your control. And playing against, like, the best of the best really doesn't feel like that's in your control. It's like, if they underperform, you might win. But if that doesn't happen, you're not supposed to unless something absolutely absurd happens. So yeah, now is a good time for it. And I'm very happy to see something like Nate playing the Clash here. W7M is still happy to try out different strats and practicing various things, despite this game maybe not mattering as much to them as to Bleed, because they're very much expected to go through, of course. Yeah, just trying things out here.
And there's a bit of a difference as well, right? As the Swampy comes in from Herds, the second one in a row. Just gonna finish my point anyway. W7M is expecting to win the tournament. It's expected to win the tournament, and I don't think Bleed is in that same mentality. of course, they would love to win SI.
Yeah.
But they are also realistic and are like, we just want to make it as far as we possibly can. Probably like main stage is their
quarters,
goal.
yeah.
Quarters, and then see how far they can get from there on. Just so you're in that realistic expectation. And of course, you're always playing to win. But, the mentality there, you need to beat everybody to be the best, is also like, I mean, we can afford to lose against W7M and still make it to main stage if we win everything else.
You know, if this was G2, but like we weren't as good as we were, and like we were bleeding the scenario, Fabian would have been like manipulating us, like we're better than they are, we'll beat them, we'll win. They had nothing on us. He is like delusional, basically. But he is delusional to the point of inspiration, where you start to believe, like it's like you're being gaslit, basically, right? You start to be like, you know what? We are better than them. We will beat them. We will take them down. And then you go, did you win? No, we got smashed, 14-0. But we believed in ourselves.
It's another kill to come through W7M. I mean, it is kind of what everybody expected. There was still quite some leeway to bleed in the predictions. It wasn't like a 97-3 like we see earlier today. But yeah, W7M so far just in control, especially now they're on defense. It is now bleed that needs to come to them rather than the other way around. And defense has always been seen as the easier side of Siege.
Yeah.
Because you don't have the pressure of time on your shoulders.
Yeah, I mean, you do all your work in prep phase, and you just play out the round. You've set up the problems for the opponent to solve. You don't really got to problem solve all that much. And we see W7M. They recognize we got 2 kills. Don't got to hold that extension on cash anymore. Let's fall back before it gets too scary and set up on the next hold, which is the office rotate to construction with a shield on the master bedroom door. And then they have Still Nade on the Clash, who's yet to be activated, who's now going to start rotating over and stopping Bleed from progressing any further.
Just a repeat coming in as well. There's just pure confidence out there. Usually, I would be like, okay, I've not won this fight. I'm going to go back, as Hoven will find KZ, though. So it's not going to be a flawless round to come through, but more swings on the other side of it. This is just the kind of thing when you're playing against W7M. It's like you might take down one, but the other 4 members is just as happy to just swing right afterwards. Well, you just got 1 from this position, but surely he cannot kill us all.
And not just that, but every single player is so lethal as well in the server. And when we talk about the best teams in the world historically, whether it's old Empire, old Pentagy 2, or EG back in their day, you look at those rosters and you go, there's not a single player here who's not capable of having a clutch moment or a massive kill in those rounds.
There's no weak point.
Exactly, and I think, from my own side, I think like W7M and Prime G2/Penta, they're like the 2 teams where I feel like they just didn't, or currently they don't have a weakness. Whereas, Prime NIP, Prime Empire, they are really excellent at the game, but there are always some small things I feel like that could be exploited, that was a weakness, etc., which might be why their reign didn't last, quote-unquote, as long as other teams, for example. But for W7M, I sit this as a player mindset, I'm like, I'm not sure what I would do here. Like, okay, if I hit the shot, if I kill this player, if I win the 50-50, maybe we'll win the round. But strategically, it's such a sound and solid team from W7M where it's hard to counteract, as I imagine.
What do you say about TSM and Space Station? Or their flaws? They're flawless as well.
I mean, the funny thing about... Not funny, but like TSM, they came out of nowhere for SI, and they ended up winning the whole thing, to everyone's surprise. Then they... Basically, in the same calendar year of winning, they're no longer in professional play. The whole roster exploded and parted ways with each other,
Yeah.
And it's one of those, like, I would have loved to see the potential of a TSM long-term after winning SI that had kept up that same kind of performance, that magic, but that's a curse that we talk about, right? TSM, they win, they're kind of disappearing. G2 won SI, they have not done well this year after that fact either. W7M, one of the few teams that historically will keep doing well. What are you doing?
I mean, that's just...
Hurt's gotta go for it, Yeah. He's gotta go for it.
I'm 11 right now. I'm not gonna break the map record because it's gonna be over before we even have the opportunity to do so. But yeah.
I love Maverick as a concept because it's a free use gadget. Like you are Picasso, right? I want more of that kind of stuff where you have so much creative freedom to do whatever you want to this wall, or you can just die.
I was going to say, like, the amount of impacts are definitely going to be coming back to bite them at some point. Yeah. And, it's a one-on-one trade to come through. Maverick gone means that wall, that's going to stay shut, I think, actually. I mean, there is still these Selmas left. They could use that technically. They might want to use that for a different point on the map as well. Also, he's on the opposite side of the map, being challenged currently, so a single bullet and his life ends.
I love the confidence here from SV. Happily holding the angle. Doesn't matter if he gets swung. But yeah, the Maverick dying earlier has definitely forced him to change their approach from the main wall of CCTV to a construction side take instead. And I think if you're W7M, you're relatively happy with this. Closer distance, no like really far rappel angle that's hard to deal with. A more fair gunfight for defenders, if you will. But still, it's Bleed in the man advantage here. Ouch.
Make that a one. For a turret coming in from Logi will shut down a player inside of construction, leaving it only up to Nade and GV92. But as you said, they're all lethal. Only up to Nade though. 1v3. Needs to go for a clutch to close out the rest of the game. Does a little bit of damage to turret, but takes more in return. Shut down as well. So Bleed, they live for yet another round. There's still 3 more map points that they need to be parrying off if they want to be making this to overtime and get themselves a map win after that. So there's still a very tall hill to climb right now, and it all starts off with like Hurts with like, that was a bit of a goofy play.
I mean,
it's like, yeah. He heard some things, he's like, I'm going to open this up, but everybody is going to be hearing that and responding to it. It's
I mean, frankly, it looks and feels like Hurts is playing ranked right now. Like, he's like, oh, I guess I'm going to go for a spawn peek. And like,
he's
next
been doing
round,
it every round so far.
Exactly. I'm going to go again. I'm going to go again. And he's probably going to keep doing it until it doesn't work, like in that previous round. I'm okay, fair enough. We got to figure it out. I'll do something else now. But Hurts' playstyle the last couple of rounds reminds me of, like, Goki a couple of years ago, back when I played with him in like Go Force or like minor tournaments, etc. Because he would do the same thing, where he's like, "Oh, I'm testing my opponent." You know, he's like, "I'm gonna keep spawn peeking every single time and
until
realize
they learn
if they're stupid or not," basically. And it's like, okay, Bleed, they got that check. They failed it twice, fair enough, different locations. Third time, they were very much ready for it. He's not gonna do it again. There's no way.
I'm sure he is.
He's gonna fake apply the pressure, right, to keep them on their toes, to slow them down. No, he's gonna just force it out the door.
They spotted him.
They're
They
chasing
spotted
him. Like, where's Hurt? That's him. Keep on his toes right now, Hove, and see where he goes. You see? Oh, start door! Guys, start door! Careful!
See, he's trying it again. I told you he was trying it again.
You're right.
I mean, it's like the last time he died in garage, there was a second attempt in that round as well, because first he was trying it upstairs. Oh, no one there. So he rotated around to the garage, tried it like that. And now he's actually faked the reinforce as well. So he has the opportunity to just fall back. Yeah, and he hears the buck coming in now. He's going to probably try and take one fight. If he doesn't succeed, that is opening up the hatch. Oh,
Almost.
They were ready for it. Should have taken the hatch, buddy.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't go for the drop, because he heard it was Box killing the key on the door. So it's not like he's thinking, oh, if I open the hatch for them, that's bad. No, it's Buck. Like, the hatch will get opened
open up,
regardless.
yeah.
So he might as well drop to live, take the risk, and the second one follows. I feel like W7M having too much fun right now, I'm not gonna lie to you. A little bit of disrespect here towards Bleed, I find.
I was going to say, it's not fully respecting your opponent at this moment in time, because this is like, oh, I'm just going to get myself known inside a stock and expect that I can leave, and they don't set up. Whilst they were following the entire time, and they're actually, Bleed was playing that perfectly, setting up those cross angles, so if he would leave, he would be caught.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
So he should have just used the hatch at that point. Like, they thought it was reinforced. Wasn't the case. Either way, Kaze, he's the next one on the chopping block. Just playing this quite aggressively, but the drones have basically already left this area of the map. He's too afraid. He heard something coming in from the main door. He's being peeked right now. There's going to be another pickup to come through. If he would have swung in the first place, he would have found Reeves, but instead, only Nade and Philippox left on the board for W7M.
Great droning though from Bleed. Mentis and Hoven spending most of that round just on drones, locking down the flanks, looking for where the enemy might be coming from. That's exactly what you need. Sure, W7M, they're playing loose, but Bleed are adapting well to this and playing correctly around it. A lot of people ask me, like in rank, if people are playing overly aggressive, what should I do? Well, hold angles. If you expect them to play aggressive, they will run into your crosshair and you will take them down. If you think they're always going to go for a flank, have a guy watching it or have a flank drone ready to call when they go for it. Bleed are adapting well. Now in the 2v5, they should be swinging out first. They have no choice. They have no strategical structure left.
See Nade moving up right there, so they're very much aware of a player being out there. Also, Flashbang coming through. Flashbang meta is what we're in currently. There's nowhere to go. Mentalist shuts him down. Philippox now. And the last man standing, 1v5, takes the first. That's a huge pick. Spots a second, gets it down, but someone comes... Oh! Somehow comes away with that. Now all that is left behind him and winning is 2 more shots that he needs to hit, but he's so low on HP. But he's retaking that top 4.
He's got diffuser.
He has the diffuser, so he can just play it like this from above, but they've heard him, and he gets shut down by Hoven. Great adaptation to come in from Bleed again. Maybe a bit too close for comfort in that round still, but they managed to take another round win. They managed to bring it back to just 2 map points now.
Certainly too close for comfort. Of course, Philipox didn't know he had diffuser because he was not downed on the play that he killed, but we saw it from the UI that he had a really strong and stable position. He swung that hatch because he didn't think he had it and tried to isolate some members there, trying to go for that kill when he heard the revive sound. And W7M, with their rounds, the way they've been going, they're calling a tactical timeout to maybe say, guys, enough is enough.
Yeah, enough is enough. Let's start, actually doing what we are used to doing.
Let's play properly. Like we tried disrespecting them. We're having some fun. Let's get serious now.
No, but that's it, right? It's like, okay, if you would have won them like that, great.
Yeah.
But if we lose the next one, then it's suddenly 1 round away from overtime. If it's 1 round away from overtime and you lose that one, oh, it's overtime, and it is literally an all-men's ball game.
Yeah, I mean, no matter what team you are, the less rounds you play, the better. It's less things that people can look into for your patterns, for your habits, for your strats, your bomb sub rotation, etc. And as much as WCM, they might be playing this to make it seem less serious, more rounds they play, the worse it does get for them. So putting this to bed, the quicker, the better. At 6-4, yeah, I think it's time.
I mean, this round they now will have to play serious, right? So that's going to be at least 1 quality round worth of footage their opponents can go through because they couldn't close it out before.
Yeah.
So that is something that is definitely going to be useful for their opponents right now. So the Bleed helping everybody currently in the world, allowing for more to be seen.
I mean, even if majority of teams they grouped up with an analysis to try and take down W7M, I still think it would be a very tall task. You know?
Gun skill is still a very important part of the game.
Yeah, mid-round adaptation, the roster 1-to-1, how they square up, and a big talking point for this event and then the prior one of Atlanta is that split theory, right?
Yeah.
Where it's okay, what is that? And the simple term is that the new way of playing Siege versus the old way of playing Siege, well, the best teams in the world, they can do both and they can change throughout interchangeably in a round. And that's where we see less experienced teams like Bleed, they have this very solid way they want to approach the round from the prep phase, they follow through, whereas a team like W7M, for example, in this case, they can change fast, slow, one side, split take, whatever, in an instant. It's so rehearsed for them.
I mean, you saw it earlier on, they're literally taking fights all over the map, and it's we know we're better than we have the information, we can take the fight. Because right now that will be opened up. That is going to need a second EMP. No, that's going to open up. This JV92 wasn't in a position where he could actually juggle. That means it's a free opening. Flashbangs are coming through from Mentalist. They are going quickly into New Blue at least. They're just falling back slightly. He's afraid of what might be coming.
Seemed like a full-on execute there for a second.
You've used 2 Candelas. There must be a reason why, and there's no one there from W7M. So for now, it feels like wasted utility.
I was gonna say, they might have been scared the entry point was gonna be a dangerous aspect, but I mean, better safe than sorry. I'd rather see you spend 2 Candelas and get in alive than die with all 4 in your pocket, of course, like you mentioned.
Where's the EMP?
No EMP! Ah! That's not good. I mean,
still had 2 left. I mean, that should have been there. I'm sure they can do it again, right? They still have the 2 EMPs. They will be using it on this door. Just need to get someone out there with the actual can opener so they can get it done.
Yeah. So, I mean, they're adjusting to it, but they did get punished initially. And JV now, he reads it.
Destroyed?
They mistimed it.
Oh, that's very painful.
JV had put it back on, so it looked like it wasn't kite tricked yet. Cohen goes to put it down before the MP, and then it saps it at the same second. That is actually pretty bad for them.
It's definitely going to be making it way more difficult to open that one up, and we still are struggling with opening up the kitchen hatch itself. Now, there is another set of Excaris coming through. There has been a lot of opening from the Bucks, so you don't really expect anybody to step out voluntarily now and toss in the impact to open up. So instead, that will be opened up. Now, opening up into dirt as well. They're trying to take this fight, but Nate is out there, and he has an AFNA to support him as well. It just sprays them both down. And that could very much be the end of Bleed for this map, but Turd strikes back. He manages to at least get one. He's now in his warding glasses, is going to be making sure he's not going to get flashed. He saw one drop on the opposite side as he swings by, manages to find one. Spots a second up on the top, but the third one is already deep inside. Mentalist will shut him down. That's a DBNL, but he still has to fight many more. Will fail to do so as W7M will lock it off with a 4-7 victory.
And you see it there in their faces. Yeah, that's the map done there, right, boys? That is the good half that we wanted, that we needed. And I love to see a Warden player actually use the gadget to success. And yeah, he saw the Ying drop down the hatch, swung the main stairs instead, prioritizing the more important angles there. Well done for W7M and Bleed. They made it close, but they couldn't get it done.
It's important they don't panic in a oh, they're going to be planting. We need to go for the swing now because it's like, oh, there might be someone main stairs. Check that first.
Holding.
We get him. Okay, now we can focus onto the plant position. Because even if the plant goes down, it's not the end of the world.
No.
Right? If you have the men at Phantom at that point, you have the opportunity to retake. But a very, convincing win, we can still really say for W7M. They were a bit trolling in 3 of those rounds and not really restricting bleed whatsoever. But before we're headed towards the next map and the breakdown, we're headed to a very quick break.
Seeing where the initial weak spot is. But again, that could also play against Fury, where again, they have done all this prep, and in reality, it's a completely different ballgame that Falcons is going to be playing, and it's going to be a lot of mid to late round adaptations.
We don't have to look too far back to see Fury have some success. Okay, it was different roster, different times, but they've got experience, and that experience is going to trickle through a player like I9. So I am expecting that to be at the forefront here today. And for Falcons, I think it's one of those where I don't really know who the pressure is on for this game, because we're expecting them to be fairly equal inside of the group, but there's a lot of extenuating circumstances around that. It's really difficult to say which team has the most pressure on their shoulders. And Falcons, they've almost got like a sort of get out of jail free card here with their current circumstance.
I think this first map is really going to set that tone going into that chalet.
We're looking at both Falcons and Fury here, and realistically, we haven't seen them really play on day one. Fury, not at all. Falcons with a 3-man substitute. So this could be considered for both of these teams their first game here at SI. And could that potentially be similar to what we've seen from the Low Sonics game, especially that first map where it was trialing and testing and learning each other's game style and then adapting to it?
It's definitely going to be about which team has the ability to adapt in a short amount of time, because prep for both teams at this point is pretty useless, because both teams have, changed a little bit.
Absolutely.
Falcons, they now play with different teams, so the prep that they've maybe done previously is pretty useless. Fury, they may be prepping to play them against with 3 subs. That's pretty much useless. So there's going to be a lot of pressure in what happens in the server. And obviously the coaches sat behind, they're going to be able to give their input during the tactical timeouts and do some slow guiding, but that overall ability to adapt on the fly is going to have to come from the players, Lax.
Absolutely, and that's something that I even want to hone in on just from personal player experiences. Just because you have strats, just because you have prep, that's all there just to give you an idea of what's happening in the map, but you have to be focused on adapting, communicating with one another, because that's what's going to push you to win the ground, win the game. And if you're just fully focused on the prep, I can tell you right now it's not going to look good. You need to be able to adapt in those mid to late rounds.
And that's what we're going to be expecting from both of these games, but also adaptability, energy levels, I think have played a huge part here on LAN so far when we're looking at the teams going back, and for that mental warfare we've touched upon it a couple of times. And when we're looking currently at Falcons as well as Fury, they're kind of just sitting calm, cool, and collected.
It's a bit too wholesome in here for my liking right now. It's a little bit too cute, especially considering we just had Sonics and Lost and they were screaming at one another. We saw Sonics were getting really animated.
I can actually hear what you're saying.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? I think we're going to come through crystal clear here. And these two teams, maybe when they get into the server, there'll be a bit of hype and stuff like that. I'm sure that there will be. Fury, very much like a vibes team, in my opinion. And Falcons, they've got a mouth on them when they need it. But at this point, it's all about getting them into the server.
I mean, I'm an old geezer. Personally, I prefer it to just be calm, chill, collect. I don't really want anyone screaming in my ear, but definitely it does set a tone for sure of, like you were saying, that mental warfare is when, if you're going down in rounds and that other team is screaming at you, it does affect players. It is very real. But for me, I like chill. I like what they're doing over there.
Yeah, we've discussed at length in terms of what we could be expecting from both of these rosters, and I think playstyle would not be something we could attest to just yet, considering that what we've seen yesterday from Falcons is not going to be it. We're going to be seeing Fury for the first time as well, so maybe a little bit more outside of the conversation. But I do want to look at their map pool and their experience on these maps, because again, the BO3, you have 3 different maps where you can be going to if you win both your map picks. So how likely or how favorable here is it for either one of these teams?
I think that you've got to look at the different types of siege that these two teams play. They're in very different regions and they play very different styles of siege. Now, that's never the easiest thing to come up against and to bring to an international stage, because you're going to be playing an international style siege where, as you know, a lot of things go out the window. Something that works regionally might not work too well internationally. And that's where you can look at this. Falcons have got a lot of experience inside of the Saudi League. Now, that's fantastic, but you look at the level of competition that is. Likewise, Fury, they've got a lot of experience as well. But again, what is that experience against? Who are those teams that they're going up against?
But this is where it's going to play into who is actually paying attention to what the other team is doing, is making those adaptations. Because if you aren't doing that, then it doesn't really matter what all that prep or everything went into. If you can't identify what that team is doing that is stopping you in your tracks, they're just going to keep rolling over you.
And also, even when we're looking at Falcons particularly here, I want to touch upon the fact that at Copenhagen, they didn't have their full roster. They had Valentino playing in as a substitute. But even locally, within the MENA region, they were not #1 seed. It was GK. So it brings the question, they exploded onto the stage during G8 and everybody saw them go up against BDS head-to-head in that finals. But really, is it still the same Falcons? Can we still be expecting that in-your-face siege that's so aggressive?
I mean, you've got to maybe question like a bit of a home advantage, a home turf buff there when you start thinking about G8 and Falcons. But it is a team that has that potential, and I think we've got to also remember that we very rarely get to see them at full strength. Now, are they at full strength today?
Absolutely not.
Well, yes, in a way.
They are.
They've got all 5. So yes, in a way. Is the circumstance of the full 5 being here classed as full strength? Not necessarily, but there is still that full 5 roster.
Definitely.
And what they're able to do is anyone's business.
And again, when you look at the maps, I mean, again, I already talked on the Night Haven, but the fact that the last map that's going to be up his border, again, it plays into what Twister was saying. He is fully confident in the map pool and what they can do now with that 5-man roster. But I do agree with what you were saying. I think there is maybe some little bit of leeway if we do start to see maybe a similar performance of yesterday in terms of 2 players coming in off 20 hours of a long flight.
Yeah, and then we were having a look at Fury, and I think especially when it comes to that APAC, when it comes to the APAC region, what we've seen time and time again is translating that local success, that regional success onto that international stage, being able to take teams out in that group stage, and they could potentially, do that. But the question remains, realistic?
And this is, I mean, I think so as well, but for APAC in general, in terms of their playstyle, they've always, for as long as I can remember, even competing against them, they've always had a very unorthodox gameplay and game style, whereas I think this meta heavily does favor kind of those unorthodox playstyles or the aggressiveness as well. So in terms of Fury being able to just figure that out, I think, again, where I've always seen APAC struggle the most is really their adaptations, is once they get figured out, once a team has a general consensus of how they're attacking or how they're approaching a site or even how they're defending a site, they collapse because they don't know how to make those changes. And I think it might be the same both for MENA regions as well, is once a team really figures you out, especially at SI where every team is going to be top notch, they're going to be doing their prep, you have to be heavily focused on how you can change your style of play when you need to.
I want to really know and dig into how Falcons are going to deal, how Fury are going to deal with the aggression that Falcons are going to bring. Falcons, one of the best ways to describe them is that they are a team that is fantastic at just running around. Now, what's running around, we might say? Well, running around means that they are going to be getting up in your face. They love to play aggressive. They love to bring the fight to their opponent. And I want to see how Fury deal with that, because it can be really difficult sometimes. We've only got to think back to the previous game that we saw about how aggressively Lost were holding on Skyscraper. Okay, with different maps here, with slightly different circumstance, but if Falcons play that aggressive play style, especially on a map like Night Haven, which can be difficult, takes a lot of coordination to really get executes going over on that map, I want to know how that stacks up. Likewise, I want to see exactly what happens when when it's all reversed and when it's changed around. How do Falcons stack up to that pressure? What are their attacks going to start to look like here on this map?
Yeah, and that's also something to keep in mind in terms of that MENA play style, where we've heard in MENA they don't really plant. That's not in the strat book. It's not part of it. And we saw that aggression from GK as well. So even though GK being that #1 seed, Falcons #2, that is potentially going to be similarity in that play style, and it was an issue for the team they were playing.
I mean, aggressive play styles is the meta. If you can't deal with it at this point in Siege and where this meta's at, you're already far behind than you need to be.
Yeah, and I have some really great news. The game is ready, and we're absolutely heading into it straight away. Thank you so much for holding on, but Falcons and Fury about to start.
What a top professional crew there on the desk to get through a bit of an extended tech pause there as we are looking to get into what will be our final game of the day. And final game of the day with basically 2 debutants. Let's be honest here. Falcons have got their roster back, and Fury for the first time here for SI24 making an appearance.
Yeah, I'm really keen to jump into this one. A bit of Labs as well, one of my favorite maps. But I mean, taking a step back, looking at the day as a whole, it's been 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. We haven't had a 3-mapper at all today across the A stream or the B stream. Will this be the one that goes the distance, Jake?
No, no, because you've jinxed it. Now it's going to be a 2-0 again. Thank you, guys. Now, 60% to 40% in favor of Fury, but I wonder how many of those predictions were based on maybe Falcons from yesterday, because Falcons from yesterday are relevant. And it was set on the desk. You basically don't even count it. Let's move forward with now the new Falcons roster. The Falcons roster we know and love, of course. So they get their entire crew. They've got the whole team. Now, a lot of people will be like, where's Joker? Where's Joker? Well, it's not really like part of this roster at the moment, or really at all. Mad Skills, of course, he's been around a long, long time as well. He makes his way back in. So does O-Kills, and so does J-Lad. And that's essentially the big core that they were missing yesterday. So they've got their full 5. They're ready to go. This is a big test as well for Fury, because I think when you kind of look at this tournament holistically, again, APAC has continued to fail. APAC has again continued to not really show up. This has got to be the kind of game that they look at themselves as a possibility to win, to kickstart the campaign.
It's actually a little bit strange, the parallels between both of these two teams in sort of the context of the year, right? Falcons, unfortunately, throughout 2023 dropped off. They trailed to GK, and you know, going into this year for 2024, they're going to again be competing for that singular spot. So it's going to be really intriguing to see how that plays out. But the same now can be said for Fury. They're going to be competing heavily against Bleed for now only the singular spot in Asia. So I think both of these teams have a lot to prove, obviously on the international stage, but setting themselves up nicely for the year. So I'm keen to see how they go toe-to-toe.
Yeah, you mentioned that as well for Fury against Bleed. Actually, interesting when you kind of look at them domestically. Fury's got the better of Bleed. I think winning their last 2 encounters, especially throughout, say, like the LCQs. If you go back all the way to Copenhagen, at the time it was like a massive shock. It was the kind of big upset that sent ripples through SEA when Fury actually took down Bleed, denying them after they had the 7-0 in the regular stage. Bleed then could not go to Copenhagen. They then did it again in stage 2 for Atlanta, but that time Bleed had a second chance. They were able to then make it through anyway. We head into this one, Nighthaven Labs, like you said. This was selected by Fury, and then after that we've got Chalet, if required, but probably now won't go to because you've jinxed it. It would be Border. Now, 2 maps in this sort of map pool that Falcons, again, Falcons with a lot of subs yesterday, did in fact play against Lost One. So they did play Labs. They obviously lost that one. They got 7-0 on Border. We'll see whether or not we do get there. Falcons to begin on the...
Back everybody, and we are continuing with the B stream. First, just quickly for a recap, what happened in the previous game? Well, let's just say Nick and I both agree it should have been a 7-2.
Yeah.
But there was some trolling from W7M. They didn't really respect Bleed as much as they maybe should have. Unless it took until round... no.
Yeah,
10.
Math. I was going to say mathematics.
No, not round 10.
11.
It is
yeah.
round... Well,
round 11 ended
yeah,
things.
There we go.
Yeah.
Well, it would have been max regulation
hard.
time. It is hard. It is also getting quite late. I was up very early, actually, like 6 a.m. local time, which is like 10 back in our place. So it's like...
Yeah.
I was only in last 2 games. Either way, W7M were basically in complete control for the majority of the round. Like, the right decisions are being made. It feels like there is no pressure on the players, really. And Bleed, they were punishing mistakes that were made by W7M when they started to get a bit more cocky. So it is something that we would like to see. How is that going to be translating into the next map?
Yeah, and also that you see the stat line right here. I mean, what Bleed will need to do is individually perform a little bit better, right? We gotta see someone like Mentalist or Turret and Reaps at the bottom just pull a little bit more of their weight, not be caught off guard as much as they were. Because Hurts, you said they were turning a bit. Hurts was spawn peaking 3-4 rounds in a row. That's why he's 4-4. Either he would get the kill or get killed early on. But you are correct. Bleed did make good adaptations. Their drone work, and when they realized how overly aggressive W7M were playing, they slowed things down, holding angles, expecting that aggression, and shutting it down. So there is light here for Bleed. There are things they're doing well, and you can definitely tell that Julio has been here for a little bit and trying to teach these players how to play the game on the mental side of things, having fun, believing in yourself, but also on the fundamental level, droning for your teammates. That did happen most rounds.
It did happen in most rounds, and you know, those are those fundamentals. And as you said, I think Bleed is maybe one of the old APAC teams that has the highest skill ceiling that they can still reach. Like, of course, they haven't been together for the longest. They've only been to the major and now 6 invitationals, so there's still plenty of room for them to grow. And they might become one of those new APAC mainstay names, you know, where they keep coming back and keep making okay runs. The predictions have been not kind to Bleed, but I mean, do you really blame the people at home betting their channel points?
No.
No.
No, you gotta be safe with those. The channel points matters a whole bunch now. If you are lead, you go up against Clubhouse, your opponent picked it, you cannot avoid that. But picking Oregon against W7M, I have two opinions of this. Because I always feel like the better team shouldn't want to go to Oregon against the quote-unquote worst team. Because it's the most, in my opinion, 50-50 map there is. Anyone can beat anybody, I find. But at the same time, picking Oregon against W7M also feels like a bad idea. It's the most default of default maps where no matter what team you are, no matter who you are, you will do a very similar take as to most other teams with maybe some minor differences, minor operator bans, etc. But most things stay the same, as will the operator bans, Dokkaebi being removed, Monty being removed, nothing too out of the norm. Of course, Dokkaebi was open last map, but it wasn't really in play.
And we're to be removed as well. They
like that.
struggled a little bit with it, so they're like, eh.
And like it's hard on Oregon because it's a pretty small map, relatively near the bomb site. So you're gonna always have to like walk into those. I hate Fenrir. Yeah, don't we all?
It's a strong word, Hurts.
Yeah,
but I understand.
But I mean, it's one of those operators that it limits how you can play the game. Like you're walking through a door. If you see a barbed wire on the ground, okay, there's barbed wire. If I walk in, I know what it's gonna cost me. But like Grismod mines, or as Hurt says here, very broken, the Fenrir FNATs or whatever, you walk into a door, you don't know they're there unless it's got thrown down, and you get instantly penalized for it. So it just feels kind of bad.
I'm going to test you like I tested Parker earlier.
Oh boy.
You should definitely know because you have two of them.
Oh, okay. Oh boy.
What's the in-game gadget name for the hammer?
Oh god. Oh no, don't do
Dude,
this
it's
to
every. I'm one of those nerds and knows every
mean,
single official operator gadget name without trying.
But I mean, the Kyber thing is what you use for like a hammer in some terms.
Yeah, it's the Kyber.
Oh, the Kyber.
Yeah, Kyber.
Okay.
Yeah.
It is called Kyber, yeah?
Yeah, it's Kyber.
Okay, I got. Oh.
You need to know. You have two of them.
Okay, so I knew in like the back of my mind there. That's always good. I didn't hear you asking Parker that either, so I didn't know that was coming.
No,
but
it came in because of the RC Roteros. He's like, I thought it was just Rotero. I'm like, no, it's RC Rotero. And it's like, oh, do you know what the Kyber is or what the sledgehammer is?
And he didn't.
He did actually.
Oh,
so
he did.
He was
Okay,
the first
okay.
one to actually get that right. So.
Damn.
I'm going to continue this question. I just hope that no one's listening right now. So just going to continue questioning people over the course of the...
You casually like, what is this called?
I might
like,
just go to Kali's gadget. Who knows? Like, you know, it's the LV explosive lance.
Yeah, I know Lance is like the short version, but not the full name.
Yeah.
Didn't know. The same with like Sophia, like Lifeline, but there's a number before that, I believe.
So like,
Is it
it might be...
558 or...
I think it's Z193, but I'm not
Yeah, it might be
100%
sure.
sure.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, that I do not know, but I know most.
That's so funny though, and Hertz will keep up having fun as well.
Oh,
he got the drone! You could go Garrett's door here and try and catch him on the rotate if you
He's doing it. He's doing it. No, he's backing off. He's going garage instead.
Yeah, oh, yes.
That is also dangerous because
if he hears the sound cue, he might get both. He might get both.
No, he hears this, right? He does!
Oh no!
Hurts! Stop spawn peeking, dude! It's just not nice.
That's gotta be so frustrating to deal with every single one on Clubhouse, basically. Now, first round of Oregon, this just doesn't stop for him. And the thing is, nobody will even enter the building and get anywhere because a flawless round for W7M, full control. This is why you shouldn't pick Oregon if you bleed up against them.
So, fellow analysts of the Six Invitational, you will be looking into this round and be like, how did the setup get tested? It didn't. That's just it.
I mean, yeah, you might see where the reinforcements went or some gadgetry, but yeah, no test was made there. That was just a full court press.
You won't even know how they would play or how they would like rotate, where the pressure would be. It's just... He knows as well. So you see from the smile, it's like, oh, I'm enjoying this game.
Yeah.
I'm step-adding myself for the rest of this event.
I know that some people watch this at home and go, this is boring, this is pointless, like wire bleed here, they're gonna be super dramatic about it, right?
Yeah.
I think it is phenomenal when you see the sheer gap from like, not the bottom, because I wouldn't say be the bottom and the top 20 in the world are here, but the top teams to like, let's say the average team. Because it's not so often, and not in every esport, that you get to see a pure skill gap in a matchup.
Yeah.
Where you see the excellency and how phenomenal a team can be from sheer talent, prep work, and experience. And watching this kind of game, you see that gap.
And when we say average team, we still mean they will beat
Professional level.
99.99% of the viewers at home with
Yeah.
ease.
Yeah.
Right? So it's
Professional
It
level.
might look like they're absolutely being destroyed by W7M every now and then, but they'll still destroy everybody who's currently watching without any trouble whatsoever. And I think that's sometimes something that people don't understand, because when things go bad, it looks really bad because the other team looks really good. And, you know, that's always the difficult part to relay.
Also, mind you, you're seeing Bleak getting destroyed, but by W7M. Do you think you could take on W7M? No, you're
Oh
kidding.
no, I
There's
definitely
no way.
wouldn't. No, I would not even accept that. I would be like, no, you
No,
can take
thank
that
you.
win. As Hoven opens up with an opening kill. I mean, important one for Box taken out.
I like this, the aggression, the confidence, the early drone, early entry. Despite that previous round, how it played out, Bleed, they were still fighting and trying to learn from these rounds. And I think that's the biggest takeaway. Despite how one-sided some of these rounds that may or may not have been, Bleed are mentally staying in this and they keep on fighting. That's a really great showing from a team who doesn't have the most experience. Also, they're playing Blackbeard.
Well, yeah,
that's what I would do. I would play Monty or
want.
Blackbeard, by the way. I mean, Monty's banned, so I couldn't, but it's like, if I'm playing W7M like this, I would too would hide behind a face shield. That feels very good.
Especially if you're on the flank watch angle, right? It's like you don't want them to just come around pre-fire you, take your head off, because that's what they will do.
Yeah.
Take any advantage you can take in that situation. A lot of keeper barriers are being tossed up, and yet they are not thinking about reinforcing this. Actually, as they open up with the Maverick, there's supposed to be cover there to stop anybody from trying to take the Maverick out. Except it's the cover that is being taken care of by Herds, who's just firing off some shots, basically letting them know, no, don't try. Just forget about it.
It's an important thing. W7M, they're good at making the opponent fight for all the basic things in the game. Getting master visual control, difficult. That's a Q barrier. Taking Attic, difficult. Hertz is holding it. So there's no easy entry points. Nothing comes for free here. Everything has quite a price against this team.
Hertz is definitely receiving some pressure now as they're starting to put some extra pressure into the game side of things. There is still a black eye out there, though. You just saw it activate as soon as the S charges were being used, so they do have the information. Hayes gets one. Oh no, that's an unfortunate swap. As Asvi walks through, was able to pick up that kill. Now in there with the diffuser, it's only up to Nade in a 1v3 situation, and this round might actually go towards Bleed's side. As he gets shut down from the side as the Blackbeard to come through, and the return of the mag dump.
Blackbeard. No face shield needed. And Hoven again, the confidence, the aggression, winning those gunfights very convincingly as well. A big member in that round for his team. This opening, of course, huge. Casey,
nice.
Really bad timing. Really bad timing.
Siege timing.
Yeah.
That's what we would call that to some extent.
Yeah, and you could say, like, what if you threw the C4, walk left or walk right to evade the hatch angle? It's just one of those small things where, oh, he should have done something differently, but he simply didn't have the intel to know what he should have done better there before it was simply just too late.
And there's bees, there's calls going on as well at the same time. Shots are being fired, and of course, like, you could hear the footsteps, but there's so much going on that you might just not register it in time.
Yeah.
So, again, that's something that just needs to be said every now and then. It's not always as clear-cut as it seems with everything that's going on. It's not like you're just listening to the game. Your game audio probably quite low in comparison to your shot caller who's making everything go.
Exactly. Like, there are times in professional play, I can speak from experience, where someone will be like, shush, quiet, I need game sound. And it's like, well, we need to talk.
Yeah,
like, you need to mute TeamSpeak or something.
If you don't want to hear or need to listen, then mute yourself, because, like, we cannot just shut down the entire team because you need silence.
Yeah, and it's tough because game sound is very vital in Siege, but so is communication and sharing intel as well, so always playing a fine line. Third, gathering info by denying it on the Bravo drones. Those are going to be very beneficial for the mid stage of this round, so if you have an attacker who's not overly busy with something himself, he can flick through cameras, gain a bunch of intel, at the very least know what is clear. Asvi will, unfortunately for him, fail the first drone toss. He'll succeed in the second attempt. And it's again, discipline. Fully droning out tier 3 of Attic to make sure, Attic of Big Tower, to make sure nobody is there, and not being lazy about it, repelling it, and then dying to a surprise effect here. So again, Bleed, doing the right things here.
Now they know Herds is there, though. They've also spotted, of course, the rotation and goes back into the Attic, so there's only two ways it can really go. Either he stays, or he rotates out, most likely towards the other side of the top floor, and Hertz is currently setting himself up with a keeper barrier, is looking to reinforce his current position. Which, for the side that we're playing is a strong position, because if you cannot take the back of stage in the tower, a lot of your plant potential already gets denied. And it's not like you're setting up for an Ossa plant, there's no Ossa. But often the back of stage is still where you want to get that plant down.
Yeah, it's your most common approach. Hertz has read the situation quite well. There are multiple members repelling on big tower, so it's too many angles to worry about. They're going to do a 3-2-1 rappel at the same time. But the red ping with the drone again, Bleed. The supportive work right now really paying off. A Casey might be able to just crawl away.
Entry kill coming in for the side of Bleed. Herds now trying to strike back, though. He's putting up some pressure on the back of the tower, whereas Reeves, he wanted to go for the skeleton key for the double pickup. Instead, both quite low, but they are alive. They managed to get that kill, so the tide has turned in favor of W7M, who are now eyeing up Plan B, which is going to be the meeting plant. They're starting to open up in the lobby. They have control of that, so why not? But there is still people roaming around as Turd finds Nade. That does definitely ease things down slightly.
Yeah, I mean, Felebox and KC, they're alive with 1 HP to their name. It's just one stray bullet, they will basically faint and fall to the floor. So Bleed looking quite good in this round, but the question still is plant position and the cover. All 3 members in very separate positions. One big tower, one small tower, one's at a lobby. There's no support here, no trading for Bleed. They are so spread apart, and that might be their doom.
Might be, especially 20 seconds. There's still people all the way outside. They need to make a decision. A Mentalist is alone on this side of the map with the diffuser. He dies! That's round over at this point. It's only up to Turd with 10 seconds left. He's pulling a Guman out of his feet, but there's no way that he's going to be able to turn this back around. And W7M, even though they lacked the opening kill, opening 2 kills almost, are going to be able to take that round away. And I mean, they all rotate to the opposite side, except for the diffuser, which stays on meeting.
Yeah.
Which you then think, like, he might have wanted to go for a sneak in, try and get the plant in that way.
Risky.
But what are you going to do afterwards, right? Because there's no cover for yourself at that point.
And it's again, we saw it on the lobby side. W7, they had the crossfire, the 2v1. It's never really a fair fight if you try to isolate any of those members. And it goes to show that they pre-plan these things. This right here from Reeves, very, very unfortunate. If he got that double kill and didn't die himself,
That would have been a turnaround.
that would have been a turnaround for sure. That might have just been the round for them.
It is going to be the basement, and Reeves has decided, at least for now, there's still opportunity to change, to bring Amaru. You might be wondering, why we are in the basement?
Why?
Right? It's just to take quick control of, for example, the tower or for the bedrooms, just so you can clear out those roamers quicker, so you can get yourself in an advantageous position that's easy, or rather hard, to clear out. Just insert yourself in the middle of it, clear it out from there. You just saved yourself 30 seconds for the rest of your team, which you can then use on the execute, which you definitely do need on a bottom 4 execute.
Exactly.
Often teams just run out of time to do it properly.
Yeah. I mean, people say, oh, this team is playing so slow, they're attacking with 20 seconds left. Yeah, but, you know, it's a big map sometimes. And if you can be really quick at getting to big tower, you will save 20 seconds that you will then have later on, like you just mentioned. That's exactly right. So it's really about how you pace yourself. There it is.
Yeah.
So the pacing, big tower in 15 seconds, that's really quick. Now you got big tower stairs flank control. Unless Reeves dies in this position, that's going to buy them at least 20 seconds, maybe more of sheer effort. And that will be invested later on. Now, Philipox, very close to Reeves now. Isn't G11 versus 416. It's not necessarily a fair fight, close quarter. Drone goes out. Reeves paying the respect here, saying, I'm not going to dry peek this. It is a dangerous part of the map. It is the basement bomb site on that staircase.
I just swapped around with Herds, of course, playing on that Warden. He's now playing around the Shaiko position, and or the pillar even, holding off that staircase. So if flashbangs come around the corner, simply activates those glasses, has the opportunity to take a fair fight, a 50-50 at that point.
Yeah.
It might actually be favored for the defenders, because the attackers would think, oh, they're flashed, we can take that fight, you don't have to be on point as much.
Defense typically favored, right? Like, you know where attack is going to be coming from, but you don't know the exact pixel the defender will be standing upon us at that pillar location. So timing is okay now. I would say for Bleed, I would say on a quick pace, you start reaching the hatches at about 145. It is 135 when you started doing so. So 10 seconds behind the curve, not bad at all. They still have things to work with. The only issue here that I find and that I see, they don't have that key enabling operator. There's no Ying, for example. They have the Grim, that's fair enough, but Capita, Ying are excellent for the basement bomb side to help alleviate some of those key positions or weaken the defenders. Instead, the Grim Bees, they might get those red pings going, but it will come down to the gunfights, trading successfully, and winning out in your individual engagements.
It's more of a zone denial rather than really an enabler, right?
Yeah.
It's like, if you are standing in this position, we will know you're there. We would still have to collapse on it, and which on a basement bomb site, it's going to be quite difficult because it is just a very fortress-like hold. But as they open into Shaiko, it allows for the opportunity to get a flashbang down there as he's trying to get some extra bees down so they can maybe get the pillow or the double door out there. Double flash coming through. Definitely should be going into an execute now. There's 40 seconds. You have to make a move. But so far, no one really dropping yet. And as Reeps goes through, finds one, drops right afterwards. It's a shotgun playing quite close now as Filofox cleans up before he gets shut down himself. A 2-on-2. Make that one as Mentalist, the last man standing on the back of the E-box, spots one. Will bring it back to just JV92. And he knows where he is as well. He's going for the fight, misses the first couple of shots, but he's up against the DMR. All he needs to be hit with is just a single shot. And with 10 seconds left on the clock and the diffuser still left up above, he needs to go for the kill if he wants to convert this into a round. All JV92 has to do is dig himself in deep into the actual box, which is what he's doing, but Mentalist will still get that kill, will still transfer the round over towards Bleed.
Say what you will, but there is no player who is gonna troll or let go of how hard they are trying in a 1v1. That is a 1v1 cleanly, exactly, for Mentalist. That is not JV saying, disrespect, whatever. No. He wanted that round victory. Every single player does. The chaos in that round was 5v5, 4v4, 3v3. No one really had an actual advantage at any point in that round. And it was Mentalist in the 1v1 who stayed true to himself, believing that I just have to seek this engagement. And then when they got the red ping, they got the yellow ping, they got that confirmation locked in where he was, he just swung it with the pre-fire, knowing that JV didn't have full HP.
And the flashbangs being huge there because they really opened up. There was like 3 defenders being flashed, which led them being killed. Of course, there was an instant trade coming out from someone who wasn't flashed, but then they were flashed right afterwards. So it just kept on going. And now I'm starting to theorize a little bit. Will we see more Warden? No, well, Warden, definitely. Wamai, actually, and Jaeger coming down as the tournament progresses. Because there is teams who just bring 12 flashbangs and like 1 set of grenades. And grenades are really not a threat anymore.
No.
The flashbangs definitely are with the way that things have been going.
Yeah, I think the only issue there is, if you bring 12 flashbangs, it doesn't really matter if you have Jaeger and Wamai.
No,
right?
of course.
Because it's not enough, but at the same time, would you rather be blinded by 12 flashbangs or 6? So it does matter.
Are we going to a Warden, Wamai, Jaeger, a Rooney lineup again, where we just basically waste flashbangs rather than grenades this time round?
It's not the util meta, it's the anti-util meta, denying the flashbangs. I mean, it's funny because flashbangs have been around for as long as Siege has existed, so
it's never been more powerful than now.
Exactly, and they've never been more useful or powerful than in this current meta of the game. I mean, if we go back to year 1, we had smoke grenades, no one played them. Now they're excellent for planting and cutting off crossfires and lines of sight. Flashbangs always been around, but just now they start becoming strong.
They were always a throwaway tool to get rid of ADSs and such, as Mentalist gets the opening onto Herd. And Bleed is definitely starting to step themselves up properly here. Reaps, though, with the Supernova, going down the back stairs, going to try and find himself with a bit of a, well, adventure. He receives an impact nade, so definitely going to slow it down a bit more.
I mean, you can swing that lobby door all you want, but if you whiff every single bullet, basically, what are you doing? Right? What are you doing?
Yeah. Barely got anything in after, like, Mentalist. Just a single bullet, I think.
Also, Mentalist, we spoke about the stat line from last game. He was like 3-10. He is 7-3 currently. He did indeed step up. The 1v1 clutch, bunch of kills to his name. Also doing most of the drone work in most of these rounds as well. So a lot of value here on the side of one of the most experienced players of the roster.
Still remember him back in APAC North. He used to be one of those, like, important players constantly as well. Well, Turd. This is the head opportunity there. It takes a little bit of a scruff against Kaze, but It's not going to be the end of it. Still a live fight and still have the numbers advantage, and they even expand on it right now as Philippox misses the opportunity, knows about a second player coming down from the barrels as they are all getting shut down. 2v2, still 3 keeper barriers left on the board, but Case gets shut down from the back. They had no ID. Turd was there, and JV92 now in a 1v2 clutch position. Again, needs to try and find himself with a way to actually find victory. He's aware of the fact that someone could be blue. There's also a player up above. He's actually going to be dropping down a hatch, I believe, as they think the other person's going to be in the laundry side of things. The pings are coming in as well. The complete flashbangs are there. This should be the lock-off, and indeed it is. It is Bleed taking the lead here on Oregon.
That's very well done. They get the intel, they get the flashbangs, and both members push up for the 2 versus 1. W7M, in some of these rounds, they actually looked outclassed by Bleed. The discipline, the playing close together, maybe what Bleed truly needs is a smaller, more compartmentalized map where you are forced to play shoulder to shoulder instead of playing far apart. Because this Oregon is looking a lot better already. I mean, it's constant trading. You have the split theory where they always have a backstabber. They come from 3 or 4 different directions. It's good stuff so far. But that's also the final round now upcoming on the half. Bleed, maybe they're just a fantastic Oregon attacker team. They also need to do a good job on the defensive side of things. Otherwise, this will fall apart.
Yeah, for sure. And W7M, it just seemed like a lack of information. Like they didn't know where the players from Bleed were coming in from. As you just saw there, as KZ gets shot from the back, whilst he still had 3 keeper barriers in pocket. He was trying to rotate himself over so he could lock off Blue. Instead, he gets shut down from Laundry. And thus we find ourselves in a 3-2, and Bleed are looking to find themselves with a 4-2 half. If they do so, they have definitely set themselves up for success as the second half comes by. Again, defense side of SI so far, Bleed looking to change that for this map.
Operators being brought out, Ying, the Jackal, Ayana actually getting play as well. That is an operator that only a few months back I played almost every single round of any game mode ever, and now Ayana is more like a once in a blue moon experience.
It's crazy what grenades do to an operator.
I mean, she had a rough fight. She lost the grenades, and Nates got nerfed shortly after. KC hits his shot onto Turd, so Ayana will be no more. That's what you get for bringing that operator again. Screw you, Turd. How dare you?
They changed the plan. It was Herds is no longer successful with spawn peaks, so who did they put in place? KZ. KZ's now in charge of taking these early fights. He's found 2 already. He knows about a 3rd challenger. Well, has been removed just as quickly. 4th one out there, but 3 peaked and died by the hands of Asfi. Now, there is actually someone up above into the big tower. And this is now kind of the thing. You need to remove that player. There's a rotation back towards the site. You can still ignore it, but you need to make sure you have Attic under control right afterwards. But you're also only 2 members left on the attack against 4. So it is going to be very difficult to hold off any and every single given angle that you need to get yourself into some isolation fights.
I mean, Casey put on a clinic in that round. I mean, he just 1v3'd, almost 1v4. He's so quick with reaction time as well. There's no hesitation, just sheer instinct working in that round. And yeah, what do you do now? Mentalist, he was droning the entire round. He gets off the drone. It is a 2 versus 4. That is not great. Baltica Candela is being used one at a time to clear out various rooms. It won't matter because Nate is waiting for it. It's a trade 1-for-1, but this is going to be the second last Candela. Mentalist got to go big here.
Where's the cover right there? Mentalist finds 2. Brings it back to that 1v2, but there's someone coming up at the bottom from the stairs. Hertz goes down as well. Mentalist could go for a huge clutch out here with a 1v4 Candelas and Smokes all pushing through as he's trying to make ground, but Philippox will shut him down, and Bleed is going to be able to equalize the score. But look at their faces. It is just smiles. They lost a round. They could have won it. It could have been a huge clutch, but it's like, we are having the best of times right here. We're having fun playing Siege, and we almost just finessed them with a 4-2 half.
I mean, I think they realize how close these rounds are going for them, and like Mentalist specifically right now, he is putting up an incredible job. I mean, he's in double digits now, almost got 2 rounds back-to-back clutches essentially, over 3 rounds at least. So, job well done for him. Quick to the punch as well. The crossfire is not there for W7, getting a little bit sloppy in these rounds. And we see their player cams, they don't really look amused either for W7. They're a bit like, meh, whatever, you know?
It's like straight faces. It's like,
yeah,
we just need to get this game over with, get that 2-0 win so we get the points, and then we can, you know, prepare for tomorrow. That's basically the mindset they need to be in. And like you probably know better than others, when you're at the top, everybody wants to beat you, but there is teams that you probably will prepare for less in the tournament than you will for others. And I think Bleed is going to be one of those teams where it's like, I think like they probably think we can get away on raw gun skill and our fundamentals, so we'll be preparing for the other teams in our group more, which is why they need to treat it as a, we need to get this one over with and just get back to the other teams that are in the group.
It's true, but also even the the preparation that goes into it, but also you cannot try 100% every single matchup, right? That it leads to
it burns you out.
Yeah. So sometimes you gotta lay back a little bit more, and this is probably one of those games from them. But when you start losing rounds, losing 1v1s, missing shots, and things are falling apart, that is going to stress you and bother you, even though you don't quote-unquote care as much as you would against other teams. So I can see why there might be some frustration here from WCM, and they're on attack now, 3-3 half, we gotta set things up.
There comes the Warden, playing against the Ying directly. Mentalist quite close as well, but he's going to be pushed out towards the meeting now. Not going to be blinded. Realized there was some pressure coming out from the window. Realized there was a Candela coming around the corner. Decided, I need to get out of here. If I stay, I will die. So Mentalist now rotating around. I believe he set himself up deep inside a meeting somewhere, but in the meantime, Hertz has found himself, what a bit of a creep, find himself inside a laundry. So he has the opportunity to do a funny thing here by shutting someone down as he does, and now suddenly starts to fall apart for Bleed. They've taken that Mentalist above, they've just shut someone down inside the laundry in the site, and suddenly W7M have a lot of room to play with here.
They do. And Hertz locking down two flanks, Freezer and bottom laundry, whilst that was going on. So no support could really be had there from the side of Bleed. As we mentioned, who was on the roam, were completely locked away from the rest of the team. Hurt has maybe a read in the situation. Might be looking for a flank, but we see the outline. He's run back towards the bomb side and giving that up. So they will play this out on defense. 5 versus 3. Maybe Fish with that C4 on the hatch, but it should be expected, and yep, Nate is literally watching the angle as he gets tossed on up, so nothing will come of that. This will be a tough round for Bleed to hold up against, but if they could do it, it would be a pivotal moment.
Now they have set themselves up completely around the side of the E-box drop, and that means there's a lot of opening right here on Freezer and on Laundry. If that gets spotted out by W7M, they might just be sending 4 of their players down this direction and only have 1 person around on the actual E-box. You see right here, there's one on Pillar, there's one going to be on Blue, and the other one is playing around in the Freezer hallway. It is all centrated around that single hatch, which is not being taken whatsoever by W7M.
That's messy, scrappy. WCM, check your corners, take them all. 2 guys outside the group, they're both locked out. Hurt could find one, he does just that, but there's a second waiting for him as well.
Flashbangs coming through, Turd hoping to take the fight, is going to be fully blinded now. JV92 hoping to make that impact last, but they fall back. They knew that, okay, they did what we did. There's only 10 seconds left on the clock. They need to go for a plant, and thus Nate is now starting to push through. It's important that the cover from JV92 is going to be on point. Instead, they're going for fights. They're not going to try and go for the plant, and will manage to make it stick either way. And that is a decision that is like, okay, well, we could either go for a plant and have a 1v2 situation with potential utility, or we need to go for a fight because we're better than them. And that's kind of what they did here. They're like, we have a better success rate with fighting this in 2 single 1v1s, rather than going for the plant and basically inviting them to come with their utility to try and take us out.
It's also just the surprise effect, right? Who expects them to push in like
with
that?
2 seconds left.
Exactly, like, they're gonna go for plant, guys. They have to just stay alive here. No. They're gonna run into you and take those fights just the way that they would like to. But it's way too close for comfort. What it was basically a 5 versus 2 or a 5 versus 3 came down to a 2v2 that could have gone either way. So W7M, they are not really as in this as it looks like. Yeah, it's 4-3, they're in the favor here, but 1 or 2 small details going one way or the other has been changing the outcome of these rounds.
They're getting away with it because they're this good. That's kind of the point, right?
Yeah.
They're getting away with it because they're the double major champion of this year, and they just have that like raw fundamental skill that allows them to get away with this. If they are like a team that has been consistently grouped at majors, they wouldn't be getting away with these 5v2s, bringing it back to a 2v2 with 14 seconds left on the clock. You'd lose those rounds. So they have that kind of plot armor or safe line, you know, which they've developed themselves, we have to say. Yeah. But that's why they managed to bring back these rounds, even though it should seem like we should take them back.
Okay, let's say a more structured lineup here from W7M. They got the Flores drones, they got the Grim Bees, they got different pieces of utility to work with to deny the bomb site once they get there, clear out utility, and just kind of have like a more common pace where it's like a straight... Okay.
He took it personal that all the spawn peaks kept coming. He's like, I'm going to do this myself.
That definitely felt a little bit personal there. And Hertz, who's playing Flores, by the way, will lose out on all that active utility. So a crucial member to lose. And not like Iana, where sure the Gemini clone will get you some intel, but Iana is mostly commonly used as an entry operator. Losing her is kind of expected. Flores, not that kind of story. So now playing on the back foot, 4v5, fully attack inside.
Double stack up.
Less than ideal.
Double stack up onto the freezer there for just a second, but I believe they've rotated out, or at least one of them. Reap still playing close with that shotgun, but they're rotating out because they've heard that there is pressure coming in from the security. That hatch might open up soon. You don't want to both be caught up in the middle of that. As that smoke canister gets used, that's just to buy yourself some extra time or to buy yourself a way out, because they will not chase you through it if you're trying to rotate back towards the site, or at least usually they don't chase you through it. There is some madmen that do.
I certainly wouldn't. And we see here, double push up. They might go faster. The C2 members are kind of far out away from the bomb site, but no, they're still going to pay their respects here and get everything done. Open up all the hatches, rotate around. It doesn't necessarily seem like WCM have chosen what side they want to attack on. This could be a backside take or a front take. Right now, most players are relatively split, supplying pressure from multiple angles.
The fact that Reeves is still sitting there, and that is definitely going to give it away, as JV92 is going to go for a flashbang, might actually indicate that he's going to go for a hatch drop to try and take him down, but instead, the full rotation comes through. Aware of the fact that that's a threat, they are recognizing it, and not going to be trying to go for a one-on-one fight in close range against the British shotgun. Usually doesn't end well for the one on the receiving end of it. As they're still working on opening things up, there's still 40 seconds, plenty of time, but KZ has the opportunity to just move in blue and find a kill if he would have droned it. But Hoven in that corner will be shutting him down. The keeper barrier actually stopping the opportunity to shut down SVU's playing around on that actual pillar, and everything just seems to be going kind of south for W7M right now, as it's only up to Nade playing up above in the hatch, and he wasn't even able to find anything, as it's a flawless round for Bleed.
Oh, there's the KKKK in chat. That's on the bingo card. I'm not sure we got it yet, but yeah, that's basically how you say like lol, lol in like Portuguese. So I think they found that funny as well, because the keeper barriers locked out 3 separate attackers in that moment and completely stopped that plan from working. And yeah, Asami, pretty strong operator, but only if you use it correctly, and that's the difficult part about it.
If only Diana in barrels would have used the Gemini replicator to check blue.
If only, right?
that would have made things a lot easier for them. But hey, 4-4, Bleed definitely putting up a good fight here on Oregon. And it's not like the previous map was super one-sided, but we are, fair to say, it should have been a 7-2 victory for the side of W7M, rather than Bleed being able to bring it back towards that 7-4. Now, we are seeing a Kali. Never mind. Okay, I was going to say, that is curious, because we do not really see that operator often. We've seen it earlier today, managed to pick up a single kill, I believe. But it is, I mean, especially on LAN, where everything just connects, you want to have that rate of fire, you want to have the volume of fire.
Yeah, you do.
Whereas, the single shot is like, you hit it, it's great, but if you miss it, then
really
you're probably dying because someone's going to send back an SMG at you.
Yeah, that is the name of the game, and that's why Kali's kind of tricky. Also, Kali on Oregon is not, it's not the map typically where you want to play her. It's not like you can sit like really far back, long on the side, gadget, can't destroy that many things, I find, either. And W7M, they try these different kind of things in the rounds, and they're getting found out, or figured out rather, most of the time. Hertz tries to be sneaky on the generator window, and immediately he takes a bit of damage there. Has to be, peel off that angle, go elsewhere, etc. But Hertz, time and time again, so many times, will either get the opening kill or the opening death for his team. This time, he's on the right side of things. As Hoven gets shut down, let's mute off the board.
Yeah, give some payback for that last round, where Hoven is like, basically giving payback for the entire first half that we had, where it was Hertz spawn peeking every single round, but the last, where it was KZ, we then went on to a bit of a rampage. 4-4, now attacking, meeting, and kitchen. That does mean that you want to get the top 4 first. And as the boogie goes off, that's a lot of noise being made, so we have to talk a bit louder ourselves. And third, he's just wondering, is someone jumping in right behind it, or can I stay hidden? Because as long as there's no drone rolling through, he's in a crucial position out there.
Well, mid-round reinforcement, why not? Try and fortify the kid's rotation towards attic or pit, as we can call it. And just again, they've said, okay, 1 minute 30 seconds, we've gotten almost exactly one. Start peeling off, falling back, staying alive, prioritizing living here. because this is a matter of kind of burn utility and burning time. Not that you want to win the round by getting kills upstairs, but all the other things. So the more the timer goes down, the higher the likelihood of them dropping the hatches, and there they go, down they go.
Mentalist able to get a kill onto JV92 around in the small tower, so soon that would have been a quick jump out, find one of the players, and fade back out. Brings back to a 4-4 and a minute left on the clock, and still not a lot of control that is currently there for the side of W7M. And you even see players being around in the big tower right now. You see players in the small tower right now, in security right now, in meeting right now. Where do you go for a plant? You need to clear out something at least, and it feels like for now they want to go for kitchen, which isn't as directly contested by the side of Bleed as the other sides are. But there's still the opportunity for all of them to just collapse in onto that side.
I do think it's not a choice, though. It's relatively clear. Hurts bottom wide, 3 guys on the hatch. They gotta just kind of flash, go, and have a little bit of faith that the plan will work out. And if Hurts gets this kill in the hallway, that's going to be a great opening for them.
Plant goes down, 45 seconds soon to be on the clock as Hurts will find... Whoa, actually not the catch there. We'll find one of them, but the diffuser will be shut down, but it has been planted first, so we will still count down. Mentalist low on HP, Reaps is still on full. Hurts gets pushed into a fight after the wall bangs did connect at least slightly. Reaps looking to retake that top floor control. He's playing around with Effector. The air jump goes on, but there's no actual response to come through. Still somehow KC will come out on top though. Mentalist will come in to try and clean up the mess, however gets cleaned up himself, and W7M is going to be finding themselves back into the lead, but it's definitely a hard-fought round where they were trying to put the pieces together, like what is the best shot we have on actually getting this plan down, because we struggled with getting control.
I mean, they were half a second from losing that round because the plant just went down the second the planter died. So if Valkyrie flanks just a little bit quicker or whatever, the plant starts later, that would have been a different outcome. Again, the details are defining these moments between these two teams. And with that round loss and W7M getting into the lead for the first time on Oregon, they will effectively, or basically the first time, they'll basically call for that tactical timeout for Bleed to figure things out and see, can we push them to overtime or try and take this in regulation. Also, Mentalist on 14 kills, by the way.
Yeah, he's just been chilling, and he's been getting like some impact plays, but it's not like he's popping off like 4 flashy kills every round.
No.
But he's getting these like impact kills that go under the radar a little bit, right? It's like he's just constantly there. Every single round he's getting 1 or 2, but that puts you up that high on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I mean...
So it's like, you're not like dropping aces or like big 4Ks, but if you get 1 or 2 per round...
Yeah, I mean, it's 5-4 right now. If you get a 1 kill every single round, you're 9 kills.
Yeah.
Let's look at the kill count right here. Reaps 2, Asfi 2, you're not getting 1 kill a round. Mentalist 14, Hoven 8, that's close. Turret 7, that's also close. So yeah, that's a pretty good stat line right now. And the highest gunner for W7M, for reference, is sitting on 9. And that's KC, who also... KC's crazy. He's still doing this. He's doing that. He has 5 kills less than Mentalist.
Yeah.
Look at that.
No, that's for sure. And that is also something that they need to keep in mind. But it's also why Bleed is so close up in this match, because they always have one person dropping a kill or 2 per round, and they have another person dropping a kill per round. There's only 2 players left at that point on the side of W7M that need to be cleaned up by the rest of the teammates. So with that, they find themselves in pretty good competition here, whereas in W7M it's a bit more like even. JV92 not having the best of games. He's finding himself in 2.
Yeah.
Everybody else is, you know, 6, 8, 9. So everybody else is pulling a weight, really.
And guess who I picked for my fantasy league team?
Yeah. JV92.
Exactly. It feels kind of...
Do you want to map 3 now so he has an opportunity to redeem himself?
Or do I want to end it here and hope that he doesn't drop the ball in the third round? So,
yeah, I mean, that's the question.
Because he might get worse.
It could still go negative there and even like decrease the score. Who knows?
Exactly. So yeah.
It's not your call to make in the end, but it's like you can have your preferences.
But I'm eagerly waiting for this. You see here aggression being pulled in. Hoven.
What?
Oh my
What?
God.
What are you doing? Why is that corner not being checked? W7M still come out on top of it because, I mean, Hurts, he is DBNO'd, but was it a corner? A simple drone would have done the trick. A simple quick check would have done the trick out there. You wouldn't have lost another player, as Nade will find yet another one. They're just going to forget about Hurts right now. He's basically dead weight. They're watching him through the window as Asfi actually almost loses his life, trying to hold off on the down he managed to secure earlier.
This is tough because you want to get hurt up if you can, but it's not. Oh, that's C4. No, it is done and dusted. But no one else falls in the midst of that. C4 does a bit of damage. So JD and Nade both low on health, but as is SV. This is pretty even for what this could be, but Reap's in a prime position. Remember, only did 2 kills with him so far. He's not hit his mark, but SV's there to save the round possibly.
It's completely blinded as well. What's he did? Reaps will able to find a kill. Filopox brings it back to a 1v1. We've had plenty of those in this game so far, and Filopox has no idea where Reaps is. Also full HP. Keep a barrier to play behind. Everything is stacking in favor of Reaps out here. There's also no more E1Ds that he can play with from that line, so it really comes down to the gun skill now. He has a drone. Doesn't know where he does know where he isn't, so that means that he must be around in games as he goes for the hop over. Diffuser is not actually in pocket. Reppings are starting to come through. He's trying to play in the back of that, but of course it is also Reeves that is being told there is a repping on you now. Do you really want to go for the fight? As you do, the Kiba barrier is the distraction, and Bleed pick up the round.
The red ping was a bit of a bait there. It wasn't communicated clearly to Filopox that there's a keep it barrier between you and the target. Pre-firing won't mean a thing in this scenario. And yeah, small mistakes being made, and Bleed again on a smaller map playing so close together. They are so good at finding those trades. It starts off messy because Hoven shouldn't have gotten that initial kill, but it does go in the favor of WCM trading out positively. Complete chaos in the server. And again, JV, my guy, not finding what we need here from him.
You mean for your fantasy league?
Well, my fantasy league as well. And for WCM, because when you're playing, you know, you're going 2-8 and you're playing like second intro right now because JV's often in the early gunfights, you need to either get traded or, you know, get that trade yourself. And sure, if JV is just a body bag for them where he walks in a door, he dies, and someone else kills somebody behind him, that's fair enough. But surely, playing defense first as well, JV could muster more than a mere 2 kills in 6 defensive rounds.
Now, Ashley in that last round actually was playing the big tower, of course. Should have been picked up as they started firing through the window because he knew he was watching it. Then he was fully flashed when he was running towards pit. Somehow got a kill. I didn't even see the person that he killed at that point. I'm like, I don't know where he was. You fired some bullets, might have just gone through a wall and killed someone there. And managed to stay alive. Of course, he got taken down right afterwards, but those 2 kills were hugely important from him to confirm to. That really allowed Bleed to get into it, and that shows you that when the players who aren't really in the game start getting into the game, that is when these rounds start getting more and more into their favor. Of course, it was a 1v1 in the end.
Again,
what's this? The 4th, 5th one that we've had so far?
Like the 3rd or 4th, I think. It's up there. And I love the Capcan, by the way, because WCM, they've been going fast. Yeah, they got IQ now, but again, you have no business being down here, Hurts. It's been 50, not even 50 seconds, 40. Like, relax here, right? You got a drone in the building.
It's a very nasty keeper barrier, by the way.
Yeah, this is one of those, like, YouTube, TikTok people who are like, oh, use this keeper trick and get free kills and rank. And it's like, okay, but not against me, please. Because I will be infuriated by those kind of keepers. The one ways.
What can you do against it? You can try and get some X-Kairos on it and blow it up like that as Reaps. It's just a Gemini for now, but he's definitely known of the fact that they know where he is. Are they going to collapse on him, though? Flashbang seemingly coming in. They just take out the barbed wire with the Gone 6, so they can walk in cleanly. However, oh, actually, they didn't. I'm not sure where the Gone 6 went to.
Yeah, this happened last time as well.
Oh! He knows. He knows. There comes a smoke. That's the confirm. Oh, no.
He missed it.
Where is
I think it hit the door frame.
Oh, it's above it. That's all the smokes used. Ashley will get the kill onto JV92. Again, will not be finding any points for your fantasy league. I'm sorry to tell you. And that means that we are probably headed towards a Bleed map points right now because they are close to be finding themselves onto 6 here. Herds very low as well from that first early engagement. So Nate and Philippus really have to carry some weight here. But as they drop down the hash, it's just a shutdown.
Not a good look, not at all. They're locked out. The fire, the Goyo canister, easy going out from Philipox, and he is pretty much alone. Hurts, 1 HP, E-Barrier, blocking him out. C4 primarily from Turret as well. There's no easy access points, and 2 members in elbow, typed up together, 1 standing and 1 crouched.
It's going to be the lock-off as well. Flawless round.
Again.
A second one to come through from the side of Bleed, and surely we're going to be headed into a tactical timeout now from the side of W7M because they still have the opportunity to, I believe. Why not take it? Because you're map point against. You surely want to lock this off in 2 and not go to the last map.
No point not to, right? I mean, unless you really think you got what it takes, but the way these rounds are going, I don't really believe in that right now. I feel like this is going to be a Bleed Oregon victory, you know, 7-5, or worst case in overtime. And then we gotta see Border. And Border is kind of like Oregon, where a bit of a 50-50 map. Gunfights define a lot of things, and just like Oregon as well, playing close together and playing those trades, that's gonna get the W. And right now, Bleed, they are actually the better team at doing just that.
Now, it is going to be the meeting hall that we're headed to. That was won by W7M before. But that did come down to that weird plant that we saw that was almost shut down when the cover wasn't just right. So are we going to see a more directional approach from W7M to come through? Like, you don't need the entire map for this site, right? Like, you can just plant kitchen. You can just plant meeting. All you need is big tower, really, and the attic. And then you can go for a safe plant. So it's like you don't need to take everything. Why take those fights towards Bleed when they start winning them in the later rounds?
Yeah, I want to see more like adaptation from W7M. Stop playing into the strengths of Bleed and play into your own strengths instead, because with Hurst and Casey playing so fast away from the team, sure, sometimes they get the opening kill, but often they also just lose a lot of HP. They don't gain anything meaningful. Exactly. Yeah. They don't get anything meaningful out of it. Like, okay, you go bottom on your stairs, you see a key barrier, great, you could have droned that, for example. It's just like they're so eager to get into the action that they start losing like this side of the bigger picture.
Why doesn't someone drone ahead of him if he wants to be in so quickly, right? Like, that's also an option. But as the Candelas come through, Kay's definitely aware of the fact that there must be someone around in the tower, but someone's also in green. Hertz will take him down, so that's gets taken down himself by the shotgun. There's two players inside of the big tower just playing above there, so that's going to be quite difficult to get rid of, especially since they're playing that with shotguns. So they're going to be closing up those close angles. You need to find a different way to challenge these players. Maybe a quick spray through the windows will be doing it. Nay definitely doing that as he opens up, gets his drone inside, wants to get the information out, but the rappel in is definitely not covered because of the verticality that's been opened up. The E1D gets used, don't really get anything out of that, so W7M, they're using some utility but not able to make any ground whatsoever.
Yeah, and the thing is, if there's two players in big tower, why not just rotate away, have maybe, you know, Napier holding the rotate, but instead they're primed and ready C4, takes down that kill, shotgun follows through. It's a massacre favoring Bleed.
Two players still left though on the side of W7M against the 3 off Bleed. Still that one player inside, oh actually no, rotated out of the tower, but we have one next to the bomb chassis. So the usual stage plant, that is going to be a no-go. There's going to be C4s that they have available to challenge that. These players in the long angles that can send some shots downrange to challenge that. So they really need to drone things out. They really need to get the information out. And I think that's what JV92 just tried to do, as a drone just got shot out. So others are now trying to gain the information. I believe they might have spotted Mentalist sitting in that corner. At least they should have. Half of that's more problematic, as definitely some shots coming now. 50 seconds. There is plenty of time, but how are you going to be removing Mentalist from that position? He still has that C4 available. There's still the player onto the rotation as he gets caught off. They need to cut it wide, and they both get shut down. Bleed will be able to take the map that pushes to 3 as they take a map off the major champions.
I mean, the back-to-back major champions, and again, like this might be the beginning of that upset we spoke about for the bingo card, right? APAC for the upset. W7M, they need to look more alive on Border. There's no excuses now. You're being taken to the third and final map in the best of 3 series. If you lose that, you will lose this series, and you really, really shouldn't.
Oven and Mentalist, a huge game. 15 and 18 kills respectively there. They really just picked up the entirety of Bleed, put them in their backpack and said, okay, you can fire from our shoulder now, so you don't have to walk, and we're just going to be able to find success that way. So some of the congratulations are already coming through, or at least from W7M, like, okay, let's recoup, let's quickly chat, because we cannot afford to lose this.
No, I mean, you can argue they can't afford to lose it, because will they get 5th place in groups and go home? Very, very, very
probably
likely,
not,
right? But at the same time, they really shouldn't be dropping the ball here. When it comes to like themselves, their expectations, their fans, etc., and the reality of things, they should be beating Bleed in this 1v1, sorry, best of 3.
All right, but before we are headed to that decider to see if we can lock off another part of the bingo card and we can give Bleed a victory, we're headed to a quick break.
서울로 인비테이션을 와가지고 기쁘고 기쁜 만큼 대회에 열심히 임하도록 하겠습니다. 일단 첫 경기 상대가 페이지고 그다음 뭐 SSG나 울브즈, 블리스 이렇게 있는데 저희가 뭐 미니게임만 잘 이긴다면은 충분히 할 수 있는 상대라고 생각을 합니다. 일단 첫 경기는 페이지인데 일단 페이즈가 브라질 팀이라서 뭐 총싸움 같은 걸 좀 잘 하는 편이라서 그거를 이기기 위한 조금 같이 팀적으로 움직이는 그런 움직임을 좀 많이 하려고 연습을 하고 있습니다. 페이지 긴장해라. 저번에는 졌었는데 저번에는 아쉽게 졌는데 이번에는 이겨본다.
My name is Cameraman. I play for Los, and I'm the IGL captain. For our goal to be top 6 and maybe win tournament, we need to be prepared for what's coming. So we worked really hard since Atlanta to be in our best shape to be here. I think our most difficult match would be Sonics. But if we play our game the way we do, we don't have a problem with that. The preparation against Falcons, it's a bit hard because they changed their roster, so we don't know what to expect. They have a Brazilian coach as well that I played with him. We are confident on playing and stuff like that, so it's more like what we like to play over of what's their weaknesses. Well, Falcons, I know you guys are a bit like unexpected. I don't know what to expect from you guys, but you know what to expect from us, and you know that's going to be a hard game for you.
My name is Faiz. My game tag is Jalad. I'm with Team Falcons and I play as a flex. We are really happy that we made it. It's our first time for the MENA region to qualify for the SI, and we're really excited and hopefully we do well. We had a little bit of change in our playstyle, of course. We learned our mistakes. We're getting better, and hopefully this SI we will prove it. The group we're in is Sonics, Cars, Loss, and Fury. They're all good, very good teams. I don't think there's a top team from them. They're all very good, and we practice for them all, and hopefully we do our best. Our first game is against Loss. We never played them. I think their playstyle is quite similar to ours in some way, and we're very excited to play against them. Loss, be ready.
that is scary because what if he's had a full day of rest?
We know that these guys can shoot. We know that these guys are mechanically gifted players. That is not a question. They showed that today. They showed it inside of this game, and they'll continue to show it inside of the series. It comes down to those mistakes. It comes down to that coordination. It comes down to some of that decision making. That's where we saw them lack. If you can aim, you can aim. You can aim on 1 hour sleep. You can aim on 20 hours sleep. But what you can't do is make critical decisions in the moment, and that's what we saw lacking.
Yeah, and like even just touching up on Fury, I mean, Fury had the prep. They had everything. Obviously, this is a different team, so maybe that prep really didn't get used how they wanted it to be used because yesterday it wasn't the same team. But still, this has been a constant issue that I've seen is just the lack of adapting once a team figures you out, or not even being able to figure out the team. And watching how the game played, like we said, they were getting those gifted rounds. They didn't really earn them.
Yeah, something as well that you wanted to touch upon, Ollie, particularly were the bans of this because you found them rather intriguing.
Well, I mean, it's just the way that Siege just played at the minute, right? You look at a map like Nighthaven, you look at what's available to you. If you've got an Azami, if you've got a Fen, and if you've got a Solace, you're going to have a pretty good time. That's exactly what Falcons had. They started off on the defense, and they used it every single round without fail, and it gave them a good number of rounds. It gave them a really good head start. Obviously, Fury had that same benefit. It just turns out that Falcons were a little bit more equipped to deal with that.
Yeah, but it also brings the question in terms of Fury and their preparation for this labs, particularly how much actually went into it, and how much went into it with the thought process of, oh, we're going to be playing against a different Falcons than the one that we saw yesterday.
I mean, it makes me worried because you're trying, like, in some ways, in a mindset, you are trying to over-prepare in a way or try to get that free win because you saw what just happened, but now seeing the result of your own play, it's less about your own prep at this point, and it's more of what you're putting in as a team. Like, scratch the prep at that point, because if that's what your prep and result is going to look like, then you need to rethink how you're going to approach this next map. Granted, now your backs are against the wall.
Something that we did see Fury try and do was reset when they were on the attack. There were a couple of times when, because of what was available and because of Falcon's playstyle and it leading into their playstyle so well, we saw Fury at times trying to reset, trying to take that moment and take that breath. And it worked in some occasions, but it never really fully worked. They never got that full mental reset off, and they never got that ability to reclaim that man count advantage. Falcons did a fantastic job on the opening pick, but they also did a great job on trading that opening pick when they lost it.
Yeah, and if this map being a win from Falcons might not have been what you expected, we have a Stream B going on at the same time, and we have Bleed going up against W7M. Now, to my surprise particularly, Bleed had just taken a map off of W7M.
I mean, Bleed didn't look bad at the Atlanta Major either. I mean, they were really close to making main stage, losing, I believe, to Dark Zero in the end, but they pushed Dark Zero to the brink. So I think every map went 8-7, 8-7, and it was just small things that they lost at. So I don't want to say it's like a huge surprise, but Bleed are they're showing why that they're here. They're showing why you shouldn't sleep on them. They're showing why that they're contenders, and taking a map off W7M is something to be proud of, nonetheless.
Yeah, something to be proud of and maybe something to celebrate. They looked happy, but not as happy potentially as you might expect them to be, especially the low Sonics game that we saw. The energy, Ollie, in the room at that point in time was insane. We're translating it now. We have Falcons going up against Fury, and it doesn't feel like that same energy is being exuded.
These players are tired. Like, you know, these players are tired. I want to save their energy for the game. Save that energy for your brain power in the server. Don't use the whooping and the hollering. Twister's going to do enough of that for you. Twister really gets behind the team. You know, you can see him there. He's giving the big shoulder rubs. He's giving the big fist pumps. He's dapping everybody up, and that's what you need. You need that guy to bring that energy.
If I'm coming off a 20-hour flight too and playing an intense game, trust me, there isn't going to be a single yell coming from me. It's going to be a nice fist bump. Let's go into the next round.
But then you're looking at the side of Fury, and they have had that break. They have had that day of rest yesterday. So what's there? Is this just potentially what we're used to from Fury's side of things? Do you think bringing that energy up could have potentially given them a little bit more momentum on their own map?
I think it's team by team. I think some teams really work well with that, you know, yelling, hype, building up energy. And I think some teams just like to be calm, cool, collect. They don't want to get overzealous. They don't want to get overhyped then for a shocking result and being like, well, this is a result of, you know, not being overhyped. And it is good to, you know, try to maybe bring a little hype, not be hype. It's kind of like just feeling out the grounds. But I think right now with kind of how things are going on, it does make a little sense that they aren't getting too...
Hello and welcome back everybody to the B-Stream Late Night Show, where Bleed has just managed to take a map off the double major winners, even though there's been a spawn kills coming through on the side of W7M. And now, as you are witnessing these replays, you're seeing that Bleed are putting up some pressure onto W7M. They start to rumble a little bit.
Yeah.
A point has been lost already. Will it become more than just that?
I mean, it's looking very possible. I'm slowly starting to become a bleed enjoyer, let's put it that, because the fundamentals are looking better and better. Okay, on Clubhouse it was more like structured, it wasn't all that great, but on Oregon, it was great. The trading was there, the droning, the decision-making, the rotation, and more importantly, it doesn't seem like Bleed care about who their opponent is. They're having fun, they're smiling, they're laughing, and more importantly, they're maintaining confidence despite getting shut down early on Oregon. They really came back strong on the side swap. Their defensive side was very impressive. Nice!
Even then, like when they lose rounds, they're still just smiling. Yep. It's like you see them lose like a 1v1 that is like probably you would be like, ah.
No,
it's like,
should have won that one.
Damn, should have won that one. And they just start laughing. It's like, we shouldn't have been in this position.
Yeah, exactly. It was way closer than I thought it was going to be. But like, 15-8, 15-8.
Yeah, that is insane.
30 kills between two players.
I thought it was more mental. I thought it was 18.
He slowed down.
Must have been
the end.
no, it must have been a typo. I believe my own eyes.
You believe your own eyes? You think they stole some kills from him and gave them to Hoven?
No, I saw Hoven on 15 as well.
Oh, okay.
Someone has stolen the kills and I don't know who it is.
Well, the thing is here, JV going 2-10, that is not great. The rest of WCM very close together, like 11 and 9 to only 2 kills between top and bottom. Or sorry, 8 rather, 3 kills between top and bottom. They're doing pretty well. But the injury statistics of WCM, not what they usually are. So, individually, of course, JV, but as a team, Bleed, they came out stronger, and they clutched out in a couple of rounds as well. Those 1v1s were lethal from them, and I think by like 3 or 4 like individual 1v1 scenarios, we had some 2v2s, a lot of chaotic moments in that game.
It's been very chaotic, and W7M just hasn't been able to really control the pace because it's been more difficult than they thought this game was probably going to be. Yeah. They find themselves with 40 seconds left in a 4v4, and it's like, well, we don't actually have the control that we were hoping for, and as such, they just have to throw their bodies at it. But there's no better map to throw bodies at one another than Border, currently in the map pool.
Look at the mode.
It started to go back to its Bleed. It's not a lot of extra believers now, but it's starting to get there.
I mean, it's almost 20% increase from map 2 to map 3. That is pretty significant for a social vote. Yeah. That's pretty good. So, can they do it? Can it take us all the way? Will WCM say enough is enough? Over depends. WCM, they banned Monty on the first 2 maps back-to-back. On the third, it will be something different. The Ying being taken off the board instead. This is, of course, the map of Border, so Ying does tend to have a bit more presence than that of Monty, but Monty is not entirely out of the question. And Hoven says, thank you for banning Ying.
And I don't know if this is we are going to be using the hell out of Monty, or if this is we don't have to ban Ying.
That's the thing. Oh, you hate him too.
Well, okay, it's a yes, but it might be we love Monty more.
That's what I was thinking. They might bring out something new because this is the dangerous part. If you ban the same thing twice, and then the third map you change things around, you might start seeing a different playstyle. You might start seeing something you've not seen before, and that might be problematic. Same.
That was about Julio, by the way.
Yep. Now it's personal.
He was about to call a timeout before we even started. It's
just
like,
to talk
listen the hell up.
Yeah. You gotta have my back. I am your coach.
Respect me.
So it was a Dogabi and a Mira there from the side of Bleed. Now, Mira ban is... It's interesting because with the change to Ash and Kali being able to like breach the window, basically or smash the window, so to speak, we don't see Mira played all that often, and even more so, it's quite rare to see her banned out because it's not hard to fit Ash in the lineup. Turret right now hovering Ash actually, so why ban the Mira? But if you don't really want to ban anything else, like the Valkyrie for example, you might as well just take it out of the equation. Then you don't have to play the Ash if you don't want to, and Turret can get more freedom as to where to go on the map. He doesn't have to be a magnet towards those windows and always look for them and clear them first.
And especially this top floor is prime real estate for Mira, right?
Yeah,
like there's so many good places where you can play it and just hold down the entire balconies and just really make life difficult.
10 seconds to go.
So I do understand it to some extent that it is going to be banned. However, that does mean that Fenrir and Azami and Warden are all going to be open.
Oh no. What is... I have not learned yet that this is a bad idea.
Well, I mean, it's a new map, and apparently spot out the player. Missed the opportunity, so Hers has to go to plan B now for the spawn peak.
Just run out the door. Yeah, there it is.
It's just how things have been going. He's been hyper-aggressive from the side of Herds, and it started working less and less over the course of that last map. And luckily they do recharge. It's not permanent. Oh, that went through. I was going to say, it's like, huh? Surely that looked like it was aimed right at the barricade, but where did it go, though?
I don't even know what he was aiming for.
The camera? Oh, no, the barbed wire, but he didn't hit it properly.
Yeah, I was going to say it's still there.
Thank you, Observer, for pointing out our mistakes.
Yeah, I had no idea. Oh, well, missed opportunity, I suppose. That's one ash charge in the grave, so to speak, but not the most crucial thing that to be missed. Okay, oh.
It's fine.
It's fine. These small things, they add up, Hap, okay?
Of course they add up, but it's the... I mean, they're not dead yet. It's not like we've seen him slip from the roof and just go DBNO, you know? It's like...
I don't think we've seen that at this major yet, actually. We have?
Yeah.
Okay, I missed it.
I don't know who it was anymore, but someone slipped off. It was Clubhouse.
Ooh. Yep, you be like that sometimes.
He's going to lean in. Hertz is taken down by Hoven. He started off to really get into the game over the last map, and he's continued it on, playing around with that DMR, taking down Hertz. Of course, he's been very aggressive, but that's the keeper barriers gone. And those keeper barriers have mostly been set up around the CCTV area, I believe. So the actual site itself not having the same amount of protection here. And I might be a bit critical regarding that. But it's like, if you have Azami, you might as well use it around the actual site rather than try and spawn peek with the operator and make your own position really strong just to receive a headshot and basically have it all be for nothing.
Well, I think that's fair. You know, the risk versus reward. Also, speaking of momentum, like, with how bleak they've been on Oregon, if they get the first couple of round victories here on Border, they still got the momentum, they're fired up, they're feeling good about it. They're a bit slow right now, they're completely locked out. Philipbox and Casey finding one each, and all of a sudden, that early advantage has completely fallen apart.
That's really going back into the hands of W7M out of nowhere. Asfi being down as well. The diffuser dropped on the ground. It's only up to Mentalist now as he finds the very first. Knows about the second. Couldn't quite connect the shots out there. W7M still able to find that very first round into their favor. It is basically as soon as they were looking to go for the area denial and go for a move, that's when everybody decided to just lean into a fight. Because it's like you're setting up. That's when you're most vulnerable. Because you have gadgets out rather than all guns. It's just a bit surprised that came through.
Yeah, and this is the one dangerous part about the map of Border, is that it's a lot more like loose fighting, longer range out of nowhere than that of Oregon. Because Oregon, like most maps, it has like a flow, a logical step. Okay, we're gonna go here, then we're gonna clear this, and we expect people to be in these exact positions. Border is like, the second you enter the map, you might get shot through a wall from very far away out of nowhere, and if the defenders want to, they will happily run toward you because how this map is kind of nullified. I don't feel like retaking a Border is all that hard compared to other maps, whereas Oregon, it's all staircases. So expect W7M to run at you continuously, like we also saw in Oregon, probably with a bit more success here because of the nature of the map.
Means basically you're inside, you're on the site. 5 seconds left. Border. Like, it's not that much to it. There's at most 2 rooms separating you from the bomb site at any given time. It's just a paper thin map. It's a small map. It's a compact map, which is why it is such a more heavy on the TDM than it is for other maps. Where, as you said, there's the step-by-step plan that you have to follow.
Yeah.
Here you just open the door, you walk in front. Like, it's how simple it can be.
See now what the plan is. Easters control is a good first starting point here. It's you can almost say the heart of the map. You get a lot of access points here, and you can kind of circulate elsewhere from that location. It's also why Philipbox extended out an office, holding on to the nearby area. Of course, Valkyrie, good intel.
You want to know something that threw me off? The compass sometimes doesn't align properly, and I've been calling it easters for years, and suddenly it was north earlier on. Like, if you look on the right-hand side of the screen, it's south. It's like, have I been saying it wrong my entire life?
Yeah.
But no, it's still the east there, so I'm glad you said it, so I know I'm not wrong.
That would be fun. Why is it called east stairs? It's on the north side. Well, good question.
That's a good question. It's, back in my day... Some magnetic interference messing up with the compasses.
Mandela.
Mentalist! He just saw his head through a grenade. He's like, well, I'm in the middle of it now anyway. Finds the kill, so that's the opening once again to the side of Bleed. Been getting better and better at actually getting those. Nade those, looking to lean into the fight as Mentalist takes a small amount of damage. Of course, he is quite close to the side, playing inside that bathroom. There's Reeps. He's just holding off. I mean, he knows that there is going to be someone in there, but he doesn't really want to extend himself too much, as there's also a player in the fountain as Nate finds Hoven. It's definitely, again, falling back into favor of W7M slightly, with Mentalist being damaged as well. Reeps now being shut down by Nate. Said it before, they were playing that on a contact basis there, so you cannot really get away with getting 3 kills out there.
Also, they haven't shut down those downgrade cameras, so all this intel that they're adding upon Imperator goes out, he catches him, Mentalist goes down. You have turret on the IQ, not using scanner whatsoever, and this is the punishment. They have intel, they act upon it, they hunt you down. Turret in 1v4 will exit the building and try and retrieve out safely, but no, Casey will chase him down. And W7M, 2 straight, very convincingly.
This is the W7M we are used to seeing.
Certainly.
This is the amount of dominance that they need to show as well. And of course, this is Bleed not really playing into the game the best they can. It's an instant timeout to come out as well. It's very early, but you can understand it considering that these 2 rounds, they've basically not been on the board at all.
Yeah, and typically on board, you're expecting like 2, 3, 4 attacking rounds, right? It's typically a very attacker-favored map. And I like the idea of calling a timeout before things get too bad. Try and catch the mistake before it grows and then fix it. Whereas some teams will call a timeout on like the 5th round. They're down 0-5 or like 1-4. Let's take a timeout to fix the
fix it for 1 round.
1 round.
Yeah.
Like, sure, you can talk about defense on sideswap as well, but why not call a tactical timeout at 0-2 or 0-3? Try and, you know, get an equal half, and then also, of course, go on to defense. So I really respect Julio for this timeout. I hope it pays off as well. And even if it didn't, hopefully they can just calm the players down and talk about what is going wrong and what the mistakes might be doing right now.
And there's, of course, multiple ways to do timeouts. If it's like mentality-based, it's okay to do it around 5. You just see them become cocky or like downbeat. If it's strategy-based, indeed, as you say, you want to do it before the halfway point, so at least you can equalize the half, or at least, you know, you've done everything you can to equalize that half. So it is probably just being outclassed right now, and them needing to flip a switch and get into this game a little bit differently, maybe a bit more aggressive to some extent, focused on 1 point rather than trying to take the entire map or like half of the map at the same time. So maybe that's what they're going in for. You see Glass, you see
they wish they had Ying now. They wish they didn't, because this is a classic into the window, smoke plant with the Glass, and Ying the drone holds about them. That's exactly what this lineup is for. But there is no Ying available. It's banned out by W7M. But on the other side, there's no Warden in active play from the defensive side. They can go for a side rush here. I would argue, knowing what we know, it's quite good. EMP the window, let's go in aggressively, maybe gets the plant down, Glass covers the smoke, this might work.
Maybe I would have brought a Kappa Tower or something, right? So you could put the smokes and the fire in as well from the incendiary bolt. They know it's clear indeed, so they have the opportunity to move quick now. But they only get 1 chance at this. If they fail, there's going to be opportunity to respond. There's going to be E1D, there's going to be smokes, there's going to be EMP. That is going to be a warning sign towards the side of W7M that something is happening. The Googwines are stuck inside of the field of Mentalist. He needs to go for a plant. His kills do start to come through in favor of Bleed. And JV92 has no clue what's happening. Actually, Bleed come through. What was that from? Was that a bulletproof camera? It must have been. They have the opportunity to look through those smokes, of course. So the fuse are now dropped in the middle of the side, but it is a 2-on-4. It's salvageable. There's 2 minutes left on the clock, and you have a 2-minute advantage. Surely this is transferable for Bleed.
Should be. Just gotta convert it. Slow things down. They got 2 minutes. They don't have to commit to that chaotic place any longer. And they win out the important gunfight. Turret with 3 kills in the round. Looking for a 4th. It's JV92 upstairs on East Catwalk. And he doesn't even get the kill. Shut down is he from Asfi. And all of a sudden, Bleed, after a tactical timeout, they turn things around, back to smiling, and back in control.
But it is one of those throwaway rounds to some extent. You can try that once. The second time it's not going to be working because they're going to be fully aware of the fact that you might be going quick. There will be a second person on site. Is that strats, by the way, being shown?
Yeah, there are some papers being
There's
shown
some papers
there.
being out there. Would it be about W7M setup? That could be. So there's like, this is how they're going to play. Now you know. Either way. Does that count? No, that's not an interview. So that's
No. Doesn't count.
Armory. There's opportunities for quick plays here as well. You know what that is? You definitely know.
The archives take? Or
yeah, I mean, look at the setup.
Yeah, I mean, Monty's open, right?
Yeah, but also Ossa.
Oh yeah, Ossa as well, also a great one actually. So I mean, yeah, so after the timeout, 2 rounds in a row, seemingly, they're gonna go for these direct, fun, quick attacks, that cannot be a coincidence. And I know that someone like Demo, our colleague here as a fellow cast and analyst, he also says when he plays Border, he thinks you should play like Blitz and Monty every single round because every bomb that you can approach extremely quickly with good coordination, like we just witnessed. So I like this change up in pace from Bleed, trying to take more control and direct things more aggressively, but a response has been made. There are 2 C4s in action and JV92 on the ward, and that could be the counterplay for the smokes.
3 C4s actually in play.
Oh, 3 C4s, sorry.
They're definitely going to have to do some baiting here on the side of Bleed if they want to get themselves in with that success.
Castleberry.
I mean, there is going to be the EMP, so what they could do is smoke and continue throwing EMPs while they try and go for that plant. That's a way to stop the actual C4s to go through.
They gotta punch the barricade.
Yeah, they're punching the barricade, and the feet are getting shut out. That is the end of this round.
That's terrible. I mean,
where was the Ash? Oh, they swapped.
Yeah,
Never
they
mind. I was going to say,
So
they had an Ash.
They had a gun 6, which they used in the window itself, but then the door is also cancelled. They gave it away way too early, but let's say that hadn't happened. There's no one on site besides Nate and JV, so not much to stop them. And JV's now dead from back below. That's massive. Only 1 C4 can stop them. That's when Nate's hands over down the mute.
Yeah, that's for sure, but it is definitely been pulled already, or at least he's playing quite close. And, you know, the Thatcher cannot EMP and plant at the same time. Hertz will find the kill onto Hoven, though. That's the Thatcher now dropped as well. A Repelling, I believe, is coming in from the sandwich window. That's shut down as Hertz finds him, and suddenly it's only up to Turk now. He's playing down below. And that's going to be a very dangerous and hard cleanup to go through. I mean, some players were running outside. He will find the very first. And now, as they go on, they, I think they wanted to open it up with a grenade, and it just bounced back a bit too far.
Oh,
maybe it rolled a bit too far, bounced back a little bit, and just opened it. Didn't open it up.
There was an explosion, and I couldn't tell what it was from, but I guess it might have been the nade, yeah. So a small issue that, like, we didn't get like a first-hand view of it, so like we don't know exactly what happened, but Mentalist said that the nade didn't work the way he wanted it to, at least, and that significantly delayed that entire push. Unlucky.
Did he say F nades?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. He said F nades or F me. I'm not sure. Yeah. I mean, it is frustrating. Oh wait, hold up.
Yeah, custom. I saw being picked earlier. It's like, are they trolling?
I mean, so back in the day,
it's definitely playable.
It's definitely playable. You sound so confident when you say that. It's playable.
Is it playable? I mean, you can go here and play, so by that definition, it's playable.
Yeah, okay, fair. It's definitely playable in that regard, but it's strategically difficult because normally on a map like this, on a map like this especially, sorry. You're gonna play in the bomb, floor above the bomb site. That is CCTV.
Yep.
But the issue with that is that is not a holdable position. Like, you can start here, you can hold on to it for a bit, you will lose control unless your opponents are absolutely trolling. The second the attackers can control over it, you will lose the bomb site shortly after. So it is a do or die kind of strat, or you are fully committed to a very specific part of the map, and you will live or die in that position.
You know, it's a great way to hold the top floor,
which
having both Azami and Castle to lock off some doors.
Oh, that's a fair point.
Like, they don't have much to actually get rid of that from distance. Like, they have 3 Selmas they can use to get rid of the Kiba barriers. So they can, theoretically, completely restructure that top floor and use it that way to make it a lot more defendable. Because are you going to use your Selmas to get rid of the Kiba barriers?
I mean, probably not.
Depends on the barrier in place, I guess.
Yeah, the priority of it. See, these stairs is a good start point as always. Asfi making sure that he pays that respect to the map itself. So you know what, it's important. I will take care of that. Casey doing Casey things, just fighting. But again, Hoven winning it out multiple times now, just on Border alone. And slowly, security control will be lost with WSM, just leaving JV on smoke of all operators in that prime position, pretty isolated.
Is that open up next to it?
It is.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you can just shoot out the Mute Gemmer, right?
Yeah, I think this is on the
throw a grenade on
the wall.
Oh, didn't get it.
Not,
you can definitely shoot
you
that.
Can definitely shoot it. Did they run out of reinforcements? No, they
Your
have a
IQ.
spare. Okay,
you can see it's there.
I think they overthought that. You know, like, oh, it's gotta be tucked in the corner. It wasn't.
Yeah, okay, sure, but like you could check with your scanner and be like, oh no, it's right there. But okay, it's fine.
It's a hard to use.
It is going to be only 2 left on the board now for the side of W7M, though. Philipox trying to go a bit aggressive outside. That gives away at least his position. So there's 1 unaccounted for, and that's Nade. He's currently upstairs. We also see Philipox running upstairs. They're trying to play this together and make sure that they find some success that way. But if they just simply drone out the site, they know there's a good opportunity to go for a plant now. Is Nade nowhere close to it? As he's dropping down right now, there's a castle barricade to drop him from directly getting back to it. So what he can do is run outside, jump through the window, or he has to rotate all the way around on the white and metal stairs. And as the plant is happening, he hears that. He knows that they need to move. He gets the first, but gets shut down right afterwards by Ashley jumping in from above.
There's a great collapse there, the 3v1 basically, and nope, let's not go for the plant, let's secure this kill, and with that also the round. And Customs, it doesn't get played all that often for a very good reason. Of course it can work, but not very playable.
We see it occasionally, we see it one even less.
Yeah, we do. It is extremely rare, and there it is. Let's go. You know how every team says the same generic sentence every time? It's funny how no one's different there. No team is like, they have their own slogan, you know?
I think it's just the raw emotion that comes out.
You just like, you spew that, woo, let's go!
It's like just pure emotion, and like, you choose the strong words to come through, and let's go, of course, like, has that meaning.
Yeah. It's just one day.
Like, yeah.
It's gotta be a team who says something absurd every time. I was like, what is this?
I mean, you guys probably shout out, "Let's go!" as well, right? It's like
we did. That's what you do. You know, that's literally what you do. You're weird if you don't.
It would be weird if you start shouting "Lochem Ipsum." You know, it's like.
Is that Dutch? Like what?
No, Lochem Ipsum. That's the filler text from Latin that they use to check if.
Oh my god. Okay, that's too advanced.
It's placeholder text for if you do graphics design or anything else, really.
Oh my god.
Have you never heard of Lorem Ipsum?
No, not to my knowledge. I'm not very cultured.
Oh, I figured out now.
Yeah, I know.
Finally, I can make a reference that
other
someone else doesn't understand.
Yeah. I mean, I work at Parker and he will say stuff. I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Emmy always references movies. I don't know. I know that's going to happen when I'm casting with Carter as well.
She made that point to me earlier where she's like, when it happens, links will work together. It'll be so
Carter's going to be so annoyed because I don't understand 90% of the things he says.
Oh, what a shame. What a shame.
Now, Bleed has been really getting themselves well into this game. And of course, like the nade, if that would have popped off, that might have been a plan actually to go through, because that entire plan broke apart because they had to punch the wall.
Yeah.
So how that would have gone, we don't know. Yellow pinks to come through. JV92 will get one, but instantly traded out. As Ashley will find the response. It's a castle gun. It's not really an impact operator. I think it hurts more on the side of Bleed that you lose the finger, you lose the heals, but also the opportunity to boost yourself through flashbangs in this meta especially.
No, I fully agree. This definitely favors the defensive side more than the attack, and also map control. Like, yeah, they get a kill from Bleed, but they gain no map control from it. They died bottom east stairs. It's not really a playable territory for them as of yet. But good things are happening. Turret using the gadget off IQ, scanning those IQ, or the Valkyrie cameras rather, trying to deny the intel. But then comes the Asami, patching up those broken walls, retaking East Stairs control, and just like rotating across the map right now, making it hard for Bleed to get a stable foothold across the map.
He didn't see the Asami, but he heard the Keeper Barrier go off, and he's like, there is someone here. Has rotated off in the meantime, though. As we see both teams trying to gain some control. That Keeper Barrier might have actually been the telltale sign about where this Asami is located, about where Philipox is actually headed. And of course, they need to try and punch that wall so they can break it and they can actually start going for a bit of a double push, but it's such a dangerous thing to do. And as he rotates back into the office, well, that gives the opportunity now to start opening up. But there's actually a second player that has retaken the position. The FNets to go off as well are definitely a bit of a warning sign, as we do see Bleed trying to collapse in around the east stairs.
Yeah, it's tough. You gotta go up now with confidence, win this gunfight, and Default Cam is still up. They don't care. It's not being much right now. Hertz finds the first kill, but they're looking for more. Both teams chasing one another. Red Pink's coming out, but both teams seem rather clueless at this moment. Mentalist, he keeps looking towards east stairs, but no one is there right now. They've fallen mostly back towards the bomb side.
And there was someone there just a second ago. It was Hertz just quickly saying hello and just falling off again, but time is just going to be running out on this one. It'll be a 4-2 in favor of W7M, as it's only up to Mentalist. He will find a kill for his efforts, maybe even a second as he goes forward, but will he find more than that? The answer is going to be no. Fist bumps are being handed out. Still 2 rounds on the board. They might have wanted to go for that third. but it's not the end of the day. There is still a very good opportunity now to go to defense. I mean, 4-2 is kind of that split where we're at right now statistically. So we could be headed towards an overtime situation.
Always possible. Defending border is kind of awkward because if you... The playstyle is just so unique. If you are good at defending border, you will look so strong. But at the same time, if you are a weak border defense team, you will also fall apart. You're forced to scatter out quite thin. It's hard to play as close together as, for example, Oregon. You gotta make more decisions on the fly, take more risky gunfights, and it's kind of like when Coastline was in the map pool. As a defender, you have to kind of fight your way through the map instead of strategically relying on wall denies or plant denies, etc. Into the nature of how open the map simply is from a fundamental standpoint. I believe they will start things very different than that of W7M. They're bringing a fair bit of utility here. Mute jammers, Maestro Evil Eye cameras, and the Goyo canisters as well.
I'm looking at the lineup.
You're liking that lineup right now?
It's like we're gonna continue where you failed.
It's like we're gonna show you how to actually do this take.
Brittany Ash, you don't have an issue with the grenades.
Exactly. No cast of barricades, no issues there. Now, I love seeing fast rounds on border. I think it's very fun to watch, and I mean, you can replicate this in your rank stacks fairly easily as well from watching like
very
this.
relatable, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like it transfers pretty well one-to-one. You might be a worse shot, but strategically rather, it's pretty simple.
But it's the thing, like you still need good coordination, but you don't need the 3-minute, like 40-second focus that goes with it to pull it off, right?
Yep.
So it's like you just need to be on point for like 40, 50 seconds, something like that, and you can already win the round on the back of that. So.
Yep.
Is that's a reverse shield placement there, and then another one in front of that.
They are setting up, like they're taking their sweet time here.
Yeah, but like look at that, they've placed both the shields and claymores out there.
So if Osa, oh, he's gonna plant still. Okay, so take out one shield, you have a backup spare for postman as well. Bring that in. Turret's Warden, but playing inside Archive, so no long line of sight. Hertz downstairs can pop the hatch and do vertical destruction. We'll have to wait 20 seconds though. We canister once popped. Nothing will happen as of yet.
So much time though.
It is a lot of time, and C4 is primed and ready. The question is there an Evil Eye inside of Archives that can share the intel? The answer is most likely yes, because Ash is downstairs. She cannot deal with it herself, at least.
Now what we might see is actually the repellent from Sandwich at the moment they go for the execute, just to be that little bit of a distraction move. So JV92 could have a really important job as the C4 goes over, doesn't actually quite get it, but the Evil Eye will be able to get some shots off. Now they set themselves up with the Osa, are going to go for the plant. Hurd is able to find 2 kills themselves. They quickly have to go off the plant before they continue themselves, as Filopox will be able to clean up just a little bit more with that bearing 9. Mentalist drops as well. Turd, the last man standing. He was the warden. He was supposed to be the counter, but his entire team fell apart around him, and it is going to be W7M expanding on their scoreline with a pretty decent plant here.
And you look at that round, you go, where is the weakness for W7M? Okay, if you hit the C4, if you take down the planter, sure enough, whatever. But strategically, they cover everything. Vertically downstairs, comes up the main stairs. The plant cover is perfect. Osa has a shield. That no one can C4 you from below. There's no retakes possible. Evil Eye got shot by the glass, through the smoke. There's just so few answers to these scenarios in the round, and it was such a clean take. I mean, Hertz finding 2 kills early on certainly helps there, but even from the plant point of view, they couldn't stop that whatsoever.
No, for sure, and like maybe if they would have held onto the C4 a little bit longer, but then they wouldn't have gone for the plant. Like you wanna bait that C4 that's playing close, you know it's there, and you're not gonna go for the plant unless you hear that C4 rip and go.
And you're working on a timer because you only have X amount of smoke grenades, right? So if you smoke, you kind of need to like somewhat commit.
Yeah, of course.
You can't smoke, wait 20 seconds for a C4 that's never common, because then you have no smokes next
time.
time.
Yeah, so you bait. And
exactly, it's kind of awkward.
But success was found there, and instantly the glass digging in deep rather than staying in the back also kind of helped, because it is an angle they don't really expect you to have. Smoke covered it off, so...
I'm not gonna show it again though. They were hovering glass for a bit in the Osa, but yeah, they're gonna be boring about it. More stable lineup here. The IQ, the Dragon. It's nowhere near as fun to watch. But it might be what they need in this round, and in good old W7M fashion, they will go extremely quick.
For a second I was afraid he was about to be swung, and indeed he is. A little bit of damage done to Turd. There's an Afnet around the corner, so he couldn't really take the fight to him either, because he'd be blinded when he does. So it's really that awkward moment where it's like, I can't take 20 steps forward, but if I turn back and run, I will be shot in the back.
Yeah.
So I need to be vigilant about what's happening next.
Discipline, of course, game theory, understanding when you are overstaying your welcome. Very important to note here, no split-second decisions. Nasri, roaming back into Armory, they surrendered most of security, now falling back towards the second stage of this hold. Armory and Archives instead, but WSNM, they're all across the map. They're playing on all fronts, all sides of the FNATs. They keep exposing their locations and force them to move to a different location.
Almost got himself shot as well. Some shots coming through the wall, which didn't quite connect. And Eric's finding himself inside of 90 now. Now, the wall has been reinforced. He's checking CC. It's completely clear. All right, we might not have to actually take those fights as Philippbox finds Mentalist as well. In the meantime, from down below, and hey, he is already on the site. That is going to be quite problematic, but Aston will find him, and suddenly it all turns around into favor of Bleed. I'm not quite sure where that came from. We just saw a man get down, and suddenly his entire team is dead, except for Sadakaze.
Like,
is it there's no frost mat.
No, there isn't, but I thought it was. It seems so instantaneous.
It might have just been what I think it is. A super shorty or something, just opening up a rotation and finding him, because that's what it sounded like. Just something getting opened up and he just died. It's like the deep funk noise.
Yeah. Chaos, 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 and a oh, it
was a team. Oh, that's how he got down.
Oh,
it was
what?
Case who shot him through a wall or floor.
Okay, that's interesting, if you will. Not sure what happened there, but a quick round that gets punished even quicker by Bleed by holding down to the important areas of the map. Well, job well done for them, but that's only going to make the round count 3-5. They still got quite the uphill battle here to send W7M to a loss.
Defenders, protect your bomb.
An uphill battle, that's for sure. But not one they cannot win. They've already proven that W7M has the opportunity to lose maps. All that we need to prove now is that they can lose a series.
Speaking of questions, Hap, you know what Oryx is very unique at? Or in?
Dashing and climbing hatches.
He is the fastest operator in the game.
Especially when he uses Ramadesh. Yeah.
That is Parker's favorite line. It used to be. I made fun of it once. He's never said it since.
I mean, he told me that when we were casting earlier, also Border, also when Oryx is around.
Really?
Yeah. He's very, very happy about Oryx.
He really is.
He's very fast.
Oh, man.
And he can jump up a lot of hatches, which there are a lot of on this site.
No, there is. Now you're just a good gun as well. And I mean, even for this case, look at this. Monty's being played.
Yeah.
The biggest counter, arguably one of the biggest counters, is Oryx. Oryx dash into Monty, knock him on his butt, and then you can shoot him right after.
EMP?
Oh, yep. Good catch there. It's gonna secure the wall to get opened up. And once you hear or see the Monty, Asfi on the Oryx should be rotating nearby, possibly for a counter. Or you establish like a C4 below, a crossfire. Because if Nate gets to just walk about this map uncontested, this Monty will take a lot of map control very quickly.
Nobody's thinking about leaning into the fight. He's like, ready. It's like JV92, bring it back to me. I'm gonna be taking a fight towards you. Nate, though, with that diffuser trying to move in, I think they will, because you see the smoke being loaded right now by the side of the Capitao. Smoke's being tossed in as well by the side of the Monty. He's inside the site. 45 seconds soon on the clock. No one is there indeed. C4 kill will come in for the side of Reap, so it will get the opening, but 45 seconds counting down in, well, W7M's favor. So what can they do about it? A little bit of damage done to Nate as he jumps back out, but I mean, there's no way that you're going to be able to get this counter defuse going.
Oh, that's hard. They're watching the windows, watching above, etc. Sure, they got the man advantage, but they gotta find a stable way to defuse that bomb. And it's not really gonna happen right now, because look at this. They're locking onto all of top 4 from the outside balconies.
Why are you still here?
Oh, wait, turret. Oh, there is no way.
It's the Monty's being pushed on for the other side as well, but why are the...
Okay.
So I'm just gonna say, why are the other two still there? If they were actually down on the actual site when the counter defuse was happening, throwing themselves out of the sandwich window, you might have had an opportunity to shoot one in the back, cause a bit of chaos, send the other person down from the balcony so he can put damage down in from the main door. You actually had an opportunity. You could have gone for a defuse there, but like 20 seconds left of the defuser, and you have 2 people around here on like ventilation upstairs. So not the ventilation it was planted, but like the ventilation.
Mean, the issue starts even earlier as well, because if you're playing ventilation defense, like the big weakness is the ventilation portion of the bomb side, like the B bomb side.
Yeah.
to hold that, you just have Armory control. And the worst part is, W7M never took control over Armory.
No, they
They
didn't.
were on the outside Archives balcony, open up the soft floor between the 2 portions of top floor. That was it. They droned it. It's clear. Okay, guys, let's just plan. And it's funny because in the very first round, when Bleed defended Armory, they had Warden, they had Maestro, they had Goyo, so much side coverage trying to prevent the plant. In that previous round, no intel, no deny, no C4, no verticality at all. So I feel like they're missing some marks here from the side of Bleed, that they're not as, you know, strategically sound as they were in Oregon. Their read of border isn't quite there.
That definitely was just a mistake on the side of Bleed. Like, they left it wide open. They were completely focused on the east side of the map rather than what is the weakness. And usually you would have someone around on the server stack, you know, around there just dancing, because then you can hold off the main door rush, but you also are aware if someone jumps in, then you can call your team back and also try and do something like a smoke. Would have been a great play for that.
Yeah.
But they just didn't have anything out there. And again, perfectly read by W7M. They just went for it and rightfully won that round. But it's such a shame at Bleed at this stage lose a round like that.
Yeah, and it's an important one as well, right? Because now they're on map and series point with this, so you really don't want to lose out like that. And now the nerves might start building, like, oh boys, this might be the final round. If we mess up once more, it's over for us, at least for this series. It's still got, of course, got many more games to be played. W7M, they've started slowing things down, playing those 1-2-3s, the APCs, doing some vertical play, applying some pressure, and slowly but surely approaching the side here, and it's very soft. And these Bs going out will confirm there's no one inside Armory on the half wall or close to breach.
Just delayed there. Mentalist trying to find a catch on the player, leans back in and dies as a result. KZ also will be finding third, and it's looking really strong for W7M right now at the end of this potential round to come through. Hoban goes down, the plan soon, counting down in favor of W7M as well, but it won't even get that far. It's a flawless round, and W7M, even though they've lost a single map against Bleed, will be coming out victorious. It might not have been in the cleanest fashion they wanted to. We said it before, they just wanted to get this one out of the way with and focus on the other opponents, but instead Bleed, they put up a hell of a fight.
They did, and how many teams can say, hey, we took a map off W7M? Because historically last year,
not many this year.
Not many have, you know? It's a rarity indeed. And Oregon, it is one of those 50-50 maps, but map aside, Bleed did play a really good game of Oregon before.
They definitely did, and I'm really excited to see what they're going to be bringing for the rest of their tournament, because this was just their first match. We also said that, like, you're getting your toughest one out of the way right now. You've proven that you can compete with W7M, that you can take a map off W7M, that means they have a really good opportunity to actually make it outside of their groups.
It's true. It's a great start for them, and it's funny because those of them, they weren't smiling at any point, I think, in this series. And then when they're going on to, like, thank Bleed for the game and seeing Julio, their former coach, there are big smiles on their face. Like, there's game time, those of them, then there's outside of game time, those of them.
Yeah, of course, and it's always, you know, you need to find that balance. You need to have the focus when it's there, but you need to be able to quickly let go after that, because if you stay into that focus that too long, you're gonna find yourself so exhausted. And it's still a long tournament. It's only day 2, and they're expected to be finalists, maybe even the winners of this. So they cannot just go in all out the entire time, as you mentioned before.
So what's next for Bleed? Well, they get to rest now. They get to study for tomorrow, and come back stronger rather. And same thing with W7M. It's just day after day after day, you'll keep fighting for your place in this tournament. And as time progresses, at some point, teams will be going home.
Yeah, that's for sure. And I mean, everybody's gunning for W7M, right? And they've definitely shown some weaknesses here. But is that due to the fact that they maybe disrespected Bleed a bit too much? Where they're like, we are better, we do not need to go in hard, which is why they lost those rounds and lost the map? Or is this because Bleed legitimately found the weakness of W7M and they just couldn't close the gap in time?
We'll have to wait and see, right? Because we need a bigger sample size for this to really, truly shine through. And, you know, you gotta warm up doing tournaments. You start off slow, you ramp it up, you learn things throughout. Also, the meta. There has been small changes with Tubu, for example, who wasn't played in this series at all, for example, that we have yet to fully see come to life because it's such a recent addition to the scene. Same with, like, nades no longer being cookable. Nades were a big thing in the past. Now they're almost never played, and this will impact how teams perform, what the strats are gonna be.
it's definitely going to be an interesting change, or well, mostly W7M, as they've dominated the meta previously, now finding themselves with quite some big changes that they have to be ready for. And of course, they've proven that they so far are doing quite well in the tournament.
Yeah.
But they're only going to be facing like tougher and tougher and tougher and tougher opponents as those game days.
Yeah. And honestly, I want to say Mentalist, low-key my MVP in my heart, you know, dropping really, I get a really bad first map of Clubhouse, popped off on Oregon, and then, you know, I can't remember his score on Border to because it's kind of what it went, right? It's kind of happened, it was over. But like, what a big show up on a map that mattered, and also the turn from going 3-10 to 15-8. Actually, that's great.
Yeah, for sure. JV92, you know, he started to really get into it during the last map. He was definitely not enough. Starting to get a couple more kills. Might have still been able to negatively impact their fantasy roster, but who knows? But W7M really started to get into it well in that last round. And I think that has to be acknowledged as well, because there was some good reads from them as well.
Yeah.
Especially that the last round where they realized, oh, everybody's on the east side. How about we attack the west?
Yeah, it's so free. Just take the bombs on control. And there it is. That is not a lot of kills and not a lot of deaths, actually.
I think there's been more opening.
Not just that, but going 2-2 in 10 rounds.
That as well.
Something is not adding up on the numbers here. Either way, I mean, the story is still there. W7M, they have more kills, they have higher cost, and they have more first kills. So despite numbers not being 1-to-1 accurate, it does show the story of one team was stronger than the other.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, this one got closer, but still wasn't close. So W7M dominated in this map. We just have to put it like that. And of course, there was some slight hiccups maybe on the side of Bleed. They call that the grenade.
Yeah.
Did it bounce back? Did it roll a bit too far?
We'll never find out.
Did it just not do enough damage in the fragmentation when who knows where? We never know. And we also never know how that round would have played out.
Exactly.
And how the rest of the game would have played out if they were able to get that one. But it is what it is. We do have the overall stats, however. I'm not quite sure if those are slightly skewed as well due to how the previous stats looked. I'm looking at the Fox is the MVP for this series as it currently stands.
Yeah, really? I feel like Casey really popped off, to be fair. But you know what?
So we had Herds do a lot of spawn peaks, but then he got found out. Then we had Casey take over and go crazy inside. But I think Philippox has been that consistent factor who's just been playing on the side, not doing anything crazy, just playing it like normally, picking up kills here and there, and just basically putting himself above like that.
Yeah, and I like looking at the cost here because I call cost like consistency, kills, objective, survival, and trade, a lot of different factors. When a team has a significant lower cost than your opponent, typically that is because like you are the worst team. You're not getting as much value out of your life every single round. And we see W7M, besides Hertz and JV, just being like 61, 64, whereas Bleed, they're in the 40s. You know, 45 is the top mark here. Not getting as much value every single time.
No, that's it. And for those of you that don't know, cost basically states, have I in this round killed someone, played the objective, so that's a defuse or a counter defuse, survived, or traded, have been traded, I believe it is.
I think it's both,
so
yeah.
Like I mean, if you have traded someone, you got to kill. So, you know, you have been traded. And if that's a yes, and that counts towards your total. And then by the end, it's the amount of rounds you've done something divided by the total amount of rounds is the percentage that comes out. But that's all the back stuff out there. What's more important is the standings. W7M, of course, are finding themselves in first place, 7 points. They have lost a point against Bleed today. Virtus.pro will be second, 5 points out there. Liquid following up right after with 3. And Bleed find themselves with 1. But they've only played a single game so far. And 80 on 0 have played 2 so far and lost both. So they are definitely going to be looking at this and like, our game against Bleed could be deciding who's going home or not.
Imagine Bleed sending home M80.
That would be insane.
Yeah, you're thinking superstar roster versus like a more unknown team in Bleed. I am looking very much forward to that if that is the case.
Now for tomorrow, you see our Stream A and Stream B scheduled to go through. If I would have to say any of the games that pop out on Stream A, it would be Virtus.pro, W7M. I think that's going to be like one of those amazing ones to see as well. VP, of course, running in second. W7M currently first in their group. If I would have to go over to Stream B, I mean,
Bliss Space
Bliss is
Station?
apparently playing twice. I don't know how that's going to be working out. I'm actually looking forward towards Sonic's Falcons, because Falcons playing with the full roster again. They're going to have a full night's sleep, not just play right after they landed. And I believe they won earlier as well. So there's definitely some good opportunity there for them to, well, upset Sonics.
That's a fair point, but Bliss Space Station is a rematch of the previous major where Bliss was 1 round away from sending SSG home and taking main stage themselves, basically. So I am looking forward to a revenge match.
Looking forward to that one as well. I'm actually having a day off tomorrow. I can just watch all those games from the comfort of the couch in the green room.
Lovely. I'll see you right there, because I'll be working tomorrow, sadly.
I'm going to be seeing you walk in and out, indeed. But that was it for us for today. Appreciate all of you sticking around and rooting for Bleed as well, as everybody wanted to check that one off. And of course, see that APAC upset happen. But make sure to tune in again tomorrow, as we will be back with more Siege.
Oh, we're not done just yet. There's
That's
one
true.
last gift.
There's one last
we
gift.
keep giving here. The Intel replay, of course. The highlight of the match we just saw. Let's get that first before we end off the stream.